thunder, destined for greatness. From the hidden leaf to the whole.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was the Son of Thor movie. Before we start, please go support Oza 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Naruto's life proved to hold more secrets than he ever imagined. Even though he was ignored and hated for lies he told in the past, he eventually discovered that the universe is larger than it seems and that it harbors evils that require someone more than human to confront. Multiple crossover. Naruto, son of Thor, prologue. It was a day like any other, and three children were playing with great energy and joy in the courtyard of the Uzumaki mansion, under the watchful eye of their ever-attentive mother. The place wasn't as large as the complexes occupied by other clans in Konoha, but it still felt enormous to the only four people who lived there. First there was Menma Namikaze, a blonde-haired boy with a hairstyle as rebellious as his attitude. To many, he was the spitting image of his father, and they couldn't be blamed, since he differed only from him by markings on his face that resembled fox whiskers. By the age of 5, he already had a clear dream. To become the Hokage of his village. Beside him stood his twin sister, Natsumi Namikaze, a girl with long, straight hair like her mother's, which shone with a distinctive red hue characteristic of her clan. She also had facial markings that gave her a fox-like appearance, which was accentuated by her mischievous gaze. She was just as impetuous as her brother and shared his dreams. The only bad thing about the pair was that they tended to get into a lot of trouble and did a lot of mischief. His target was none other than his older brother, Naruto Namikaze, or rather Naruto Uzumaki, since the boy had declared that he preferred to bear his mother's surname over his father's. After all, he felt he only owed respect to Kushina for being the one who raised him. The young boy was blonde like Menma, but his hair was straight and long, reaching his shoulders. One of his distinguishing features was that, at 7 years old, Naruto was much taller than other children his age. He possessed exceptional physical development that made it seem as if he had truly been born to be a shinobi, since they began their careers at a very young age. Naruto's personality helped him easily endure his brother's teasing, as he loved playing with them above all else. The boy was patient, courageous, analytical, and always talked about how strong he wanted to become Hokage himself. With toy shuriken and swords, the children trained and competed to see who would reach the goal first. Kushina watched the scene with great pleasure. It made her happy that her children got along so well. However, the smile that framed this feeling was more of a mask. A mere facade that concealed a sorrow that weighed heavily on her soul, and a loneliness that sometimes overwhelmed her. Anyone would wonder how that was possible, not only because she had the company of her 3 children, but also because she possessed a beauty that allowed her to have any man at her feet. However, she rejected all advances from the many suitors who sought her hand. The most obvious answer for many was that the woman's inner passion had died with her former husband, Minato Namikaze, who was also known as the Yondaime Hokage, the hero of Konoha who had sacrificed himself for its well-being. They weren't far off, but the reason for Kushina's sighs was something else. They didn't have to go far to find it, since she was right in front of them. This made it especially difficult for Uzumaki to watch over and care for her children, but they weren't the cause of her broken heart, so she diligently undertook the task. No one else would do the job well, and they were too special to let anything happen to them. Naturally, every mother considers her children special, but the Uzumaki children were above average. To better explain this, we must return to one of Konoha's darkest nights, the one in which the 4th Hokage faced a very difficult and complicated decision. That night, shortly after the birth of Menma and Natsumi, a masked enemy attacked the hideout that had been prepared for Kushina's delivery. The Uzumaki woman was important not only because she was the Hokage's wife, but also because she was the Jinchuriki of the monstrous Kyuubi, and therefore several security measures were necessary to protect the operation. Unfortunately, all of them failed, and the woman ended up being kidnapped when the masked man endangered the lives of the newborns, and Minato rushed to rescue them. The apparent motive for those actions was the destruction of Konoha, since after the masked man released the gigantic fox from its confinement in Kushina, he let it loose in the center of the village. This resulted in a scene of catastrophe and devastation that left a high death toll. Only after an intense battle was the 4th Hokage able to push back his enemy and subdue the 9 tails in order to seal it away once more. However, since his wife was weak from childbirth and the abrupt extraction of her Bijuu, she was not a viable option to become the Jinchuriki of the powerful beast again. More than a misfortune, Minato saw it as an opportunity. The Hokage was aware of a prophecy that foretold how a hero would bring peace to the world. His sensei Jiraiya had been very insistent about it, so the blonde-haired man became convinced that he would have an important role in fulfilling the prophecy. I believe that bringing that hero into the world was his role, and given the situation, he thought it best to also grant him enough power so that nothing would stand in his way. Therefore, he decided that his children would be the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Kushina vehemently protested the proposal, but there was little she could do to stop it due to her condition. Since the 9 tails had been extracted from her, her chakra was in disarray and she was unable to halt the ritual her husband was performing. This was accomplished through the Shinigami consuming seal, which summoned the god of death, whose immense power allowed the summoner to manipulate souls. With this technique, the 4th Hokage divided the 9 tails into 3 parts. One with yin chakra, one with yang chakra, and one with the beast soul. Given the circumstances of that night, I believe the twins have a better chance of being chosen by the prophecy than their older brother, so I seal the yang part in Menma to give him great physical energy and the yin part in Natsumi to give her great spiritual energy. The next step was to seal the remnants of the Kyuubi in his firstborn son. However, the Shinigami did not respond to that order. This was very strange for the Hokage, since the deity was supposed to be at his service as long as the jutsu remained active, but the deity did not respond to any of the summoner's attempts to finish the job. Short on time and options, since he couldn't let the fox's soul go free, Minato had no choice but to divide the spirit and place it within the twins. He didn't want them to have any trouble dealing with that demon, but it seemed all he could do was pray that they had the will to overcome it. He wouldn't be there to support them, since the consuming seal of the Shinigami came at the price of the summoner's life. That night, Namikaze died with a great mystery of why he couldn't perform the seal on Naruto. Was the boy also special, or did the Shinigami believe that Menma and Natsumi needed the Kyuubi's soul to achieve their goals? The answer would remain a mystery to the man sealed within the stomach of the death deity. On the other hand, Kushina did have an idea as to why Naruto had been ignored by the Shinigami. He held a special status compared to his siblings, namely that he was the product of a fleeting love affair in which Minato Namikaze had not participated. She hadn't planned her love life to be extremely complicated, but fate dictated that it should be. Indeed, she had fallen in love with Minato in her youth since he had rescued her from kidnappers in Kumo, but in the end it was just a youthful romance that ended once she got to know the blonde man better. However, she never revealed it to him. Namikaze was one of the few friends the Redeed had and she didn't want to lose him. Years passed and all of Konoha assumed that Kushina and Minato were the most united couple on the entire continent, even though the truth was quite different. Uzumaki acted well for a long time, and although for a moment she even thought that she was truly in love with Minato, the arrival of a very particular individual made her completely discard such an idea. It was ironic that this man shared some characteristics with Minato while simultaneously being completely different. This individual possessed an appearance and presence that perfectly qualified as celestial, and although Kushina was not a frivolous woman who judged by appearances, she had to admit that she fell in love with him. It was mutual, as that man also fell in love with Kushina. She wasn't the damsel in distress type, and that greatly appealed to him, as he had a particular fondness for women with strong personalities. Various situations led them to get to know each other better and interact on different levels, which showed that there was a strong chemistry between them. Unfortunately, in the same fleeting way that individual appeared, he disappeared into nothingness without leaving any trace. Kushina was completely bewildered and devastated by what had happened, unable to believe that someone she had connected with could have left her like that. She refused to believe it had all been a cruel joke or deception. All of this happened during the Third Shinobi World War, and at its conclusion, Minato proposed to her almost immediately. It was clear that her heart was completely closed off to anyone else at that moment, but she had a particular situation and decided she should take advantage of the proposal. Simply put, she was pregnant by the man who had abandoned her. One might say that wasn't such a bad situation. Kushina was a completely independent woman who could easily take care of herself, but in the eyes of a ninja village, such a situation was grounds for investigation, especially given that the Redeed belonged to a nearly extinct clan. The Uzumaki. This put her in a very delicate situation, since the clan restoration law stipulated that women could become mere breeding machines for the good of the village. It was virtually impossible to escape that fate by normal means, but the fact was that Minato had earned the position of Hokage through his achievements on the battlefield, and marrying him would grant her a certain degree of immunity. By simply giving Minato a legitimate child, she would avoid any future risks. She felt guilty about committing such a deception, but in the end, Kushina happily accepted the marriage proposal. One might think that someone like the Hokage wouldn't fall for such a trick, but it should be noted that Kunoichi like Kushina had tricks that could deceive even the most experienced shinobi. One of these was a simple seal that allowed them to simulate the breaking of the hymen during first-time intercourse. Furthermore, the pregnancy time was somewhat longer and more unpredictable for the Jinchuriki, so Minato always believed the unborn child was his. Many thought the woman was nervous about the Kyuubi's condition when she gave birth, when the reason was something else entirely. Her entire lie could unravel the moment her son's appearance was revealed. However, I can breathe easy seeing Minato holding his son, happy that he was as blonde as him, although his heart contracted when he saw the resemblance he had to his real father. The twins arrived the following year, and the fact that there were two of them meant their gestation period was similar to Naruto's, eliminating any doubt. However, not everything was perfect, as several problems arose from that point on. First, the village council insisted that the fourth Hokage had indeed sealed the Nine-Tails soul within Naruto. Their reasoning was that they didn't think it appropriate for Konoha's most powerful shinobi to also be the target of the villagers' hatred and therefore needed a scapegoat to bear the brunt of all the negative feelings. Kushina obviously protested against such a plan, but she could not do much to prevent it because at that time she was too weak to face them, and it was also said that the shock of the loss of her husband clouded her perception of the situation. That maneuver caused the boy to become the target of completely unjustified hatred from Konoha and the target of numerous threats to his safety. The Uzumaki woman took it upon herself to put everyone in their place, but even so, she decided that the best course of action was to isolate him in her home to prevent anything from happening to him. The measure was ineffective because at the age of 4, Naruto managed to escape from the residence and wandered alone through the streets of the village, motivated mainly by the innate curiosity that children have. The residents did not miss that golden opportunity and quickly decided to attack the child, beating and striking him as much as their black hearts desired, for no pain they harbored justified seeing in that creature the fox that destroyed their homes. By the time Kushina found him, the villagers were already about to use knives and other sharp objects to injure Naruto, since, to their astonishment, the boy had only suffered a few bruises during the lynching. Of course, the pain was another matter entirely, as the child was sobbing bitterly from the attack. Kushina was about to live up to her nickname of the Bloody Habanero, more than ever, but she stopped when Naruto's cries had a curious effect on the atmosphere. The sky that day was somewhat cloudy, but no one expected that a massive storm would suddenly descend upon the village. Torrential rain quickly began to flood the streets, trees were uprooted by the intense winds that arose seemingly from nowhere, and the sky trembled with thunder that violently shook the heavens. Konoha experienced the power of a hurricane for the first and only time, a fact that defied all logic given the distance between the village and the sea. The villagers immediately halted their attack and ran for cover from the storm, while Kushina prepared to take her son to safety as well. For her, it was easy given her shinobi skills, but for the others, escaping the countless lightning bolts that began to strike the area, indiscriminately destroying everything in their path, was not so simple. By the time Kushina reached her residence, the storm had subsided. Interestingly, Naruto had calmed down and stopped crying. After making sure all her children were safe, Uzumaki set out to find those responsible for harming her baby. However, her efforts were futile, as the men could only be found in one place: the morgue. The area where the attack occurred was completely devastated by the storm, but that still did not explain how only the attackers were killed, either because they were struck by violent lightning or because they were swept away by strong winds that lifted them up like rag dolls. Many saw that weather event as a manifestation of the fox's demonic powers and demanded the young Naruto's head. Only the intervention of the third Hokage, who had taken up the mantle after Minato's death, prevented the situation from escalating. He declared that the phenomenon could not have been caused by the Nine-Tails, since the beast had no control over the weather, and there was no better proof of this than the memory of the night it attacked the village. That day the sky was completely clear and there were hundreds of witnesses who could attest to it. That phenomenon was classified as a possible enemy attack and Naruto was cleared of any responsibility for it. In any case, the boy wasn't involved in any other strange phenomena that caused unrest among the population. At least not publicly, since several events occurred at his home that demonstrated how special the young man was. His mother did her best to keep his abilities in check with the help of her fuinjutsu so that he wouldn't arouse suspicion and could live a normal life, at least by ninja standards. But that was only temporary, for the story of the one who carried the legacy of the whirlpool and the thunder was simply impossible to tame. Chapter 1. 7 years later. "But mom, that exam is really stupid and pointless," complained a blonde boy, leaning back in his chair. "You still have to go and do it, honey. Otherwise you won't be able to graduate as a genin," Kushina said as she prepared her son's large lunch. "And that brings us to the next point. You know how much I hate this whole shinobi thing. We already discussed this. Joining the village's shinobi forces is the best thing for you. It will eventually open many doors for you," she said, finishing her work. "Now go to the academy. You're already a bit behind," she said, urging Naruto to leave the house, which the couple occupied. Many things had happened in recent years for the Uzumaki family of Konoha, but without a doubt the most twisted change for the family was the one caused by the ultimate shinobi agreement that was proposed by the village council. This tactical and political move aimed to ensure the Namikaze twins received the ninjutsu of the village's most powerful clans upon reaching the age of 8, thereby increasing their power as Jinchuriki. This also meant that the youngsters would be entrusted to others, a decision Kushina vehemently opposed. Unfortunately, she hadn't counted on her children being tempted by the proposal and declaring their support. In the end, Uzumaki had to give in to pressure from the council, her children, and the interested clans, leaving her deeply hurt by the outcome. Menma received the Sharingan and was taken into the family of Hyugaku Uchiha, which included his wife Mikoto, his eldest son Itachi, and his own twins, Sasuke and Satsuna. On her other hand, Natsumi received the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, a fact that surprised many in the village due to the secrecy surrounding their precious ninjutsu. Hiashi Hyuga became her father, and his family consisted of his wife Asana, his eldest son Hyson, and his youngest daughter Hanabi. Although members of the clans in question opposed the agreement as it would mean some unfortunate souls would lose their eyes, their protests fell on deaf ears, much to their dismay. This was the most obvious outcome, since the clan heads would not miss the opportunity to secure a seat on the council, as the ultimate shinobi agreement allowed. Because it was a matter between the council and the clans, the third Hokage was unable to intervene, much to his dismay. Kushina's only solace was the fact that Mikoto and Hisano were her former teammates, and therefore she could trust them to take good care of her children. Sadly, this wasn't entirely true, as they too were corrupted by the rotten arrogance of their adoptive parents. In a short time, the sweet children who had happily played on their lookout post transformed into despots who boasted about and abused their newly acquired position. Naruto was a completely different case. The first notable characteristic was his intelligence, which was partly a product of the isolation in which he had to live, since that gave him the opportunity to devour all the books in his home and a wide range of those belonging to the village library. This led him to develop a particular fondness for adventure books. It wasn't a very popular genre, as people were generally very fatalistic and found fantasy stories ridiculous. Of course, that wasn't the case for Naruto, who greatly enjoyed tales about legendary creatures and unreachable lands. For Naruto, thinking such stories were mere fiction was ridiculous, and he set himself the goal of traveling the world to uncover its secrets. A more than reasonable goal for someone who had lived so long isolated from the world. The only drawback was that he came to the conclusion that the shinobi life was incompatible with his desires, since being tied to one village would limit his ability to join others. Kushina obviously fainted when she was told that. It wasn't that she disliked her son doing what he wanted, but even someone as permissive as she was shocked to be one of the few mothers with a son who didn't want to be a shinobi. Although at least her case was better, and she didn't have to deal with a young man who just wanted to stare at the clouds all day. In any case, Naruto reluctantly enrolled in the ninja academy because although he wouldn't learn much there, it was a perfect opportunity for his son to interact with other boys his age. His time there wasn't easy. The teachers constantly harassed him and always made sure he was the worst student in the entire academy. Yes, Naruto's grades in ninjutsu and basic ninjutsu left much to be desired, but it wasn't due to a lack of skill or a deficient chakra system. To Uzumaki, the entire shinobi art seemed like a bunch of cowardly tricks that had no place in a fight between men. A statement that, of course, didn't earn him the title of star student. All of that applied to the teachers and adults. With his classmates it was a different story. Although there were no measures taken to prevent the rumor that the boy contained the soul of the Nine Tails, the young people's attitude toward Naruto was guided by other factors. Naruto-sama has arrived," said one of the boy's fans, causing the other girls in the room to turn their attention to the door through which he came. No matter what things weighed on the Uzumaki's reputation, it was impossible for the teenage girls throughout the village to ignore the blonde boy's good looks. At 14 years old, Naruto was already around 1.80 meters tall, making him the tallest in his class. He wasn't just lanky. He was muscular and robust, like someone who subjected himself to constant exercise routines. With his blonde hair loose down to his shoulders and his blue eyes, many called him Prince, as he perfectly fit the description of the princes charming in fairy tales. Naruto didn't do much to avoid attracting attention, as his look usually consisted of sleeveless shirts that perfectly showcased his well-defined biceps, something that left more than one girl drooling. Adults claimed the boy was a demon seeking to corrupt innocent young women through a false appearance, although many ladies only said that to deceive themselves and avoid doing something reckless. But the boys, the effect was the opposite. They burned with rage and envy, seeing their female classmates swooning over Naruto. This led them to harass the boy, calling him a monster's spawn, just like his parents used to say. This, of course, did not please Naruto, as they were indirectly insulting his mother, and on countless occasions his response to those insults caused him to be scolded, summoned, temporarily expelled and the love of the dentists, because although his mother restricted his power through gravity seals, the boy had a strength that surpassed that of the average adult, and it was not difficult for him to knock out the teeth of others. It was that strength that allowed her to remain at the academy, because even with average grades in theory, her lack of ninjutsu significantly lowered her standing. The institution system had become more complicated since Tsunade Senju took over as director. She had taken the position assigned to her by her sensei, the third Hokage, very seriously, improving the village's academic system with the same diligence she had shown in its medical system. The apprenticeship still required 5 years, but now the minimum age for entry was 8. This was to prevent such young graduates, who, according to the Sannin, were merely serving as cannon fodder. This led to a significant improvement in the village's strength, because although the losses suffered in the Kyuubi attack were substantial, the quality of the ninjas managed to level the playing field. The sections were no longer 1 course, but 4, as Tsunade added extra classes to further improve and diversify the graduating shinobi. Therefore, each course had a specialization. The first for long-range shinobi, the second for short-range, the third for medical ninjutsu, and finally for those whose areas of specialization were more ambiguous. Naruto, of course, remained in close proximity to his sister, who did not cease her harassment of the blonde boy, although now it was of a completely different type and level. Itsumi had acquired the arrogance of the Hyuga by claiming to be superior to everyone else, and that her Taijutsu style was simply the most powerful in the entire village, also having the Byakugan in her favor. The girl had no shame in spying on her brother, something that he did not like at all. That was one of the things he regretted about not entering the academy when he turned the required age. On the day of the entrance exam that year, he had flatly refused to leave his room because he didn't want to go to that silly academy. His mother couldn't do much to convince him, as it was quite cloudy that day, and one of the unwritten rules of the Uzumaki residence was not to bother or pressure Naruto when the weather was bad. Getting back to the matter at hand, Naruto took his seat, ignoring the others present in the classroom. He was already annoyed about having to take the exam and didn't feel like dealing with anyone. The theory portion was child's play, since despite the level it demanded, it was all stuff Naruto had read and reviewed hundreds of times. He did okay in Genjutsu. While he couldn't create a decent one, he managed to escape the illusion he was subjected to. His results in weapons throwing were mixed. The targets were completely pierced by the kunai, while the shuriken ended up who knows where, because he put too much force into them to accurately calculate their trajectory. He had no problems with taijutsu. The matches ended very quickly. Finally came the trial by fire, ninjutsu, which was logically the most important part of the exam. Mizuki, the section sensei, started the test with the civilians, whose results generated the least expectations, and then moved on to the clan members so that they could shine as they were supposed to. "Come in, Kiba Inyazuka," said Mizuki as a boy with messy brown hair and red marks on his face entered. "You'll see, girls, you'll see what this alpha can do," the boy said arrogantly as he walked to the board, and the girls rolled their eyes at his comment. Inyazuka was exactly the kind of person who deserved a kick in the groin. His attitude toward women was disgusting, and he always underestimated their abilities. "Perform a Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique, and a Bushin no Jutsu, clone technique, please," said the white-haired man. The boy transformed effortlessly into his teacher and then made a copy of himself. With an approving nod from Mizuki, the boy left, proud of his performance. Now it's Heisen Hyuga's turn. With long blue hair that reached his back, a pale-skinned boy with pearly eyes walked to the blackboard. Under Mizuki's instructions, without uttering a word or making any facial expression, the Byakugan user performed the required tasks to pass the test. The blue-haired boy was essentially everything one would expect from a member of the Hyuga clan. Someone as cold as ice who saw everyone else as beneath him. He only bothered to attend class out of sheer courtesy, since his clan had taught him absolutely everything. "Perfect. Now, let Joji Akimichi come forward," said the sensei as a stocky brown-haired boy stepped forward. He was one of the few who didn't bother Naruto, mainly because Naruto's attention was always on some kind of fried food. Undeterred by having to let go of his bag of chips, the boy performed the jutsu and then returned to his seat exhausted, as if he had run a marathon. Mizuki sighed at the fact that all Akimichi were the same. "Go ahead, Natsumi Namikaze Hyuga," he said, moving on to the next person. Contrary to what one might think, Naruto's sister didn't relinquish her father's surname. She simply added the surname of the family she now belonged to. The redeed flaunted her well-developed figure to those present in the room. This, however, didn't have the desired effect. The girl may have had a remarkable body for her 13 years, but once you saw her face, any positive thoughts went down the drain. Her Byakugan, which was permanently active due to being a transplant, and the Bijuu's chakra within her, caused her eyes to be blood red, with no distinction between pupil and sclera. But veins bulging across her face and fox-like markings on her cheeks, Natsumi was the kind of person you didn't want to run into in the middle of the night if you wanted to keep your pants clean. Okay sensei, now see my great ability. The Redeed took the form of her deceased father and then performed multiple bushin combined with a hinge to make her appear in a swimsuit for a certain blonde. Please behave yourself, miss, said Mizuki, covering her eyes along with the entire room. How boring. The girl said before returning to her seat. The classroom wasn't boring. She just wanted to avoid having nightmares. Rock Lee is next, but he's exempt due to special permission. A boy with a bowl haircut nodded at Mizuki's comment. Well, he felt bad about passing this way, he knew he'd have to put in twice the effort in other areas. Next, Niji Hyuga. The number of Hyugas in the room was odd, but their families had arranged it this way to compare the progress of members of the superior main branch with one from the inferior branch. The boy with long brown hair was one of the few who interacted with Naruto, though it was limited since Niji was so bitter that honey lost its taste in his presence. He performed the requested jutsu without much effort. Now, finally, Mizuki sighed in annoyance. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy didn't even flinch. Get through here already. Okay, I'm coming, don't get constipated, the blonde said cheekily to the Chunin. The man didn't even bother to reply to the comment. He thought he was lucky to have the demon in his class to make him suffer, even though it was usually the opposite because of all the problems they caused. With him and Natsumi, teaching was a real ordeal, and amidst their fits of rage at not achieving their goal, he wondered who was making him suffer. Do the henge, the white-haired man said, annoyed. Naruto pulled out a pair of black sunglasses and put them on, then put his hands in the pockets of his black pants. There, I'm an Aburam, he said. Many in the room made a superhuman effort not to laugh at such a statement. I'll assume you haven't mastered such a simple technique yet, the teacher said, marking a 0 for that subject. Finish this and fail your bushin. Naruto simply crosses his fingers in a cross to create two perfect cage bushin, shadow replicas. Wait, what? How did you achieve that technique? It's very advanced. It's really not that difficult, the blonde replied dismissively. Kushina had managed to get him to agree to learn that technique because it was very useful for training. Unacceptable, I asked you for some bushin. You failed. They're technically bushin, so I've passed. No way, I'm the one who has the last word, the white-haired man claimed. In fact, I'm the one who has it, says a man wearing a long white robe. Okazama. I didn't know you were coming, the white-haired man replied nervously. What kind of leader isn't attentive to the growth of those he cares for? Said the old man as he entered the classroom. Hiro Hokage-sama. You have nothing to say, Mizuki, said a female voice. All of you, leave, Tsunade told the students in the room. And the party just keeps getting bigger, Naruto thought, annoyed, as he complied with the instruction. I'm the one in charge of this academy, Sarutobi. I've made that very clear to you on several occasions, Tsunade said once she was alone with her former sensei. I understand that, but I have to avoid something that is clearly an injustice. There's nothing to discuss, that brat failed the test, and he's a failure. He is perfectly capable of performing the cage bushin, a B-rank technique, and that makes him fit for service. Not according to the schedule I set. And what about the student who had a special exemption? You can't apply one rule to some and not to others. That boy is an affront to the system. He ridicules our abilities and barely pays attention in class. I know he's different, but you shouldn't be subjective. I know you're still hurting from your loss, but you have to be able to see the truth. You're the one who's blind. Okay, I'll let her graduate, but rest assured it'll be something you regret, said the Sannin, leaving the room and slamming the door, shattering it completely. How did we get to this point? Sarutobi thought as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Mizuki fell to the ground, pale as a sheet. The pressure of being between those two was too much. Chapter 2. A couple of days had passed since Naruto's forced graduation, and now he was heading to the auditorium of the Ninja Academy, where he had been summoned along with the other graduates for the assignment of the team with which he would serve as a genin. Now officially a ninja, he received new attire from his mother. A white jacket with dark blue sleeves and collar, the Uzumaki emblem in red on the back, and a yellow lightning bolt on the front. He wore a black undershirt, dark blue pants with black stripes, and sneakers in colors that matched his outfit. Most importantly, however, he had been freed from the seals that had restricted his strength and could now unleash his full potential. Principal Tsunade was in charge of congratulating the graduates on their achievements, after which Iruka Yamino took the floor and began to announce the teams formed. Under Tsunade's system, an ideal team should consist of an attack shinobi, who could be long range or short range, a medical shinobi, and finally, a special category shinobi, as their abilities tended to be ideal for complementing the team. Of course, in the end, that was just theory, and there were always other factors that meant this rule couldn't be applied to all the students. This was the case for the last 5 teams, which were assigned to special jounin for specific purposes. It was no secret that Team 11 was essentially an annihilation team, with Menma and Natsumi as its core members. With them, the presence of a medical shinobi was useless, even though the third member was relatively ordinary, as Setsuna Uchiha was. Their sensei was a man named Yamato, who had previously served as an Anbu in the village and was one of its strongest shinobi. Next came Team 10, which featured the classic Ino Shikacho formation. This was the only way two exceptional shinobi like Ino Yamanaka and Shikamaru Nara could be on the same team. They were joined by Choji Akimichi as the team's muscle and would be led by Kakashi Haddock. The Jounin was obsessed with teamwork and similar values, making him ideal for a team focused on cooperative play. Composed as a close-range assault force, there was Team 9, with Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga and Tenten as members. Their specialty was the various types of taijutsu practiced in the village, and the greatest specialist in the field, Maido Gai, would lead the team. Guranai Yuhi commanded Team 8, a tracking team. With Heisen Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Toa Aburam as genin under her command, the Jinjutsu expert had to ensure she had an agile and efficient team to locate her targets with the greatest possible accuracy. Finally, we had Team 7, made up of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki, who were essentially the leftovers from the entire graduating class. And with Asuma Sarutobi as their sensei, nobody expected much from this assault team. After the ceremony, each team was assigned a space to wait for their sensei, with classroom 302 being the chosen location for Team 7. By the time Asuma met with them, he took the time to carefully study his students and concluded that he had a tough job ahead of him. In the seat sat Naruto, already asleep from the boredom of waiting. Sakura had her attention more or less focused on a medical book, a vein throbbing in her eye, trying to ignore the person next to her. This was none other than Sasuke, who was holding a rose and reciting a terrible poem to Haruno. It could easily be said that they were the worst team a Jounin could hope for, but considering his appearance, it was actually the most ideal. Asuma had the most unruly hair in the village, with a beard that even had bits of cigarette butt in it. His clothes were equally disheveled, and he wore a sleepless face that matched the annoyance he displayed. However, behind that facade of a carefree man was someone quite sociable, so his first action was to ask his team to go to a barbecue restaurant so that they could talk more comfortably. Once there, he asked each person to introduce themselves, to say what they liked, disliked, and dreamed of, in order to break the ice that seemed to exist between the young people. Sakura Haruno was the first to speak. She was a young woman with short, curiously bubblegum pink hair. She wore square, black-framed glasses that made her green eyes stand out. She was dressed in a red sweater decorated with white circles and a matching jumpsuit, an outfit that not only made her look like a walking target, but also made one wonder if the girl knew the meaning of the word fashion. My name is Sakura Haruno. I enjoy studying and reading medical books. I hate bullies, she said, glancing at Sasuke, who remained unfazed. And those who don't put effort into things. This time, her gaze shifted to Naruto, who also ignored her. My dream is to become a top-tier doctor like Shizune. Thanks for sharing, Asuma said, surprised by the attitude of the girl who was supposed to be a simple civilian. She certainly looks like a know-it-all, but she's not that out of it, he thought, recalling the reports. She seems much more level-headed than she lets on, he estimated before turning his gaze to the other dark-haired man in the group. Let the Uchiha continue. Okay, Sasuke replied. The Uchiha was one of the tallest in his class, second only to Naruto. His hair and eyes were jet black, like most of his clan. His attire consisted of a black flannel shirt and a matching jacket, the latter left open. Blue jeans and several short chains completed the bad boy look Sasuke cultivated to attract women. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like girls, especially quiet ones, he said, giving Sakura a look that annoyed her. What bothers me most are the comparisons, she added, her voice a little more serious than before. My dream is to marry a very beautiful girl. And it will remain a dream, Haruno thought. That's a pretty poor dream, though I don't think that's why they consider him the black sheep of his clan, Sarutobi thought, now turning his gaze to the Uzumaki. I guess it's my turn. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I enjoy training and adventure stories. I detest those who don't fight seriously and run away from battles, as well as those who take advantage of others. My dream is no, it's really a goal. I will travel beyond the shinobi continent and seek many adventures. How ridiculous, Sakura thought. That would be quite interesting, Sasuke thought. I already like this kid, Asuma thought excitedly. I don't understand what all the fuss is about regarding his graduation, he added, recalling the complaints of some of his colleagues. Now it's my turn. You probably already know that my name is Asuma Sarutobi, but I prefer to be called just Asuma. What I enjoy most is fighting strong opponents and pushing myself to my limits. I hate boring missions, so don't expect us to do many D-rank missions. I hope you level up quickly so we can get into the action. As for my dreams, I don't have anything in particular to share. In that case, when will we start doing stupid missions? Naruto said. Well, first of all we need to do a small test, since as such they are not officially genin. What do you mean? Aren't we supposed to be graduating anymore? Haruno said. It's customary for sensei to test their students to see if they're truly ready for fieldwork. I don't understand why this is done after the headband is awarded. Many of those I've seen fail suffer serious bouts of depression and end up leaving the system or committing suicide. He dismissed the Sarutobi as if it were nothing. That was unnecessary, Sasuke and Sakura thought. Anyway, I want to see you at training field number 4 at about 10 in the morning. Isn't that too late? Sakura asked. Wouldn't 7 or 8 be ideal? Why do you want to get up so early? 10 o'clock is an ideal time, said Sarutobi as the food orders arrived. The meal was rather quiet, though the team was certainly impressed by the blonde man, as he had consumed the equivalent of 5 people's worth of food. Asuma took note and concluded that taking them anywhere too expensive wasn't a good idea. After that, they each headed to their respective homes. At the Uzumaki residence, Naruto was greeted by Kushina, who was strangely dressed in the village's tactical vest. She immediately revealed that she would rejoin the shinobi service, given that her sons were also serving and could be a valuable asset in any situation involving them. In any other family, this would have seemed like madness, but considering the Uzumaki clan's vitality, it was more of a cruelty to confine her to a home. The news that Asuma would be his eldest son sensei pleased him, as he knew the man was very similar to Naruto in terms of goals. He simply warned him not to do anything unusual during his test. He might not have much desire to be a shinobi himself, but he shouldn't hinder his classmates' goals. The next day, at the agreed time. Okay. We're an assault team, and naturally our greatest strength must be our offensive power. Therefore, I believe your job will be to take me down. Do you really think we're in a position to defeat a Jounin? Haruno said, astonished by the challenge they faced. Life isn't fair, Sakura. An easy mission can turn into a nightmare in an instant, and it's supposed to be my duty to see how they react to adversity. Supposedly. She thought. I'll give you all day to complete the test, and as a suggestion, I'll warn you about something, Asuma said, pulling out a pair of blades that he adjusted like knuckle dusters. If you want to pass, I suggest you go all out. Sasuke and Sakura immediately leaped away to hide in the forest and devise a strategy to deal with their opponent. However, Naruto chose to stay put, cracking his knuckles. Aren't you going with them? The Jounin asked. I don't like cowardly tactics. It's better to fight head-on, the blonde man replied defiantly. They seem fine to me. Naruto then proceeded to pull a scroll from his jacket, from which he unsealed his weapon. A double-bladed sword measuring at least 90 centimeters, its lack of luster suggested it was possibly simple iron. Its guard formed a diamond shape and its hilt was wrapped with black leather. It was a very unusual weapon for a shinobi, who normally opted for lighter and faster weapons like a tanto katana. You have a peculiar weapon there, where did you get it? Sarutobi asked. A gift from my mother. I suppose she got it from some foreign merchant because I haven't seen anything like it in the shops, but I think we're wasting our time. With that said, the blonde man charged at the Jounin. Asuma easily dodged Naruto's vertical slash, as with that type of weapon, the user's style was particularly predictable. Then the man delivered a punch, naturally accompanied by the blade of his weapon. It wasn't that he planned to slice his student in half, but he needed to be serious if he wanted his test to be worthwhile. It was a surprise when Naruto was able to raise his sword quickly enough to block her blade and then gave her a light elbow strike that was enough to push her off balance. It was then that he remembered Kushina was an avid Kenjutsu practitioner and that it wasn't unusual for her to teach her son a few things. Therefore, upon recovering, he was able to react in time and duck to dodge the metal blade that passed mere centimeters from his head. Sarutobi somersaulted to regain space and refocus his attack, but at that moment he was tackled by Naruto, who this time attacked with a vertical upward slash. The Jounin blocked the blade with his own, but was still sent flying by the force of the attack. He could understand that the graduates of the melee section were highly developed physically, but it was ridiculous that they were surpassing him in strength. However, he wasn't complaining. Sarutobi maneuvered to land on his feet and smiled contentedly at the surprises the genin under his command was showing. He saw it as an opportune moment to demonstrate his own strength. High release. Great cloud of sparkling ash. Asuma exclaimed, exhaling a fiery cloud of smoke at Naruto. He then slammed his blades together, creating a spark that ignited the cloud and formed a violent explosion. Anyone would say that was going too far, but I knew that Uzumaki wasn't a fan of ninjutsu, and I considered that exposing him to that type of attack would teach him how important the Kawarimi no Jutsu substitution technique was. However, there was the detail that his thoughts were only directed towards the blonde, so before he could ascertain his condition, he was surprised by a barrage of kunai that was thrown from a nearby tree. The Jounin dodged a first barrage of projectiles, which were followed by equally accurate volleys. Eventually, his advance was halted by something that prevented him from moving freely. The closer look revealed that he was completely surrounded by transparent threads, which ensnared him like a fly in a spider's web. The sudden appearance of Sasuke, who lunged forward to attack with a kunai, led Asuma to conclude that the Uchiha was responsible for the trap and that the kunai from his initial attack were merely a distraction so he could set the trap with others, each with thread attached to its end. A typical Uchiha trick. Of course, the trap was far from strong enough to completely stop the Jounin. A slight burst of chakra gave Sarutobi the strength to break free and block Sasuke's attack, who was then knocked aside by a punch. "Damn it," said Sasuke, getting up after rolling a couple of meters from the impact. "Nice try, but you didn't prepare your trap well, and that could cost you dearly on a mission," Asuma said, proceeding to approach the Uchiha to finish knocking him out. The attack could not be completed as a screeching sound alerted the Jounin, who instinctively stepped back. Moments later, his ninja vest was torn by the graze of his sword, which continued its trajectory until it struck a tree, its trunk shattering into pieces upon impact. Asuma and Sasuke swallowed fearfully, thinking about what would have happened if they had been hit by that attack, and then wondered who had been responsible. This was none other than Naruto, who was on the other side of the field somewhat annoyed because his attack had failed and also because of the Uchiha's intervention, but he could not protest about it because the fight was a group fight from the beginning. Sarutobi already had a tick in his face, not only because the boy had used lightning chakra flow on his weapon, but also because he realized that he had fully withstood his jutsu. Sakura, who remained on the sidelines due to her principles as a medical ninja, could attest to this. She deduced that the feat was due to the Uzumaki's clothing, which was resistant enough to only show slight soot stains from the explosion. However, the mystery remained of how his face was also unharmed. The explosion from that technique could easily kill anyone. In any case, the blonde man broke the group's astonishment when he cracked his knuckles again. "Fine. I guess I'll have to settle this with my fists," said Naruto. Asuma thought twice, but decided she couldn't be a chicken and accepted the boy's challenge. 30 minutes later. "I think the best thing to do is take him to the hospital. He's been unconscious for too long," Sasuke said. "It's for the best, but I'm still afraid to move him. We don't know if someone broke one of his bones or if he has internal injuries," Sakura said, looking accusingly at Naruto. He clearly said to go all out. "It's not my fault my punch knocked him out completely," the blonde man defended himself. "What exactly do you mean by going all out?" the Uchiha asked, raising an eyebrow. "I heard you were quite strong at the academy, but what you did was ridiculous. You beat a Jounin like it was nothing," Sasuke told him. "I guess it was a stroke of luck." "Luck, my foot," Sakura retorted. "When did you learn to use the strength of 100 seal? I didn't know you had any knowledge of medical ninjutsu." "I don't have them. My strength is something natural." "How can that be something natural?" the girl said, upset. "No, Enma. I wasn't the one who hid your bananas this time," Asuma exclaimed upon waking abruptly, startling the boys and leaving them confused by his strange statement. "Huh? What happened?" Sarutobi asked, completely disoriented. "Finally awake, sensei. You had us worried," Sakura said. "Was I unconscious? I only remember a fist coming towards my jaw. What were we doing?" the confused man asked. "Great, you've already broken our sensei," said the Uchiha. "He was testing us." Naruto punched him and sent him flying at least 100 meters. He wasn't hurt any further because he caught him before he hit the ground. "What on earth did I hit myself with? Wow. My jaw hurts like crazy and I think I have the worst migraine of my life," Asuma said, rubbing his head. "It was just a simple right hook," Naruto explained. "The best thing is that we limit sparring between ourselves then." "Does that mean?" "Yes, they're approved. 2 of you showed pretty good attack capabilities," Asuma said. "And I'm sure he would have been unconscious for much longer if I hadn't administered first aid," Sakura said in defense of the fact that she wasn't given a chance to participate. "Your specialty certainly prevents you from participating in the fight, but I still appreciate your kindness," the man said sincerely. "In fact, I also thank Kami for keeping me alive. I feel like my skull almost detached from my neck," the man thought, stressed. "Thank you," the girl replied. "Okay guys, I'm happy to say that from now on we are officially Team 7. Chapter 3. Weeks later. Unfortunately, Asuma couldn't have been entirely truthful with his words and Team 7 ended up with a hefty dose of D-rank missions. Boring, annoying, and degrading were the only words Naruto could use to describe them. If they were so important, he didn't understand why they weren't included in the regular Ninja Academy curriculum. His teammates also found them irritating, but Naruto had an additional reason why he couldn't stand doing those missions. "Absolutely not. I won't allow that demon to even come near my store," said the shopkeeper, crossing his arms to show his disapproval of the Team 7 sensei. "Sir, you're asking us to transport 48 wooden beams from one side of the village to the other. I suggest you let the boy work, or I'll be forced to cancel the mission and notify you that the payment is not in accordance with the request, which in my opinion, would be more than triple the agreed amount. That's outrageous. I'm paying a fair price for a simple job. Isn't it your duty to fulfill the villagers' requests? My duty as a shinobi actually involves other things. I can cut your throat to give you a demonstration, Asuma said calmly, startling the client. Now what do you say about the job? The clerk was furious at Saratobi's audacity, but there was little he could do against the third Hokage's son. With displeasure, he told the Jounin that he held the demon responsible for any damage to his merchandise, then slammed the door in his face. With the go-ahead to work, Asuma authorized her students to begin moving the supplies that were at the main entrance of the village. The young people pondered the best way to transport them, since the bundles of 4 beams each looked quite heavy and awkward for one person to carry. The most logical thing would be to separate them and carry them one by one, even if that took them all day. But since that was too much work, Haruno suggested that the boys carry the bundles in pairs, while she would manage to carry one separately. That's an equally terrible idea. You two carry a package between you and I'll take care of the rest, Naruto declared. Hey, where's chivalry supposed to be? Sakura complained. Don't be lazy and help us. The pink-haired girl's words were cut short when she saw Naruto take 2 of the bundles of beams and hoist them onto his shoulders, then head for the entrance. Aren't we supposed to go around the village to get to the drop-off point? Asked Sasuke, who was equally impressed. It's shorter this way, said the boy before starting to run with the heavy load. Sensei, how much does each of these packages weigh? Sakura asked, though she didn't really want to know the answer. The civilians didn't want to bring it because it's very dense wood, so each bundle must weigh more than a ton, Asuma said, smoking a cigarette to try to overcome that monstrosity. The girl remained silent. Ninjas or not, it was crazy that they were given such a job. Sakura, said the Uchiha. I can't even joke about carrying one of those packages. And you think I do? Said the girl, already annoyed that her sensei had entrusted them with such a terrible job. Meanwhile, back in the village, the blonde boy wasn't enjoying his mission either. Hateful glares, venomous whispers, and veiled insults accompanied him on his journey through the streets of Konoha. Nothing else could be expected from the villagers, who didn't react well to seeing Naruto wearing a Konoha headband. They considered it a mockery of those who had died in the Kyuubi disaster and believed his actions jeopardized their safety, since it was well known that ninja held a superior position to civilians. Add to that the terrifying sight of the boy effortlessly carrying pieces of wood that would be difficult to transport even with a cart, and you had a village partially shaken by a simple mission. However, Naruto was not someone who let himself be swayed by trivialities and pretended not to notice while carrying out the transport. On the other hand, his companions, who could barely keep up with him as they carried a beam between them, did pay attention to those details. Sasuke felt a pang of envy, since even though it was known that he contained the soul of the fox, he still noticed that there were girls whose gazes melted for him. Sakura, for her part, couldn't blame those people, as she was just as bewildered by the idea that someone could be so strong. By sunset, the pair were completely exhausted after having transported a total of 8 beams, causing Naruto to be primarily responsible for the mission's success, much to the client's displeasure. I think you should get in shape, Asuma said, mocking the exhausted genin. There's no way we can find that force, Sasuke complained. Actually, there is a technique that can grant great strength, but it requires extensive training and chakra control, Sakura said. Then sign me up. It's not possible. The only person who teaches the seal of strength of hundreds doesn't accept anyone as a student. And how does Naruto manage it? I have an idea. I already told you I'm not using any tricks, Naruto said with a sigh. Well, if you don't need anything else, I'll be going, he said, heading towards his house. One would expect someone like him to be more energetic, said the Uchiha. I'd be scared if he wasn't, Haruno replied. That's not what I meant, said the Uchiha, watching his companion leave. It's best to forget it. You wouldn't understand. By the way, what did you think about a date? Of course not, I'm leaving too, said the girl as she turned to leave. It'll have to be another day then, said the Uchiha, admitting his defeat. It seems my students still aren't getting along. Perhaps it's time the old man gave us something that can make them work as a team, Asuma said to himself before heading towards the Hokage Tower. At the Uzumaki residence. How are you, darling? How was today's mission? Kushina said as she served dinner to her son. Boring as always. When will they at least give us a mission outside the village? Hiruzen doesn't like sending young people on missions abroad. What a drag, said the boy, taking a bite of his food. So, how did yours go? We're supposed to keep this information classified, but it wouldn't hurt for you to know. My team has been investigating reports of some destroyed villages in the Land of Fire, and so far we've had a pretty tough time. Because? Although we understand that the attacker is very skilled with Pton techniques, we have not found any trace of him. Weren't you supposed to be with Tsum and her dogs? They're supposed to be the best trackers in the village. Yes, it is, and she even found a strong smell of rust in the villages that was completely foreign to them. However, she also states that the attacker seems to be able to vanish into thin air as he leaves no trace in the surrounding area. Could those be the people from the Sky Country? According to what I read in history books, they were the ones who had the technology to fly. It's a good possibility, but it doesn't make much sense for them to attack such small, strategically insignificant villages. Besides, even with their flight, they'd have trouble crossing the border undetected. Their nation was on the fringes of the Land of Wind. Couldn't they take me? I'm sure I could find what they're looking for. I'm sorry, but one of the difficulties we're facing is that there's no chakra trail to follow, so your ability wouldn't be of much help. Besides, it's an S-rank mission, and genin aren't allowed to participate. Oh, come on, said Naruto, already annoyed. I'm getting fed up with all these missions. I can't stand searching for that damn Tora a fifth time all over the village. You're not the only one. Then why don't we show some mercy to Gatman and finish him off? I've seen his owner, and even I would run away at any moment. We can't do that Gatman is the main support of the village's shinobi economy, Kushina said proudly. You're not exactly making the profession look good, you know. Naruto said, giving his mother a disapproving look. Don't look at me like that. Why don't we keep training your skill? You might not like it, but I know it will help you a lot in the future. The next day. I have good news, Asuma told his students as he arrived at the meeting point in one of Konoha's parks. I've secured us a good C-rank mission. What's this about? Sakura asked. We have to deal with some bandits in the Land of Waves. Is that all? Naruto said, annoyed. You have to start somewhere. Consider this your ticket to bigger missions. We're leaving tomorrow, so use the rest of today to pack your gear and work on your team tactics. We'll be facing a fair number of enemies, so there's no room for error. Okay, the genin replied, clearly annoyed. Then Asuma retreated with a body flicker technique. Nobody wants to do this, right? Said Naruto. The other two nodded and, along with Naruto, prepared to leave when suddenly they were stopped by a voice. Giving up before we even started, that's to be expected from you, little brother, said a girl arriving at the scene. Satsuna, Sasuke said with distaste. Facing Team 7 was a girl the same height as Sasuke. She had long black hair, styled in a ponytail and adorned with a blue ninja headband. Her eyes were jet black and she had the same skin tone as her brother. She was slender and curvaceous, without any exaggerated features. Her outfit consisted of a dark blue sleeveless vest and black shorts. In short, she was a female version of the Uchiha. If you always back down from things people ask of you, you'll never be a complete man, the girl said haughtily. Don't meddle in what doesn't concern you. I'm your sister, of course I care, she said with a sigh. So this is your team? The dark-haired woman gave Uzumaki and Haruno a searching look. Quite curious, though I fear one of them will surely die on their first mission. I won't say who, but I will point out that they dress horribly. What do you mean by that? Says the pink-haired girl in the horrible sweater. The circles seem to say hit here, and that color means you don't need a Jujutsu to be seen from 10 kilometers away. And what about your hair? Isn't a kunoichi supposed to have short hair? Stupid thing sensei say to show off. Haven't you seen all the men with long hair in the village? If we think back to our days at the academy, you'll find that the last boy who thought that was a disadvantage spent a good while in the hospital, the girl said, pointing at the blonde boy responsible for that incident. Naruto didn't feel targeted by the comment. If the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans could have long hair, why couldn't he? Sakura then remained silent, having no further arguments. And to what do we owe the honor of you spying on us? Naruto asked. Anything to avoid being with my brother and his sister. I don't understand how they're related to you. You, at least, are a good prospect, Satsuna said, giving him a seductive look, which the blonde boy only rolled his eyes at. It's a shame you need to mature a bit. But don't worry, I'll wait. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going. My sensei is very strange and demands a lot from us. With that, the girl left. And to think she was the one I got along with best at the academy, Naruto said with a sigh. Perhaps we should practice a little before the mission. At least we'll know what each of us is capable of, Sakura said. I suppose it won't hurt, said the dark-haired man. I have nothing to hide, Naruto continued. Team 7 then moved to a training field and looked for seats on some rocks that were there. I'll start, if you don't mind. My specialty, as you might expect, is Jujutsu. I trained in Kenjutsu and Chakra Flow, and my affinity is Raiten, Lightning Release. Don't expect me to use techniques like Henji or Kawarimi, I only use ninjutsu for direct attacks. It's strange that you use that sword for your Kenjutsu. Wouldn't something lighter and faster be better? Sasuke asked. I haven't been able to find a katana strong enough to swing freely. They all break, the boy explained. Haven't you tried to control yourself? With what point? I'd better not say anything about it, Sasuke said, feeling sorry for the blonde's opponents. In my case, my strength lies in Shuriken Jutsu and Kaijutsu. I haven't been able to demonstrate it, but I consider myself especially skilled with a bow. I already have access to my Sharingan and can perform some decent ninjutsu. And what about elemental ninjutsu? Those in your clan are good with Kaiten, Sakura said. I won't talk about that, the boy said curtly, much to the surprise of the others. Okay, Sakura said, taking her turn. As for me, I'm quite advanced in my medical ninjutsu training. I can treat relatively shallow wounds and some broken bones. We already know that. What about your offensive skills? Sasuke said. There are a couple of basic things, but a medical ninja shouldn't engage in battle. It's part of the established rules for our position. It's stupid. Isn't it better to prevent people from getting hurt than to wait for something to happen before acting? Naruto said. Don't be foolish. All the fundamentals of Konoha's medical ninjutsu were established by Tsunade-sama, a renowned Sannin. If she established rules for the medical ninja, it is our duty to follow them. I don't deny she has her merits, but if a medical ninja just stands there doing nothing, they'll almost certainly become an easy target. This means the ninja needs someone to protect them, which is a luxury when we're such a small team, the blonde man said, finishing his explanation with a serious look. Naruto just gets up and leaves the place without saying anything. You won an argument with Sakura. I should take a picture to preserve this moment, the Uchiha said mockingly. Are you telling me she's used to always being right? Naruto asked. Yes, in everything related to medical ninjutsu. She's a great defender of the field, and despite not being very sociable, she'll argue with anyone who insults that ninjutsu. And what is the reason? I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's due to an issue with his mother. I see. Thanks for the information. By the way, it's strange that you're talking to me like this, the blonde man said, raising an eyebrow. It's not that I like you that much, but you're much better than Menma, the boy said, leaning on Naruto's shoulder. And don't you hear the rumors about me? I'll turn a deaf ear as long as you ignore everything they say about me, the dark-haired man said, gesturing that he didn't care at all. But I'll add one more condition. Which one is it supposed to be? Tell me what your secret is with girls, Sasuke said, to which Naruto just facepalmed. The next day. Team 7 was already waiting at the gate, their backpacks packed for the long journey. The most noticeable change was that Sakura was now wearing the standard village uniform, though without the tactical vest typical of Chunin. She still looked rather plain, but at least not as bad as before. Asuma glanced at his students to make sure everything was in order and then ordered them to depart for their agreed-upon destination, which was considerably far from Konoha and would take several days to reach. The journey was remarkably quiet as the group barely exchanged a word. They hardly spoke at all, except when organizing the campfires at night. While this worried Asuma, there was little he could do. He himself had trouble relating to other shinobi of his rank. Regardless of their social interactions, Team 7 eventually found the sign that they had reached their destination. The sea. The Land of Waves was an island located off the coast of the Land of Fire, so a long stretch of sea separated Team 7 from reaching their objective. There were no villages where they could rent a boat to cross, but that wasn't a problem for the group. Among the improvements introduced at the Ninja Academy was training students to develop enough chakra control to walk on trees and water. This simple exercise greatly improved the students' abilities and saved time for the Jonin in charge. The journey to Nami's village was even quieter due to the thick sea mist that blanketed the water. There, Asuma could see several concrete columns rising from the water. Their arrangement in a long row suggested that a bridge was under construction. It was quite strange that such an important project would be halted and left to the mercy of nature. Our objective lies ahead, Asuma said, drawing his students' attention. There is no authority in the village, so understand that you must eliminate anyone who gets in your way. It can't be any other way. We're about to enter a country teeming with all kinds of bandits and criminals. You're well informed, lad. The Land of Waves is now known as the Lawless Land. How many bandits are there exactly? No idea. Maybe 30 or maybe 50, Asuma said calmly. In fact, their number must exceed hundreds. This point is very close to the Land of the Wind, and the sea allows passage for vessels from almost every nation. How can you tell us that at this point? Sakura exclaimed, stifling a scream. If this place is as dangerous as you describe, it's no place for genin, Sakura said. That's because it isn't. Coming here is a B-rank mission in itself, Naruto said. That's assuming we don't run into any rogue ninja. And since when have you known this? The girl said, agitated. Ever since Asuma told us where we were going, the fame of the Land of Waves is hard to ignore. I wouldn't either. In fact, if I had known we were coming to this place, I wouldn't have agreed. It's not like you had a choice. The sensei said we would take this mission, and we can't say anything about it. You're going to talk to me about shinobi protocols? Seriously? Naruto just shrugged. Say something about it, Sasuke, the pink-haired girl said, seeking support. I think this mission is a good opportunity. With it, I'll get a good story to brag about, Sasuke said, carefully preparing his ninja equipment. The girl almost lost her chakra control and fell into the water. She definitely hated being on a team of idiots. If you agree to continue, we'll proceed with the following strategy. Sakura and Sasuke will position themselves on high ground and attack anything that moves. Naruto and I will handle the ground attack and take out everything that moves. What kind of plan is that? Sakura said, her eye twitching. The kind I like, said Uzumaki, snapping his fingers. What Asuma and his companions would do was questionable, but their presence was urgently needed in that desolate nation. The land of waves had become a land where crime thrived, and the cause of all that evil was a mobster named Gaten. Using a transport company as a front, the villain built a criminal empire that relied on extortion, robbery, and murder to expand. He eventually made his way to the land of waves, which, lacking a ninja village and relying on a maritime economy, was vulnerable and ideal for the mobster's machinations. At first, some villagers opposed him, but they only met their deaths at the hands of his thugs. There was also talk of building a bridge to give the country another means of transportation to the shinobi continent and circumvent Gaten's control, but the project was left unfinished due to the assassination of its builder, whose plans were not tolerated by the mafia boss. That outcome could have easily been avoided with the help of a ninja team, but the village lacked the necessary resources to pay for a mission of the required caliber. Therefore, the builder attempted to deceive Konoha into helping construct a bridge with a simple C-rank protection mission. Unfortunately, his ruse quickly fell apart when it was discovered that the mobster had hired ninjas, making the assignment far more serious. Konoha cancelled the mission and issued a veto that discouraged other villages from offering their services to the land of waves. But the neighboring country turning its back on them, the villagers' hopes vanished in an instant. Left with no other option, they abandoned their home, leaving it entirely to Gaten and his thugs, who then proceeded to recruit every thug who came to the location. However, all was not lost for the land of waves. The ban had recently been lifted, and one of its former villagers placed her last hopes on a mission to cleanse her home. Naturally, Konoha's secretary would reject the assignment after reviewing it in detail, but Asuma was quick enough to take it before they could. In short, the entire mission was a series of blunders that would have severe consequences for those involved. However, Asuma had faith in his students and expected them to rise to the occasion and make the risks worthwhile. Stop. Naruto called to his companions, who stopped dead in their tracks. Quick, into the water. He warned, and with that signal, all the shinobi deactivated their chakra control and submerged themselves in the water. Shortly after, a small motorboat passed overhead, piloted by a couple of burly, disheveled-looking men. All the tattoos and scars they bore indicated that they were clearly bandits. Damn it. This fog is really thick, you can't see a thing, said one of the men. I don't know why we're even standing guard. The boss pays us to do it, his colleague replied reluctantly. But nobody ever shows up. Then be grateful we have an easy job, the man said, before continuing to operate the vessel and moving away from his current location. That was close. With all this fog, I didn't hear that boat approaching, Asuma said as he and his team surfaced. How did you know they were coming? He asked Naruto. I can sense chakra. You have sensory abilities. And? You didn't mention that to us, Sasuke said. They're not very developed. I can only detect things a few meters away. It was still a big help, Sakura said. Weren't you supposed to dislike going incognito? The girl said somewhat mockingly. If they discover us now, my plans will be ruined, Naruto replied. It's good that we have the mist on our side, but we mustn't take advantage of it. Let's finish swimming closer and be alert for any other dangers, Asuma said, receiving nods of agreement from his genin. After a few strokes, Team 7 found a section of the incomplete bridge, which they climbed, knowing they had practically reached land. Once the area was secure, Sasuke and Sakura took up positions atop an abandoned crane, where he prepared his bow and arrows to fulfill his role in the plan. Nami's town had undergone drastic changes, the most obvious being the presence of a bar on every corner of the depressing place. The shops were mostly pawn shops where bandits exchanged their loot for cash. Gun stores were everywhere, and drunken men were likely fighting over all sorts of trivial matters. The main question Asuma was asking herself at that moment was how her father hadn't prevented such a situation. The village was undoubtedly a danger to the land of fire and had to be dealt with immediately. Sarutobi began to consider what his first objective should be to deal with his enemies more easily. The most sensible course of action was to find their leader and eliminate him, as this would negatively impact the outlaws' morale and scatter them. The problem was that finding this man would be difficult, and when they finally confronted him, there was a chance he would escape. All that whirlwind of ideas and doubts that assailed Asuma prevented her from realizing that she no longer had the company of a certain blonde boy. Something that would later give her a major headache. "Listen up, you vermin," Naruto shouted, standing atop a pole in the middle of the village, his voice amplified by chakra. "I'll give you one chance to escape like the cowards you are, or else you'll be crushed by my fists," the boy said, leaving his companion speechless. "Is that why I wanted to go incognito? To make a good entrance?" Sakura thought, alarmed. "And there goes the surprise factor," Asuma thought. The warning didn't go unnoticed by anyone in the village, so the outlaws quickly abandoned what they were doing to find the culprit and teach him a lesson for being a blabbermouth. They weren't going to let some kid come into their hideout and make a fool of themselves. Tsurutobi sighed, knowing he had to act quickly to fix his student's predicament. He then proceeded to infuse his blades with chakra, causing a wind-type edge to emerge, dramatically increasing their length and sharpness. "Hey, I thought you were serious in our fight," Naruto said, annoyed. "I'm sorry. I didn't think you were at a level where I should use this, but next time will be different." "I hope so," said the blonde man, who then leaped to the ground and landed heavily, causing the earth to shudder and crack. This also brought the bandits to a screeching halt, and Asuma reconsidered his offer. It didn't help matters when the boy then started pulling the post out of the ground, intending to use it as a weapon. His reasoning was that he considered it pointless to use his sword on those filthy criminals and that they deserved a punishment commensurate with their actions. And Konoha. Suddenly, the Uzumaki matriarch felt a chill and a pain in her back, just like when her eldest son received his sword as a gift. That day, he had shown such joy that he gave her a hug that nearly knocked the wind out of her. And Nami. When a handful of bandits were batted out to sea by Naruto, the first group of chickens cried out in horror and ran away from the site to preserve their safety. Only in stories about Oni could one imagine someone using such a rudimentary weapon. Those who weren't sent flying by the log were torn to pieces by the brute force its user exerted upon it. "You know what's the most ironic thing about this?" Sasuke said to Sakura as he aimed and fired an arrow at one of the bandits trying to escape. "What?" said Sakura in a bad mood, more shocked than ever by the horrific fight taking place in the village. And Naruto had at his disposal an arsenal similar to Konoha's. The girl only directed a gallows-like gesture at the Uchiha, who decided it was better to continue firing his projectiles. While the enemy's attention was focused on the blonde man, Asuma also took care of adding casualties to his forces with his technique, which allowed him to bypass all kinds of defenses and cut through everything in his path. Those who approached him intending to attack with a sword were immediately decapitated by the man, who also used his Kaiten techniques to set fire to the arsenals and destroy them. It was clear the man was also a threat, but the available archers chose to focus their arrows on the blonde man, a mistake that would prove to be a mistake because the metal tips ricocheted off Naruto's skin. His skin felt normal to the touch, but when exposed to any kind of damage, it became as hard as steel. Of course, that detail escaped the archers' notice, and they were crushed by Naruto when he discarded his weapon. Two burly men saw this as an opportunity to close in and attack with massive axes. A small movement was enough for Naruto to dodge the vertical slash of the first man, who then received a strong right hook that broke his jaw and sent him flying several meters before falling dead. The second contender, meanwhile, swung his weapon horizontally, trying to make it impossible for the boy to dodge. However, this was an underestimation of Naruto's reflexes, who in a fraction of a second leaped into the air to avoid the blade and then landed with an elbow strike that slammed the man into the ground. Without wasting any time, the Uzumaki took the fallen man's weapon and launched himself at a group of enemies, whom he proceeded to eliminate with extreme violence. "They're massacring us," one of the bandits said, terrified. "We need reinforcements." "We have to call Gatom-sama," said another, even more frightened. "Okay, I'll go," one of them conveniently said. "No, I'll do it," said one, fear on his face. "No way, I'll get there faster," said another, more nervous one. "I have a better solution." "None of them will go," Asuma said before eliminating the bandits with a single powerful blow. The number of enemies wasn't proportional to their quality, so it only took an hour for the village to be completely reduced to ashes. The damage might have been exaggerated, but Asuma knew the place had to be thoroughly cleaned if the original villagers planned to return. It was best if they started from scratch, free from the plague that contaminated the area. "This is horrible. All this death," Sakura said, clearly disturbed by the scene before her eyes. "I'm afraid to tell you that this won't be the last scene you see in your career, Sakura," Asuma clarified. "We're an assault team, and we'll always be at the forefront of every battle. I know what I've gotten myself into, but I still can't help feeling that this is wrong." "Of course it's wrong," Naruto replied seriously. "But I think it's worse to stand idly by and do nothing to help people in need." "I suppose you're right." After that respite, Team 7 departed for Gatton's base, hoping that the subject had not escaped. The building was in the middle of the port, which was located at the opposite end of the island, and although some bandits referred to the place as a mansion, it was more like a fortress, which could be expected from the mobster who owned it. Upon arrival, they found the fortress gates guarded by a squad of at least 30 men, whose faces betrayed no fear. The reason was that Gatton had offered a hefty reward to anyone who could eliminate the intruders. The man was extremely arrogant and believed that all the troops he had gathered were sufficient to deal with any problem, even if they involved shinobi. Unfortunately for him, Naruto did not operate like one of these. The bandits' confidence was shattered when boats of all sizes began to descend upon them, causing explosions of varying intensities because the ships contained smuggled fuel and explosives. "Who taught you to fight like that, Naruto?" Asuma said with a bead of sweat on his brow. "Nobody did it. It just occurred to me that this was a good way to put my strength to good use," the boy said as he continued pulling the boats out of the water and throwing them at the fortress. It was an equally stressful scene for Team 7, but at least the feat showed that the boy did have limits, since when dealing with large boats, he needed to exert himself to lift them. "I estimate that those boats must have weighed between 20 and 30 tons. Unexpectedly, Naruto's offensive had to be stopped when a pair of shadows emerged from the water and in the blink of an eye, entangled him in thick chains. Asuma recognized them immediately. They were the Demon Brothers, a pair of rogue chunin from Kiri, who were known for their team assault tactics. That's exactly what they did to Naruto. First, they trapped him with a chain that bound both ninjas together, then they brought the iron claws on their arms close to the boy's face, and finally, they sprayed a cloud of purple gas over him. "We heard about your resilience, but," said one of the ninjas. "There's nothing you can do against our deadly poison," the other one finished. Naruto merely lamented his lack of awareness of his surroundings and vowed to work harder on his sensory abilities. He then tore his restraints to shreds and grabbed his attackers by the heads before they could react. He then slammed them together, knocking them out instantly. "Let's keep going. I'm eager to finish this mission," said Naruto, heading towards the interior of the fortress. "Wait a minute. You've just been poisoned. We need to treat you before the toxins fully enter your system," Asuma said, quite alarmed. "Sakura, tell me you have an antidote." "Oh, of course," the girl said, flustered by the idea of having to use her skills. "I just need to know what kind of poison it was so I can administer the," she said, searching her bag for the necessary supplies. "It's not necessary. I'm fine," Naruto said, trying to calm his teammates. "No. You're not. It's not the first time I've dealt with poisons. Menma and Natsumi once put rat poison in my food because they thought my face would be funny when I tasted it, but in the end, nothing happened to me. They were the only ones affected after Mom's bottoms turned red." Yes. Team 7 remained silent for a long time after that revelation. They didn't know whether to laugh or protest. Since Naruto wasn't going to wait around for a response, he entered Gatton's base alone and dealt with the last remnants of his forces. Sasuke briefly considered following him, but his sensei suggested it was best to wait outside, just in case of any eventuality. Minutes later, after the cries for help and mercy had ceased, the fortress creaked and collapsed completely. Before anyone from Team 7 could move to look for their other member, Naruto emerged from the dust, dragging along a dwarf who was trembling like a frightened cat. "He tried to hide, but I found him before the building collapsed. This one turned out to be more fragile than I expected," Naruto said before throwing Gatton at Asuma's feet. "Please don't kill me. I can pay you whatever you ask," Gatton begged on his knees. "As if we would accept anything from scum like that," Naruto said. "It's actually in our best interest to keep him alive. We can make him return everything he stole and dismantle his entire criminal network," Sarutobi said, studying the criminal intently. "Do you have anything to keep our guest entertained while we return to the village, Sasuke?" Asuma asked. "I might have something that works," the boy said, focusing his eyes on him and activating his Sharingan as the man began to scream. "You bring those two here. The village will also appreciate the capture of these fugitives," Asuma said to Naruto, referring to the Demon Brothers. "And we're just going to leave like that?" Sakura said. "Yes. I don't have enough cigarettes to cope with all the unknowns echoing in my brain." Days later in Konoha. "In the name of Kami. What were you thinking when you committed such a stupid act?" Hiruzen said, slamming his fist on his desk and glaring at his son in front of him. "Relax, old man. Everything went perfectly and we came out on top. It's easy to say from your point of view, but the truth is different. Their mission was basically a military intervention in a foreign country and it wouldn't go unnoticed by other countries. I wouldn't count on that. The Land of Waves was being ruled by an illegitimate leader with serious ties to organized crime. If other nations protest our actions, they'd be supporting that government. We both know no one in their right mind would do such a thing. You've been talking to your contacts, right?" Yes, and the daimyo has already given his approval for the Land of Fire to temporarily annex the Land of Waves to help its speedy recovery. Using your genin to serve the daimyo's interests is not right, Asuma. I took on the mission on my own. I'm not wrong in saying that we owed those people this mission. It was a real mistake that you rejected the one a few years ago. You may be right, but that doesn't justify your actions. You put your entire team at risk. The only thing at risk was our capacity for wonder. It's a shame your crystal ball doesn't have a longer range, because otherwise you would have seen Naruto in action. Ugh. I almost felt sorry for the bandits we faced. They didn't stand a chance. It is to be expected that he will be a great shinobi because of who his parents are. The shinobi thing is perhaps a bit of a stretch. He literally fixed everything with brute force. Tsunade style. Not really. Naruto was quite organized with his maneuvers and didn't just hit everything that moved. I can only say that stealth is something completely foreign to him. It's something we can overlook. What do you say about his condition? From what I saw, there's room for doubt, but I still think that boy isn't the demon people say he is. He's not a Buddha, but he's not the Nine Tails either. I'm glad we agree on that, the old Hokage sighed, then turned his gaze to his son. I let this one slip, but I expect you won't do it again. Try it. Chapter 4. Days later. I never give up and I will never go back on my word, that's my ninja way. Naruto heard from a squeaky, somewhat annoyed voice. This dream again? The blonde man said to himself as he woke up suddenly. What on earth do those words mean? He wondered, trying to analyze them carefully. He'd lost count of how many times he'd had dreams like that. Dreams where he always stumbled upon a dark scene and heard one or more distorted voices repeating messages like the one above, or saying things like a shinobi who breaks the rules is scum. At first the boy thought it was some kind of genjutsu from his mother to convince him to be an ordinary ninja, but he dismissed it because she would never use such a trick. Furthermore, it would be pointless to also make him listen to someone talking about how important it was to avenge his clan and kill his brother, as it was completely contradictory and nonsensical. The whole dream thing was one of those things that made you wonder if you'd eaten too much or if you were all screwed together. Either way, Naruto decided to put the dream thing aside and add it to the list of other oddities that filled his life. After all, he had to live with the heavy burden of being the demon of Konoha. It wasn't that he'd also bought into the lie that he was the vessel for the Nine Tails soul, but he knew he was far from ordinary, unless you considered it normal that as a child, he nearly destroyed his house while playing with a simple ball, or that he had accelerated physical development at such a young age. And no, being the son of two renowned shinobi wasn't reason enough to explain those things. It wasn't that he was complaining, since he had managed to keep up with his brothers during his childhood. They were both very hyperactive, and anyone else would have run out of energy trying to keep up with them, but that never happened to him. Of course, that was only in terms of vitality, since the blonde had to admit that Menma and Natsumi possessed chakra reserves far superior to his own. It was something borrowed, but they could still count on all that power. But even with this self-acceptance, it's worth noting that while Naruto didn't reciprocate the villagers' hatred, he did harbor mixed feelings toward two characters. His father Minato and the Nine Tails. Not so much because they were to blame for her life being so hard, but because she felt they had both done a great deal of harm to her family. Starting with the fact that, regardless of Minato's position, he had no right to entrust such a responsibility to his brothers and think of them as weapons. Then there was the fact that she felt the great nine-tailed fox didn't deserve his title at all. How could someone so powerful allow himself to be manipulated like that, the boy wondered. The fox's weakness was what indirectly caused his brothers to be separated from their family and his mother to suffer. I really hoped to have him in front of me so I could give him a good beating, so he would learn to defend himself properly, and also so I could get to know him better, since after all he was a creature with invaluable experience. He knew it sounded like a ridiculous plan and a very crude way to meet someone, but Naruto was one of those who thought that fighting was the best way to understand another person. That way he could learn how strong their convictions and ideals were. He'd gotten that idea from all the garbage they taught at the academy, where they said that when two powerful shinobi clashed fists, they could both read each other's thoughts. The Kyuubi might not be a shinobi, but he didn't want to consider himself one either, so he could make an exception to the rule. In short, the flood of thoughts Naruto experienced after his dream caused him to wake up early. Not feeling ready to go back to sleep, he cleared his head and got up to have breakfast. Once again, she would have to do it on her own, as her mother was away on another mission. Apparently, her skills were in high demand and she'd been in constant contact with them since rejoining the shinobi service. It wasn't that she minded preparing her own food, but it was unpleasant to have to eat alone in her home, especially after her brothers were adopted, since shortly after the event, Kushina ordered the building to be completely remodeled. It was something she had been planning for a long time, but hadn't acted on so as not to appear to favor one of her children. However, she decided that this step could no longer wait, since even though the gravity seals help Naruto control his strength, a house made of wood and paper was by no means the ideal place for him. The Uzumaki home was then rebuilt with brick and concrete. This took away its traditional style, but not its majesty. The funniest thing about it all was that Naruto actively participated in the task, whether he was carrying the materials or being in charge of the move. Kushina greatly appreciated his help, although that didn't stop her from scolding her son on multiple occasions for juggling the furniture. That was a memory that was always present in Naruto's mind, a reminder that he was different. Not in the negative way the people of Konoha believed, but in a way that fueled his curiosity. It was inevitable that the blonde boy would wonder how his abilities worked, how he acquired them, and more importantly, if he was the only one with them. In any case, the only thing Naruto was certain of was that he wouldn't gain that knowledge by staying in the village forever. At the Hokage Tower, hours later. As usual, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage of Konoha, was in his office attending to all the clerical work that came with his position. He was currently receiving a mission report from one of his jounin, a routine task if he weren't the sensei of such a unique team. "So Yamato, what can you tell me about your mission?" the third Hokage asked. "I can report mixed results, Hokage-sama. The mission was carried out according to plan, but the team's performance left much to be desired, and I can report some setbacks." He was specific with the details. What was his attitude on the field? As the reports from the teachers at the academy clearly stated, Menma and Natsumi have extremely unpredictable behavior and show no respect whatsoever for authority. "Nothing else could be expected from them," said the old man, pressing his temples. "What were the mishaps you mentioned?" To begin with, the mission parameters stated that we only had to eliminate a small group of bandits, however we found that they had prisoners with them. Please tell me that what I'm thinking didn't happen. I'm afraid things didn't go very well. The bandits tried to use hostages as human shields, but Menma didn't care and attacked them all with one of his Kaiten techniques. "That's bad," Hiruzen said, thinking about the consequences of such an action. The situation could have been better, as some survivors begged for mercy in exchange for seemingly important information, but this was lost at the hands of Natsumi, who killed the bandits, considering it would be a nuisance to have to carry them around. "It's worse than I imagined," the Hokage said, becoming thoughtful. "What about his control over the beast? Do you consider it responsible for his actions?" "I don't know to what extent my opinion is wrong, but the pair seem to be wielding the fox's chakra at a very high level. It was that power that allowed them to take down the bandits without giving me a chance to intervene. Although, in any case, I couldn't do anything since I was told to avoid interfering in their development. I honestly don't think it's a good idea to leave them unchecked, as the council wants." "I appreciate your opinion. I also think we're playing with fire, but I feel compelled to somewhat support the council's obsession. May I ask what this risky maneuver is about?" "There are rumors that other nations are training their Jinchuriki to master their Bijuu perfectly." "I see. That would mean the other villages are seriously considering using the Jinchuriki as a weapon of war." "That's most likely. Animals have always been considered a last resort, so it's a delicate situation." "Are you afraid of another ninja war?" "Let's hope not. I'm only reassured by the fact that a cage meeting has been called, which I'll be attending shortly." "Oh really?" "Yes. The leaders of the most important ninja villages have been summoned, so it's not an event that can be ignored." "So what do you plan to do with Menma and Natsumi?" "Continue working as usual. If the others truly plan to use their Jinchuriki, we will need the will of fire to be present within them to prevent a catastrophe." "I understand, Hokage-sama," Yamato said before leaving the room. Shortly after, Hiruzen received Sarutobi, who requested a mission for his team. He opted to give them something that didn't involve a direct confrontation. A simple escort mission for a merchant. Indeed, the mission was not complicated at all. It only took 1 day of travel to get the client to his destination, and they were fortunate that no one crossed their path, even though the merchant's merchandise appeared to be quite valuable. The reason behind that fate was a warning that circulated in the underbelly of the continent, where it was strongly recommended to avoid any confrontation with the ninja of Konoha. Under normal circumstances it was not surprising that criminals wanted to avoid shinobi, but it so happened that some bandits from the Land of Waves had managed to escape the annihilation of criminals that occurred there and quickly spread the word about the existence of a human demon whose strength made the ground tremble with each of his steps. Any village would literally kill for a reputation like that, as it would boost mission requests for their forces. However, some members of Team 7 weren't happy about having to return to Konoha without any action. To avoid making the trip a waste of time, Asuma decided to take them to a restaurant in a village along the way, which had a dish she knew would lift their spirits. "You'll see, boys, you love the curry of life," said Asuma. "I'm not a big curry fan, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to check if the place's reputation is true," Naruto said. "How far away is that place?" Sasuke asked. Not much. We should see it in a few moments. The Jounin was speechless when he saw the place he was looking for. The restaurant was exactly where it was supposed to be, but a huge hole ran right through the middle of it. It was as if a cannon had been fired at the building, a cannon of considerable size. Naruto, look for survivors quickly. Asuma warned the blonde boy, who didn't hesitate for a second to rush towards the building to carry out the order. In retrospect, it was a bad idea to send someone with super strength to a place that was about to collapse, but the Jounin took into account that Naruto could quickly remove the rubble and detect if anyone was trapped. Sarutobi's assessment was correct, and the genin was able to enter and leave the restaurant with an elderly woman in his arms before the place became a pile of rubble. The woman was slightly injured, so Sakura administered first aid to ensure her well-being. Meanwhile, Asuma ordered everyone to stand guard and search the surrounding area for the attacker. However, this step had to be interrupted by the abrupt awakening of the old woman, who got up and immediately tried to get up from her makeshift stretcher. "Don't worry, Sancho-san. She's safe with us," Asuma said, trying to calm the woman. "They don't understand. We have to flee now while we have the chance," said the old woman, her voice filled with obvious terror. "Take it easy. It has some cuts and they could reopen if it's shaken too much. But the monster? There's no danger in the surrounding area, and even if there were, we can handle it. Tell us exactly what happened here." "Oh okay," Sancho said, taking a breath to relax. He looked around and prepared to speak. "I was cleaning my restaurant when it all happened. Suddenly, it felt like a storm had erupted all around and the whole building started shaking as if it wanted to be ripped from the ground. I didn't have the courage to look out, but it was clear to me that it wasn't something human because it let out the most terrifying roar I've ever heard. But do you know how I attack him?" "I don't know. Suddenly the walls burst open and I was trapped by the rubble." "Do you have any idea how long ago the attack occurred?" "I know that when that monster attacked it was at night, but it's not clear to me exactly when it was." "Don't worry, that's enough information," he said, then looked at his genin. "It's been at least 12 hours since the attack, so we can forget about finding the culprit," the Jounin deduced. "Although we should still take a look around and look for clues. I don't like the idea of someone attacking an acquaintance, and I want to find the culprit," he said, receiving nods of agreement from the genin. "Oh no!" exclaimed the old woman. "What's happening?" "That's my son Arashi. He was working in the village mine and didn't come back last night. I need to make sure he's alright," Sancho said, trying to get up. "Absolutely not. She needs to rest." "We'll go," said the Jounin, gesturing for Sasuke to follow him, then leaving the other two in charge of the old woman. The two ninja then headed towards the village adjacent to Sancho's restaurant, where they encountered a similar scene of destruction and devastation, one that sadly also included fatalities. Witnesses told Asuma that the village had been attacked by a kind of living tornado, which had caused extremely strong and violent winds that devastated everything in its path. No one seemed to have a clear description of the attacker, as a cloud of dust obscured it. However, the villagers also claimed to have heard shrill roars from what they believed to be a monster. Once inside the mine, the Konoha shinobi encountered a far from encouraging scene. To begin with, everything was in disarray, and there were cannonball holes in multiple surfaces. Close observation led Asuma to believe that it wasn't a cannonball at all, but rather the effects of the wind release. Great penetration jutsu, which could produce the same effects as such weapons. They found no footprints, which had surely been swept away by the wind, but they did find a trail that indicated that the living tornado had approached one of the mine walls. There they found marks that looked like bites and scratches, something that was surely revealing, since it indicated that whoever had attacked the place was aiming precisely at the mine. Fortunately, it didn't seem to be entirely to his liking, as he didn't even enter the tunnels, and therefore the miners who were there managed to get out safely, including Sancho's son, Arashi. Similarly, the testimonies weren't very helpful. They didn't provide any good descriptions and were also told that the monster had great control over the wind. Team 7 did their best to help the villagers, but they couldn't do much, as the team's Jounin felt it was more important to inform Konoha about the event. Since the journey turned out to be as tedious as expected, the team fractured as soon as they arrived at their home village, with the genin heading to their homes and the Jounin departing for the intelligence division. Naruto was obviously very frustrated by the mission, as he knew it was likely related to his mother's current assignment. He hoped this meant the Hokage would be willing to send more shinobi to search for the creature. But no other option but to wait, the blonde man went to sleep that night, hoping not to have any strange dreams. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. What had been mere voices became human silhouettes. They were nothing more than shadows, lacking any defining characteristics. However, what he saw on that occasion was quite clear. The person lay motionless on the floor in a pool of red liquid. It didn't take a genius to guess it was blood. The presence of 3 other bodies around them didn't improve the scene, but at least it underscored the gravity of the situation. Despite it being just a dream, Naruto was struck by a strange feeling of helplessness. He didn't know who all those people were, but he didn't like the thought of witnessing their murder with no chance to stop it. Then he thought he must be able to intervene, since after all, it was all just a dream. It was then that he turned around and came face to face with the author of the scene. A simple shadow like the others, but strangely, it had something that made it shine. The Sharingan. It was impossible not to recognize the red Jujutsu with black Tomo. That's when Naruto woke up, agitated, with hundreds of questions swirling in his mind. It wasn't just the simplest one anymore. What was the meaning of that dream? Now he wondered if it was a vision of the present, the past, or the future. And more importantly, who were the victims and the perpetrator? Well, a part of him refused to believe it. The first person he thought of was his brother, Menma. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Chapter 5. 1 week later. Are you serious, Hokage-sama? Kakashi said in a rather surprised tone, just like the rest of the Jounin from the other Genin teams. That's right. A Chunin exam has been organized among all the elemental nations and other nations aligned with this event, the old man told him. Where did this initiative come from? Kurenai asked. The idea was proposed by the Otakage and immediately endorsed by the Reikage. Almost immediately, the Kazekage became interested, and from there, the other villages gave their approval. Aiwa was skeptical at first, but eventually accepted. And you seriously think that's a good idea? Asuma said. It's not as if we were in a position to refuse. Representatives of the daimyo were there and showed great interest in the event. It was certainly difficult to oppose that way, Tsunade said. And how do we get involved in this? You're not thinking of sending our teams, are you? Yamato said. That's the problem. I don't think our most experienced Genin teams are up to the task, as much as I hate to say it, and those with the best skills have already been promoted. We're talking about having the best Genin from each village participate, and therefore we also need to offer the same level of talent, which in my opinion means we should rely on the young people who recently graduated. That's too reckless, Hiruzen. Those kids lack the necessary experience, Tsunade said. I agree with you, but this exam is far more important than any other. Many daimyo will be present, and refusing would mean being ridiculed in front of the rest of the village. Furthermore, I've been informed that the exam will have a different format than previous ones, and I trust our shinobi will be able to handle it. Even so, I think we should make sure they're ready. That's what we'll do. In fact, only 2 teams from our village will participate, so we'll need to hold a special test to decide who will represent us. That sounds like the most sensible thing to do. I will schedule this test for a month from now, during which time I hope you can correct any faults you detect in your equipment. Okay, the Jounin said before leaving the room. Team 7 training camp, hours later. And that sums up the situation. What do you think? Asuma said after discussing the upcoming Chunin exam with his Genin. Sounds pretty fun. I'm in, Naruto said immediately, much to the surprise of his classmates. Do you really want to participate? Sakura said, referring to the little attention her partner paid to shinobi matters. Yes. I'm not interested in becoming a Chunin, but the exam will be a good opportunity to face powerful opponents, the boy said, making his companion almost fall over at such a response. I don't know what else I could expect from you, she said with a sigh. I don't really like the idea. It sounds like it could be dangerous. I love the idea. That way I can meet the other Kunoichi from the other villages, Sasuke said. In any case, they will have a month to prepare and determine if they are truly in a position to participate. Is this really necessary? From any perspective, that would only hasten the annihilation of the entire competition, Haruno said, looking at the blonde member of the team. That's likely, but my interest lies with you too, the man said, gesturing to Haruno and Sasuke. Don't take this the wrong way, but you need to develop your skills further if you want to pass the exam. And what do you have in mind? First, I want to see your elemental natures, the Jounin said as he handed the boy some sheets of chakra paper. Based on the paper's reaction, I'll know your affinities. Sakura was the first to receive the object, and the reaction was immediate. The piece of paper became soaked, turning inside out, much to the Jounin's surprise. This meant that the girl had a very strong affinity for Suiton, water release. Not bad at all, considering that the element greatly favored medical ninjutsu. Next was Naruto, although that step was unnecessary, since he obviously had an affinity for lightning release. Asuma's face was priceless when the paper tore into 3 pieces, indicating his wind release affinity. Then one piece crumpled, indicating lightning release. Another became damp, showing water release affinity. And finally, the last piece disintegrated, showing he also had an affinity for earth release. It was an extremely rare case for a shinobi to possess 4 elemental affinities at such a young age. It was somewhat unfortunate that the boy had so little interest in his career, as he could easily assume the Hokage position in the future. You know what? I don't think this is necessary, Sasuke said, visibly nervous, drawing the attention of those present. You're right. I'm sure you're attuned to Kaiten like all the Uchiha, Asuma said, much to the relief of the other black-haired man. In fact, we've never seen him use any jutsu of this kind. He only uses his arrows and shuriken, Naruto added. It's not like you're giving him a chance to make one, Sakura questioned. That's right. Why don't you show me how well you control Kaiten using a jutsu? Said Sarutobi. I don't see it as necessary. After all, there are many shinobi who are good without mastering an element. I don't think I need to learn about that, Sasuke said, sounding very evasive. Come on, you can't be that mean. I almost burned my father's beard once when I was learning how to use it. Yes. It's very dangerous to try to use it. I shouldn't use such a destructive element lightly. You're being rather inconsistent, Sakura said. Is he afraid of fire? She added mockingly. That's not it, said the dark-haired man, now angry. You don't have an affinity for fire, do you? Naruto said, causing the place to fill with an awkward silence. Sasuke simply dropped the object he was holding and walked away without a word. Once on the ground, the paper tore in two, much to Asuma's surprise. What was that all about? Sakura said, confused. Did you know this? Asuma asked Naruto, who answered negatively. Not exactly. His mother, Mikoto, is a very good friend of mine and visits the house often. Most of the time it's to talk about Menma, so I prefer not to pay attention, but I think I overheard her worrying about Fugaku's attitude towards Sasuke because of something about their affinity. Now I realize that's what it was about. Then the situation is quite complicated, said Sarutobi, scratching his head. What do you mean? Is Kaiten really that important? Sakura asked. You see, Sakura. Each clan has its own traditions and customs. For example, the Sarutobi clan is responsible for ensuring the bond between the Ino-Shikacho team by giving an earring to each generation. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, has a statute that only those who master the Kaiten Great Fireball Jutsu have reached maturity and are considered full-fledged men. I see. I think Setsuna mentioned something about that. And isn't it possible to learn it without affinity? Naruto asked. Yes, it's possible, but that's a jutsu that requires a lot of chakra, and since his affinity is wind, it will be very difficult for him to master it, Asuma explained. And why is this whole thing about being considered a man so important? Sakura asked. First, he wouldn't have the right to inherit the clan's leadership, and second, he wouldn't be in a position to demand to be taught the clan's techniques. I have to assume that what he's learned he's been on his own. It's certainly a complicated matter. I just hope her obsession with asking for dates isn't related. I don't think he's addressing the situation that way. I'm going to look for him, said Naruto, heading out in the direction his companion had gone. He might not know what to say to him, but he was sure it would be good for someone to talk to him. After searching for him for a while around the village and its surroundings, Naruto found Sasuke at a lake near Training Ground 3. What do you want? Sasuke said, greeting the blonde man gruffly. I don't know, I was just passing by, said the boy, picking up a small stone and throwing it into the lake, only managing to sink after hitting the water with great force, much to the annoyance of the blonde boy. Okay, then continue on your way. Oh, come on. We're already here, you try it too, he said, handing a stone to the Uchiha. Sighing in annoyance, the dark-haired man took the object and then threw it into the lake, causing the stone to bounce a considerable distance before sinking into the water. Wow, how did you do that? You're applying too much force. What you need to focus on is the movement you make with your arm. Are you quite good at these things? Why is that? When you can't do something, I guess the best thing is to keep trying with the rest, and since my mother is good at using ninja throwing weapons, I decided to specialize with them. So why all the fuss about using Kaiten? You're very good at it. Didn't your mother tell you that it's not polite to ask about other people's business? Yes, he did say it, but he emphasized more that they were very stupid things. Certainly, sometimes they are, Sasuke said with a sigh. Of all the elements, fire is the one that symbolizes power. Since the Uchiha have a natural affinity for Kaiten, it's normal that they consider themselves superior. In my opinion, the lightning is stronger. Technically it is, but considering that it is associated with something ephemeral, it is placed below fire. I can't dispute that fact. And how do you fit into the matter? As you may have noticed, my affinity is Futen. I'm quite a rarity in the clan. Considering they are the Fan clan, I don't see what's strange about it. That's a fact my father refuses to acknowledge, but the fact that my brothers are prodigies in the field doesn't help much. Even Menma can use it. I don't see anything wrong with it. Kaiten is also considered the most inflexible element, and on the contrary, you have an element that is considered quite rare and one of the most versatile. I would like others to think that way. And haven't you tried to develop it to show how useful it is? I chose not to. Fugaku even thought I should exile myself from the clan, but I was able to avoid it because I got my Sharingan around that time. He's not the best father of the year, is he? He won't have my vote. So what do you plan to do? Are you going to take that exam with just what you have? I preferred it this way. If I make a fool of myself using an elemental jutsu that isn't fire release, the consequences are sure to be severe. And I don't want anyone else interceding for me anymore. What my mother and siblings have done is enough. In my opinion, you should accept Asuma's help. He can certainly lend a hand with what you have. You shouldn't worry about what will happen if you fail, because first, it's your problem, not theirs. Second, a surname shouldn't dictate all your actions. And third, you will not fail under any circumstances. Not while you're part of my team. I've seen what Asuma does with his blades, I don't think he can do the same with arrows or shuriken. It's true you won't achieve the same effects, but I imagine you can still do many things. However, you'd still need to learn how to defend yourself at close range. Come with me for a moment. And so Naruto led Sasuke to his house, where he made him wait a moment in the living room before coming downstairs with a box. Upon opening it, the blonde boy revealed a rapier-type sword. It had a silver hilt and a guard that protected the user's hand. "Where did you get that?" Sasuke said, impressed by the weapon. "I have great affection for my current sword, but I also like to experiment with other weapons. I acquired this one from another foreign merchant, but it has the same chakra channeling ability as my weapon," Naruto said, then offered it to the Uchiha. "I don't think I should. This weapon looks very valuable, and I can't accept it. Don't worry about it. It's something that benefits us both. Maybe I'm not too keen on this ninja business, but I see the exam as a good chance to see new places, and I know it'll be a good opportunity for you to show how skilled you are without Kaiten." "You're right," said the dark-haired man, accepting the weapon. "Thank you." "Don't worry, we're partners and we should support each other," said Uzumaki, showing his hand for the other to shake, which he did with due care. The next day, Asuma was very impressed by the change in the Uchiha's attitude and gladly agreed to train him in wind release. He knew how difficult it was to live under the pressure of a family name and empathized with his students' problems. Although Sakura had a future with Suiton, her energy reserves weren't enough to use the elements demanding techniques, so she put all her effort into increasing her chakra control so that she could later use the element with complete freedom. Naruto was given several scrolls containing elemental techniques, which he learned on his own. His self-learning ability was quite high, allowing Asuma to focus on the members who needed more attention. Days later, all the members of Team 7 were at the training grounds, each going about their own business. Whether studying all sorts of scrolls or doing arduous exercises, the young genin had made good use of the time allotted to them to develop their skills. That was precisely what caught the attention of the team's jounin. Naruto was pacing back and forth, his face showing frustration and exhaustion, as if he were trying something without success. "Excuse me, Naruto, can I ask you a couple of things?" Asuma said curiously. "Of course," said the boy, yawning slightly. "What are you doing?" the man said, thinking how much that action resembled the training exercises his thick-browed colleague did. "I'm trying to learn a technique I saw, but I don't quite understand what it's about. I'm supposed to try to get from one point to another in the fewest possible steps, but I don't understand how to get the momentum." "Do you want to learn the Shushin no Jutsu, body flicker technique?" "I understand that this is different, although I can't quite pinpoint the dividing line between the techniques." "And where did you see her?" "It's difficult to explain." "Does it have to do with the fact that you're not getting enough rest?" "No, nothing to do with it," the boy lied. In reality, it had everything to do with it. Flashback. Another day had ended and Naruto was once again bracing himself for another dose of nightmares. After they began to reveal such sinister details, they could no longer be considered mere dreams. Sleep had become an almost oppressive and unpleasant experience. The worst part was that everything he witnessed had become very varied and unrelated, causing the visions to gradually lose meaning and become difficult to read. It was the kind of thing that could drive a person crazy, and even though Naruto was strong, he felt he was reaching his limit. He hadn't wanted to talk about it with anyone, but the time had come to find a solution. Resigned, as had become his custom, he began to witness the vision of that night, which featured two people of different heights, whom he identified as a mother and her son after they began to talk. "But mom, is this training really necessary?" the boy asked. "Of course, darling. Don't you want to learn my signature technique?" "I don't know. It's very complicated. It's easy to do. You just have to accumulate chakra in your feet and keep in mind that the goal is to cover the greatest possible distance with the fewest steps," the woman said, doing as she was told and covering a great distance in no time. "I don't think I can do it." "Come on, it's not that complicated." "But." "Come on, I know you can do it. The thing is, nothing will happen to you, I promise." I just haven't learned how to put chakra in my feet, the woman's figure almost fell over at the answer. Naruto would have liked to know what happened next, but that's where the dream ended. He had no idea who those people could have been, but the scene reminded him of his relationship with his mother. On the other hand, the technique he had heard in the vision caught his attention. He knew about Shushin and, of course, Hiraishin, which Minato used, but he didn't want to use them because he wanted to develop his own techniques. This new technique should be useful to him, replacing those techniques. In flashback. It's just that I haven't been able to sleep very well, Naruto said to explain his condition to the Jounin. Okay, but make sure you get plenty of rest. You need to be at 100% for the test, Asuma said before leaving. I hope so, the boy said, wondering what his strange visions would reveal. He didn't know if it was fate or just luck, but that same night, he had the opportunity to witness a vision that was extremely useful for the development of his technique. In the dream he saw a man teaching a young man the technique, whose name was Shundo, instant step. There he witnessed that the secret of this was to cling to the ground with the arch of the foot, take all the strength that it offered, and then propel oneself with all possible effort. When he discovered that the technique even had an aerial version, the Koku Shundo, instant step of the void, Naruto didn't hesitate to get up and practice what he had learned. Perhaps she was viewing her visions through the wrong lens. She needed to pay closer attention to those dreams and gather all the information they contained. Chapter 6. Since Konoha was a ninja village, it was not surprising that there were shinobi practicing in the various training fields distributed throughout its area. That was the case of two Kanachi who were performing complicated hand seals, which resulted in both of them exhaling a long purple cloud from their mouths. Excellent, Sakura-chan. Your mastery of the poison mist jutsu has advanced tremendously, Shizune said to her apprentice Sakura. Whatever you say, the pink-haired girl replied listlessly. Is something wrong? It's no big deal. You've been quite down lately. Are you worried about the exam? The dark-haired girl asked, placing her hand on the other girl's shoulder. Let's just continue, Haruno said somewhat curtly. You know you can tell me what bothers you. Don't you trust me? Of course I do. It's just not if what I'm thinking is too ridiculous. Whatever it is, it's not good to keep it to yourself. Let's go to my apartment for tea and talk. Okay. Yeah. The two girls then traveled to the center of Konoha, to one of the residential complexes located there. Shizune lived in a modest apartment that was more than adequate for its sole resident and had enough space to comfortably receive visitors. Okay, now tell me what's bothering you so much, Shizune said. Am I special? Sakura said in a low voice. Sorry. Am I special? The girl said, a little louder. Why do you ask that? Of course you are. I don't know anyone more hardworking and dedicated than you. I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about the shinobi aspect. It's the same situation. You're a prodigy in medical ninjutsu and probably have the best chakra control in your entire class. You'll undoubtedly become a great kunoichi. They're all eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in the state I'm in. Did something happen on a mission? Nothing. Then why the attitude? That's the problem. I haven't been able to do anything on the missions. I can guess. Your colleagues are trying to protect you and don't want you to get involved in anything dangerous. If that were the case, I wouldn't have so many problems. But no, the problem is me. I'm starting to think I'm not good enough to be on the team. You know, Tsunade organized a team specifically so that everyone would work perfectly together. Your value is invaluable. Well, I have a complaint about a classmate. He's quite selfish in my opinion, but you know what's truly frustrating? That I can hardly apply anything I've learned because Naruto is like some kind of Iron Man who can't be hurt. Ideally, a shinobi should learn to dodge all attacks directed against him. You didn't understand correctly. He doesn't bother at all to dodge anything they throw at him. He just stands there as if nothing's happening. I've seen him get attacked with arrows and he brushes them off like they're mosquitoes. A bandit decapitated him with a katana in an ambush and the next thing I remember was the guy begging for mercy because the weapon broke when it touched Naruto's neck. So the rumors are pretty much true, said the dark-haired woman with a drop of sweat on her temple. He practically takes all the work out of the team. At least Asuma is still leading and Sasuke can attack from a distance with excellent aim, but I can only stand by and watch, hoping I can do something. You know the rules of the medical ninja well. I've heard them many times and now I realize I don't like them. Do I have to resign myself to waiting for someone to get hurt before I can act just because I don't know some stupid jutsu that no one knows except its creator? I won't be able to achieve my goals if I keep going like this. I understand your frustration, but there's little that can be done, said the dark-haired woman, somewhat nervously. So I have to wait for Tsunade to suddenly become the worst doctor in the world for me to have a chance of surpassing her. It's quite ridiculous that someone who accomplished so much didn't think about what her successors would do. Yes, it is, Shizune said, sweating even more nervously. You look very strange, Sakura said, seeing Shizune trembling. Are you hiding something? Nothing, nothing, the woman repeated, indicating that she was obviously hiding something. You're terrible at lying, Shizune. You don't understand, it's something that will undoubtedly get us killed or worse. If you put it that way, you'll pique my curiosity even more. Tell me what it's about. I shouldn't. It's too risky. Hey, you said I should trust you. That's something that has to work both ways. Don't you trust me? With that argument, the dark-haired woman lowered her head in defeat and told him to wait there while she went to get something from her room. After a few minutes, Shizune returned with a scroll in her hand, trembling slightly. What is that? The pink-haired girl asked, curious and nervous at the same time. This is. Shizune swallowed, searching for the right words. This is the scroll of the strength of 100 seal. What? How did you get that? Let's just say I managed to get it out of Tsunade on one of her drinking nights. I thought she had a very strong alcohol tolerance. It's not very much on a certain day of the year. Because? There's no need to discuss this further, the woman said somewhat curtly. Look, I've studied it and I believe it will significantly improve your abilities. The seal itself might be too difficult to master immediately, but you can at least begin with the amplified strength jutsu, which is the starting point for mastering it. If you had this, why didn't you tell me before? Aren't you afraid for your life? When Tsunade finds out, she's going to kill us. We can very well tell you that we learned it by mere observation. This technique isn't so easy to learn. Besides, he's only used it a few times in public in recent years, so he wouldn't swallow a lie like that. I suppose I should use it carefully then. In my opinion, say you learned it from Naruto. Seals and jutsu aren't the only way to use great strength. I don't think it's that easy. I still don't understand why Naruto is so strong. It will only be temporary. Tsunade will soon realize the deception, but perhaps she can train you if you demonstrate mastery of the technique. I will do my best to achieve it. Thank you. Don't worry. You know you can count on me. From that moment on, the pink-haired girl began her training to master Tsunade's secret techniques. She wasn't about to let herself fall behind her comrades. Time passed, and before anyone realized it, the genin training period had ended. Once the day of the test arrived, Team 7 and their counterparts were summoned to the vicinity of Training Area 44, affectionately called the Forest of Death. In the end, the only rookies present were Teams 7 through 11, as the sensei of the other teams felt their students weren't ready for such a demanding task. Their absence was remedied by the presence of 3 other genin squads, who demanded the right to participate due to their greater experience. Because of the nature of the test, they were ultimately accepted and placed with the others. The Hokage stood before those present on a small platform, where behind him was the council, who obviously wanted to have their noses in the whole process. Welcome, young shinobi, Hiruzen began his speech. I appreciate you being here today. As you know, a collective Chunin exam will soon be held. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be unusual, but this time the event won't be conducted by just 2 or 3 teams, but by all 5 great elemental villages, implying its great importance. Unfortunately, circumstances don't allow all our teams to participate in the exam, and it's necessary that we hold a test today to determine which genin are best prepared to represent us. In the council's eyes, the entire test was an unnecessary charade. Homura, Kaheru, Fugaku and Hiashi were confident that Team 8 and Team 11 would pass without difficulty and that the former could mitigate any minor weaknesses that might be perceived in their otherwise perfect team. However, this was an unlikely scenario, as they couldn't see how the other elemental nations could cope with 2 shinobi who not only possessed the power of the most tailed Bijuu, but also wielded the most skilled ninjutsu. For that reason, they didn't bother to observe the other participants present, who were conversing amongst themselves while awaiting instructions for the test. Most were only talking to their teammates, but Naruto decided to break the pattern and approached one of his acquaintances. Hey, coward-san. What's up? Naruto said to a certain silver-haired boy who immediately put away the orange book he was reading. I'd say fine, but I'd be lying, Kakashi said, clearing his throat innocently, much to the annoyance of his students. How cruel Kakashi-sensei is. We wouldn't be in this situation if he took our training seriously, complained a blonde girl dressed in a revealing purple outfit. I usually disagree with her, but it's pretty annoying that we don't know if we have a chance at the test, said a boy with a pineapple hairstyle. It bothers me that I'm missing out on the restaurant's barbecue offer, said the brown-haired boy with a bag of chips in his hands. Always thinking about food, Choji. Shouldn't you train more seriously? You're getting a little round, Naruto remarked. I have no problem with that, the boy replied, eating his chips. Now, Naruto-kun, Ino said, taking the blonde boy's arm. Would you finally accept my invitation to a date? I don't believe it. Oh come on. What do I have to do to make you understand that you and I are meant for each other? Perhaps you should focus more on your work as a Kanachi, Sakura said. Don't meddle, Four Eyes. It's none of your business. He's my partner, so he is. I agree with you. Because the only thing you'll get dressing like that is a bunch of classmates. It's a standard uniform. You shouldn't be showing yourself off like a, and so began a heated argument between the Kunoichi. She's going to give me gray hairs before my time, Kakashi said, seeing the blonde mocking Sakura. Relax, I don't think they'll be very noticeable, Asuma joked. Besides, you're not the only one. My team has their little touches too. I can imagine. I heard you greeted Naruto. Did you know each other before? Of course. I have to keep an eye on my former sensei's children. That's strange. If that were the case, his style would be somewhat similar to yours. He and I have our differences. I suppose the Coward-san nickname comes from that. What's the reason for it? Have you fought with him? My dentist reminds me of that constantly, says the bearded man, clutching his jaw. Good. A few broken ribs are reason enough for me to always have a kawarimi ready for when I played with it. And he doesn't like that technique. I think I understand why now. That's correct. Fighting him with taijutsu is almost like assisted suicide. We think alike, Asuma said with a sigh. What do you think of the test? We both know what the outcome will be, but it will be interesting for the genin to learn a little about what's to come, said the jounin, before leaving with his partner as the test was about to begin. The instructors were Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi, with Marino beginning to explain the exam and its rules. He started by stating what everyone already knew. Only 2 teams would be selected to take the Chunin exam. The way to win was to obtain 4 of the 8 scrolls carried by the participating teams. There were 2 sets of scrolls marked with the 4 cardinal directions, and the requirement for passing was that each team bring a set of 4 different scrolls. Duplicate scrolls were not allowed. The only way to obtain the scrolls was through fighting and stealing the objects in question. All of this took place within the Forest of Death, which meant that he would also have to contend with the deadly creatures that dwelled there. Among the other things that complicated the matter were the possible alliances between the teams and the fact that some confrontations could become pointless if the participants had the same scrolls. The teams were dispersed around the enclosure, and once 12 o'clock was marked, they were allowed to enter the forest where they dispersed, waiting to gain a tactical advantage over the other participants. Team 7 received the North Scroll and, like the others, advanced a couple of kilometers before stopping to plan a strategy. Although it was clear that the blonde member of the group only had one thing on his mind. Let's just keep moving until we run into someone and take their scroll. It doesn't matter who it is, Naruto said, eliciting various reactions from his companions. I suggest we wait until the other teams have fought each other and collected the scrolls. That way we'll avoid unnecessary conflicts, Sakura said. If we wait, we'll only run into opponents whose team would already be weak, and I'm not going to fight someone in that condition. But. No, buts. It's pointless, Sakura. We both know we have to do it his way, Sasuke said. Okay, the girl said, annoyed. Any ideas where to go? The blonde man pondered for a moment and pointed to the east of his position. I can sense a faint chakra signal in that direction. It's best if we head there. Have you increased your detection range? Yes. It now covers at least 2 kilometers. It's underway now. On the southern coast of Tierra del Fuego, hours earlier. How boring. Exclaimed Tsumin, a woman with messy brown hair and a couple of red marks on her face, accompanied by a large black dog. You haven't made that clear enough the last 100 times, Yuga Yuzuki, a woman with long purple hair, said irritably. And I won't stop saying it until we're done with this ridiculous job. Aren't you all tired of chasing that stupid creature, or whatever it is we're looking for? I'm just as exhausted as you are, but complaining won't make him miraculously appear in front of us, Kushina said. It's only a matter of time before we find him. He's becoming careless, leaving so much evidence, so we might see him soon, said Mikoto Uchiha, a woman with long black hair. All the Kunoichi wore the standard Konoha uniform with green tactical vests, except for Yugao, whose was gray. The team continued their mission to find the culprit behind the attacks in the Land of Fire. The latest sightings confirmed what Team 7 had discovered, as the attacker had carried out numerous attacks on different mines throughout the region. It was now clear to them that what they were looking for wasn't human, but rather something like a summoned creature. The question was whether it was being controlled by someone. That was an issue that needed to be resolved immediately, since at any moment an attack could be directed against the capital of the Land of Fire, Konoha itself. After a long trek, Kushina and the others arrived in the Land of Waves, whose village was still being rebuilt. Now under the protection of the Land of Fire, many of the former inhabitants returned to their old homes, determined to reclaim what had been stolen from them. Using the remnants of Gatom's Emporium ships and legitimate merchandise, they were able to quickly begin the recovery process. The woman named Tsunami was the one who greeted the Kunoichi. She was the one who requested the mission to Konoha, and while she received a reprimand from the Hokage, she also received his sincerest apologies for being indirectly responsible for everything that happened to the village. Because of all this, the other villagers appointed her as the village chief, since it was thanks to her faith that they were able to recover their lands. It was a difficult position to assume because both her father and her ex-husband were very close to attaining the role due to their work, but Gatm ultimately thwarted their ambitions. Nevertheless, it was time to move on and face the new challenges ahead. The Kunoichi didn't stay long in the village, as their objective lay a little further ahead, and they wanted to set up camp as soon as possible. The place in question was a mine, which had been discovered after the forest near the village was cut down by bandits. Nami only lacked manpower to transform from a fishing village into a mining village, and not just any mining village, since those lands held an extremely valuable metal due to its military value. And to think there's metal chakra here, Sum said, holding up a piece of the mineral sticking out of the ground. It's ridiculous that no one noticed it before. Perhaps it's better that it turned out this way. A war could break out over a deposit like this, Mikoto said. I wonder what it tastes like, Kuhina said, looking at the metal. Why on earth would you want to know that? The Inyazuka yelled. Excuse me, I thought aloud. What I mean is, why is the creature we're chasing attacking the mines? Asuma and I have seen claw and fang marks on the mine walls, indicating it's searching for minerals there, but I don't think it's eating metal. Or is it? Kushina said, leaving the others somewhat disturbed. This metal is very valuable because of its ability to allow the flow of chakra, and excellent weapons are created from it. The fact that something can consume it can't mean anything good, Yugao said. It's not like every mine we visit is made of chakra metal. There's nothing to worry about, Sum said. But considering we know that thing can fly, there's a possibility it's visited more places than we can reach, Kushina said. Well, all that's left is to wait and see how our research goes, said Yugao. The group of Kunoichi made preparations to set up camp and stand guard. She could also take this opportunity to rest, as her mission had taken her across a large part of the Land of Fire, a task that, needless to say, was exhausting. They currently had no way of knowing if their target would come to the location. The air currents carried too wide a variety of scents for Tsum and her canine to detect anything, and they lacked a sensor ninja to perceive the creature's possible summoner. However, a sudden climate change in the area led them to believe that their assumptions were not entirely wrong. Suddenly, the white clouds in the sky were replaced by stormy gray ones. A cold breeze began to blow, chilling those present, as it seemed it would start snowing at any moment. The Kodo issued an evacuation alert to the few workers on site and asked them to warn the village about a possible attack. The other Kunoichi prepared for the imminent fight, for that was what they had been expecting, or at least that's what they thought. An object emerged from the clouds and hurtled toward the ground with incredible speed, striking the earth with considerable force. As soon as the Kunoichi got a clear view of it, they wondered if it was some kind of dream or genjutsu. The apparent culprit behind all the attacks was a lizard-like creature, 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, that walked on all fours. Its lizard nature was questioned by the pair of wings that extended across its back, wings twice the size of the creature itself. Its entire skin was silver with a metallic texture, from its head to the tip of its tail, giving it a shimmering appearance. Its eyes were completely blue and carefully analyzed the people in front of it. The creature then did not wait for its intentions and uttered a roar that caused a mass of violent winds to envelop it, showing in effect that it was the living tornado described by the victims of the attacked towns. It can't be. Is that a? Mikoto said, impressed. Dragon? Said Kushina, also amazed by the sight of a creature that was considered legendary. Tsum was already getting nervous, especially because Kurama was trembling. Never before, no matter how bad a situation was, had her partner reacted like that to an enemy. It was obvious that his animal instincts were telling him the enemy was very dangerous. It was Yugao who had the resolve to confront the creature and launch an attack. She drew her katana and advanced, creating a pair of Bushin who ran alongside her carrying similar weapons. The entire group rushed at the creature, where the first ones disappeared before Yugao could jump and deliver a downward slash. Dance of the crescent moon, the purple-haired woman exclaimed before striking the dragon's head with her sword. As if a knife had struck a bell, the weapon bounced off, much to the Kunoichi's bewilderment. Strong gusts of wind threatened to destabilize her, but Yuago quickly channeled chakra into her feet to maintain her footing and avoid becoming vulnerable. The dragon then slashed at the Kunoichi, who prepared to parry it with her weapon. Once again, the creature's strength surpassed that of the sword, and it shattered the weapon with ease. The dragon then charged at the Kunoichi with a headbutt that broke a couple of her ribs, before sending her flying a considerable distance. Annoyed by the attack on her partner, Tsum composed herself and ordered her dog to prepare to attack. Although Kurama didn't seem very willing, he performed the Jin Bunshin, man-beast clone, to assume his partner's form. Immediately afterward, they both executed the Getsuga, Double Fang Destroyer, which consisted of them both launching themselves while spinning on their axes to strike with their claws and fangs. The dragon leaped to evade the technique, but it was caught nonetheless when its users extended their reach to strike the enemy. The creature was hit multiple times by Tsume and her partner, but by the time they stopped their attack, it appeared completely unharmed. Rather, it was the Konoha pair who looked bruised and injured from trying to break through their opponent's solid defense. But that wouldn't be enough to stop the proud Tsume, who prepared to attack again with another Getsuga. Of course, her intentions were one thing, and those of her enemy were quite another, who then exhaled a powerful air bullet at the Kunoichi, sending her and her companion crashing into a stone wall. Makoto confirmed with her Sharingan that her opponent was covered by a strong layer of Ton chakra, so she decided to take advantage of the situation by using one of her clan's signature techniques, Kaiten. Great Fireball, waiting for the elemental advantage to do its work. The flames then engulfed the dragon in an intense whirlwind of fire, fueled by all the wind present. This situation wasn't as good as it sounded, since the creature seemed completely unaffected by the high temperatures. She, on the other hand, set about using the flames to her advantage to fire her wind shot again at the Uchiha, which became a much more powerful blaze than the aforementioned jutsu. The chain pulled the dark-haired woman back, preventing her from being incinerated along with a large expanse of earth. Kushina was responsible for this action, and she then unleashed her fearsome diamond chains to restrain the dragon. The creature took flight to dodge the chains that erupted from the ground and hurled themselves at it like spears. The dragon then counterattacked with its compressed air projectiles. These were powerful, but the chains were strong enough to pierce them and ensnare its prey. Water release. Water dragon missile, Kushina exclaimed, gathering the ambient moisture and unleashing a powerful column of water that struck the flying creature with tremendous force, knocking it to the ground. Quick, Makoto. We must finish it off while it's stunned. The Redeed urged her companion. Immediately, said the Uchiha, then prepared a bunch of kunai equipped with explosive tags and subsequently threw them at the downed dragon. Intense explosions shook the area, which must have been strong enough to knock down a small building. Should we get rid of that thing? The dark-haired woman asked. I don't know, but we should check on the others, Kushina said. The more violent roar shook the area, alarming the Kunoichi. The dragon had survived the attack, and although it didn't appear badly injured by the explosions, it looked extremely agitated. Proof of this was the dark wind that now enveloped it. The dragon then took flight and soared high into the sky, then plunged headlong, spinning around as it began to rotate. This caused it to be engulfed in a whirlwind of cutting air. Absolutely not, Makoto said, carefully analyzing the attack. That technique couldn't be a coincidence. It was essentially an individual version of the Getsuga, the Tsuga, Fang Strike, infused with the cutting qualities of wind release chakra. Kushina didn't have to think twice to unleash one of her strongest techniques. Hijutsu. Adamantine chain barrier, the Redeed said, intertwining a large number of chains into a net that she used to shield herself. The dragon struck the barrier with such force that the ground trembled and the chains cracked slightly. Both opponents struggled for dominance, but in the end, it became clear who was stronger, and the creature completely destroyed the barrier. Makoto was practically paralyzed by that display of power. Without a doubt, the power of that thing that was supposed to be just a legend was something to be feared and made those elemental techniques based on such legends pale in comparison. She was at a point where many shinobi broke. Should she go help her friends and face certain death or abandon them and warn the village of this threat? Regardless of her decision, Kushina lay sprawled among the fragments of the barrier, which, fortunately for her, had borne the brunt of the attack. Seeing that she was still able to fight, Kushina tried to get up but was stopped by the dragon. The creature had raised its regular wind barrier again and was now almost upon the woman, threatening her with one of its claws. Uzumaki thought it was ridiculous that everything had ended this way. Fighting against something that didn't seem to belong to her world. It shouldn't be like this. Not before achieving a goal she had yet to accomplish. The dragon raised its claws to deliver the fatal blow, but then stopped before finishing. Was that thing sadistic or what? Uzumaki wondered, not understanding the sudden action. The creature then brought its head closer and sniffed her. It's not a pervert, she lamented. To make matters worse, the dragon flew away from her and took flight. It quickly gained altitude, disappearing into the clouds, which soon returned to normal. Kushina didn't know what had happened and was stunned by the events. It was only when she heard Yugao's cries that she reacted. That's when she and Makoto set about tending to the injured. What happened? Said a stunned Tsume. I don't know for sure. It seemed like it wanted to kill us at first, but then it backed off after smelling Kushina, Makoto said. I've always thought she smells weird, but it's not that bad, said the Inuzuka. This is no time for jokes. We have to warn the village. This definitely needs to be dealt with by the Hokage, said Yugao, recovering from her injuries. We need to recover first, otherwise you'll worsen your injuries, Mikoto said. Okay, but we need to hurry. We don't know what caused him to withdraw. That was too strange. I don't understand what he could have smelled to cause that reaction, the Uzumaki thought until the obvious answer came to her. Naruto. Chapter 7. Ah! Screamed a shinobi as his hand was crushed by the foot of a certain blonde. What's wrong? Does it hurt? They had made it very clear that this test was a taste of the ninja world, the red-eyed boy said. But aren't we supposed to be allies? Allies? Don't make me laugh. You and this village are just my servants. The Hokage will find out about this. The point is, he won't. Now forget what happened, okay? The boy said, activating his Sharingan as the Konoha genin began to scream. It's not fair, Menma-kun. You didn't leave any of me, Natsumi complained with a pout, referring to other genin who were writhing on the ground from a powerful genjutsu they had been subjected to. You took care of the others. So it's only fair that this is my turn, the blonde man said. Menma Namikaze Uchiha had grown into a tall young man with a somewhat muscular build. Like his sister, his mustache markings had become more pronounced and his spiky blonde hair now had red tips. His eyes were permanently activated, with a small slit as the center point of his Jujutsu, adding to his menacing appearance. His outfit consisted of a black shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back and red pants. This contrasted sharply with Natsumi's attire, which comprised a sleeveless blue blouse with a Hyuga symbol and a short black skirt with matching shorts underneath. Are you finished yet? We should finish this test already, Setsuna said. What's wrong? Does the show bother you? Menma said, giving him a sadistic smile. The Uchiha simply did not respond. That's better. You know you shouldn't interfere in our affairs, Natsumi told him. Setsuna just huffed and decided to start moving forward to look for the scroll that her team was missing. That meddler really annoys me. I don't understand why we have to put up with her, said Namikaze. You know it's only temporary. Once we finish the Chunin exams, we can keep it, his brother replied. Oh, right. That's how you'll get the great power your father promised you. Won't it torment you to kill her after living together all these years? As if I cared about that nuisance. I only need her to gain more power. Of course, first I need to improve my own Jujutsu and get rid of her useless brother so I can force her to do the same. That will be exciting. I can't wait to see Setsuna cry. For now it's best if we wait a little while, but don't worry, it won't be long. It'll be a pretty annoying wait, the girl said, pouting. Let's go get another team to make up for it. You stole my thoughts, little sister, Menma said, smiling maliciously at her. On the other side of the forest. Seriously, I'm telling you, it's a bad idea, Lee. You don't stand a chance, Niji said, trying to rein in his teammate. Your words won't discourage me. I can beat Naruto, the boy in green retorted. It's useless to say anything to him, Niji. You know he's wanted this confrontation for weeks, Tenten said. A girl with brown hair, wearing a sleeveless blue blouse and burgundy pants. Standing before Team 9 was Naruto, who had tracked them down. The Hyuga was impressed that they had been found despite covering their tracks. Of course, they weren't completely taken by surprise, thanks to his Byakugan, which detected them. Okay. Who's going to fight? I won't mind if all three of you come at the same time, Naruto said. Hey, don't underestimate us. Tenten retorted, sounding annoyed. I don't, but I want the fight to be a challenge. That's the spirit, said Lee as he untied some weights from his arms and legs. Are you going to take them off so soon? Tenten asked. I have to go all in from now on. With the rest of TAM7. I don't know why I thought he was actually going to wait for us, said Sakura, very annoyed, who, like Sasuke, had been left behind by Naruto. Apparently he's very eager to try out his new techniques. I just hope he doesn't go too far. Suddenly a loud crash is heard. Speak up quickly. Let's hurry. I don't want him to keep everything. Back with Naruto. Leaf Whirlwind Rock Lee exclaimed, delivering 2 kicks to Naruto's right side. Naruto defended himself by raising his arms, then grabbed one of the raven-haired man's legs and threw him into the air. Despite the force of the impact, Lee managed to recover and immediately used a branch to propel himself toward the blonde. Dynamic recovery. He said, unleashing a flying kick. Naruto then disappeared from the branch where he was, to the surprise of the other boy, who stopped his attack and stood in the same place trying to locate him. Watch out, Lee. He's right on top of you, Niji warned. Body slam with arms outstretched and legs together, Naruto falls on the boy in green who barely manages to jump to dodge the attack that not only breaks the branch, but continues straight to the ground. If you had given me that, I would have completely crushed him, Lee thought, watching such a peculiar Jujutsu technique. I think I should only use this thing on the ground, Naruto thought as he removed the pieces of wood from his clothes and climbed out of a hole he had dug. As soon as the blonde man gets up completely, he is surprised by explosive kunai that detonate instantly. In the tree opposite, Tenten watched with joy as her attack had been a success, but the feeling proved ephemeral as she saw the boy emerge from the cloud of smoke without a scratch. "My turn," said Naruto, then gave a loud clap that generated a shockwave strong enough to make Tenten lose her balance, even though she was using chakra to hold on. "Don't let your guard down," Neji warned Naruto, who then saw the Hyuga begin to unleash a flurry of blows with a gentle fist technique. However, the attack was quite brief, as Neji stopped after only a few touches and created some distance. "What the hell? It's like I'm hitting metal. I trained by hitting a log, but if I keep attacking him, I'm going to break my hand," Hyuga thought, wincing at the pain in his fingers. "We're not finished," Naruto said, then approached Neji with the intention of punching him. The Hyuga then stepped aside to make way for Rock Lee, who delivered a powerful kick to the blonde's jaw, lifting him slightly off the ground. This wasn't enough for the dark-haired man to execute the technique he desired, so he began kicking Naruto repeatedly to lift him even higher. This proved quite difficult, as the target's weight reduced the effectiveness of his blows. But that was the kind of challenge Rock Lee took on. After reaching the necessary height, he released his bandages and used them to restrain Naruto. Then he grabbed him in his arms and began to spin, before crashing heavily to the ground. "Primary Lotus," he exclaimed as he crashed to the ground. "That's it. He must have been defeated by that attack," Tenten told her teammates. Neji didn't respond and kept his gaze fixed on the cloud of dust from which Rock Lee emerged, quite exhausted. The Hyuga's eye veins were already prominent due to his ninjutsu, but when he saw the blonde man emerge, they stood out even more. "That was impressive. I have to learn that technique," said Naruto, emerging from the cloud of dust generated by the last technique. "You've got to be kidding me," Tenten exclaimed, beside herself. "How can he get up like nothing happened after a primary lotus? In fact, I have to admit that it did hurt a little." "It was supposed to do much more than just hurt you a little," the girl said, upset. "In that case, I have no other choice," Lee said, beginning to prepare another offensive. "No, Lee. It's best if we retreat," said Neji. "I can still fight," the dark-haired man claimed. "Think about it carefully. Naruto is just the first opponent we've encountered. If we use all our trump cards against him, it means we're not as prepared as the sensei claimed." "But..." "You're right, Lee. We have to surrender," said the brunette Kunoichi. "Come on, don't be so boring. I'm sure you can still do something against me," Naruto said with an annoyed expression. "This is a serious matter. A shinobi must know their limitations, and in this case, you've won," Neji said, tossing the blonde man his team's scroll. "Our meeting will have to wait for another time," he said, signaling to his companions that they were about to leave. They then withdrew, quite dejected, especially the girl, because it meant a future hellish training session from her sensei. "Well, there goes my chance for a good fight. Looks like I'll have to go looking for my brothers after all." "There you are," Sakura said, landing next to the boy. "We finally found you." "Oh, they've arrived. They took a while. We can't move that fast. I offered to teach them how to do it. That they didn't accept it is another matter. We're sorry, but I doubt it's possible for a person to cover 20 meters in just one step," said Sasuke, arriving at the scene. "Well, I saw that it was possible. I still don't understand where you get so many techniques from if you barely pay attention to the sensei. Are you Uzumaki or Namikaze?" Sakura said. "Nothing like that. They're from." The blonde man paused for a long time, pondering his answer. "In fact, I haven't the slightest idea where they're from. I don't understand. Dreams progress far enough to hear people's names, well, it happened once, but faces are out of the question." "What?" said the girl, completely confused. "Never mind. Let's find other opponents." Then Naruto activated his sensory abilities. "It seems there are injured people in that direction," he said, pointing west. "Perhaps we should go there." "Didn't you say you didn't want to attack that way?" "And I won't. I think they've already been through a fight and must be in trouble. We should lend them a hand." "Because?" "I think it's Choji's team and I wouldn't want them to run into one of the beasts that inhabit this forest." Team 7 set off again for the location indicated by Naruto. At least Sakura and Sasuke couldn't complain about not getting results since their teammate had obtained the Eastern Scroll. They didn't take long to reach their objective, which was very convenient for the team lying unconscious on the ground as enormous giant tigers were about to attack them. Naruto immediately took charge, knocking out the beasts, who didn't stand a chance. Then the blonde boy asked Sakura to heal the wounded, something that was already annoying the girl as she was getting tired of being given orders. "Is there a word that's the opposite of troublesome?" Shikamaru said, getting up in considerable pain. "I thought I'd already be inside something in this troublesome forest." "There was nothing to worry about. I knew my prince would come to rescue us," Ino said, happy to see Naruto. "I wish he had arrived a little earlier," Nara complained. "What happened to them?" Sasuke asked. "Ice and Hyuga passed. That guy has no concept of mercy. We surrendered as soon as he and his team challenged us. And he still managed to give us a beating. They should have put up a fight, said Naruto. They didn't give us much of a chance. Toa drained both of their chakra and Hyson repelled my human bullet tank technique when I tried to counterattack, said Akimichi. And what scroll were they carrying? Sakura asked. It's not like we're going to tell you, said the Amanaka. That's enough, Ino, Shikamaru said. They deserve to know, considering they helped us. We had the northern scroll. I'm sorry I can't tell you which one they had. At least we know who we should go up against, Sasuke said. Will they be okay going back to the entrance like that? Sakura asked. Don't worry. It would be more troublesome to stay here, said the boy, leaving with his equipment. What's that kid's problem with that phrase? Said Naruto. I don't know. But it would be quite annoying to have a partner who constantly repeated the same phrase, Sakura said. Now, where do we go? Do we look for that team or set up camp? Sasuke asked. We should do the last thing. Those clouds look like they're going to bring heavy rain, the girl said, pointing to the gray sky above them. I don't think so. I'd say they're too cold to be rain clouds. I'd even say they're snow clouds, Naruto said. Snow in the middle of summer? That would be completely insane, the girl's words were cut short by snowflakes beginning to fall. Since when do you predict the weather? I'd heard about sudden cold fronts hitting the continent, but this is ridiculous, Sasuke said. This isn't natural, said Naruto, his attention fixed on the sky. We've got it figured out now, Sakura said. It's as if someone is causing it. Is that possible? Give me a moment, the boy said, then climbed to the top of a tree. His companions followed him, intending to find out what had caught the blonde boy's attention. Due to the dense foliage of the Forest of Death, it was difficult to see the entire sky, but from that high vantage point, the young people could see a cluster of gray clouds moving across the sky. This wouldn't have been unusual, but given that the clouds had a spiral pattern and the eye of the phenomenon was very close to them, they had a bad feeling. We should find shelter. We're not in any condition to withstand a snowstorm, Sakura said. This is not a snowstorm, said Naruto, pointing at a silver creature that emerged from the clouds. What is that? Is it a bird? Sakura asked. No. It's flying too fast and high to be one. The truth is, it's coming towards us, warned the Uchiha, preparing his bow. Indeed, the creature lunged at the genin, forcing them to abandon the tree and throw themselves to the ground to avoid the destruction caused by the creature's passage. By the time the trio could stand firmly, they finally had a clear view of their attacker. An enormous silver dragon shrouded in a layer of wind that shook everything around it. Finally, we meet face to face, Asura said the dragon in a roar that left Sakura and Sasuke stunned. Excuse me? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde replied casually, much to the bewilderment of his companions, who had only heard an unintelligible roar. You can't fool me, Asura. My sense of smell can find prey from miles away. Forgive me if I doubt your tracking skills, but I find it impossible that you can properly sniff something out when you're surrounded by such strong air currents. I have to admit that this aura brings quite a few problems. It took me a long time to find a supply of metal that met my needs, said the dragon, showing some embarrassment. Metal? Are you responsible for the attacks on the mines and the villages? We've exchanged enough words, now face me, said the dragon, getting into a battle stance. Then I think the answer is obvious. Fine, I have no problem fighting you. That way I can cross fighting a dragon off my to-do list, said the blonde, doing the same, much to the stress of his companions, who, despite only understanding half of the conversation between the dragon and Naruto, were quite clear that the pair would fight. Before we begin, I need to know my opponent's name. Call me Kushala de Ora, roared the creature as it then lunged at Naruto with a charge. Sasuke and Sakura immediately moved out of the way of the attack, but Sasuke held his position and took the full force of the massive beast's onslaught. The boy was strong enough not to be sent flying by the impact, but he was still pushed through the ground, leaving a considerable furrow in the earth. Far from feeling nervous, the boy felt genuinely excited. He was confirming that the legends about the colossal power of dragons were true, and he even had the opportunity to use his abilities without any restraint. Using some chakra to ground himself, Naruto managed to completely halt the creature's advance. He then landed a punch to the Kushala's face. The sound echoed throughout the forest with a sharp metallic clang. It was a blow that could easily have shattered a person's jaw, but the Kushala's metallic armor did its job well and prevented him from sustaining serious damage. The dragon then spread its wings and took flight, leaving behind a powerful shockwave that kicked up a cloud of dust. Is that really a dragon? I thought they only existed in stories, Sakura said, taking advantage of the moment to approach Naruto. Well, it's pretty clear they're real, the blonde man replied. We must leave here. I completely agree with that idea, Sasuke said. Whatever you want, I'll stay here, said Naruto. Then we won't see each other, said the Uchiha, proceeding to walk away with Sakura. However, their advance was stopped by a sudden hole that appeared in front of them. You won't escape anywhere, Indra. You have to fight me too, roared Kushala, then inhaled deeply and fired a burst at the dark-haired man, who barely managed to dodge it. Excuse me, did I miss something? I thought that thing was only fighting you, said the dark-haired man, partly relieved not to have been pulverized by the air bullet. He said you had to fight him too, replied Uzumaki. Because? I don't think he'll answer me right now. Now take cover, Naruto warned, watching as Kushala Daora took another deep breath. The creature exhaled a vortex. A mini tornado that, while small, was powerful enough to cause considerable damage to the vegetation in the area. Had the trees not been of a gigantic size, they would have been uprooted. Sasuke, that's an aerial enemy. I think you should put your skills to use, Sakura suggested with a somewhat sarcastic tone as she jumped from side to side to avoid the attack. I highly doubt an arrow would do anything to him, Sasuke replied. Besides, with all this wind, launching any kind of projectile is risky. He's right, Naruto said. I'll have to force him to land if we want to make things fair. The blonde boy then used his movement technique, the Kakuo Shundo, with which he began to jump through the air to approach the dragon. The dragon, of course, didn't stand idly by and fired several air bullets at Naruto. This time, Sasuke and Sakura weren't as impressed by the scene, having already witnessed the technique in previous training sessions, but they still thought how surreal the fight was. It was supposed to be a battle between genin, not a battle between a legendary creature and a boy who defied the laws of physics. High hook. Naruto exclaimed, attempting to land a right hook against his opponent's chest. The attack failed to hit its target due to a dodge by Kushala, which allowed him to fire a point-blank shot at the blonde man. Naruto experienced firsthand the impact of the air blast, which inevitably sent him crashing to the ground, not only from the force of the impact, but also from a layer of ice that immobilized him. This caused Naruto not only to suffer a nasty fall, but also made him vulnerable to the barrage of aerial bullets that his opponent then unleashed. Suddenly, a pair of arrows flew toward Kushala Daora, but they couldn't do much as the wind aura halted their advance. However, they served their purpose, since Sasuke had fired them to distract the dragon, and it turned its attention back to him. As the dragon lunged to attack the Uchiha, Naruto managed to recover and gain altitude again. He was quite dazed and sore from the previous attack, but he still knew he had to take advantage of this sudden opening. Positioning himself over his target, Naruto executed a crushing body slam, which upon contact forced the Kushala to descend. The strike wasn't fully executed, however, as its success depended more on surprise than brute force, and the dragon shook Naruto off before he could slam it to the ground. It was then that the member of Team 7 made her appearance, launching herself at the dragon and delivering a chakra-infused punch. Sakura nearly broke her hand with the blow, but she managed to bring Kushala to its feet. Do you really think you've accomplished anything? Nothing will stop me from returning to heaven, roared the creature. Don't be so sure, said Naruto, who made his approach with a flying kick against the dragon's face, which was immediately followed by a series of punches against the same spot. It's useless. Among those of my type, my defense is the best. Then I'll have to do something to get through it, Naruto said as he proceeded to unseal his sword from a sealing paper under his jacket sleeve. The punches were then exchanged for a rapid succession of sword blows. Although the weapon didn't bounce aimlessly off the Kushala's hide, no significant damage could yet be seen on the creature. At great risk, Naruto channeled a layer of lightning release chakra over the weapon to enhance its penetrating power. However, his idea quickly proved useless when the chakra flow in the sword began to suffer severe interference. The aura surrounding the dragon contained wind release chakra, thus severely diminishing the effects of Naruto's lightning release. Move aside, Naruto, Sasuke warned as he prepared an arrow with a cone-shaped tip, unlike the usual rhombus. He immediately charged a layer of green chakra onto the bowstring, which then transferred to the arrow. Wind release. Flying heron, the raven-haired man said before releasing the projectile. It began to spin in a motion reminiscent of a drill. That technique was a variation of Asuma's signature jutsu, Futen. Flying swallow, which instead of sharpening the surface of a blade, gave greater speed and penetration power to the projectiles fired. It was clear to the Uchiha that this would not be enough to damage the dragon anyway, so he fired another pair of identical arrows that had a purpose other than simply hitting their target. The projectile's drilling effect was enough to pierce the dragon's wind aura, though they lost all their momentum in the process. While this carried the risk of the arrows being deflected, a series of explosions around Kushala Daora shattered them and winded the creature. Sasuke had attached explosive tags to the projectiles in the hope that this would work. The dragon was severely stunned by the explosions, a moment Sakura used to unleash the poison mist jutsu around her opponent. Despite how disastrous that might seem, the Kushala Daora's wind aura didn't disperse the poison. On the contrary, it concentrated it, ultimately suffocating the creature, which thrashed violently, clearly affected by the toxins. When the layer of air protecting the dragon fell, the genin thought the situation was finally turning for the better. Naruto chose not to be overconfident and immediately coated his sword with a layer of lightning release before charging at the dragon. Using Shundo, the Uzumaki surrounded Kushala and made countless horizontal cuts against his skin, which this time was dented by the weapon coated in Raiten. Tsumeirashi, 1000-page cut, said the Uzumaki to end his attack, causing the creature to roar in pain as it was struck by a strong electric current. After all, the metal covering it made it very vulnerable to the element. Apparently struck down, the Kushala de Aura fell heavily, causing a slight tremor. "Did we do it?" Sakura asked. Naruto refrained from responding and kept his attention on the dragon, waiting for any movement. The Kushala didn't move at first, but then a halo of dark smoke with purple undertones began to emerge from its mouth, which subsequently enveloped the rest of its body. "Watch out," warned the blonde man, and immediately everyone moved away from the dragon, which emitted a kind of explosion with the same dark smoke. With an appearance that could only be described as furious, Kushala de Aura stood up and raised a layer of wind far more powerful than the previous one, which was as dark as a storm cloud. Furthermore, its head and claws turned black, a color Naruto foretold as very bad news. The dragon's first move was to take flight and lunge at Naruto, who, upon being hit, was propelled by a powerful shockwave that almost slammed him into a tree. Sakura threw a couple of poison smoke bombs, and Sasuke fired his explosive arrows at the dragon in an attempt to repeat their previous strategy. The devices detonated, enveloping their target, but this time it showed no discomfort. Instead, it used the poison cloud surrounding it to unleash a vortex against the pair of genin. Severely beaten and poisoned, the pair were thrown dozens of meters from the battle scene in a fall that definitely would not be pleasant. Naruto thoughtfully came to their rescue to prevent the pair from suffering further harm. He then used Shundo to create a safe distance from Kushala before taking them to safety. "Perhaps I underestimated our opponent. It's best if you wait here," the blonde man said to his companions, who could barely move because of the pain they were in. "I will not lodge any complaint," Sasuke replied. "I won't be long," said Naruto before leaving. "Take your time." "I have no words left to describe it," Sakura said. "Don't even mention it. Do you have any antidote for your poison?" "Of course. What kind of medical ninja do you think I am?" When Naruto returned to the battlefield, he was immediately met by Kushala de Aura's aerial bullets, whose newfound power could pierce through the thick tree trunks present as if they were nothing. Now aware that the dragon was vulnerable to lightning, the Uzumaki charged as much Raiten chakra as he could into his weapon and launched himself at the creature in order to attack it with everything he had. To an unsuspecting observer, the forest was simply the victim of a violent storm, as the clash of Naruto's sword against the dragon's wind aura produced thunderous roars. However, this wasn't a sign that the blonde boy was winning, but rather that his attacks were having minimal effect. The situation with the dragon's attacks was different, as its claws had gained enough hardness to cut the blonde man and inflict considerable wounds on his arms and chest. Naruto was already beginning to show signs of exhaustion, a result of all the damage his opponent was inflicting. Kushala, on the other hand, seemed much more energetic, as evidenced by the move he executed on the blonde boy. The dragon gained altitude and then performed a corkscrew dive, providing a tornado-like shield. With no time to evade the devastating attack, Naruto interposed his sword between his chest and the tornado's tip, attempting to lessen the damage. Unfortunately, the result was nothing other than the weapon being split in two and the boy being hit by an intense tornado. "You have been a worthy opponent, Asura, but you still have a long way to go before you can defeat me," roared the dragon on the ground, turning his back on the boy. "Your ninjutsu is weak and you lack the will to overcome my defense," he said, intending to leave. "Maybe you're right," the blonde man said, struggling to his feet. "I still need to get stronger, but don't think I'll just let you go. Not after you made the fight personal." "Personal?" While Naruto was aware that his weapon could be damaged if used carelessly, he was still furious that it had been destroyed in the attack. As childish as it sounded, he wasn't going to tolerate someone damaging his mother's gift and getting away with it. Naruto then began to make small jumps while maintaining his position. Kushala watched him with some confusion, because although the boy seemed to be increasing the pace of his jumps, he was moving slower and slower. "You" was the only word Naruto uttered before vanishing and connecting with a punch at the dragon with enough speed to break the sound barrier. It was a nasty punch that forced Kushala to brace itself on the ground, but it was something he could handle. Zue's new blow surprised the creature, this time leaving it somewhat unsteady. Mai tree was shattered as if something had ricocheted off it, and Kushala received a punch powerful enough to crack its face. At that point, the creature had already accepted the facts. It had been completely defeated. Phantom Naruto shouted, landing on Kushala de Ora with a double punch that sent his target crashing into the ground with the full force of the impact. The Uzumaki wasn't always going to use other people's techniques, so he took an attack called Kurakami Phantom and redesigned it to take advantage of the full potential of Shundo and Kakuo Shundo in a swift succession of blows. The sudden cessation of the wind barrier was the sign for Naruto to consider the battle over, although he still approached his rival to check his condition. "I admit my mistake, Asura. You have a strong will within you. Thank you, but I didn't win alone. My friends helped me out. I know they wouldn't have acted of their own volition, but they tried anyway. It's admirable that you're aware of it. I didn't expect Indra to come to your aid. Anyway, can I ask you something? Feel free. Why did you attack all those villages? It's difficult to describe. They never reached us, so we instinctively shifted to our targets. Us? Are there more like you? Yes, and rest assured they'll be after you now, Indra roared Kushala, then began to glow. My time is up. One suggestion. Be careful with your cousin Shiva, said the dragon, then vanished in a flash of light. Wait. Said the blonde boy, shielding his eyes from the light. By the time his vision cleared, the dragon had completely vanished, though it had left behind a sort of bronze orb with golden rings. It was no bigger than a fist and seemed far too strange to be a simple jewel. Naruto took it and stared at it for a long time. He felt a strange energy surge within him and an equally disorienting feeling. What happened? Said Sasuke, who was the first to arrive at the scene. Where's the dragon? I have defeated him. Really? But where's the body? You're not going to believe this, Kushala de Ora disappeared and left this thing behind, said Naruto, showing the orb. It's hard not to, given the situation, Sakura sighed. Why did that thing attack us? It's a confusing situation. He called me Asura and Sasuke called him Indra. Do those names sound familiar to you? I've never heard those names before, Sasuke said. Me neither, Sakura said. Now, could you explain how you were talking to that thing? All we heard were roars and shrieks. Seriously? Said Naruto. Didn't you notice? I've seen all kinds of animals talk. A dragon doing it wasn't going to bother me. I can imagine. Naruto, is that your? Sasuke said, pointing at some pieces of metal on the ground. Yes, said the blonde man as he proceeded to gather the remains of his weapon. It's my sword. Sakura said, looking intently at Naruto. What's happening? Sasuke, is it just me, or do Naruto's eyes look a little different? The girl said, looking at the boy's face. Wow. You're right. It seems like you're changing, said the Uchiha. Naruto then received a mirror from Sakura so he could witness the event. His eyes had turned completely blue and the iris had taken on a spiral design that covered the entire surface of the eye. Could it be a taijutsu? Sakura asked. I'm not sure. I only know about the Sharingan and the Byakugan, the Uchiha said thoughtfully. Do you see something you wouldn't normally see? Do you feel strange or anything? There's nothing I consider worth mentioning. What's really bothering me is the fact that my gun is broken, said the blonde man. I don't think you should worry. I'm sure that item you got is worth enough for you to get a better weapon. That's not the point. This sword has great value to me, and I think it's unfair that it fell this way, said the boy, holding an orb next to the weapon's remains. Then the blonde man's attention fell once more on the artifact left behind by Kushala de Ora. Now he not only felt the energy emanating from it, but also a kind of message that could not be expressed in words. Without fully realizing what he was doing, Naruto arranged the remains of his sword on the ground and then covered them with a layer of bronze-colored chakra, very similar to that of the orb. His companions then watched as the pieces of the weapon reassembled, leaving behind a light, as if they were melting together. By the time Naruto regained consciousness, his sword was as good as new. It was now a little longer and had a sheen on its bronze surface, but the most striking thing was the icy aura it now emitted. I think we now have an idea of what Naruto's new eyes do, Sasuke said, due to the fact that he noticed said organs light up a little during the process. Naruto agreed with that theory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt his chakra almost touching the ground. He lifted the weapon, which had gained some weight, and swung it a couple of times to test how much it had changed. That certainly looks like an interesting weapon, said an unknown voice. Team 7 then looked up and found Hysen Hyuga with all his teammates, who were watching them from the top of a tree. That sword looks great. It should be in the hands of an alpha like me, Kiba said. I see it as more suitable for an elite like myself, said Hyuga. It seems they've been watching us for a while, Sasuke said, getting into a battle stance. That's correct, but we've chosen to stay out of it with that unexpected guest, Hysen said. I'd say they were more like hiding, you bunch of chickens, said Naruto. We were just waiting for them to be defeated so we could take their scrolls. They proved to be more resilient than they appeared, I have to admit, but now they're too weak to fight any longer. Make things simple and hand them over along with that weapon. Yes. We'll just hit them enough to wake them up when we're already chunin. They're very arrogant if they think we won't put up a fight. Ha. His chakra reserves are too low for boasting, said the Byakugan boy. Anyway, Abiram, take care of finishing off his strength. I don't think I can, Hysen-sama, said Toa, a girl with brown hair and fair skin. She was wearing a light blue jacket, the collar of which reached her nose. This, along with her black glasses, obscured most of her face. It was an order. My insects don't want to answer. Sorry. The Kikai usually obey all my commands, but they don't want to reveal themselves to that boy. It seems they listen to their instincts more than to me. Hysen just sighed with some annoyance and without warning, he slapped the girl and knocked her down, much to the annoyance of Team 7. Uselessness is not tolerated on this team, Hyuga said, glaring at Toa. Then we'll have a severe chakra. Kiba to the attack. With pleasure, said the Inyazuka as he jumped alongside his teammate against Team 7. Fine. You want the sword. Then try it out, said Naruto, who then waved his sword to get into a fighting stance. He had already done it previously, so he did not expect a white burst to appear and come out in the direction of the pair. Then Naruto turned to his companions and made a comment that, under other circumstances, would have been very awkward. You know what? This would be a good time for one of us to learn fire release. About 30 minutes later. An Anbu squad raced through the forest of death. The sudden change in the village's weather triggered all sorts of alarms, and since the apparent source was Training Area 44, the Hokage didn't hesitate for a moment to send his forces to ensure the genin's safety. The shinobi were drawn to the area with the most extensive damage, where they were deeply shocked by the extent of the destruction. They knew that all sorts of dangerous creatures lived in that forest, but none could have caused such devastation. The idea that a genin was responsible seemed ludicrous, but when they stumbled upon a peculiar genin encampment, they changed their minds. It was Team 7 and Toa, who were waiting for campfires to melt a huge block of ice containing two pretentious young men. Naruto had suggested beating them out, but Sakura flatly refused. It wasn't that she liked the pair, but she didn't want them to end up as a slush. The test was interrupted to allow for the relevant investigations, but after the examiners made an assessment between the teams, it was agreed that it could be considered concluded. Team 11 gathered all the required scrolls, and given the conditions in which Team 7 left Team 8, it was determined that the former had also managed to meet the conditions to pass. As for the rest of the genin, the members of Teams 10 and 9 left the facility safely, despite having some injuries. The others weren't so lucky, as the forest beasts had demonstrated their lethality. It was truly strange that this had happened, given the experience of those teams, but the Hokage could do nothing but lament. His attention had to be turned to the apparent breach that had occurred in the village. The main witnesses were Team 7 and Hysen from Team 8, although he was unable to speak due to the hypothermia he suffered from freezing. It was an important matter, but the Hokage allowed the genin to take a break before questioning them. Strangely, the weather created by Kushala was still present and had spread to the rest of the village, causing almost all the restaurants with hot food to be crowded with people trying to withstand the sudden cold wave. Sakura suggested to her companions that they go to a place that hadn't been open long in the village, but had become their favorite. It was an establishment that, instead of having the normal atmosphere of a restaurant, resembled a kind of library, as it had bookshelves, armchairs, and sofas that allowed people to enjoy a snack while reading their favorite works. There were many people, but the pink-haired woman managed to get a table because she was a regular customer of the cafe. Once settled, the young woman ordered a plate of cookies and cups of a steaming hot beverage for her companions. What was this thing called again? Sasuke asked, looking at the drink. I think it was coffee. Yes. I also enjoy tea, but since I usually get up very early, coffee has won my heart, the girl replied. This drink, Naruto said, downing the whole thing in one gulp. I like it. I know, isn't it? Another one, said the blonde boy, throwing the cup to the floor and breaking it in the process. Chapter 8. Days later. Explain it again because I didn't quite get it. How did a bunch of kids defeat a monster that a group of experienced jonin dealt with without any assistance? Tsume said, quite annoyed, to the Hokage, who was meeting with the Kunoichi team, Naruto, and finally the council. I'm certainly impressed as well, especially given the information your team has brought us, but that's the reality, Sarutobi said. Despite not having a body to examine, we have Team 8 as witnesses to what happened. Naruto and his teammates defeated the dragon responsible for the attacks around the Land of Fire. Incredible. It really doesn't surprise me that they defeated my son so easily. What a man you've raised, Kushina, said the Inyazuka in a cheeky tone, nudging the aforementioned woman's elbow. Iridide chose to ignore her companion's last comment and simply stated her own thoughts on the situation. I'm glad this whole mess is finally sorted out and that my baby was the one responsible. I wouldn't call someone a baby who caused so much destruction and defeated such a beast, the Hokage thought. Unfortunately, I don't think the situation can be considered resolved. Kushala Daora was explicit in saying there were others like him, Naruto said, drawing the attention of those present in the room. He may have been responsible for the attacks in the Land of Fire, but we still don't know where he came from or if there are other dragons roaming around. You're right. We can't assume that dragon was unique and it's likely that other villages will experience similar attacks. Are you suggesting we continue investigating? Yuga said. No. We will remain vigilant for any further sightings and concentrate our forces on the village. We cannot allow a creature like that to attack the population. Isn't it very risky? Mikoto said. It's a temporary measure. First, we'll focus on the Chunin exams and then we'll conduct a more thorough investigation in which Naruto Uzumaki will be involved due to his apparent ability to communicate with the enemy. I have no objection, Naruto said, happy with the idea. I consider it unacceptable, said Hiashi, who was obviously furious with the blonde boy for his eldest son's crushing defeat. Not only do I find that brat's convenient ability to communicate with beasts highly suspicious, but I believe Menma and Natsumi should be the ones responsible for hunting them down. They have better tracking and attack skills. They can certainly deal with the enemy more effectively than Team 7, Fugaku added. As you've said, it's just your opinion. All the destruction that dragon has caused is enough without me having to deal with the collateral damage that pair is causing. Collateral damage? What do you mean, Hiruzen? Kushina said, worried that her children were doing something wrong. It's none of your business, woman, Hiashi said, earning a threatening glare from the redeed. You can't deny that the twins are stronger than the Uzumaki. They have access to the best resources in Konoha. They will stay out of it unless I order otherwise, the old man said, much to the fury of the council members. With nothing further to add, I adjourn the meeting. At the Uzumaki residence, later. Very well, young man. You've already given your version at the Hokage Tower, but now I want to know what really happened, Kushina said to her son. Everything happened exactly as I said. Kushala Daora came to the forest looking for a fight and I gave it to him, said Naruto, who indeed recounted every detail of the encounter. He didn't even bother to hide the fact that the dragon had referred to him and Sasuke as his targets. Are you sure? I'm not talking about something related to your identity. Just that silly tendency to call me Asura. What a relief. Why? Is something wrong? Nothing to worry about, darling, said Uzumaki, sounding a bit more relaxed. By the way, did you manage to see your brothers? I wasn't lucky. As always, they keep their distance. This is outrageous. I can't forgive myself for leaving my babies in the hands of those scumbags. I know those on the council are to blame, but you have to take into account that Menma and Natsumi have made their own decisions. I know, but I can't give up on them. I know I can make them the same enthusiasts they were before. I miss the way they were too, but I don't think they'll ever be the same again. You have to have faith. A miracle might happen and they might realize their behavior is wrong. I pray for it a lot, the woman says, clasping her hands together. Believing that someone in heaven is going to solve your problems just by thinking about it is silly. Please, son. What are you saying? You have to have faith that everything is possible. I have it, but I still think it's stupid to believe that any deity would voluntarily intervene in mortal matters. Whatever you say, Kushina replied, a bead of sweat forming on her temple. By the way, I'm glad to hear you were able to work as a team with your colleagues. Yes, our opponent turned out to be tougher than I expected and I was pleased to see that they ultimately had the courage to intervene in the fight and lend me a hand. I hope they'll agree to train with me soon. There are a couple of things I'd like to teach them. They'll probably accept. They must already trust you a lot. The only problem is that Sakura's a little upset with me. I broke a cup at the restaurant she took us to and she thinks it was some kind of insult or something. I think I should have explained to her that that's just how I express when I like something, Naruto said, to which his mother chuckled. What's so funny? Nothing important. It's just that I can't help but remember that I thought the same thing when your father tried the ramen. He said he'd never tasted such a good dish. Really? I thought Minato didn't like that dish, the boy said, causing the redeed to freeze as she realized she had put her foot in it. I'm sorry. I meant our youth. It was later that he started to dislike me, she said defensively. Forget it. I'd rather go train. Aren't you forgetting something, young man? Oh, right. I forgot to tell you about how I changed my sword, the boy said, showing the bronze weapon. That's very interesting, but I mean something else. I don't understand. What on earth happened to your eyes? The woman exclaimed as 9 strands of her hair suddenly stood up. Oh, that, the boy said, unsure how to respond. Is it that noticeable? Of course. I really don't know what happened. They only appeared after I defeated the dragon. There has to be an explanation. A Jujutsu doesn't appear out of nowhere. I suppose they have something to do with the dreams I've been having lately. What dreams? It was a long afternoon for Naruto as he explained to his mother the visions he had while sleeping. They were hard to believe, but when she saw the techniques he had learned, she had to resign herself to accepting them as real. It's quite a serious matter. Does anyone else know about it? Kushina asked. I haven't told my team about it explicitly, but they've already seen me use several techniques. This can't be a coincidence, thought Uzumaki. And do you have any idea what it's called? Hiruzen was also intrigued and thought it might be a Jujutsu called Rinnegan, but he has his doubts because of its shape. I understand, she said, recalling the legends about those eyes. I'm quite intrigued by the fact that it closely resembles the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. I thought the same thing, but I don't remember reading about the existence of another Jujutsu. And how did those bastards on the council react? I don't think they didn't notice. At first it seemed like they were going to have a fit, but then they just tried to ignore it. I hope they don't get any ideas about doing anything strange. Don't worry. I'm ready to teach them a lesson if they try to get too clever. I'm counting on it. At the Hokage Tower, days later. Hiruzen was completing his daily quota of paperwork before departing with the Genin teams for Suna for the start of the exams. He was somewhat grateful for the event, as it would help alleviate the relentless workload that came with his position. His work was interrupted by a figure who suddenly appeared in the room. It was a tall elderly man with white hair and beard. The man was dressed in pistachio green clothing with burgundy details and peculiar wooden sandals. The Hokage wasn't fazed or anything like that. Rather, he was happy to see who it was. It's a joy to see you again, Jiraiya, said Sarutobi. I agree, old man, said the aforementioned, also happy to see his former sensei. When are you going to realize that you're no longer in a position to call me that? The Hokage joked. I tell him all the time, he never listens to me, said another person, entering the room. Kisuke. Is that really you, kid? The one who wears the clothes and shoes, said the boy, who looked about 17. He had a facial structure and hairstyle similar to Jiraiya's, but unlike the man, his hair was brown, though it had a few white streaks in the front. His eyes were green. His clothes were dark blue and consisted of a sleeveless shirt and a jumpsuit. A katana gleamed on his back. You've grown so much. How's your mother? Everything's fine. He's training my sister Shizuka in the village. I'm glad, said the old man. So what brings you here? And one visit their sensei without a special reason? Jiraiya said. We both know that we don't live in that kind of world. Unfortunately, you're right. I've come for several reasons. First, I came to accompany Kisuke since he intends to join the Konoha shinobi forces. Oh really? Yes. I chose to live with my family in Nadeshiko village, but I can't become a shinobi there as the village rules forbid it, Kisuke explained. This old man told me I'd have the opportunity in Konoha, and here I am. Believe me when I say it's a waste that Kisuke isn't a shinobi, Jiraiya added. I've already taught him much of my repertoire and he'll be a great asset to you all. I can imagine, Hiruzen said. Are you aware that Tsunade won't be too happy about his decision? It can't all be about her. She needs to understand that this is a chapter that needs to be closed and I shouldn't have to stay away from my home village just because my presence bothers her. We agree, Sarutobi said with a sigh. Good, I have no objection to accepting Kisuke. I only regret that you didn't come sooner to expedite his promotion to Chunin with the upcoming exam. He'll have to start as a genin. I'll live with it, said the brown-haired man. Now, regarding the other reason I came, Jiraiya said. And here we go again with the senile toad's dream, Kisuke said, annoyed. Show some respect to the great wise toad, brat. His father scolded him with a blow. What's this about? Hiruzen said, knowing who they were talking about. It's about the prophecy. This will be fantastic, Hiruzen said, leaning back in his chair with his hand to his temples. Do you know all the trouble that ridiculous prediction has caused? Minato practically handed the village over to the twins, who have done nothing but cause problems. That's the issue. It seems there has been a misunderstanding about the prophecy and it has changed. What do you mean, change? I didn't quite understand Gamamara's words, but he said he read the prophecy from somewhere else. For me it was just indigestion from a meal at Shima's, Kisuke said, pretending to vomit. The point is, now we have a clear prophecy, Jiraiya said, interrupting the young man. It goes something like this. Like every story, it all begins with a small deception. From there will be born a boy who can make both the earth and the sky tremble. Although his path among the shinobi will be ephemeral, his work will be of great importance, for upon him lies the power to end or continue the eternal cycle that destroys this world. On his journey, he will not be alone, for the flower of rain and the withered light will be in his path. Beware the serpent's offspring. Although its venom can heal, its destiny is destruction. He finished with a long silence. And that's all. That's even more confusing than the first one, said Sarutobi, trying to understand what he had heard. What was the reason for that long silence? You'll see. Go ahead and tell him. It's quite amusing, Kisuke said mockingly. It turns out the prophecy is somewhat incomplete. The great sage said there are many things that can alter it. Don't take this the wrong way, but it seems like you've only come to give me a headache, said the Hokage. I'm sorry it's like this. I've tried to make sense of it, but I haven't been able to. There's just one thing that's worrying me. The young snake, Hiruzen said in a serious voice. I have to go with the most logical answer. Orochimaru could finally show his face. That would be to be expected with the upcoming event. That's why I've come too. I want to offer my assistance. Which is quite appreciated. Just keep in mind that one of my companions will be Tsunade. I suppose it will be a very long journey. Don't doubt it. By the way, old man. I have something important to ask, Jiraiya said, clearing his throat. What on earth is going on with this weather? It's the middle of summer, but it's snowing. For a moment I thought I'd come to the wrong village. It's a situation we recently encountered. Why don't you visit your godson? He'll give you the answers to your questions. Okay, I was planning to do it anyway, Jiraiya said, leaving the place with Kisuke. The Hokage sighed and began to meditate on the information he had just obtained. He knew a young man who closely matched the description in the prophecy and wanted his student to realize this. On the other hand, he thought it best to keep the information to himself to avoid further problems. Later. After visiting the Uzumaki residence and receiving a scolding from Kushina for not visiting his godson more often, Jiraiya went to the training grounds where he was told Naruto and his team were. Unfortunately, he arrived empty-handed as the Redeed had strictly forbidden him from giving her one of his filthy books, something that infuriated him since he wanted to show the young man the masterpieces he wrote. He was already nearing his destination, which seemed colder than the rest of the village. He didn't pay much attention to it because when he spotted the young men, his attention was drawn to the equipment they were carrying. Sakura appeared to be training her to jutsu. What was unusual was that she was wearing arm and leg protectors made of bronze plates. Jiraiya thought he saw a mini Tsunade, given that the girl shattered a rock with one of her punches. It was strange that the medical ninja would teach her technique to someone, but even stranger was the fact that the blow had completely frozen the rock, making its fracture inevitable. He couldn't really say if it was a Kekkei Genkai or something similar, as the pink-haired girl clearly wasn't enjoying the cold. Elsewhere on the field, Sasuke was shooting at targets with a bronze bow. It was noticeable that the boy lacked a quiver to replenish his arrows, but closer observation revealed the reason. He simply had to draw back the bowstring, and the bow automatically created an ice arrow to fire. The challenge with the weapon was that the Uchiha had to wear gloves to handle it, which made it more difficult to use. Finally, there was Naruto, practicing with his sword to learn how to direct the waves of ice it emitted, since he didn't want them to constantly appear and render the weapon useless in close combat. The blonde boy didn't seem affected by the temperature in the slightest. On the contrary, he even had the audacity to train shirtless. The team sensei was also present to supervise his students and was struggling not to freeze. Eventually, Asuma noticed his visitor and approached him to greet him. Jiraiya-sama, it's a pleasure to see you. What brings you to Konoha? Said the Jounin. I came for a few matters, one of which was visiting my godson, said the Sannin, watching the boy approach him. I see you've grown quite a bit, Naruto. It's a pleasure to see you, Jiraiya. How are Shizuka and Kisuke? Said Naruto. I'm pleased to say they're doing very well. Now, if you'll excuse my boldness, I must ask what those weapons you're carrying are. I get the impression they're related to the strange weather plaguing the village. Well, you see. A while later. After hearing Naruto's entire account of his encounter with the Kushala de Aura, Jiraiya was completely beside himself. It was astonishing that creatures like dragons truly existed and terrifying to think that they possessed the power to even alter the weather. The Sannin regretted not having the information network he had once wanted to create but had abandoned to dedicate himself to his family. At least he could consult the wise toads on the matter and thus obtain more information. You're definitely becoming a pretty strong shinobi. Minato would be proud, Jiraiya said. It's not exactly my goal, but I am putting a lot of effort into becoming stronger, the blonde replied. Your mother told me you're going to the Chunin exam. I suppose you'll have a good repertoire of techniques to impress the judges. Yes, I have it, but I always like to learn new things. In that case, I'd like to know what you think about learning the Rasengan, huh? The fourth Hokage's most powerful technique. Passed. Sorry. I said I'll pass. I consider that technique too weak. What? How? Just watch, Naruto said, gathering chakra in his hand and spinning it into a tiny sphere. The boy then simply threw it at a tree and the sphere suddenly vanished in flight, much to the Sannin's bewilderment. A small explosion then occurred in the tree trunk, leaving a noticeable hole in the wood. Look. That thing is pathetic. At best, it would only be good for knocking someone down, Naruto declared. Jiraiya simply collapsed in the snow, foaming at the mouth. He couldn't process how the boy had infused the technique with elemental chakra. Neither he nor Minato had ever accomplished such a feat. Chapter 9. Although it seemed that the third Hokage had too many expectations about the exams, the attention he gave to the event was just right and necessary to match the other villages, who were also preparing with great determination. The first example was the severe and strict Iwa, where the stern Tsuchikage was preparing to depart with the shinobi he had chosen to represent his village in the exam. To bolster the morale of their fighters, their departure was accompanied by a small event in the village's main square, which was attended not only by a large portion of Iwa's shinobi forces, but also by civilians who came to cheer on their representatives. Very well, brats. The time has come to show the world that Iwa has stood firm throughout all these years, said Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. Understood, responded the group of 6 young people behind him in unison, which was followed by a round of applause from the audience. And above all, you must remember our ultimate goal, Inoki said very seriously. Even if we don't excel in the exams, we must make the offspring of Konoha's yellow flash pay for our village's suffering, he said, receiving a standing ovation from the residents of Iowa. It may sound crazy to some because of the rumors surrounding them, but there's a reason we've dedicated ourselves to creating the best kunoichi this village has ever known. Enough, Grandpa. You're going to embarrass me, Kuritsuchi said angrily. The young woman, around 17 years old, had short black hair and fair skin. Like the others, she wore the red tactical uniform of Iowa. Notable were the shoulder patches. One bore the kanji for monkey and the other the explosive squad emblem. You know we're very proud of the control you've achieved, dear Kuritsuchi. We have great faith in you for this exam, said the Tsuchikage. That's no excuse. Besides, why do I have to wear these stupid license plates? The young woman said angrily. You must uphold our pride and they are the symbol of that. I'd say it's more of a warning to any unsuspecting people who might want to deal with you. You know, beware the explosive monkey, a blonde man mocked the girl. Nobody asked for your opinion, Tadara Baka. The girl said, lunging at the boy and starting to hit him. It was good while it lasted, thought Akatsuki, the partner of those two. This will be a very long journey, thought Nosu, Hachi and Senshi, who were part of the team that would support the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. They were all members of the Kamizuru clan, a clan that was returning to its former glory because it had recovered the techniques of the village's first Tsuchikage, allowing it to once again reach its former glory. Hachi was a boy with short brown hair, fair skin, and a somewhat stocky build. Nosu was a somewhat robust girl with the same characteristics as her cousin Hachi. Finally, Senshi was a slender boy with dark skin and black hair. They all shared the same honey-colored eyes and were between 16 and 20 years old. It's a fact that your granddaughter is very temperamental, but we can count on her crushing everyone, said a tall man in red armor. That's right, Han. Iwa will demonstrate his power, Inoki replied. On the other side of the continent, the shinobi of Kumo shared that same enthusiasm, which was obvious since they had been the first to support the idea of a Chunin exam among all nations. At that moment, Reikage was delivering a powerful speech to his people, emphasizing the supremacy of his shinobi forces over the rest of the world. This was hardly surprising, given that Kumo placed great importance on developing its military power. Kumo had the infamy of having long pursued the techniques and Kekkei Genkai of other villages, to the point of planning kidnappings and massacres to ensure that only they had access to such power. Those actions led to them suffering strong reprisals from Konoha in the Third Ninja War, where a certain Redeed was responsible for the death of a significant number of Kumo's forces. This lessened his initial ambitions, but increased his hatred for the ninja village of the Land of Fire. The Chunin exams would be the first of his actions to make them pay for their offenses and the method by which he would measure his subsequent moves. On either side of the Yondaime Reikage were the genin teams that would participate in the test. The first team was led by A's brother, Killer B, who was also the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and one of the first shinobi to boast complete control over their Biju. His genin were Amoy, a white-haired boy with a pessimistic nature. Kari, a very temperamental Redeed. And Samui, a blonde with a cold and analytical personality. The Reikage's right-hand man, Dari, would be in charge of dealing with the literal opposite of the previous team. Wakai, a very positive blonde. Yukai, a Redeed with a reserved attitude. And Atsui, a very impulsive blonde. Are you sure this will work? Kari asked her sensei. I mean, there are so many rumors surrounding Konoha. You don't have to count on fear. You only have to count on the cues, the man rapped, much to his students' annoyance. We have 10 and they have 9. So, little Amato, you don't have to be afraid, This is no time for jokes. Aniki trusts me too much for me to fail the Jinchuriki of Konoha, the young woman reprimanded him. Remember that you already have control over the cat. Now you have to show the world that you won't mess up, sang the man. Thank you, said the girl, feeling more relaxed. Another participant was Kiri, a ninja village that until recently had been the victim of a bloody civil war. Its forces were weakened not only by the persecution of Kekkei Genkai users, but also by an educational system that fostered massacres among students. But even so, they would be present at the event. The Chunin exams were the perfect opportunity for Mei Terumi, the fifth Mizukage, to show the world that her village was undergoing a positive transformation. They had only managed to form a team, which wasn't really a team at all, since they hadn't been put together in the traditional, official way. Mei had brought them together because she thought they were the best to represent the best of Kiri, but they didn't get along very well with each other. First up was the team sensei, Utakata, a user of a rare bubble ninjutsu and the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Next was Shijuro, a blue-haired youth who was one of the swordsmen of the mist. Hakuyuki, a black-haired youth, would use the water release. And finally, Sujetsu Hazuki, who was essentially a combination of all the above. He was a candidate to become a swordsman of the mist, possessed a hidden jutsu with the power of a Kekkei Genkai, and had ultimately been the only mad one willing to contain the three tails, which had been unleashed after the defeat of the previous Mizukage. It was a rather difficult team to deal with, so Mei also had the support of two bodyguards. Ao, one of her comrades in the rebellion against Yugura, and Zabuza Momochi, another of the swordsmen of the mist. The ninja village hosting the exam could not be overlooked. Suna was working diligently to arrange a welcome for its guests, who, under other circumstances, would have been unlikely to accept such a large event taking place in a village as low level as it was generally considered to be. However, its wide open spaces and harsh climate made Suna the best place to test the limits of each ninja village, and everyone allowed them to be the organizers. The fourth Kazukiage, Rasa, placed all his trust in a single genin team comprised of his children. The youngest was Gaara, the current Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, a position that commanded considerable respect. Rasa chose to emulate Konoha's approach to its Jinchuriki, hoping this would help Gaara gain greater control over the most unpredictable of the beasts. He was accompanied by his brother Kankuro, skilled in the use of ninja puppets, and his sister Tamari, who wielded one of the giant fans characteristic of the region. Last but not least were the other villages attending the event, who arrived in Suna before the others to acclimate to their surroundings. They might not have possessed the full potential of the 5 great villages, but they still had formidable shinobi. Aki was the most fortunate, as it was the only minor village with a Bijuu at its disposal. Its old team consisted of Yoro, a young man with grayish hair and a stern demeanor. Keegan, a young man with brown hair and a more relaxed attitude. And finally, FK, a girl with tan skin and green hair who was quite hyperactive and responsible for containing the Nanabi. Kusa's advantage lay in its powerful techniques, inherited not only from the clan war era, but also from the migration of many shinobi to that nation in the past. Its representatives were Muku, a young man with pale skin and a calm demeanor, who had black hair. Raizetsu, a cheerful young woman with white hair. And Karen Uzumaki, a somewhat shy redeed. Finally, there was Odo, the village credited with originating the exam. Little was known about it, as it was no more than 5 years old. However, it had become quite popular due to its technological advancements and strong economy. Information about their two teams was minimal, and since the 6 genin kept their heads covered to avoid the sun, little could be said about them. It was only noteworthy that one of their sensei was Kabuto Yakushi, who spent his time observing the others present to gather as much information as possible. In short, it could be said that everyone was very clear about their objectives for the coming days. However, the Hokage was dealing with a problem that could not be ignored. What the hell does this mean? Hiruzen exclaimed, quite agitated, to the jounin in the council he had gathered in his office, while banging a piece of paper under his hand on his desk. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I don't know what it's like, Yamato said, trembling. It's obvious what's going on. Those brats are completely out of control. The Hokage exclaimed. Asuma, taking advantage of his position, approached the desk and glanced at the paper his father was holding. Wow. 200 million ryo for the head of each of the Namikas, this is certainly something very serious, said Saratobi as he received a shut-up look from Hiruzen. Certainly. That means they could have a lot of bounty hunters on their tail, Kakashi said. It's a possibility, but I don't understand how this situation affects us, Kurenai said. He doesn't do it directly, but it's everyone's responsibility in the village. The thing is, this reward wasn't due to their work on missions. It's from unrelated events that have dates when the twins were supposed to be in the village. There are even records from before they had graduated, Hiruzen said. Exactly why are they looking for them? Asuma asked. They are accused of assault, murder, destruction of property. The list is simply very long. I don't see what all the fuss is about. Aren't all shinobi guilty of dozens of similar incidents? Homura said. The detail is that it seems the reward is financed by civilians, which implies that the victims were also civilians. Anyway, we can't make a big deal out of it, Fugaku said. We should focus on the exams. The teams are supposed to be ready to go by now. Don't push my patience, Uchiha. You too. He said, pointing at Fugaku and Hiashi, are responsible for what happens to Menma and Natsumi. My leaving for the exams doesn't mean I'll let this matter rest. Is that clear? The two clan leaders nodded in annoyance. Kakashi and Anko will escort Team 11 and ensure there are no incidents during the journey, the Hokage said, ending the meeting. Hiashi and Fugaku left the place separately, but the former later met with the Uchiha in his clan's district, as there they would have the necessary privacy to talk in confidence. Damn it. How did this happen? We weren't supposed to leave any witnesses, Fugaku said. And there were none left. I can vouch for that, the Hyuga replied sternly. Don't give me that. Hiruzen wasn't supposed to find out about those two's training. It was just a minor setback. After this exam fiasco, we won't have to worry about anything. I hope so, the Uchiha sighed. Is everything alright with Natsumi's cursed seal? Absolutely. Not even its mother could remove the chains we have on her offspring. That's good to hear. Jinjutsu may not work on your brother, but his loyalty is with us. We just need to make a few adjustments for him to gain the power we need. Unfortunately, the exam will delay the process. Don't worry. We can work with just one. After all, that's why we turned the girl into our pawn. All these years and you have no regard for the girl, Fugaku mocked. Because of that monstrosity. Never. Hiashi said angrily. Besides, you're not the one to talk. It's not my fault all my children are useless. They'll soon see what happens when they don't meet my demands. Whatever you say, Hiashi told him. It won't be long before we've etched our names in the history of the village. And let's eliminate those who get in our way. Chapter 10. Would you really go that far for power? Of course. I want to have skills like yours too, and if I have to kill her to get them, so be it. It will be something you will regret. I don't mind. Wait. It's late. The sudden flash of lightning and the piercing scream that followed the conversation startled Naruto awake. The dream was already unnerving him and making him nervous. It kept repeating itself and was divided into two parts. One where only voices could be heard, and another where several seemingly dead bodies could be seen facing the mysterious attacker, whose only clue to his identity was that he possessed the Uchiha clan's Jujutsu. The strangest thing about the dream was that it maintained the shadows and interference that prevented him from identifying its participants. Since awakening from his apparent Jujutsu, his dreams had become clear, and now he could see the protagonists clearly. Of course, that didn't eliminate any remaining doubts about their identities, as the vast majority of the people were unknown to the Uzumaki. On one hand, he felt somewhat bad, because now he felt like he was spying on them and stealing what they had developed with great effort, but he was also pleased to know that it wasn't necessary to be a shinobi or samurai to develop great skills. Although this led him to realize that he couldn't learn all the existing techniques. Some seemed to have no connection to chakra and were therefore beyond his reach. A shame, because he became interested in a technique used by a bald old man wearing a turtle shell. The good thing was that he was able to learn some variations of the techniques he had already mastered. His new eyes also had the advantage of increasing his chakra reserves, which not only allowed him to increase his sensory capabilities to the point of encompassing almost all of Konoha, but also unleashed in him the ability to use the adamantine chains, something that made his mother very proud. To say that his teammates weren't somewhat frustrated would be a lie. Even though Naruto had used his abilities to provide them with powerful equipment, it was inevitable that they felt they were falling far behind. This fact was unknown to Sasuke, however, he did notice a slight change in Sasuke and Sakura's chakra system, which he found strange because it seemed somewhat unstable. The pair assured him they felt nothing unusual, as they actually felt much more energetic than before. In any case, neither his dreams nor his companions were matters that could be discussed during his journey to Suna. The journey lasted a few days, so his traveling party had to camp a couple of times before reaching the ninja village. This was somewhat annoying, given that the group consisted of Team 7, Team 11, and some Jonin acting as escorts. Naruto immediately found this odd, since, if anything, it was the Hokage's group and their companions who needed more protection, having taken an alternate route. The truth was, the boy wasn't going to miss the opportunity to speak with Haddock and see if he was willing to talk about a certain jutsu. Especially since he wanted to avoid all the tension that accompanied the journey. As was evident, there was no conversation whatsoever between the genin present. The supposed camaraderie that should have existed between them, given that they were from the same village, was non-existent, and this worried the Jounin somewhat, since even though each team was working independently, there was always the possibility that they might need to collaborate. Such an idea was completely out of the question for the young people. However, that didn't stop them from using the opportunity to analyze each other, since there was also the possibility that they might be rivals in the exams. A glance from Menma using his Sharingan provided him with crucial information about Team 7, specifically his brother and the girl. Both possessed chakra levels suitable for a Chunin aspirant, which amused him somewhat, though not as much as the doubtful expressions on their faces. He couldn't blame them. He knew they would fall quickly. He had only bothered to analyze them because their swift elimination would then give him the power to defeat his brother, who was the only real threat he perceived. Sasuke did the same with his Jujutsu. The twins' chakra was simply monstrous. The thought of possibly having to face them made him shudder. He tried not to dwell on it, but a suffocating feeling prevented him from ignoring those present. It felt like when someone is watching you, but on a much larger scale. The viewer might claim that Natsumi was responsible for that, as she used her Byakugan to probe her victims, but she was not responsible. Of course, that didn't mean she used the trep to scrutinize every inch of her rivals' bodies. She searched for every wound, every scar, every imperfection. Anything that could deliver a blow that would completely shatter their defenses. There was little she could observe from Team 7. Some might attribute that to their lack of battle experience, but the girl knew that wasn't the case. Her brother had surely dragged them along, taking all the work for himself, and she knew her body couldn't be harmed by conventional means. Sakura's thoughts about the twins were quite clear. They were frightening. But not like Naruto, whose abilities simply defied logic. They exuded a tangle of malevolent intentions that told her they wouldn't hesitate to kill her and her team if given the chance. Setsuna didn't need to be a psychic to know what the pink-haired girl was thinking, and she could completely agree with her. Menma and Natsumi weren't people you could trust. She desperately hoped to pass the exam and become a Chunin so she could work with other teams, far away from those two. Naruto didn't need to observe anyone to make his own analysis. His ability to sense chakra had become sensitive enough to decipher people's nature simply by seeing their internal energy. The side he got of his siblings was anything but pleasant. It wasn't as if he had clean hands, but the feeling they gave off was far too bloodthirsty and cold. Anyone could attribute those traits to the Kyuubi within him, but Naruto was able to separate the two presences. The fox did indeed emit a strong murderous intent accompanied by a great hatred, but this was completely foreign to the twins. Especially with Menma, whose chakra was very dark. Natsumi's chakra felt somewhat strange, but Naruto couldn't decipher what it was. Naruto's main complaint was that he assumed they were connected to his visions. He presumed these visions were showing him a near future where Menma would attack him and his companions. The idea that Menma would be able to defeat him was ridiculous, but considering that he would possibly hesitate when attacking him, Naruto began to believe in the inevitability of that future. He couldn't just sit and talk to them and hope they changed their ways, but he couldn't hurt them either. His mother still had hope for her children, and Naruto didn't want to be the one to shatter it. Days later. Eventually, the Konoha shinobi arrived in Suna. The trek across the desert was exhausting, but not as tiring as having to live together for the entire journey. Therefore, they waited a long time before going to a hotel to check in and leave their belongings. To make the guests feel comfortable, the Kazuki allowed the foreign shinobi to roam freely around the village while the exams began. Team 11 obviously couldn't enjoy this privilege, as they were forbidden from leaving the compound. Sasuke and Sakura didn't leave either, as they wanted to rest, and only Naruto ventured out to take a look around the village. Suna struck him as a truly impressive place, with all its buildings constructed from sand. What they lacked in color, the villagers more than made up for with extravagant designs. It was wonderful to see how people had managed to create such a marvelous place in the midst of such a harsh desert. His companions questioned his haste to leave the hotel's cool atmosphere, but they didn't understand that the boy wanted to enjoy the town because he wasn't looked down upon there as he was in Konoha. Rumors about him hadn't reached the town, so he could walk peacefully through its streets. A small restaurant caught his eye as he saw a huge pile of different types of meat being cooked on a vertical rotisserie. These were served on top of flatbreads with some dips and vegetables. He didn't share his mother's obsession with ramen. He preferred any other dish that involved a good portion of meat. That's why the presentation of the dish and the aroma wafting from the grill finally convinced him to give the food stand a try. The dish met his expectations perfectly, but he refrained from slamming the plate on the floor to avoid being kicked out. He had the feeling he wouldn't be able to stay there much longer anyway, as he noticed a group of people watching him. They were one of the Iowa teams present, their attention drawn by the boy's bright blonde hair. "So that's one of the children of the Yellow Lightning," said Kuratsuchi. "That's correct," replied Tadara, who had several bandages on his face. "I thought he'd have spikier hair. With that long hair, he looks effeminate." "Excuse me? Just because a man has long hair doesn't mean he's effeminate," retorted the boy with the ponytail. "You're not in a position to talk. You spend all your time making dolls and crafts. They're works of art," Tadara exclaimed energetically. "But of course you don't know the first thing about the subject. It's lucky you can read." "What did you say?" the girl exclaimed. "You two, calm down. We're not in the mood for games anymore, and a fight before the exams would be very poorly received," said Katsuchi, the jounin in charge of that team. I'm sorry, Sensei father, both young men replied. Naruto listened attentively to the conversation between the Iowa shinobi. He now knew that this village had information about him and his siblings, which meant they had unfinished business with him, since it was ridiculous for a village to be interested in a genin. He also discovered that the dark-haired girl was undoubtedly a Jinchuriki, as she possessed a large reserve of chakra that wasn't exactly her own. This led him to consider a small and ridiculous possibility. Activating his sensory abilities, he realized with great horror that in the village, there were 10 massive concentrations of chakra that corresponded to the characteristics of the Bijuu, although the other equally large points that must belong to the cage of each village were ignored. Naruto knew that every nation would want to present their weapons in the exam, but he still felt the whole event was an act of utter irresponsibility. Having all the tailed beasts present was an act that threatened the safety of the entire population of Suna and its surrounding villages. Now the boy understood why they had agreed to hold the exams in that inhospitable country. If a battle were to break out between the Jinchuriki, the collateral damage would be minimal compared to a battle in a densely populated area like Konoha or Kumo. This caused the boy immense bitterness, and he decided to leave to avoid dwelling on the cage's nefarious actions. However, he now knew that if he encountered a Jinchuriki, he must defeat him as quickly as possible. In Team 7's room. The remaining members of the team were gathered in the small room of their apartment. There, Sakura lightly tapped a wooden board placed on a partition wall. She stopped her hand before touching the object, but it shattered into pieces anyway, much to Asuma's surprise. "Wow. Did you really do that with just your strength?" said Sarutobi, studying the event. "I'm not sure. I don't think that's possible," said the pink-haired girl. "I've heard of swordsmen who can cut rocks without even touching them, but this. I think this is the reason," the girl said, rolling up her sleeves. On Sakura's arm, there were some irregular metallic black spots. They weren't very big, but they seemed to be growing. "What are those things?" "That's what I'd like to know. I've never read about a condition that causes this type of rash or scab," the girl said, clearly worried about her condition. "Do you have the same thing, Sasuke?" "Not exactly," the boy said. "It's kind of hard to explain, but it's like I have the Sharingan activated all the time and it affects all my senses. I don't understand. Throughout the entire trip, I've been aware every time a mosquito or insect has tried to bite me, and I mean that literally. It's not like I feel the stings or buzzing. It's more like I hear a voice in my head saying something is going to bite me." A highly trained shinobi can perceive their enemy's intentions without even seeing them, but your case is quite peculiar, the Jounin said, looking thoughtful. "Since when do they start exhibiting these symptoms?" "I had already managed to break things without touching them during my most recent training sessions, but these stains started appearing about 2 days ago. I didn't say anything because we were surrounded by too many people," Sakura explained. "It sounds like a virus incubating. Are there any other symptoms you can describe?" "That's the strange thing. I haven't felt exhausted or anything, rather I feel full of energy. The only thing is that I've had a slight headache," Sasuke said. "In my case, my body feels somewhat numb," Sakura said. They're not using anything strange, are they?" said the Jounin. "No way would we do that," Sasuke protested. "How could you even think of that?" Sakura replied, annoyed. "Don't take this the wrong way, but some shinobi tend to use strange substances that, rather than being beneficial, tend to harm their health," said Sarutobi. "I repeat, that's not the case. Even if we had to face another dragon, we wouldn't do such a thing." Sasuke said, drawing the attention of those present. "What's happening?" Asuma asked. "I was thinking, what if our fight against that dragon has something to do with it?" "What are you implying?" Sakura said. "After that creature fell for the first time, it underwent a transformation that made it much more resilient. Could it be that we gained that ability?" "An interesting theory. Although in that case, why didn't Kushina's team suffer the same fate?" the Jounin said. "They didn't confront him when he had all his power." "That's true. Have you spoken to your colleague about that?" "No. He knows there's something different between us, but we prefer to keep it to ourselves," Sakura said. "Why? I might even know something. It's not like I like this condition, but if I can use it to my advantage, I'd like to learn how to control it. We need to have our own trump cards," Sasuke said. "I think it's a bad idea, but well, their point is equally valid. Thank you for understanding. But don't get complacent. We don't know if this condition is contagious or if it could have negative effects on your health. After the first test, I want Tsunade to examine you." "Okay," they both replied. In Team 11's room. Irideed was lying on her bed staring at the wall as if it were the funniest thing in the world. "Hey, Menma-kun. Something very interesting has been discovered," Natsumi said to her brother, who was also in a bed next to hers. "What's this about?" said the blonde man. "It seems that killing dragons is much more productive than we thought." "Of course it should be. Getting a weapon like our brothers should be one of our goals. But that's not all. It seems we might also gain some extra skills. Then we must hurry our parents to find one of those lizards. I hope they hurry up. Being here is very boring. It's a shame we have to stay locked up here, but the fun starts tomorrow. Yes. Those foolish Jinchuriki think they have a chance against us. But Naruto. You have my full attention, can you tell me more? The blonde man said to the merchant in front of him. The monster that attacked me was as tall as a house. It was some kind of red turtle. I couldn't make it out very well because it was nighttime and there was a sandstorm making it hard to see. You can call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure that thing could control the sand with its roars. Don't worry. I believe you. Thank you. People have made fun of me when I tell them what happened. They think I was drunk or something. I know very well what I saw. Otherwise, I wouldn't have abandoned the merchandise I was transporting. I'm sorry to hear that. It has been a great loss for me, but not as great as the loss suffered by other villagers I met along the way. Do you mean that monster attacked other people? Yes. They're from a village a few hours away from here. They warned me that a monster had been attacking their livestock, but like an idiot, I didn't believe them. And do the Suna shinobi know about this? I don't know for sure, but it's very likely. They're too focused on their blessed event to attend to the people who need it. I'm telling you about my predicament because I'm confident someone will hunt down that beast before I receive an important shipment I'm expecting. I know I'd have to go to your village to request the mission, but if I lose that cargo, I'll be ruined. Don't worry. I'll do everything in my power to find and kill that monster. Thank you, said the merchant as he watched a blonde man walk away from his stall. Naruto was browsing at the bazaar when he saw a man who looked very distressed. Out of curiosity, he asked him if he was having a problem and stumbled upon some very interesting information. Suna was also being attacked by mysterious creatures and many people were being affected. The blonde man assumed he had to find out if it was also a dragon and find a way to defeat it as quickly as possible. If these things were truly targeting him, he didn't want any more victims because of him. Chapter 11. This will be a real walk in the park, Sakura said sarcastically to her companions, who were all standing in front of a desert whose sands were red and had a seemingly endless expanse. The first stage of the Chunin exams had just begun. The Kazuki gave a speech whose words held little meaning for the participants, who were only thinking about tearing each other apart. The genin only paid attention to the organizers when the examiner for this stage, Baki, spoke. Their objective was to find a group of special coins scattered throughout the infernal desert, the location of the test. Many saw it as a simple challenge, believing that once they found one, they would pass. However, the test was much more complex than that. There were exactly 1,000 coins at stake. They were distributed in a very peculiar way. First, there were small bags containing between 10 and 25 coins, totaling 250 pieces. Second, there were 4 hidden chests with 125 coins each. Finally, the examiners had the brilliant idea of feeding the rock lizards, a species of iguana native to Suna, a total of 250 coins. The reptiles weren't particularly dangerous or large, measuring only about 30 centimeters, but they were terribly annoying due to their ability to hide in the sand, their habit of moving in packs, and their voracious appetite. These reasons were enough for the local population to consider the animals a pest. The genin would be forced to hunt down those crawling creatures, which were very numerous, because their mating season was in full swing, if they wanted to advance to the next stage. Many people called the test insane, but if it was carefully analyzed, it would be discovered that it had very solid foundations. To begin with, a shinobi usually had more than one objective on a mission, especially in a war scenario, where there were also many people interested in the same thing. The participants essentially had to gather supplies and capital essential elements in warfare and then safely transport them to their village. The village consisted of the examiners, who would only receive the coins after 5 hours, the duration of the stage. This also tested the genin's endurance and their ability to safeguard their assigned items on a mission. Once the allotted time was up, the first 8 with the most coins would move on to the next round. With all that in mind, the participants entered the infernal desert through the different points indicated by the examiners. Team 7 ended up in an area where dunes abounded and no vegetation was visible. It was obvious to them that they wouldn't find anything there. It seems we'll be proceeding blindly this time. We can't rely on Naruto's sensory abilities unless our goal is to steal coins, Sasuke said. Which won't be the case. I'll avoid picking fights with the other participants, at least for this phase, the blonde replied. Oh really? Yes. There are other things I need to take care of and I don't want to involve opponents from other villages. Okay. I suppose we should focus then on finding a way to locate the coins. The most obvious thing would be for us to split up, but I don't think that's a good move in this situation, Sakura said. I agree, the dark-haired man said with a sigh. This will be difficult. Well, we should go for the simplest thing, which is to locate one of those stone lizard nests, said Naruto. But there must be hundreds of them, and let's not even mention how unpleasant it will be to take the coins out of them, the girl complained. Nobody said it would be easy. We'd better get going and find somewhere we can get out of the sun. I don't mind the heat, but it would be good if we dehydrated. Okay, his companions replied, and then they went into the field. Knowing that searching for stone lizards was the most complicated option for finding coins, most teams chose to direct their attention to other sources of such an item. Searching for the chests and bags wasn't exactly an easy task either. They were hidden inside whatever hiding places one could find in the infernal desert, which could also be the nests of any of the many venomous creatures that inhabited the region. No one was foolish enough to go into a dark hole to see if there were coins there. Odo's teams were the first to come up with a solution to that problem. The first team was in a rocky area where the ground was solid and ideal for using one of the artifacts created by their village. Its user extended their right arm, which was equipped with a metal frame that had multiple holes across its surface. The loud buzzing sound emitted by the device allowed him to use echolocation to scan his surroundings and tell his companions where it was safe to search. On the other hand, the second team resorted to a summoning to accomplish their mission. From the clothes of one of the hooded figures emerged dozens of purple snakes that could venture freely throughout the desert, not only to search for the coins, but also to locate the other participants and spy on them. But both efforts fell short, given the advantage the Byakugan gave Team 11 from Konoha. They had already located a chest full of coins, which automatically put them in the lead for the stage. They had no trouble carrying it thanks to the fuinjutsu techniques the twins had inherited from their mother. Another factor the participants had to consider was their ability to concentrate on the test's objectives. Unless it was a matter of collecting coins, they had to avoid unnecessary fights. The genin from Kumo and Iwa failed miserably at that point. Not only did the animosity between the two nations resurface, but an insult from Atsui towards Kuretsuchi sparked a heated fight between the two sides. The Lightning Land team could boast of their mastery of Kenjutsu, but none of their techniques could withstand the sheer firepower of the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. And this wasn't a figure of speech. She literally had them cornered with an intense barrage of lava attacks, thanks to her mastery of the Jotun element. She defeated them with ease and, in a show of mercy, left them exposed to the elements in a lime prison, one of the variations of her Jotun. But things weren't all good for Iwa. Team Kamizuru miscalculated their match against the Kiri members. Counting on being at a disadvantage due to the lack of water, they ambushed them to take them out of the exam. They hadn't considered the fact that Kiri's playing style was more diverse than it appeared. First, Hashi's B projectiles were no match for Haku's Hyutin, ice element mastery, which, combined with his aim, rendered all the bees he summoned useless. Chijuro shattered Nosu's honey shields, as he couldn't handle the chakra emitted by the boy's Hirameki sword. Finally, Senshi, who used a technique based on levitation and throwing rocks as stingers, was defeated by Sujetsu, whose body was immune to physical attacks due to his hydration jutsu. These were the most noteworthy events of the stage so far, just a few hours after it began. The genin were having a tough time and hadn't even encountered the guests in the infernal desert. In the meeting room in Suna, at night. I don't know whether to congratulate you or be annoyed with you, Rasa. Imagine using the test to deal with one of your village's problems, the Reikage said to the Redeed. What are you talking about? The thing about including the extermination of that reptile plague in the exam. I heard about that problem while I was heading to the village. Oh, is that it? The man replied nervously. This did not go unnoticed by Hiruzen. Yes, it was something we assumed would be a challenge for the participants. I hope so. We want our guests to show what they're capable of, said the Otakage, a fair-skinned man with green eyes and black hair. The results are very obvious, but we'll have to wait until the end of the exams for them to be clear, Enoki said confidently. We'll see about that, Shorty. Use your brain amidst all that muscle. Your equipment will be useless during the exam. What makes you think that? As far as I know, your shinobi strength isn't exactly top-notch. You're wrong about that. Calm down, gentlemen. This is no time for fighting, said the Hokage to reassure his peers, who decided to lower their tempers. In the hall, the Cage were discussing various topics. The event was proving to be a good opportunity for discussion without resorting to more violence than the event itself already generated. Everything was proceeding smoothly until a ninja from Suna entered, searching for their leader. Rasa excused himself from his visitors and left the room. I'm sorry, Kazuki-Ijzama, we have a contingency, announced the Suna shinobi. What happened? There have been some breaches in the perimeter of the infernal desert. What? How could they let that happen? They passed right under us. They were too fast for us to do anything. And what happened to the team we sent to find those things? We found them. And? They were half buried in the sand and had multiple lacerations, as if they had been attacked by a Futon jutsu. This is bad. We were supposed to choose the infernal desert because of its isolation, but now it seems to be compromised. Could it be that the Jinchuriki are having an affair? The Cage wondered. Do you think we should cancel the test? We'd be a laughingstock if we did that. We have to trust in the strength of the participants. Perhaps what Ace said will happen, and this problem will be solved, said the Kazuki-age as another ninja arrived. Kazuki-age-sama, there is an urgent problem. An unidentifiable creature has entered the infernal desert by air. Rasa then began to think that it had not been a good idea to accept the exams in her village. In the infernal desert, the next day. Wait, said Menma as she stopped and gave the order to her team to then sniff the air. An enemy? Setsuna said. More like the remains of one. It smells of blood and seems to be recent. Let me check the area, Natsumi said, focusing her Byakugan. It took a few moments for the Redeed to find what she was looking for. Menma-kun, we've hit the jackpot. It seems we've run into some dragons, she said. Or at least that's what I think I can make out. We'll have to take a look at them to verify their identity, the boy replied excitedly. Wait, you don't think we have a chance with that thing, do you? Don't you remember what they say happened in the Forest of Death? Setsuna said. Even Mom said dragons were very dangerous. Are you implying that we are weak? I'm just saying it's unwise to stray from the purpose of the exam. Interesting suggestion. Now I have a question. Who appointed you leader? Nobody, but… Well, that's a shame. Because then I don't think your opinion is valid. Now, if you have a problem with the idea I proposed, I suggest you prepare yourself for something unpleasant. The Uchiha just bit her lips out of helplessness and avoided the blonde's gaze, implying that she would not say anything more about it. You're really becoming a nuisance, Menma criticized, then turned to his sister. Which way should we go? The east, but I suggest we hurry. It looks like the dragons are fighting amongst themselves, said the Redeed, paying little attention to the scene unfolding among her companions. Not far from Team 11, the fight between the supposed dragons was taking place. In reality, these creatures were not dragons at all. They were cephalos, monsters whose appearance could be compared to a hammerhead shark with a pair of hind legs. They possessed the ability to swim in the sand and shoot pressurized spits, making them ideal for ambushing their prey, their preferred hunting method. However, both abilities proved ineffective against the opponent they were defending themselves against. It was an enormous brute Tigrex, a flying wyvern whose most striking feature was a massive jaw filled with teeth as big as kunai. If its T-Rex-like head wasn't intimidating enough, its razor-sharp claws certainly did the trick. The beast shared the sandy color of its opponents, but it stood out for one unique characteristic. A purple aura surrounded the restless body of the Tigrex, who spewed slime of the same color like a rabid animal. Its behavior was consistent with this fact, for when one of the cephalos emerged from the arena to attack it, the Tigrex pounced on it and seized it in its jaws. The creature violently shook its prey against the ground, as if it were a rag. It goes without saying that the cephalos was killed by the attack, but it was worth mentioning that the sand wyvern's body disappeared into thin air after falling dead. The fallen man's companions then decided to flee, hiding underground. However, the beast would not allow such an escape and took a deep breath, unleashing a thunderous roar that knocked the cephalos out of the arena. Stunned by the sound, they were defenseless as their attacker tore them apart with its claws. Team 11 witnessed the final part of the battle, and it generated varying levels of surprise within them. Even though the twins were the Jinchuriki of a dangerous beast, the sight of Tigrex was still impressive. Of course, they were more interested in seeing it dead so they could prove they were the strongest. As Setsuna gained a clearer understanding of the danger they faced, she carefully examined the monster and its surroundings. A faint trail of blood was visible on the creature's claws, its origin later attributed to the bodies of two men lying nearby. The Uchiha then recalled that those two were members of Taki's team. The girl's absence caught her attention, but then she surmised that she had managed to escape. Very well, lizard. Prepare to be exterminated, Menma said, sounding very confident. You dare insult me, you filthy Asura imitator. You will pay for your insolence, roared the beast, although his message was not understood by any of the genin present. Without another word, Tigrex lunged at Team 11, intent on sinking its fangs into them. Menma and Setsuna stepped aside as Natsumi assumed the position for Hakishim, Kaiten, Heavenly Circle Manipulation. Heavenly Spin. The girl then spun around, enveloping herself in a reddish chakra hemisphere that repelled the creature's attack, slightly burning it with the caustic properties of the Kyuubi's chakra. The brute Tigrex's fall was brief, and it quickly launched an attack against Setsuna, who then substituted a rock to evade the assault. However, the creature saw through the deception and executed a U-turn to turn back towards the girl. Undeterred, the Uchiha unleashed a Kaiten. Great fireball jutsu against her opponent's face, engulfing him in a massive sphere of fire. The attack landed squarely, but did nothing to stop Tigrex's charge. The Uchiha then stepped aside to make way for Menma, who had covered himself in a layer of reddish chakra, which he used to power up a punch against Tigrex's snout, managing to leave it somewhat stunned. As soon as the creature recovered, it tried to devour the boy with a bite, which was repelled by a kick from Menma. Then the blonde boy began to repeatedly punch it. Itsumi joined her brother in his offensive, unleashing a barrage of gentle fist strikes at their target's face. He had no Tenketsu to aim at, but the girl could form claws on her fingers, thanks to Kyuubi's chakra, exponentially increasing the damage of her blows. The assault seemed to keep the brute Tigrex stunned, but that turned out to be just a trick he was using to get both boys into attack range. The creature gained momentum and then performed a violent spin on its own axis, which delivered a nasty cut to the twins and sent them flying from the force of the blow. Luckily for them, the chakra cloak covering them took the brunt of the attack and they only suffered minor injuries that healed thanks to their advanced healing factor. However, their pride was wounded by falling into the trap. Especially Natsumi, who in her egocentric way interpreted that attack as a crude imitation of her Kaiten. Without a second thought, she lunged at the beast and tried to get under its head. There she performed the Hakishima. Kaiten again at point-blank range, causing the Tigrex to be sent flying through the air. Menma took advantage of the moment to perform the Kaiten. Jutsu floored FX6 to fire a bunch of fiery projectiles at the creature in the air, who, being in such a position, could not avoid the explosion of the technique. And the twin siege was far from over. Natsumi demanded more of herself and performed her original technique, the Futon, Tatsumaki Kaiten, wind release. Celestial rotation whirlpool, a maneuver that consisted of taking all the chakra and momentum created by her Kaiten and directing it into a compressed whirlpool of devastating power. The blast hit Tigrex hard, but it did not give up and let out a thunderous roar that stopped the girl's technique and forced it to retreat due to the intense noise. Menma, however, did not stop his assault and this time attacked with his father's infamous technique. A crimson Rasengan that had enough power to slam Tigrex into the ground with the force of the impact and the subsequent sphere of chakra that then enveloped it, burning it with the Kyuubi's intense corrosive chakra. The brute Tigrex tried to rise, but ultimately its strength failed it and it collapsed lifeless onto the steaming sand that surrounded it. Almost instantly, its body glowed and it dissolved into a brown orb with black stripes. Ha! It seems the power of those things is overrated, Menma said pompously, undoing his chakra cloak. But we have to admit it. This has been the most interesting thing we've done in a very long time, said Natsumi, also returning to her normal appearance. So what are we supposed to do with this now? Menma said, holding the orb in his hand. Kaisen said that our brother held it next to his sword and then the sword transformed. Interesting, Namikaze said, drawing a katana and attaching it to the object in his other hand. Several minutes passed and nothing happened, exasperating the boy. What the hell? This isn't working. Perhaps there's something else behind the union of those things, Setsuna commented. I hope so. We wasted so much time only for me to get a blessed jewel. We should rest. I'm sure you used up a lot of chakra. We can continue. I want us to get another chest, I want to make it clear which team is the best and see if we get lucky enough to find another monster. 2 days later. Almost all the teams were at their limit, the venue lived up to its name and many were exhausted by the prevailing weather. Team 7 had had a tough time. Rock lizards were nowhere to be found and they'd only managed to find 75 coins by chance and some bags at an oasis. It seemed they'd have to resort to rough play if they wanted to succeed in the challenge. Naruto had to admit that would be the case. Therefore, he set about surveying the area. If he was going to fight, he wouldn't go against the weakest. The Jinchuriki were clearly the most prominent, but one stood out from the rest. This person appeared to be in a very weak state and was far removed from the others present. The thought of ambushing them didn't even cross his mind. Instead, he rushed in that direction to see if he could lend a hand. For the blonde man, seeing someone in trouble and not being willing to help was as if he himself were the cause of the problem. Sasuke and Sakura didn't even bother to confront Sasuke when they saw him suddenly abandon them. Knowing him, they assumed it must be a case like the previous one. After a few minutes, the blonde man arrived at the camp with a brunette girl with green hair in his arms. Naruto, who is Sasuke said, but was interrupted. This is not the time for questions. Sakura, she has severe symptoms of heatstroke. Can you treat her? Why yes. Just give me some ice, said the pink-haired girl, somewhat bewildered. After a few hours of treatment by the medical ninja, the patient began to show signs of improvement. However, by the time she regained consciousness, it wasn't very pleasant. "Ooh!" shouted the green-haired girl, putting Team 7 on guard. "Relax, you're safe. We're not your enemies," Naruto said, trying to reassure the girl. "Where are they? Where are they?" "You need to calm down," Sakura warned him. "Who are you looking for?" "Yoro and Keegan, my companions. You have to see that you're okay." "I'm sorry. I just happened to run into you." There was no one else around. No. It can't be true. It must have been a mirage, said the girl, becoming increasingly agitated and beginning to emit a red aura, which worried those present. Naruto, knowing what that meant, quickly placed his hand on the green-haired girl's neck and gave her a light tap that knocked her out. The boy knew this would get him in trouble with his classmates later on, since they hadn't known the girl they'd rescued was a Jinchuriki. But it was something he had to do. After all, the girl was about his sister's age. The SST, I suddenly hear Naruto. The boy instinctively turned around to look for who was calling him, but he couldn't find anyone. No, I'm on the little brat. Put your hand on her forehead. Do it quickly or I'll lose the connection. The blonde man decided to heed the voice and performed the requested action. He immediately felt transported to a dark environment. Akir said the same male voice, causing Naruto to turn around and come face to face with the one who had summoned him. In front of him was an enormous crystal prison containing a gigantic blue beetle. Wow. You're really big. Thank you for the compliment. Let me guess. You must be the Nanabi, said Naruto, looking at the 6 wings that sprouted from the beast's single tail. We can leave those vulgar names aside. My name is Jime, human. Keep that in mind. I'm sorry for the confusion, Jime, the boy said apologetically. Now, if it's not too much trouble, could you explain why I'm here? I felt a need to thank the one who rescued my jailer. Others would have walked right past and let her die. There's nothing to thank me for, I did what was right. Anyway, thanks. Well, death is merely a random occurrence for the Bijuu, it's still not pleasant. Besides, I wanted to get a better look at you. Because you said so. Your eyes are very peculiar and they caught my attention. They remind me of someone very dear to me, even though they are somewhat different. May I ask who it is? Perhaps I'm not the right person and this isn't the time to talk about it. I'm sorry. May I ask what happened to this girl? Just another chapter in the list of hardships he has suffered throughout his life. What do you mean? The Jinchuriki are hated for something they are not, just like us Bijuu. FK had a terrible childhood at the hands of the villagers of Taki and became a Kunoichi in order to gain the admiration of others. But now that path looks dark as she recently lost her companions to a ruthless creature. Was it a dragon? I don't know what to call that beast. It had a ferocious nature and extraordinary strength. So, even though she and her companions fought with all their might, they were forced to distract the beast so she could escape. I'm sorry to hear that. Didn't you try to help her? We don't have a good enough relationship for me to actively help her. That's what's bothering her. She thinks she was too weak. If I faced what I think, I couldn't do much. Those creatures are truly strong. I'd like you to talk to her about that. She needs someone outside of me she can empathize with. I hear. Now oh no. What's happening? She's my sister. She seems to be having problems. Leave it to me. Thank you, Jime said, severing the link with the boy. Curious, the Bijuu said, now alone. I sense a father in him, but there's something else that seems very familiar. Once Naruto returned to the real world, he saw the worried faces of Sasuke and Sakura because the blonde boy had been paralyzed for a few minutes. What happened? Sasuke asked. I had a little chat with someone, Naruto said, activating his sensory ability. A colossal amount of chakra had activated in the distance, which Naruto identified as Bijuu chakra. Sakura, you're coming with me. Because? There's an unwanted guest here and we need to take care of him. Are you talking about a dragon? I don't think we should get involved in this. Yes, we must acknowledge the fact that they have been attracted by our presence. Therefore, it is our responsibility to deal with them. I suppose you're right. In another part of the infernal desert. The Battle of Titans was taking place in the vicinity of the desert, where what Carrie regretted most was the fact that his companion Amoy had been right in one of his stupid predictions. Finally, they had found one of the blessed nests of the stone lizards after several days of searching and countless babblings from a boy who said things like what if the lizards have already left the desert, what if Sunalite and the lizards don't exist, what if there is a creature that is devouring the lizards, what if the lizards run out and we are the next prey. The Redeed was about to hit him for being so talkative when the nest they found was completely swallowed by the jaws of a gigantic creature that emerged from the sand. It was an Otobatarasu, a creature that was essentially a giant red turtle. At least 10 meters tall and 15 meters long. Its large shell was quite strange, resembling an enormous cannon. The beast was covered in a thick layer of extremely hard red scales, which easily deflected the shinobi's swords. Seeing that her kinjutsu was failing, Carrie gathered her strength and took the very difficult Bijuu mode, which allowed her to take the form of the enormous blue fire cat that was inside her, the Nibi. The girl launched her attack using claws imbued with Kaiten chakra, but they barely made a dent in the creature's armor. The Otobatarasu responded by charging at the girl, severely damaging her transformation, as her opponent possessed a massive spike located just beneath its back. Perry moved away from the creature and prepared a large blue fireball which he would then fire at his opponent, who then fired a powerful jet of sand from his shell. Both attacks cancelled each other out and formed a curious crystal structure, a product of the sand heated to the high temperatures of the Nibi's Kaiten. However, it was an ephemeral work of art as the Otobatarasu shot a huge boulder through the structure, which then hit the Jinchuriki squarely. While it didn't cause significant damage, the attack was enough to make Karui lose control of her transformation and revert to normal. Bijuu mode was extremely tiring and meant for devastating techniques, not for sustained combat like that. The Redeed's companions were preparing to come to her aid when a couple of individuals suddenly entered the battle. Winter Impact, Sakura said as she delivered a powerful blow to Otobatarasu's jaw, leaving behind some ice particles. Naruto continued by delivering a powerful punch to the creature's stomach, causing the creature to fall sideways. "You all get out of here," the blonde man warned. "You're nobody to give us orders," Carrie retorted. "I really want to listen to him," Amway said. "I agree," Samui said, then leaned closer to her companion's ear. "It's best if we observe from a safe distance," she whispered. "Okay," said the Redeed, and the entire Kumo team left. "That's better. We don't want anyone interrupting us," Asura and Shiva roared the beast as it recovered from its fall. "So you're responsible for the attacks in the Land of Wind?" The few. "Those opportunistic Cephalos have also been up to their tricks," roared. "In any case, I feel responsible for stopping you. I can't allow you to hurt others." "The others don't matter, now that you're here, Asura. You're the reason for my existence. Then come. You'll see my power." "The power of Otobatarasu, the sand god," said the creature, letting out a huge roar that made the sand shake and explode like geysers. Sakura dodged the pillars of sand that threatened to hit her and charged at the creature, ready to deliver a chakra-infused punch. A resounding icy blast managed to stagger it, but at the same time allowed Otobatarasu to strike the girl with its tail. Haruno was sent flying against a dune, which absorbed the impact. Naruto charged his weapon with lightning release and hurled it at the beast, which shrieked, indicating a weakness to that element. Then the blonde-haired boy conjured a chain between his hand and the hilt of his sword, pulling it towards him. With the weapon in hand, I then made a cut in the air that generated a barrage of ice icicles charged with Raiten, which were fired at the great red turtle. Otobatarasu was furious at the attack and began sucking in sand with his mouth. In an inexplicable process, the creature then launched another enormous boulder at the blonde man. Naruto had to stomp his feet to withstand the projectile. Using chakra in his feet, he reinforced the sand beneath them to prevent him from falling. With the compacted sand projectile, the boy had a peculiar idea. With his chakra chains, he bound the boulder and then swung them around it a few times to give the object momentum. With that, the blonde-haired man slammed the projectile into Otobatarasu's face, as if it were a flail. Sakura returned to action and prepared to release a cloud of poison, hoping it would provoke the same reaction as in their last fight. However, the Otobatarasu didn't stand its ground to receive the attack and began to burrow into the sand to hide. It wasn't a very effective hiding place, since part of its shell was clearly visible protruding from the sand. But this was intentional, as it allowed it to move freely across the sand and attack Naruto, aiming to pierce him with the spike on its shell. The boy held his position and with a blow of his sword, stopped the charge dead in its tracks, breaking the piece of shell. The Otobatarasu then emerged from the earth and let out a tremendous roar that stirred up a powerful sandstorm in the surrounding area. Afterward, it began to gather massive amounts of sand in preparation for another attack. "Naruto, you have to stop him. I don't think he's in a position to dodge without being swept away by the storm," Sakura warned. "I'm on it," the boy replied, starting to run towards the creature. The storm was getting worse by the minute, making it difficult for the blonde boy to move. He didn't arrive in time when the Otobatarasu fired a powerful sandstorm from the cannon on its back. Naruto slashed his sword in mid-air, unleashing a wave of ice intended to halt the incoming attack. Unfortunately, its power wasn't enough, and the boy took the full force of the attack, which slightly tore his clothes and buried him completely in the sea of sand. By the time the Otobatarasu stopped its attack, it deduced that it had already finished off the boy. Its attack was far too powerful for a human to withstand. The creature then set about dealing with its other target when a couple of blonde people suddenly appeared from the arena. The Otobatarasu wasn't the only one who could move underground, and Naruto used the Doten Jutsu. Hidden mole technique to get under his opponent's jaw. "Shoryuken," Naruto exclaimed, delivering a powerful high hook to the creature's jaw. The creature fell without saying another word. After all, it had received a blow that was lethal without the need for super strength. The sandstorm then collapsed next to the Otobatarasu. Naruto ringed red orbs. "Are you okay?" Sakura asked, observing her companion's bruised state. "Yeah. At least we won't leave empty-handed. Because I don't think we can get any coins at this point." I don't see it that way, the boy said, pointing to everything that Amaterasu hadn't been able to digest. After all, the creature had been feasting on the stone lizards and even had a chest that must have gotten caught when it sailed across the sand. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. I think you have a lot of explaining to do, the Raikage said in a very threatening tone. Rasa really didn't know how to defend herself in such a situation. Our shinobi were in extreme danger. How could you allow the exams to take place? Mei said, very distraught. We trusted that the infernal desert was beyond the interest of those creatures. Well, you were clearly wrong, said Shibuki, Taki's boss. 2 of my shinobi died because of your carelessness. It's lucky their companion survived. Even one of our strongest Kunoichi had trouble facing that creature, the Raikage said. I should mention that our team detected an unusual attitude in Konoha. They didn't seem very surprised by the creature. In fact, they seemed quite interested in defeating it. Do you have anything to say, Sarutobi? The Hokage, for his part, remained calm. Hiruzen knew the issue would eventually surface and affect everyone, so he had already planned how he would handle it. That's true. It's not the first time I've heard of a beast like the ones we've seen recently, the Hokage said calmly. So you also knew about the existence of that monster? A retorted. Not exactly. Here's the thing. A few weeks ago, the Land of Fire was the victim of multiple attacks by a dragon named Kushala de Aura, whose power allowed him to control the winds and weather at will. The intruder was eliminated, but we have information that he's not the only one of his kind. Of course, we had no idea that they would make their presence known here in Suna. Do you seriously think we're dealing with dragons? Terumi said. Their power is a very clear sign of their identity. Of course, the appearance of those recently seen makes their classification somewhat doubtful. And what is it that attracts them to the villages? Rasa asked. Even though we've noticed they're very intelligent, they're still wild beasts. They need to feed to survive and seek out places with the best food sources, which I imagine are villages, the Hokage said, omitting the detail that Team 7 tended to attract the creatures. He himself was concerned about this fact, but at least he was grateful that the genin were capable of taking care of themselves. This is an outrage. How could they withhold such important information? Said the Raikage. Each village is responsible for what happens within its borders. I don't need to remind you of that, Sarutobi said, irritating the Raikage. We understand that, Sarutobi. However, you must understand that we are concerned about our villages suffering attacks, said the Mizukage. I understand, and I must say that this is not a problem that will be solved overnight. I don't want to unnecessarily alarm the public until I know how to act appropriately. There are no excuses that are valid, A said. I can understand your intentions, brat. But believe me, there's no point in trying to weaponize those things, Enoki said, breaking his silence. Even you know about those creatures? A questioned. The thing is, yes. My forces had a confrontation with one of those creatures. One that was undoubtedly ideal to represent our people. It was a winged reptile of imposing size, with a rocky skin that provided great defense and allowed it to withstand very high temperatures. Unfortunately, it was too troublesome to control, and we had to kill it to prevent it from harming the population. Curiously, it left behind a kind of jewel that I have in my possession, but I don't know if it has any use. I've been told that the same thing happened when the desert monster was defeated, said the Raikage. What do you know about it, Hiruzen? Not much. The greatest expert on the subject is one of our genin, said Sarutobi. Are you kidding? No. Okay. It's best if we finish this exam soon and each of you can deal with the matter on your own. It's clear that it's not worth discussing this together. Yes, that's how you want it, Rasa said, ushering one of his ninja inside. We've already tallied those who advanced to the next phase, he told the cage. Please announce them, he said to his subordinate. Very well, Kazuki Ajisama, the man said, producing a list. Ordered from lowest to highest, here are the finalists. Team Suna is in last place with 30 coins. They are followed by Kusa with 55 coins. Ahead of them is Team 1 from Iowa with 75. The Raikage scoffed at his rival's poor performance, much to Enoki's annoyance. Team 2 from Odo scored 80. They are followed by Team Kiri with 90. Team 11 from Konoha came in third place with 125 coins. Second place went to Team 1 from Odo with 170 coins. Finally, Konoha takes first place, as Team 7 from Konoha earned 325 coins. Rasa was annoyed that his children had barely passed. The Otokage was pleased with his team's performance. Mei was happy that her genin had prevailed against the odds. The Hokage remained indifferent as he had other concerns at the moment. Enoki felt his granddaughter could have done better, but he was quite pleased by the Raikage's expression. What? How is it possible that Kumo was left out? I thought you had already spoken to your genin about their performance on the exam, Rasa said. They didn't tell me anything about the test. They were more concerned about the attack they suffered. The fact is that Team 1 was the only one that had a few coins, unlike the other finalists, but they weren't enough to pass, said the Chunin from Suna. Damn it. There must be a mistake. We're sorry, but the count has already been done to verify that all the coins are valid. There are no counterfeit coins that would indicate any fraud. If that's the case, I'm afraid there's nothing to be done, Rasa told him. This has to be some kind of plot against my village. Don't be ridiculous. What must have happened is that, for once, your shinobi got a little too confident in their kenjutsu skills, Enoki said. Oh, he grumbled, having to admit that must have been the case. Their strength relied heavily on their swords, and fighting in such an open environment as the desert put them at a disadvantage against the others who used ranged ninjutsu. In any case, you are welcome to witness the rest of the exam, the Kazekage told him. Alright, said the Reikage. At least this way I'll accomplish one of my goals, the man thought. Now if you'll excuse me, I think I need to discuss some important matters in private, said the Reiteed, asking Shibuki to accompany him. In Team 7's hotel room. This is worrying. We've suffered another attack from those dragons, and this time it seems stronger, Sakura said. There's nothing to fear. I can fight against anything they put in front of me, Naruto replied confidently. You might be able to, but we'd be in trouble if we faced them alone. She's right, Sasuke said. FK told me a little about the creature that attacked them, and it really did seem dangerous. And the worst part is that he doesn't match the description of the one we're facing. That means he's still at large. I don't think so. It would have attacked us by now, said Naruto. Are you implying that someone stopped him? Sakura said. It's possible. We don't know his power level, and some team may have dealt with him. I thought they were only interested in us. They are tracking us when they are on our trail, but while they are not tracking us they attack everyone indiscriminately. The pink-haired woman sighed. I hope this ends soon. Honestly, I liked it better when I just had to heal wounds. I didn't think I'd see myself in these kinds of fights. It's not that bad. I'm sure there are worse things. That worries me even more, the girl said. Sasuke understood Sakura's nervousness. He himself was frightened by the idea that there might be more dragons searching for him. Naruto, for his part, didn't know what to think. The next day. Suna had prepared well for the exams. On the outskirts of the village, she had built a coliseum to host public matches like the one that was about to take place. It didn't have the usual structure found in places like Konoha. Instead, it was underground, almost like a pit. It wasn't the best design, but it meant it wouldn't be affected by the region's frequent sandstorms. This did not mean the venue was small. The coliseum was large enough to accommodate a wide range of spectators. Not many Suna residents were present, as visitors filled most of the stands. While civilians had little involvement in shinobi affairs, they loved watching the matches during the Chunin exams. Among the important people present were the Konoha Council members. It was odd that they were there, given that such institutions usually avoided showing their faces in foreign lands. However, it was clear that Hiashi and Fugaku wouldn't miss the opportunity to see the full potential of their weapons. The participants were divided into two groups and placed in special areas of the coliseum where they could appreciate what was happening in the meeting area. The examiner announced the details of the next phase. 2 teams would be chosen, and their members would have to compete against each other individually. The team with 2 winners would earn a pass to the next phase. The first battle was between Iwa and Kusa, where the first team sent the blonde member of their team, while the second team sent the white-haired girl. Madara and Raizetsu were in the fighting area when the examiner dictated the rules. The fight would end when one of them became unconscious, incapacitated, surrendered, or died, although he mentioned that it was preferable that the latter not happen. Both shinobi jumped back when the order to begin the match was given. The girl started by showcasing her shuriken jutsu, launching several weapons at the blonde boy. Madara stepped aside to avoid the attack and began searching his bag for something, which he then threw at the white-haired girl. White birds flew at high speed toward Raizetsu, so fast that she barely managed to evade them. When the birds hit a wall, they exploded, leaving her impressed and with a clear understanding of her opponent's abilities. Considering that such weapons were meant to be used at long range, the girl sprinted towards the Iwa ninja to catch up with him. There, Raizetsu delivered a powerful kick to Madara's right side, which was blocked by his arm. The white-haired girl quickly threw a punch at the boy, who didn't see the movement coming, and received a powerful blow to his stomach. Instead of showing pain, Madara smiled, which frightened the white-haired girl. The loud explosion echoed through the arena, and Raizetsu was thrown against the walls, suffering severe burns. From the center of the crater left by the blast emerged the blonde boy, mocking her for not having anticipated that it was an explosive clay clone. Many praised the move and lauded the quality of the clone, but as far as Naruto was concerned, it was an empty victory due to a vile trick. The white-haired girl is taken away by paramedics while her companion, Miyuku, storms into the arena, determined to make those who injured his friend pay. Seeking a quick victory, Iwa sends in his star competitor, Kuretsuchi. The ninja from Kusa didn't start with small things. He immediately began making hand seals to launch the Kaiten technique. Demon Lantern, which manifested several ethereal flames in the shape of Oni masks that were thrown against the dark-haired woman. Inoki's granddaughter responded with a water release. Violent wave technique to stop it, using a sphere of water that shot from her mouth and creating a mist to escape. Miyuku had lost sight of the girl when he felt a breeze behind him, so he readied a kunai and stopped a similar weapon wielded by Kuretsuchi. The kunoichi proved to be stronger and began pushing the boy, hoping to break his defense. Instead of being flustered, Miyuku saw her opportunity to attack. She stomped her foot and landed a powerful blow to the chest of the girl, who was engulfed in a crimson flame. Eye release. Heavenly Prison was the name of the technique that spread throughout the body of the Iwa kunoichi. She began to feel dizzy and numb, so she had to make a great effort to retreat in order to regroup and prepare her attack. The ninja from Kusa seized the opportunity and unleashed his fire release. Demon Lantern technique once more. Kuretsuchi attempted to repeat her previous defense, but upon performing the jutsu, she couldn't gather enough chakra to manifest it. This left her defenseless when the fire release struck her directly. Miyuku began forming the hand seals to finish off the girl who was injured from the previous attack, but Kuretsuchi wasn't about to lose to that guy from a lesser village. So she did her best to get up, then stomped her foot, knocking the boy off balance. Then she charged at the man, her palm raised as if she were carrying something in it. Miyuku thought it was an illusion, but she swore the air around that palm was distorted. And it wasn't for nothing, because when she was close enough, the girl pointed her hand and unleashed a powerful burst of chakra that Miyuku couldn't dodge. Inoki was pleased by the demonstrations of the explosive element, or Bakuten, in its various forms. The first involved taking volatile elements from the earth and then activating them with chakra, while the second, used by his granddaughter, consisted of changing the properties of gases present in the air. With 2 victories, Iwa secured her place in the next round without even needing the third match. The last remaining member of Kusa's team, Karen, left the waiting area to see if she could help her teammates. As far as she was concerned, her team shouldn't have been there in the first place. They only managed to advance because she had warned them about any potential encounters they might have had in the desert. The examiner then introduced the next participants. It would be Odo's team 2 against Kiri's team. The first 2 to go were Chijuro and one of the hooded figures, whose name was revealed to be Zaku, a young man with spiky black hair who wore Odo's traditional uniform, with the peculiarity that his knees and arms appeared to be encased in metal armor. As the battle began, Chijuro launched an attack against the Odo ninja, the bandages wrapping his weapon shed, revealing a strange fish-shaped sword with 2 handles. Hiramekure release. He exclaimed as the sword enveloped itself in chakra, forming an immense hammer. The ground trembled from the blow of that weapon, but to Chijuro's bewilderment, his enemy was not at the point of impact. Before he could react, the boy received a powerful kick to the jaw that sent him sprawling to the ground. The blue-haired boy tried to locate Zaku, but was once again struck in the stomach, throwing him off balance. The ninja from Odo was moving at incredible speeds, and the boy was barely managing to get a chance to locate him. Between kicks and punches, they had the swordsman cornered, giving him no opportunity to defend himself. Zaku then decided to end the fight with a kind of cannon on his arm, which emitted a strong blast of air that knocked down the Kiri ninja. Those present were impressed by the fight, as the boy was said to be a swordsman of the mist, making his defeat all the more perplexing. Many were intrigued by the weaponry displayed by the ninja from Odo, an interest that only grew stronger with the next fight. Odo's next challenger was a man named Dosu, whose face was obscured by a mask. In fact, almost nothing about him was visible, as he was covered in metal armor, the most notable feature being his arms, which were more heavily armored than the rest of his body. Haku went into battle to even the score for her team. At the examiner's command, both shinobi advanced to fight. The Kiri girl analyzed her opponent from head to toe, searching for a weak point to attack, but the armor made that task difficult. So she decided to target the seams of the suit and launched several senbon needles at those points. Odo's ninja didn't even flinch at the attack and continued his charge to strike the kunoichi. Haki blocked the powerful blow, and as she prepared to counterattack, a sudden buzzing sound stunned her. Dosu seized the opportunity and tried to strike the girl, who barely managed to react and dodge. Then Haku decides it's time to cool things down and, making hand seals with one of his hands, performs the Hyoten. Ice spikes. Dosu once again remains static and withstands the jutsu, then points his right arm and performs the ultrasonic drill jutsu, which causes the girl to fall to her knees while covering her ears, which seemed to be bleeding from the attack. Seeing that the kunoichi couldn't counter the attack, the examiner decided to stop the match in Dosu's favor. The girl felt frustrated at not having been able to stop that technique. There were those who understood the angry look on Haku's face as he left the arena because that attack was terrifying since there was no way to stop it. Fury lost a round and Odo scored a point for the team that had passed. Mei was disappointed by the outcome as she had hoped to have a better chance at the event. Odo made his appearance in the arena again, but this time it would be at the hands of Team 1. In the other hand would be Suna, the rival he would face. The first to appear was a young woman with striking pink hair. Her name was Taiya, and unlike her teammates from the other team, she wasn't wearing anything too flashy. Just a beige blouse and black shorts with a purple ribbon at her hips. Tamari was the one who volunteered for the first match. The blonde unfurled a huge fan and, having seen the skills, immediately prepared to perform her most powerful attack, but the girl didn't even have time to finish it when a kick sent her flying into the stands. "Too slow," said the pink-haired girl as orange lines disappeared from her body. Tamari was found completely unconscious from the strong blow, and therefore the girl from Odo was declared the winner. Ara was next to go, and he would have to make sure he won if he wanted Kankuro to have a chance to fight later, although taking into consideration the way they had defeated his sister, he knew he would have few opportunities. The other hooded figure turned out to be a girl who looked to be around 18, as she was quite developed. She had fair skin, pale blonde hair, and blue eyes. She was dressed similarly to Taiya, but her shirt was light blue with kanji that spelled princess and snake. While the audience was captivated by the young woman's beauty, those in the seats where Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Tsunade sat were in complete shock. It didn't help matters when they heard the name of the kunoichi from Odo. Kazumi. Ara started by launching a blast of sand at the girl, but she didn't stay still, and in an agile movement, she dodged it. Iridid maintained this strategy by moving all the sand in the fighting area, trying to catch his rival, but the kunoichi was too elusive to be caught. In one wrong step, Kazumi would see her feet trapped by the element, but she did not panic and instead punched the ground, shaking the whole place, causing the sand that trapped her to give way enough for her to free herself. Then she decided to leave the ground in a peculiar way, performing an invocation jutsu to summon a large fluorescent green snake that would lift her into the air. The young man saw the move as useless since it had only made him a bigger target, so he unleashed a torrent of sand against the reptile. Kazumi ordered her summon to release a jet of poison that blocked Gaara's attack. Then she leaped high into the air, but not before lightly touching the snake's head. The snake dissolved into hundreds of smaller reptiles, completely surrounding the genin from Suna, who was trying to wrap himself in sand to avoid the snake's unfriendly fangs. A grave mistake, because what should have worried him was high in the sky. Kazumi then landed with an axe-shaped kick on top of Gaara, who at the last moment raised a sand shield to try to block that attack. Once again, the Suna stadium reverberated with a thunderous blow that shook many. Gaara's barrier held long enough to prevent him from being seriously injured by the kick, but the cracks that formed in his defense allowed the snakes to bite their prey. Iridid collapsed almost immediately, so the examiner called for assistance for the young man whose life was in danger, implying that Kazumi had won. Everyone was impressed by the power of Odo Village, as they not only possessed a technological advantage, but also extremely strong kunoichi. Of course, not everyone had positive thoughts about the village. Jiraiya and Hiruzen were pleading with Tsunade to calm down and not do anything foolish, while at the same time telling Kisuke to stop praising Kazumi's beauty. Team 7 had other thoughts, as their opponents would be Team 11. A bitter family feud was just around the corner, and Naruto knew that could have disastrous consequences. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The woman with pale skin and long blue hair sipped from her teacup, while a woman with black hair did the same. This small gathering to relax and chat was a custom shared by Hisana Hyuga and Makoto Uchiha. It was really a meeting of 3 people, but the third person's attitude usually ran counter to the purpose of the get-togethers, so the other 2 typically pretended the other was there. Unfortunately, that wasn't one of the days they could do that. Kushina paced back and forth, quite agitated. She was thinking about the Chunin exams her sons had taken. It was understandable that she was nervous, as those events were quite dangerous. It wasn't that she didn't trust them to be strong enough to win the exams. It was the fact that there was a high probability the brothers would fight each other. "You should calm down, Kushina-san. You're not accomplishing anything by acting like this," the Hyuga said calmly. "How do you want me to do it? My babies are in that place, at risk of being made to fight each other," the Iridid replied. "Do you think I'm not involved too? If your children fight, it's a given that mine will get involved as well," Makoto said. "They don't have the problems that mine have. Technically, both of you have the exact same problems. Remember our situation," Hisana said casually, much to the annoyance of the other 2. "At least you're lucky. Despite Hisen's bad attitude, he gets along very well with his younger sister, Hanabi. That's right, they're adorable when he trains them. My case is complicated. Itachi gets along well with his brothers, but with his work and resentment towards his father, he has little interaction with them, Makoto said. I still don't understand how you're still with that idiot, Kushina said. Actually, that goes for both of us. You know that divorce is a taboo in our society. Being members of clans, the situation becomes quite complicated. It's true. Speaking of which, why haven't you attended any of the meetings we've mentioned? For the last time. I won't go to any of that nonsense to find a partner. Oh, come on, you have to do it. Just look at you. You don't look a day over your head and you'd never guess you're a mother of 3. You should take this opportunity and find someone. No means no. Don't tell me you have something going on with your son, Makoto said mischievously. Absolutely not, said the retard, getting very annoyed. Leave her alone, Makoto. It's a fact that Minato's absence still weighs heavily on her, Hisana said. It's likely, said the dark-haired woman. Kushina chose not to answer. She couldn't let her secret be exposed, not even to them. Then the woman resumed her relentless march, much to the distress of her friends. If you're so worried, why don't you go to the exams? Hiruzen asked me to wait here. He only wanted his bodyguards and companions with him. You should have gone. After all, Fugaku went to see the test. What? And Hiashi too, Hisana said. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. They are wonderful friends, the Redeed said sarcastically as she left the building that was Hisana's house. Where are you going? Asuna, of course. Are you crazy? If those bastards went, I don't see why I can't go. I'm sure if I hurry I'll at least see the final. It's pointless. You'll arrive too late. We'll see. At Suna Stadium. While the spectators in Konoha had a very serious matter to attend to, their attention was focused on the young women entering the arena. Sakura and Setsuna walked, staring intently at each other, as they reached the spot where the examiner would begin the match. Setsuna figured her opponent would focus on Taijutsu because of the protective gear she was using. That detail seemed quite unusual to her, because if her memory served her right, the pink-haired girl wasn't particularly skilled in physical combat, but she had to rule that out to avoid making a mistake. On the other hand, she had Jinjutsu on her side, but that might fail against the chakra control she knew Haruno possessed. She would have to resort to ninjutsu to win this battle. Sakura, for her part, was aware of the abilities the Uchiha would demonstrate. Taking into account what she knew about her brother, the battle would be easy. The examiner signaled for the fight to begin, and both Kunoichi made their moves. The dark-haired girl stepped back and unleashed a fire release. Phoenix flower technique, firing several flaming arrows at Sakura, who blocked the attack by raising her arms in front of her. The cold emanating from the armor pieces was enough to dissipate Setsuna's fire release and prevent any damage. Haruno then threw a punch in the air in the direction of the dark-haired girl, causing many of those present to question the quality of the girl's glasses. Soon the pink-haired girl would leave him even more confused as a blob of ice appeared in the air and was directed at the Uchiha, who only dodged it in time due to the accelerated reaction time of her Sharingan. Fury's observers were more than shocked as it made it seem as if the girl had used Hyoten. Setsuna realized why the twins were obsessed with those weapons, especially when Haruno lunged at her with the intention of crushing her with a boulder of ice. Hey. Don't you think you're going a little too far? Setsuna said, seeing the power of her bespectacled rival's attacks. I'm sorry, but I have no other choice, the pink-haired girl replied, directing a block of ice at the dark-haired girl. Then I'll have to get serious. Fire release. Fire dragon, the young Uchiha said, then unleashed a column of fire in the shape of that creature. The two techniques collided and a cloud of vapor appeared in the field, obscuring the view of the spectators. The Uchiha moved swiftly and stealthily to position herself beside the pink-haired girl. Sorry, but I have better reasons to graduate, she said to herself as she prepared to slash her opponent's right side with a kunai. It would have been a clean and effective blow had it not bounced off the girl's skin, much to Setsuna's bewilderment. Sakura would react to the edge of the weapon and kick the Uchiha, throwing her all over the fighting area. The Sharingan girl would try to recover from the blow, and after rolling several times, she was able to straighten up and perform another Kaiten. Fire Dragon to counterattack. Haruno would rely on the power of her weapons and launch herself directly into the conglomerations of flames coming towards her. Channeling chakra into her feet, she would propel herself forward to perform a leap right in the middle of the dragon, using the protective coverings on her arms as a shield. Setsuna, astonished by the sudden maneuver, had no opportunity to react to the punch that Haruno then delivered. The attack not only violently knocked her back, but also encased her upper body in ice. The still conscious raven-haired girl struggled to free herself from the icy block, but lacked the necessary strength. Seeing this, the examiner decided to award the victory to the pink-haired girl from Konoha. Sakura would feel relaxed under that decision and proceed to approach the Uchiha to free her with a small tap. I see you've grown strong, Haruno. Congratulations, Setsuna said. Thank you. Although your sense of fashion still sucks. Hey. We're supposed to be wearing the uniform. Menma was very annoyed with his sister's performance, especially with how casually she took her defeat. He then rushed onto the field, even though Natsumi was scheduled to fight next. Naruto was about to get off when he was stopped by his partner. "This will be my fight," Sasuke said. "You're sure?" "Yes. I must do it," the dark-haired man decided. "Fine. I can't stop you if you're so willing to face it." The two Uchiha stood facing each other in the arena, awaiting the start of the fight. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to match Menma's power, who stared intently at him with his implanted Jujutsu. At the examiner's starting command, Namikaze covered himself with the Kyuubi's chakra until he achieved the one-tail transformation, with which he performed a very fast shushin to get behind Sasuke. He intended to use his claws that way and stab the dark-haired man in such a way that there was no way to save him. He wasn't going to waste such an opportunity to get rid of his brother, and he didn't care what his superiors said. He knew Fugaku would defend him. However, he didn't count on Sasuke dodging the attack by stepping aside at the last moment. Menma couldn't understand how he had managed such a feat. He had attacked him from behind precisely to prevent Sasuke from using the Sharingan to detect him, and the range of his chakra claw was far too great to be evaded so suddenly. Sasuke knew what had happened. With such a killer instinct directed at him, he couldn't help but sense Menma's plan. He could even swear he predicted the entire attack before it was carried out, allowing him to move to the ideal position to avoid the deadly strike. The Uchiha then seized the opportunity to grab the blonde's arm and throw him to the side of the field. It would sting him slightly due to the corrosive effects of the Kyuubi's chakra, but it would be worth it as Menma was stunned by the movement. Then Sasuke concealed his bow and began firing a barrage of ice arrows at his opponent. Ignoring the astonishment of the Kiri audience, everyone was impressed by the maneuver, which had been a perfect evasion and counterattack. Fugaku watched with great annoyance as Menma took the full force of all his brother's projectiles. Namikaze managed to evade some of the projectile damage thanks to his chakra cloak, but nothing was protecting his pride. Furious, he stood up and unleashed a colossal Kaiten. Great fireball against the dark-haired man. Sasuke quickly summoned a metal arrow from the headband with seals on his wrist. Wind release. Flying Heron, he exclaimed as he launched that projectile that went like a drill against Menma's flames. While fire release, Kaiten might have had an advantage over wind release, Ton, each technique possessed a vastly different level of complexity. The Uchiha clan signature jutsu was nothing more than a conglomeration of burning chakra with minimal shape manipulation. Sasuke's jutsu, on the other hand, utilized shape manipulation to give the projectile a distinctive movement that not only increased its penetrating power, but also allowed it to turn jutsu with minimal shape manipulation against their users. In summary, Sasuke's arrow pierced a fireball, causing it to collapse and be absorbed by the flying heron, generating a vortex of fire that went straight towards Menma. Using his claws, he stopped the arrow. After all, he had the Sharingan to catch it at the precise moment. However, it wasn't as if he could do the same with the flames that followed the projectile. The boy cursed intensely as he was engulfed in fire. The blonde boy would let out a great roar that would shake the field and frighten more than one person present. Menma would begin to accumulate more and more chakra until he sprouted a second tail in his transformation. "I'm going to tear you to pieces," roared Menma as he prepared to attack. "I don't think so," Sasuke said confidently. Then he raised his hand, looking at the examiner. "I give up." "As? The winner of this fight is Menma Namikaze," said the examiner, observing the actions of the dark-haired man. "No way, you will fight me," said the Jinchuriki, sharpening his claws. "The fight is over. If you attack, you will be disqualified and your team will automatically lose," the examiner warned. Menma saw Sasuke several times, who wore a confident expression, and the examiner, who was very serious in his threat. The Namikaze then reverted to his previous form and left the field, muttering a string of curses. Asuma would be pleased with his student's progress. Sasuke may not have won, but he had managed to humiliate Menma. He had demonstrated the power of the jutsu they had developed together and enough intelligence to know its limits. Fugaku was beyond furious. They had made his weapon the laughingstock of the state. Hiashi's serious face, his Byakugan activated, made that abundantly clear. His sons would soon learn a lesson. The final battle of the series between Naruto Uzumaki and Natsumi Hyuga was highly anticipated. Opinions were quite divided, as well. Natsumi's red eyes, which didn't seem to be a taijutsu of that clan, left much to be desired. Well-informed observers couldn't help but be intrigued by Naruto's eyes. First, they didn't recall that clan possessing a taijutsu. Second, its form resembled that of a very particular legend. That fight would resolve several unanswered questions. Unfortunately, they would be left wanting, because as soon as the examiner finished speaking to start the battle, the blonde boy delivered a swift blow to Natsumi's neck that left her completely knocked out. I'm sorry, but a fight between brothers is not a spectacle for the enjoyment of others, the boy said to the examiner, whose jaw dropped at that ridiculous speed. After a while, when he managed to process the information, the ninja from Suna would give the victory to the blonde, much to the disappointment of many. Both Inoki and A immediately associated the boy with their greatest enemy from the Third Shinobi World War. Minato Namikaze. They found it strange that he didn't share the man's surname, but that must have been some kind of trick to distract their enemies. The Ashi had to hang his head in shame at such a defeat. At least his partner had someone to represent him. He, for his part, could only see how his investment had been a complete waste. Menma was seething with rage. His team's presentation had been a complete disaster and he had to fix things. It didn't matter at all that he couldn't become a Chunin. Another disappointed observer was a hooded figure draped in a brown cloth, watching from atop the stadium. He had hoped to find his target that day, but none of the participants lived up to his expectations. Without any of Suna's guards noticing, the figure vanished without a trace. The Kazuki then said a few words, congratulating the competitors who had advanced and those who weren't so lucky. The next phase would be revealed the following day, and he asked the shinobi to rest up for what was to come. Of course, he didn't know the rivalry that would arise between Konoha and Odo. In a hotel restaurant in Suna, at dusk. The Hokage had politely requested a meeting with the Otakage to discuss some important matters, which the Otakage graciously accepted. Thus, both sides found themselves gathered around a large banquet table. On Sarutobi's side were Jiraiya, Kisuke, Kakashi, Anko, Team 7, and of course, the main person interested in the situation, Tsunade. The Otakage, for his part, was alone with the company of Kazumi and her sensei, Kabuto. "And why are we here?" Sakura whispered to her sensei. "I thought it would be fun for you to see what happens," Asuma replied in her usual nonchalant manner, much to the annoyance of the pink-haired girl. "You have until now to explain everything, you filthy vermin," Tsunade said, glaring furiously at the leader of Odo. "Tsunade, please." Hiruzen said, trying to intervene and prevent his student from creating a diplomatic conflict. "There's no need to apologize, sensei. It's not as if I'm unaware of my former classmate's attitude," said the Otakage, as in the blink of an eye his eyes turned yellow and became slanted like a snake's. "Even with your disguises, Orochimaru," Jiraiya remarked. "Some things never change. Of all things, how dare you make such a mockery?" Tsunade exclaimed angrily, looking at the young woman next to Orochimaru, who lowered his gaze at the Sanin's comment. "I don't understand what you mean. What you see is just a sample of how I've changed since the last time we met." "You're lying. You're still the same slithering snake," the blonde replied, threatening to break the table. "I don't understand what's going on, why all the commotion?" Haruno said. "That's strange, I thought Shizune had spoken to you about that. Although, of course, I'm sure she values her life," Asuma said. "The thing is, Kazumi is Tsunade's daughter, that's the thing," said Naruto, whose face showed he was annoyed to be there. In fact, the blonde boy looked quite uneasy. "What? When did that happen?" Sakura said, surprised. "It was before you were born, about 18 years ago," Jiraiya said, joining the conversation. "This would normally be a secret, but it wouldn't be right for you not to know the whole story to understand the situation," the white-haired man said, looking at the young members of Team 7. "As you may already know, Tsunade Senju was the one who introduced medical ninja to shinobi teams, but unbeknownst to many, there was another person who advocated for this with her. His name was Dan Kato, one of the best shinobi Konoha has ever produced. He and Tsunade formed a formidable team during the Second Shinobi World War, where both were feared for their abilities. Their relationship wasn't limited to their work, and they soon became very close. In the midst of the war, this didn't seem prudent, but the situation only demonstrated the strength of their bond, as Dan was gravely wounded in an ambush. He managed to survive thanks to Tsunade's efforts, although his career as a shinobi was cut short by the injuries he suffered. It was a devastating blow for both of them, as Dato's dream was to become Hokage, and hers was to help him achieve it. "But that didn't stop us," Tsunade interrupted her companion. "Yes, he couldn't help the village as a shinobi. He would help the shinobi help the village. This inspired me to improve not only the medical field, but also the academic one, because in that way, the village was making a great improvement. I gladly accepted, with one condition," she said, her voice slightly choked. "I had already suffered so much when I almost lost him in the war, so I asked him to marry me, because I wanted us to never be apart," she said, pausing, and Jiraiya decided to continue. "It wasn't long before Dan and Tsunade had a beautiful baby girl named Kazumi, named after Kato's sister. The little girl had her mother's beauty and her father's eyes. Much was expected of her, as she was the daughter of two great shinobi. That's when my famous luck turned against me. I'd taken a big gamble by starting a family, and the price was higher than I expected. During the Kyuubi attack, I was called upon to assist the countless wounded that day. Initially, I didn't want to go. I preferred to protect my family. But Dan told me that I had to fulfill my duty, that it was the right thing to do. I trusted his words and went into action. That was the last time I saw him. The couple's home was destroyed in one of the fox attacks. The place was left unrecognizable, and it took us a long time to find Dan Kato's body. Kazumi, who was about 2 years old, was never found. I will never forgive that demon for what he did, and even less will I allow you to tarnish my daughter's memory with one of your experiments, Tsunade said, pointing at Kazumi, who was next to Orochimaru. Poor Tsunade, said the Otakage. For such an intelligent woman, you make too many mistakes. What are you babbling? You see, your daughter was someone who strongly caught my attention. Not only because she's a senju, but because I wondered what effect that famous seal you bear on your forehead would have on her. That's why I kept an eye on your residence. The day of the Kyuubi's attack wasn't exactly the best time to make my move, but with the creature so close, I couldn't help but approach. Are you implying that? I arrived shortly after the place was destroyed by a tail whip from the Biju. I thought I was too late, but amidst the rubble, I saw your beloved take his daughter in his arms to protect her. I considered him a fool to stay in such a place, and I would have been too, had I not taken the crying baby and prevented the Kyuubi's next attack, which finished destroying the house. That means? Tsunade said in a state of shock. That's correct, mother. I am Kazumi Senju, your daughter, the blonde said sternly. That can't be possible. It has to be a twisted joke by that snake. I'm quite real, and if you don't believe that, then this conversation is completely unnecessary, the young woman said, leaving the room. Tsunade didn't know how to react. The situation had caught her completely off guard. How could you commit such an atrocity as separating a mother from her daughter? Hiruzen said. That nefarious action saved the little girl's life. I don't see why they're complaining about it, Orochimaru said. If your intentions were good, you would have returned Kazumi to the village and also turned yourself in for your crimes, Jiraiya said. All of that would have prevented me from raising my beautiful daughter. Seriously, you have that much nerve? Yes, I have it. Otherwise we wouldn't be having such a pleasant conversation as this. Are you saying you've changed? Hiruzen said. That's right. It's embarrassing to admit, but young Kazumi changed this cold, serpentine heart of mine. I suppose seeing a life unfold made me realize their true value. How funny. Now you're going to tell me you're not continuing with your infamous experiments? Jiraiya said. I've simply given them a new direction. As Otakage, I have to establish certain priorities for my nation, he said, rising from his seat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must take my leave. It's been a very busy day. This is not over. I hope not, said the Sannin as he left with Kabuto. As my student would say, how troublesome, Kakashi said, so that those present could witness the statement. I suppose that explains why Tsunade never wanted to teach her technique to anyone. She would have wanted her daughter to inherit it, Sakura said. And look, he did, Jiraiya replied, becoming thoughtful. I correctly guessed that the offspring of the serpent from the prophecy would be related to Orochimaru, but I wonder who the others are, the white-haired man thought, turning his gaze to the young people present. Sasuke and Sakura were looking at him, wondering what the old man was thinking, when he noticed that a certain blonde was missing. Wait a minute, where's Naruto? He left shortly after his story began. He was too restless and left without saying anything, Sasuke said. We must find him. It's not good for him to be wandering around alone in the middle of exams, Asuma said, signaling his team to leave the area. On the outskirts of Suna. It was to be expected that Uzumaki would be worried. His brother Menma's attitude had left much to be desired, and the anger he harbored over his defeat had to be kept in check to prevent him from doing something foolish. From the moment they left the stadium, Naruto tracked his siblings' every move across Suna. First, they met with their adoptive parents, Fugaku and Hiashi. It was easy to recognize them, as each clan had a distinctive chakra signature that made them somewhat similar. The meeting lasted for a while, during which he noticed that Natsume's chakra seemed a little subdued. The twins then left the village accompanied by a group of people who, judging by their signatures, must have been Hyuga and Uchiha shinobi. It seemed very strange to him that Satsuna and her sensei weren't with them, but he didn't think much of it until that moment. The pang in his chest gave him a very bad feeling, and although he wanted to know what the whole story of that girl Kazumi was about, because he had to admit that she was very strong, he decided to leave the village to find out what his brothers were doing. With Menma and Natsumi. Namikaze was basically a walking time bomb. He hadn't taken kindly to Fugaku's complaints about his performance and his inability to get rid of Sasuke, so he was furious and enraged. So much so that he didn't care at all that Hiashi had used Natsume's cursed seal and left her deactivated as punishment for such a humiliating fight. At that time he was with a squad of Jounin and Chunin under the command of Fugaku and Hiashi, whose objective was to search for more creatures like those found in the Infernal Desert to reinforce their forces for the coup they had planned. Although they didn't yet know how to use the orbs they released, they planned to use the Sharingan to hypnotize them and bring them to Konoha. Eventually the group reached a canyon in the middle of the desert where the Jinchuriki stopped because he smelled a strange aroma. "How long until we find the creatures we're looking for?" Menma asked one of the Hyuga in the squad. "A couple of kilometers." "Get ready, we have company," the boy warned, so that everyone would get ready. "And here I was thinking I could launch a surprise attack," said a male voice nearby. "Oh well, defeating them will be child's play anyway," said a masked man, jumping in front of the group. The figure, who was slightly shorter than the twins, wore a long black cloak decorated with red clouds. His face was obscured by a mask depicting a smiling Oni. "Who are you? And what the hell do you want?" demanded one of the three Uchiha ninja. "My identity doesn't matter," said the masked man. "What I want is very simple. I want the pair of mustachioed men who are with you. Come with me willingly and I promise you won't suffer much." "Ha! Who do you think you are to give me orders?" said Menma. "I'm just a spokesperson for all the people who hate you. You've been very naughty little ones and the Bujiman has come to punish you," the man said, giving the group a threatening look. "You're just a conceited mercenary," said an Uchiha, then jumped towards the hooded figure to attack him with a 10. "I have nothing against you, but," the masked man said, summoning a katana from his right hand. Moments later, the Uchiha received a severe cut to his right side and fell, critically wounded. "I will show no mercy to those who interfere with my plans," the masked man said, staring intently at the Namikaze, who then realized that his opponent possessed the Sharingan in his eyes. The Hyuga also noticed this fact, but instead of thinking it was some kind of betrayal towards them, they decided to launch an attack against the intruder. Both were fast enough to approach the hooded figure and begin attacking him with gentle fist strikes without giving him a chance to evade them. Menma laughed, seeing how quickly the fight had ended. That guy couldn't do anything without his chakra. "Wait. Not so fast," said the hooded figure as his body was bombarded by the Hyuga's blows, who mocked their opponent, who seemed to believe they would actually stop attacking him. "A little higher." "Right in the center of the back," said the attacked man, much to the Byakugan user's bewilderment. The pair then moved away from the masked man after having hit at least 60 of his tenketsu. "Phew. What a relief. My back was killing me and it needs a good acupuncture treatment. Thanks for the massage," the masked man said mockingly, releasing his chakra, much to the bewilderment of those present. "How can you move?" one of the Hyuga complained. "You're all idiots if you think the human body requires chakra to move. There are other, more important things. Things like the electricity present in your nervous systems. A system that, despite being impressive, can't withstand things like this," the masked man said, unleashing a blue electric current from his hands toward his opponents. "Discharge," he said, enveloping himself in an electric dome that struck the Hyuga clan, rendering them completely unconscious. "Now, do you want to surrender and avoid further trouble?" "Don't think we'll let ourselves be defeated so easily," said one of the remaining Uchiha, making the hand seals necessary to perform a Kaiten. "Great fireball. Why can't things ever go the easy way?" said the hooded figure, before disappearing into nothingness. "What? Where is he?" said the Uchiha, searching for a trace of the intruder. "Here," said the masked man, delivering a flying kick to the unsuspecting Uchiha, who was slammed into one of the canyon walls. With the same speed, he appeared above the remaining shinobi and punched him, sending him crashing to the floor. Prop shinobi eliminated. "Now, what do you think about surrendering? And miss the chance to unleash all the anger I have?" "No way," Menma said as he summoned his chakra cloak. "Natsumi, distract him." "Okay," said the Reteed in a voice devoid of emotion. The girl covered her hands with the Kyuubi's chakra and launched herself at her opponent with the intention of attacking him. "Okay, those blows do look dangerous," said the masked man, dodging the girl's claws with agile maneuvers. Hey, guys. Don't you think that girl's chakra looks a little strange?" the masked man said to no one in particular, much to Menma's confusion. "I see, it seems my intervention is truly necessary." Namikaze thought the guy must be crazy and was talking to himself, but he didn't care much because he was about to suffer at the hands of one of Natsumi's most powerful attacks. Tatsumaki Kaiten," she said to perform the cutting wind vortex against her opponent. The masked man disappeared before the jutsu could hit him and reappeared next to the girl in a position that baffled the blonde man. "I'm sorry, miss. But for this technique, I need some physical contact," he said as the boy released a divination circle. 2 claps, 4 claps, the masked man said, beginning to strike the girl with electrically charged claps. 8 claps, 16 claps, 32 claps, he said, scattering the same blows around the girl's body. "Raiden. Haki Rakujkinshim, lightning release. Heavenly circle, 64 divination points," he said finally, unleashing one last clap on Namikaze that sent her flying and knocked her unconscious. "What the hell? How did you use that technique?" Menma exclaimed. "There's no need to make such a fuss. It's not like I'm beating Tenketsu like a Hyuga. I'm just throwing random punches, paralyzing nerves, and why am I even explaining all this to you? You'll see. Now get ready because I'm going to tear you to pieces, said Menma, launching himself at his enemy, who was covered in a layer of three-tailed Kyuubi chakra. Okay, this won't be easy, said the masked man, preparing his katana. But Naruto. Due to the distance separating him from the group, Uzumaki had some trouble finding his brothers and was eventually caught up with his team, who were obviously worried about him. What's wrong, Naruto? You know you can't just leave Suna like that. If anyone finds out, they might think it's desertion, Asuma said. I'm sorry, but I was in a hurry and couldn't warn anyone, the boy replied. Explain the situation to me. Okay. My brothers left a while ago with a group of shinobi from their clans. They weren't accompanied by Setsuna or Yamato, so I decided to follow them to see what they were up to. That sounds very serious. We'd better warn the Hokage. First I have to find them. I have a bad feeling about this, and I need to make sure they don't get into trouble. The flash of lightning adorned the night sky, startling everyone present. It was a completely illogical occurrence, given the clear sky, so it was assumed to be some kind of jutsu. Before Asuma and company could react, Naruto had already launched himself towards that point using Shundo to quickly cover ground. An absurd thought crossed his mind telling him that there was no point in going forward since it was already late, but that did not prevent him from continuing on. By the time I reached the canyon, which was clearly a battlefield due to all the destruction present, I was able to witness the end of the battle, or rather, the massacre. And then they say I'm the cruel, heartless idiot, said the masked man, holding a badly wounded and smoking Menma in one hand, then throwing him to the ground. What are you saying? Of course he needed a beating. I'm not going to have this conscious idiot in my personal space. The blonde man then looked around and saw other people lying on the ground with very serious injuries. He deduced that they were the shinobi who had accompanied Menma and Natsumi, who was conspicuously absent. Fearing the worst, Naruto glared angrily at the masked man and yelled to get his attention. You. Naruto said furiously, clenching his knuckles. Where is Natsumi? There's a better place, said the masked man, staring intently at the Uzumaki. I didn't expect to run into you, but it doesn't matter. Now do me a favor and let me finish my. The man couldn't continue because Naruto had punched him with all his might in the stomach. Then Konoha. Makoto and Hisano were still together, thinking about how Kushina had left the village at top speed. They felt somewhat sorry for the guards at the gate, who would bear the full brunt of the Ritide's fury if they were foolish enough to try to stop her. Tell me, aren't you worried about Sasuke and Setsuna? Hisano asked. Of course I am. Especially since I know Fugaku is around here and he might come up with another one of his stupid ideas. I agree with you. That position on the council was the worst thing that could have happened to our families, said the blue-haired woman. Makoto was already thinking it best to return home when she heard a loud crash that shook all of Konoha. The village alarms began to sound, signaling a possible enemy attack. Which wasn't entirely true. The cause of the tremor was an object that had crashed into the Uchiha complex, creating a crater that completely destroyed the clan leader's residence. The shinobi present immediately approached the impact site, searching for clues about what had happened. It was a great surprise when they saw that the projectile was actually a person in a black cloak who staggered to his feet from the crater. Holy F. How the hell did I get hit so hard? Said the masked man, his arm clutching his stomach, still aching from the intense pain of a punch that had broken a couple of his ribs. Then the man looked around and was even more surprised. Am I really in Konoha? I think they've dethroned Tsunade in strength. It's almost like one of Hulk's feats, but that would be ridiculous, right? Never mind, I already have what I want. Oh, damn it. I left the other half in the desert. I have no other choice, he said to the masked man before disappearing into thin air. The Uchiha were quite confused. Who was that person who had struck them? And more importantly, how had they survived that impact? In the desert of Suna. Naruto checked on Menma to assess his health. He was breathing, but all the wounds and burns on his body seemed to be too much for his healing factor. To top it all off, the place was overflowing with Kyuubi's chakra. The blonde realized that his brother's seal must have suffered tremendous damage and now the beast was trying to escape. Sakura was on her way, but her mastery of sealing techniques wasn't great enough to repair the seal. The blow gives warning, said the masked man, appearing and delivering a kick to Naruto's face, forcing him to move away from his brother. Move aside, the blonde man said furiously. Don't worry about him, he'll survive. Worry more about yourself. Fire release. Fireball siege. The figure said, firing a series of fiery projectiles from its mask at the boy. The furious Uzumaki would run through the fire spheres, bursting them with his fists, much to the bewilderment of his enemy. The F, he exclaimed as he dodged the blonde's punch, which made the sand explode from the strong impact. Okay, this Naruto isn't normal. "I need to put in a little effort," said the masked man, who with a movement of his hands, made the sand in the air compact into a dozen spears, which were thrown towards the Uzumaki. Naruto then unsealed his bronze sword and with one movement released an icy blast that stopped the projectiles and then struck the masked man, covering him in ice. "Where is Natsumi?" demanded Naruto. "You focus on your situation," said the hooded figure, freeing himself from the icy prison. "Thunderbolt," he said, unleashing a blue electrical current against the blonde man. Naruto didn't even bother to dodge and took the shock without much trouble. This surprised his opponent, who was certain he had delivered several million volts in that attack. But Uzumaki had not received any damage. In fact, the lightning had integrated into his system and now his body was covered in yellow sparks. "Oh crap. I don't like this. I have to hurry," said the masked man as he disappeared and approached Menma's location. However, Naruto showed off his speed and intercepted him before he could make another move. The blonde then slashed with his sword, but the masked man's katana blocked his attack. "I understand you won't let me take your brother so easily," said the hooded figure, resisting Naruto's onslaught. "You're right," the blonde man replied. "Then be prepared for the consequences. Gyuzo. Koka, armor. Hardening," said Naruto, his opponent, as he coated his weapon with a metallic red. The contenders then began a furious Kenjutsu battle where each one put forth their maximum effort to knock the other down. Although Naruto surpassed his opponent in strength and speed, the masked man compensated with skill and evasion, thus being able to avoid and counterattack the Uzumaki's slashes and thrusts. Naruto was surprised that his opponent could fight at such a level with such a fragile weapon. It was then that he realized he had seen something similar before. In his battle with the Kashalade aura, it had been imbued with an energy that significantly increased its durability. The fight was fairly even until the masked man teleported away to escape the clash of weapons. "Very well, Golden Curls. You are strong, but I will not allow you to stop me," said Naruto's enemy, before disappearing from the blonde's detection range. "Come here and fight like a man," Naruto demanded. "I'm sorry, but I like fighting like this," said the masked man, appearing behind Naruto to make a cut. The blonde man reacted quickly enough to dodge the attack and try to strike with his sword, but his enemy had disappeared again. The combination of his chakra detection and reflexes allowed him to evade the multiple attacks directed at him, but he was still annoyed at dealing with someone who used a hit-and-run style of fighting. "Let's see how you do with this," said the masked man, holding a glowing chakra sphere in his hands. "Bakuten. Grenade barrage," he said, unleashing a rapid succession of energy spheres from above that hurtled toward Naruto. The Uzumaki defended himself with a movement of his sword, launching a series of icy stakes that detonated the spheres before they could hit him. The rest of Team 7 heard and saw the flash of the explosion and quickly approached the location where they believed Naruto and the others they were searching for were. They were unaware that a hooded figure in brown was following them. "Last chance. Where is my sister?" Naruto said, clashing swords with the masked man. "It's not like they look much alike, but whatever. She's receiving special treatment from my clones," said the masked man, who then dodged a sword strike that nearly decapitated him. "I didn't mean that kind of treatment," he explained, realizing that what he'd said hadn't sounded very good. Both then reinforced their swords with Raiten chakra and put forth their best effort to overpower each other, with the blonde having a clear advantage over the masked man. Asuma and his genin arrived and were immediately alerted by the presence of the injured Konoha ninja. The Jounin was even more alarmed to see Menma covered in thick red chakra, despite being unconscious. "This is bad. Sakura is trying to stabilize him," Sarutobi said. "We have to take him to Jiraiya immediately, or the Nine Tails could escape." The man then turned towards his student to help him with his enemy when he was overtaken by a figure who swept him aside like a rag. The hooded figure arrived where Naruto and the masked man were fighting. "You all stop fighting once and for all," said the figure whose voice was feminine and very similar to that of one of those present. "Not until I defeat him, not until he tells me where my sister is," the contenders said. "They had to be men," exclaimed the hooded figure in annoyance, before charging towards the fighters while drawing her own sword. With the weapon, I separated the swords of the masked man and Naruto, to the astonishment of both. Then, with great agility, I executed a spinning kick that struck the fighters in the face and separated them by a considerable distance. Naruto was surprised by the newcomer's strength. The masked man was strong too, but the one who hit him was stronger. The masked man, for his part, lost his anonymity when his mask was shattered by the blow. He turned out to be a boy who appeared younger than everyone else present. He had dark skin, short purple hair, and an expression of utter annoyance. The hooded figure carefully examined the appearance of the former masked man, but then focused her gaze on Naruto. "And who are you?" the boy asked. She nodded and then discarded the cloak, causing Naruto and everyone present to open their eyes wide. She was a young woman of slender but somewhat muscular build, wearing a neat steel armor over her upper torso. Metal boots extended above her knees, followed by red stockings that reached her thighs, and finally a red skirt completed her outfit. Similarly, red sleeves covered her arms from the forearms down, as her armor extended to her elbows. Her face was what made the situation strange. It was extremely similar to Sakura's. The same pink hair, which unlike her companions was long and reached halfway down her back. The same jade-colored eyes, but they appeared quite serious and somewhat dull. In fact, they both had very similar chakra, although hers was much greater. "My name is Sakura, elder daughter. Now answer my question. Are you the son of Thor?" the girl said to Naruto. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. "Excuse me?" Naruto said to the armored girl, who had his full attention. "I've been very clear. I asked you if you are Thor's son," Sakura replied seriously. "I don't understand what you mean." "It's very simple, Goldilocks," said the former masked man. "The young lady wants to know if you are the son of the god of thunder, strength, and eternal power. Under normal circumstances, I'd say she's completely insane, but given that you sent me flying back to Konoha with a single punch and one of my sisters is into that sort of thing, I can't doubt her words." Rather than understanding the facts, Naruto reactivated his fury against the purple-haired boy and in an instant he would have him by his clothes, lifted into the air. "I'm warning you, tell me where my sister is." "About that I'll be back in a bit," said the Sharingan user as a whirlwind that had formed in his eyes disappeared. Then a similar whirlwind swept Menma away, much to the concern of those present. "I'll bring your brothers back to you in a little while. See you in Suna," the boy said, much to Naruto's annoyance. "You haven't answered my question," said elder daughter. "I don't know what you're talking about. My father is Minato Namikaze," Naruto replied. "That seems very hard to believe. In my opinion, you're the one I'm looking for." "You must be mistaken," said Naruto as he searched for the trail of his brothers. "What kind of madness is this? How is it that you're the son of a god and how am I standing there in those strange clothes?" Sakura Haruno said, agitated. "You must be my counterpart from this world. I'm glad to see you're not the total weakling I expected," the other Sakura said. "Thanks, I guess. And to what do we owe the presence of such a beautiful lady?" Sasuke said, appreciating the stranger's appearance. She looked at him with skepticism and responded aggressively. "None of your business, Uchiha," she said, turning her attention back to Naruto. "Please, I need you to listen to me. Let's go back to Suna. First, I need to make sure my brothers are okay, then we'll talk." "Okay. First, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like some help with all these men," Asuma said. "I understand you're worried, Naruto, but this is a serious matter as well." "Okay," the boy said, and then performed the Kagebushin. A while later. After treating the wounded and detaining them for questioning, the Konoha ninja returned to Suna. Asuma left the group to meet with the Hokage and tasked Sasuke and Sakura with informing him about the entire situation involving Sasuke. At first, Naruto didn't know where to go since he hadn't been told where to wait, but then he detected chakra in a hotel room in the area. A different one than the one they were staying in. When Naruto and the others arrived, the purple-haired boy was waiting for them, sitting in an armchair in the room. Both Natsumi and Menma were lying on the beds, the latter no longer bearing all the wounds he had sustained earlier. "Here they are. Not perfectly healthy, but safe. I think we're at peace now," said the young man with the Sharingan. "Why did you take them in the first place?" Naruto asked as the others dispersed around the room and took their seats. "Just a small act of charity towards the defenseless creature that lived within them. Sorry. I took the trouble to remove the Bijuu from them." "What?" Naruto exclaimed, activating his sensory abilities and noticing how the twins' enormous chakra had decreased considerably. "How did you do that? I thought a Jinchuriki could die if their Bijuu was extracted." "I'd heard that too, but I also know that the Uzumaki have a greater chance of surviving the extraction. That's why I chose them for the test. And you have the right to risk their lives. I highly doubt they would have agreed to participate in my little experiment." "An experiment? You dared to use my brothers as guinea pigs. I didn't know they were your brothers. In fact, I don't even know who you are anymore. The revelation about medieval Sakura has me somewhat disturbed." "I must point out that my ancestry is Asgardian," said elder daughter, who did not have a pleasant look on the purple-haired man. "The armor design has nothing Asgardian about it. It's missing a lot of leather, hide, and horns to be considered Asgardian." The girl remained silent, lacking arguments to defend herself. "Do you know each other?" Naruto asked. "No," they both said seriously. "Anyway. What do you gain by releasing the 9 tails? Do you plan to unleash it during the Chunin exams?" "Why would I do that? My intention is for him to be free. If I had released him in the village, someone could have captured him," said the dark-haired man. "And how do you expect me to believe you?" "Only listen to the one who benefits from my actions," the boy said, pointing to the ground and causing a vortex to appear in the air. Those present tensed up at the purple-haired man's warning and prepared for whatever he was planning, but their faces showed great confusion at what appeared. "Damn you, Uchiha. This isn't what we agreed on," complained an orange nine-tailed fox, about 30 centimeters tall. "First of all, the Uchiha is unnecessary. I warned you that the unsealing process wasn't safe or proven. I'm afraid your chakra hasn't stabilized properly and is still scattered throughout my dimension. I thought you knew a lot about Fuinjutsu. I said I know how to destroy them, but generally speaking I don't get along well with Fuinjutsu," the boy defended himself. "And you four are traitors. You should have warned me about this bastard," said the fox, without taking his eyes off the young man. "Don't blame us. We warned you several times that things tend to go wrong when this idiot gets involved," said a rather small purple octopus bull hybrid that appeared on the purple-haired man's shoulder, much to the confusion of many present. "Thing is getting really crazy," said a sand tanuki that appeared on the other shoulder, making the Uchiha and Haruno make sure they weren't in a genjutsu. "I thought we had agreed that they wouldn't go out in the presence of other people," said the purple-haired man. "And miss out on the party. Can you explain to me once and for all what the hell is going on?" demanded Naruto, stomping his foot so hard the hotel shook. "Okay, I think you should know. Just don't destroy the place," said the fox. "There's no need to introduce myself. I am the great Kyuubi." "That part is kind of unnecessary," the tanuki said mockingly. The fox ignored the annoyance and continued his explanation. "I've been trapped in the bodies of those bastards you call brothers for the last few years. Where you have surely influenced that horrible personality," Haruno pointed out. "No way, I must have had the worst imprisonment in history. That bastard Minato Namikaze made a complete mess of sealing me up. If you're going to seal something in 2 parts, you have to do it all at once, not in several steps." "What do you mean?" said Sasuke. His Hokage made a stupid division. "My chakra was split in 2 and placed in the twins. My soul was meant to go with Naruto, but the Shinigami refused. Because? I don't know for sure. The point is, seeing this, the bastard split my soul and placed it within the twins, without even having the decency to properly refine the seals. This resulted in my chakra becoming separated from my consciousness, which is why the twins had such easy access to my power." "Understood. It's become very clear that you're one of the most affected by this mess. How did you end up allying yourself with that vomit-inducing chakra guy?" Naruto said to the purple-haired boy. "I have low self-esteem, you know," replied the person in question. "A few hours ago, that idiot contacted me and told me about his plans. Obviously, I suspected something, but I really wanted to get away from those 2 conceited jerks. It disgusts me to think that I lived with them for so many years," said the Kyuubi. "And before you ask, I can communicate with the Biju. That's how I located them in the middle of the desert," said the purple-haired man. "It's hard to believe that you freed a creature considered a monster simply out of generosity," Sasuke said. "To be honest, I was really bored and wanted a challenge." "So much for attacking several members of the Uchiha clan," Sasuke said angrily. "Yes, but don't feel bad for them. They were bad people. Not to support him, but I don't think they had good intentions considering how worried the sensei seemed about their presence," Haruno said. "You will determine whether they were good or not. All I know is that those guys were called by Hiashi and Fugaku as support for the bastards in a stupid attempt to kill some of those rare lizards." "Excuse me, what kind of lizards are we talking about?" said the purple-haired man. "It's none of your business," Naruto said. "Now tell me, why did you make Natsumi disappear?" Naruto asked. 1. It was more comfortable working in my dimension. 2. It was to save her from your brother. Save her? He seemed to know how the Sharingan worked, so without thinking twice he tried to kill her to increase his power. "It doesn't make sense. Not even he would be capable of doing such a thing," said Naruto, then realizing the facts. He hadn't been wrong to think that Menma was one of the people in his vision. The difference was that he was one of the victims, not the perpetrator of the attack as he had feared. He was somewhat relieved to see that his premonition hadn't come to pass, but he was still uneasy about the idea that his brothers had been hurt. Who knows? The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is very tempting. Then we must assume that you did kill a loved one. The space-time jutsu you used is Kamui, right? A technique that can only be used if you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sakura Belderdaughter said. But he only shows the Sharingan, Sasuke commented. Sometimes my heart can be like a block of ice, but I haven't yet reached the point of killing what I love. I obtained my ninjutsu through other means that I prefer not to recall. As for how I use Kamui without the Mangekyo Sharingan, well, I've achieved great mastery over the technique. I hate to say it, but even this fellow doesn't have as black a soul as Menma, said the Kyuubi. It's almost comparable to Hiashi's and his people's. What do you mean? Said the blonde man. Itsumi wasn't as mature as her brother and wasn't very involved in the Hyuga customs. That's why they placed a kind of cursed seal on her to keep her in check. The cursed seal. Are you referring to the seal they put on the Baki? Yes. But hers was designed to restrict her emotions. Those bastards. They'll pay. Naruto exclaimed, becoming increasingly furious. Team 7 feared that Naruto would throw a tantrum that would destroy the city, but they hadn't counted on the sudden crash that was heard outside. It was the purple-haired one who approached a window and checked the outside, then showed a look of astonishment to those present. Perhaps you'd like to see this, said the dark-haired man. Sakura and Sasuke answered the call and saw how the skies of Suna were covered with a thick layer of black clouds. What on earth is this? When we went outside there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Haruno said. Haven't you noticed them? Their presence is Thorsen's doing, the other Sakura explained, looking at Naruto. It's no wonder the storms are a response to the anger he's feeling right now. I am deeply grateful to be resistant to electricity, said the purple-haired boy, thinking about what would have happened if his battle with Naruto had gone further. I'm very disturbed by the calmness with which you take all this information. To say the least, it gives me a bad feeling. Yes. That's what they usually say about me. Excuse me, I don't mean to be nosy, but I think you should tell your story as soon as possible, Sasuke said to the pink-haired woman in armor. They caused quite a stir in the desert and the Suna shinobi are probably already investigating. Not to mention, someone might detect the nine tails. Don't worry about it. My chakra hasn't concentrated as it should and hardly anyone will notice me, said the fox. In any case, I fear the Uchiha is right. I'll be direct with you, Naruto. I am the daughter of the god Boulder Odinson, and I have been searching for you, son of Thor, to help me reach the dimension to which I belong. I think I'm going to need you to explain yourself better. To begin with, tell me, how come she was so similar to Sakura? Naruto replied. Okay. I came from another dimension. An alternate world that differs from this one only in small details. Are you serious? Sakura Haruno exclaimed. How is it possible that other worlds exist? Just as there is a world of the living and a world of the dead, there are countless realities that are separate from one another, the purple-haired man interjected. What Balder daughter says is true. I can vouch for it. Thank you, the armored girl said somewhat gruffly. It's true that each world is separate, but there are ways to cross the barriers. I don't know how, but our parents, Thor and Balder, stumbled upon these shinobi worlds and, well, they had us. That would be a major inconsistency, Haruno interrupted again. I'm pretty sure my parents are Kizashi Haruno and Mabuki Haruno. You couldn't be me. The answer is quite simple, the dark-haired boy said. The reason is in fact, she's absolutely right. How on earth can they still be Sakura and Naruto with different parents? It doesn't make sense. It's illogical, the dark-haired boy began to stammer until everyone stopped paying attention to him. Let's skip all that, Naruto said. With each word, things became clearer to him. His visions not only covered the future, but could also reach other worlds. That explained why his techniques were so different from ninjutsu. Tell me, how did you come into this world? An old woman helped me come into this world. She didn't give me many clues about her identity, but she had eyes similar to yours. That can't be a cause and effect, said the octopus bull about the dark-skinned man. I certainly believe that, said the Kyuubi. However, it seems strange to me that then the fox was silenced by a mass of sand. Be quiet, said the tanuki in his loud voice. It goes without saying that the fox was very upset by the action. Those pet things are very curious. What are they? Haruno asked. Pets? The aforementioned individuals exclaimed, deeply offended. They're not like that. They're Bijuu, like that grumpy guy here, said the purple-haired man. Wait a minute. Are you telling me you're the Jinchuriki of two Bijuu? Said the armored girl. Actually, I count 4, said Naruto. Jinchuriki is not the correct word. They are fragments of my chakra that have taken on the personalities of the originals. Then I have to assume that you're from another world too. That's absolutely true. Well, that makes me suspicious, I must say it's opportune, said Balder daughter. The reason for my presence is that I need Thorsen's help to reach Asgard. My home. I highly doubt that an Asgard exists in this world. The 9 realms certainly don't exist in this dimension, but the old woman told me the best way to reach them was with the help of Thor's son. He supposedly has the ability to travel to other worlds. Wow. If that's the case, I'm glad I came here. I'd also like a hand getting to a particular destination. You and I need to discuss some matters, liar, the girl said threateningly. I admit that I'm not a very honest person, but everything I've said is true. I know what I'm saying. Settle your differences later, Naruto said, looking at the pair. I'm afraid to say I don't have that ability. I can see into other realities, but my powers don't extend beyond that. Another thing I'd like answered is why the one who claims to be my father abandoned my mother and me. Just because he's a god doesn't give him the right to do whatever he wants. In fact, that's exactly what your people usually do, the dark-haired man said sarcastically. Asgardians are very respectful of their partners, Beldadada explained. My father, Boulder, cared for me until I was 10 and was always loyal to my mother's memory. Well, if your whole story is true, Thor abandoned my mother long before I was born. She's always told me that Minato Namikaze is my father, Naruto said. Don't doubt the god of thunder. My father didn't abandon me willingly. He himself blamed his younger brother for his journey to my homeworld. So Thor is Boulder's younger brother? No. I'm referring to another of his brothers. One who shouldn't even be worthy of such a title. I'm referring to the god of lies, Loki. Yes. That sounds like something that guy would do. I heard he once turned Thor into a toad. That brings me to my next question. What's your name, stranger? Night Thunder. Sorry. I have to protect my secret identity, miss. What do you think the mask you broke was for? But you're showing your face, Sasuke said, highlighting that mistake. Details. Details that reveal a lot about your identity. Your eyes tell me you're an Uchiha, a clan whose infamy could very well have attracted someone I have in mind. What on earth are you implying? How much do you know about your parents? Are they the people you think they are? The purple-haired boy's face changed to one of complete surprise, which was followed by one of concern. I definitely didn't see this coming, commented the bull octopus. No. That doesn't make sense. Well, actually, it ties together a lot of questions. Just to clear things up for me, which Loki are we talking about? Of him who is the son of the frost giants and was taken in by the mercy of Odin, father of all, the armored girl began. The trickster who deceived and attacked his home on countless occasions. He who? Okay. There's no need for so much theatrics. I just want to know if that guy's abilities include shapeshifting. It's their most defining characteristic. From a simple fly to the worst of beasts, the girl pointed out emphatically. Don't speak too loudly, miss. You don't want to know what that fellow became when dealing with my mother, the dark-haired man said, standing up. I'll be going. I have a lot to think about and I might need professional help to process all of this, Night Thunder said, disappearing into thin air. Finally. I thought I'd never be able to get rid of him, Beldadada said with a sigh. So you lied to him? Naruto said. No. My father warned me about the possibility that other Asgardians might suffer the same fate and since I was told about your existence, I immediately had to assume that I would run into that impostor. I don't know what you expect from him, but at least he's done something useful. What do you mean, Naruto? Sasuke asked. If my brothers are no longer the Jinchuriki, that means they won't be seen as weapons by the council. That's certainly the most likely scenario, said the Kyuubi, still present. And what will become of you? That's a good question. I need to recover my chakra and I can't just walk out the door. Then the purple-haired boy suddenly appeared in the room. I'm sorry, I was starting to think I was forgetting something, he said before disappearing, taking the fox with him. Perhaps I'm wrong in my assessment. That boy is far too foolish to be Loki's son, added Beldadada, rising to her feet. Now it's best if I leave. I suppose I've given you too much information to process and perhaps you need to speak with your mother. It's the best, Naruto replied. Beldadada then approached the window of the room and went out through it, but not before becoming completely invisible. How did she do that? Sasuke asked, surprised by the girl's actions. I suppose she must have her own range of skills, said the blonde man. So, the son of God. That makes me wonder a lot, Haruno said. I was already figuring there was a special reason why it was different, although I never imagined it was something of that level. So you believe everything they told you? I mean, they didn't even bother to talk about gods we know like Shinigami or Kami-sama. There are many cultures on the continent that follow different deities. I can't say if they are all real, but in recent weeks many things have happened that force us to broaden our perception of reality. Do you think this matter has something to do with the monsters we've fought? Sasuke said. No. They would have referred to us by those strange names of Asura and Indra. You're right. And what do you think about it? Sorry. I'm sure they're very confused. It's impossible not to be. But I suppose that explains why you're so strong and why you're always so willing to help others, Sakura said. I'd like to think that stems from my own personality. We can't let our parents dictate who we are. Just take Sasuke as an example. I'm sure that if he had followed the Uchiha model, he would have been a completely despicable person. I don't know why that didn't sound like a compliment, the dark-haired man said. Changing the subject. They mentioned that you're the son of the god of thunder and strength. We've seen the strength part, but aside from your mastery of lightning release, we haven't seen much proof of your mastery over thunder. My mother always seemed stressed when she used that item, and now that I've seen that guy shooting rays, I think I understand her concern, the blonde man said, closing his eyes to concentrate. I didn't intend to accumulate chakra and give it latent properties as I usually did. I wanted to sense the electricity present in the environment and try to control it. The sudden thunderclap that struck the village was proof enough for the young people that Naruto truly had control over thunder, as the village's electrical power was cut off for a few seconds. "Wow. This is amazing and very invigorating," said Naruto. "Invigorating? What do you mean?" Sakura said. "It's hard to explain. It's like using my powers is a necessity. As long as you don't reach the point of some psychopaths who say they need to kill to live, I suppose yours is tolerable. I'll never get to that point." Shortly after, Team 7 left the establishment and went to their hotel, carrying the still unconscious twins. On the way, they encountered a very agitated dark-haired woman walking with Yamato. "Eyes, we have a serious problem. Menma and Natsumi have disappeared." Setsuna was speechless when she saw the pair behind Naruto and Sasuke. "Don't worry about them," Naruto replied. "The priority is finding Hiashi and Fugaku. They have things to answer for." Later. Hiruzen cursed a lot that night. He thought his biggest worry should be the reunion with his former student, who was now the Otakage and the father of what could have been one of Konoha's best kunoichi. However, he now had a much bigger problem on his hands. The people of Suna had filed a complaint with him regarding an alleged intrusion by Konoha shinobi into their village. Hiruzen knew nothing about it, as all the Jounin were with him in case the encounter with Orochimaru turned violent. It goes without saying that he didn't like it at all when Asuma informed him that they were members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Council members tried to deny all responsibility, but that did not prevent them from turning extremely pale when they received the news that the twins had been stripped of the Kyuubi. Hiruzen wasn't too stressed, as he himself had been considering extracting the Bijuu with his own hands. However, he couldn't celebrate too much, since it was a very negative outcome for this to happen in enemy territory. Any censor ninja in Suna could tell that Konoha had lost its greatest asset. The truth was that Hiashi and Fugaku were trying to defame Naruto and trying to accuse him of treason by joining forces with the enemy for the extraction of the Kyuubi. "That's the only explanation, Hiruzen," said Chief Uchiha. "That demon must have made deals with another village to stage a coup. It's a possibility, but there's something I don't understand. Where do your men come in? You haven't given me a logical explanation for their presence," said the third Hokage. "They were part of my bodyguards," Fugaku said doubtfully. "And at what point did you ask me for authorization to do so?" "We don't need it." "Of course they need it. It's one thing for them to make their own decisions, but quite another for them to lead my ninja forces. Even though you're the leader of your clan, they are first and foremost ninja of Konoha, and they answer to me." The Hokage. "Okay. We may have broken a rule, but it doesn't change the facts," Hiashi replied aggressively. "It's interesting you mention it," Sarutobi said. "I've heard that you placed a curse seal on Natsumi Namikaze, something that was completely outside the established parameters for you to adopt her." "They're lies. There's no proof of that." "What did he do?" said a woman in a deathly tone. "Kushina-san. What are you doing here?" said the Hokage, his voice trembling with fear. The woman entered the room with her hair divided into 9 strands waving in a demonic aura, which frightened those present who were Team 7, the Hokage, the council and Tsunade. "I came to see the exams. I left Konoha this morning." "Seriously? But it takes at least 3 days to get to Suna from Konoha," Hiruzen said. "I rushed to the scene when I sensed my children were in danger. Now I'm interested in knowing what that bastard did to my Natsumi." "I haven't done anything. It's all eyes from that demon." "Let's get something straight, you piece of shit. I'm fed up with your stupidity. Your blatant lie that my son has the soul of the Kyuubi ends this very instant. And I ask you one more time. What did you do to my daughter?" "You have no proof that we did anything," Fugaku told him. "Then you'll reveal everything on your own," the Redeed said, and chakra chains manifested on the ceiling of the room, hanging over and completely restricting the movements of the Uchiha and the Hyuga. "Now you have 2 options. Either you talk or I'll shove a chain up your asses." "You can't do this, we are from the council, we are above you and your pathetic clan," Hiashi retorted, choking on the bonds. "I mentioned that I can make my chains have thorns," she said as she held up the objects, which gleamed with sharp shards. "You know what? I have too good a memory to stay here. So I'm leaving," Naruto said, leaving the room. "That's the best thing, darling," Kushina replied. "I don't like Fugaku, but I don't want any trauma in my head," Sasuke said, before leaving, followed by Sakura and her sensei. "I also think I'll retire," said Tsunade. "You're not going anywhere. Both you and the rest of the skeletons in this room will witness what happens if I hear another unjustified complaint against Naruto Uzumaki." The following morning. Team 7 was in the stadium awaiting the start of the next stage of the exam. Despite the nighttime difficulties, Konoha was allowed to compete. This would be ideal for Hiruzen, who needed his village to demonstrate strength independent of the 9 tails, allowing him to erase certain images from his mind. The Konoha council had been completely dissolved upon discovering that they were planning a coup against him. They planned to use Natsumi to assassinate him, and then Fugaku would take over as Hokage with Menma as his backup. It was discovered that the Uchiha also planned to kill his 2 biological children to increase the power of the former blonde Jinchuriki. Although everything pointed to Menma also being involved in the plan, Kushina defended him and blamed Fugaku for his behavior. Sarutobi determined that this would be clarified once the twins awoke. The extraction of the Bijuu had left them almost in a coma due to the severe disruption to their chakra systems. Tsunade assured the mother that they were not in danger. Unlike when the Riti did hers extracted, the process had not been violent at all. Naruto had chosen not to speak to Kushina about his father's situation, preferring not to cause her any more worry. She was overjoyed at the prospect of finally getting the twins on the right path and didn't want to spoil the moment for her. The boy was waiting for the Kazuki-age to give instructions for the test when he suddenly felt an enormous force pull him by the shoulder. Suddenly, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. It was almost pitch black and all he could see was the ground, formed by hundreds of square rock pillars that stretched into the horizon. "Excuse the sudden invitation, but I wanted to talk to you about something in private," said a voice behind Naruto. "It's you again," the blonde replied, looking behind him at Night Thunder. "What do you want?" "Mainly to satisfy my curiosity. You see, I couldn't help but notice that you have very distinctive eyes. I presume it's because I'm the son of a god. I don't think it's for that reason. I've seen eyes like that before and to me they only mean trouble." "What do you mean by that?" "I know how you got that ice sword you have. Let me guess, you faced a beast whose power seemed to defy logic." "Something like that." "Where?" "In the Forest of Death." "So you did it in this world?" the dark-haired man said, looking worried. "Where else would I do it?" Naruto said, confused. "Fine. I suppose I have a lot to share with you. Otherwise, the continent might be completely devastated." Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The third phase was about to begin, and the first participants were already in the combat area. It would consist of a group battle between the members of each genin team. The same rules as the previous phase applied. To win, opponents had to be incapacitated or forced to surrender. Team 7 from Konoha faced off against Team 2 from Odo, where Dosu, Zaku, and their third member, Kin, appeared overconfident in front of Naruto and his teammates. The girl on that team didn't wear flashy armor, only metal gauntlets, each containing 2 small tubes, the purpose of which Naruto already had an idea of based on his visions. "So we play first or we'll crush them in one go," Zaku said to his teammates. "Second." The Otokage demanded a strong show of force. "No one should be left standing," Dosu told him. "They'll regret sending those brats," Kin said. "You all stay behind me and put up a strong defense," Naruto told his teammates. "Hey, don't get too cocky about what they told you," Sasuke said. "Those guys use a lot of metal and I'd like to try some new techniques," the boy said with a confident smile. The Uchiha and Haruno swallowed nervously. The things the boy did when he smiled like that were never safe. It was unknown to Team 7 that Dosu was listening to them at that moment from the other end of the field, as his hearing had been trained to be quite sensitive and effectively perceive his surroundings. The man was very annoyed that the blonde man was underestimating them. At the examiner's voice, Odo's team took their stance, while Sakura and Sasuke positioned themselves near the walls of the arena, behind Naruto. "Kin, stop being insolent like a sieve," Dosu ordered his companion. "Okay," the sound Kunoichi then took the artifacts she was carrying in her hands and pointed them at the blonde man. Those things were basically nail guns. An invention that had been developed in Odo with the purpose of having a way to launch projectiles with greater power and rate than the arm of an average shinobi could achieve. Although the original idea was to fire kunai or seiban, the former proved difficult to fit into the prototypes, which necessarily had to be small, and the latter were too fragile to withstand the pressure they would be subjected to. Sharp-tipped metal rods were the solution to that problem. The projectile's force came from a mechanism activated by lightning release chakra, giving it enough power to pierce trees and rocks with ease. This made defense against this lethal weapon impossible, as even dodging wasn't an option. The projectile traveled too fast for a normal person to react. Kin said, activating his device which began to unleash a furious barrage of nails against Naruto. Those present did not believe the speed at which those projectiles were traveling, but they would soon begin to question the effectiveness of the Kunoichi's weapon. The reason was that Naruto was taking the full force of the nail-shaped projectiles without the slightest damage. The blonde boy was actually feeling a tickle as the projectiles ricocheted off his skin. To say the Odo shinobi were terrified was an understatement. They knew that even a block of iron would give way after being exposed to a barrage of Raiten chakra-reinforced nails. Kin didn't hesitate to unleash his full arsenal to make sure he wasn't doing anything wrong. "I don't understand. What exactly is Naruto made of to withstand such an attack?" Sakura wondered. "It must be made of something stronger than steel," Sasuke replied. Actually, that's not the case. He's not an android or anything like that, said Night Thunder, who was sitting in seats very close to the arena. He wasn't wearing his black cape with red clouds, but rather a long-sleeved shirt with the same decoration and completely black pants, making him look like just another spectator. Then explain to me why it's so resistant, Sakura said. Goldilocks' tissues are several times denser than those of a normal human. All the muscle you have in your body, he has in just one arm. That doesn't make sense. It's certainly something strange, but I'm also an example of that, so I know what I'm talking about. Perhaps you're right, Sakura, Sasuke said. Just remember that mission a few months ago when we left the village. We had to cross a suspension bridge to reach our objective, and although Asuma and I were able to cross it without any problems, Naruto almost fell because the wooden planks collapsed. I must weigh about 130 kilograms, just imagine how much your friend must weigh, the purple-haired boy remarked, making the pair from Team 7 somewhat nervous. It meant that carrying Naruto was going to be a very difficult task. So do you have any idea how strong Naruto is? Haruno asked. It's difficult to determine without the proper equipment, but considering the distance between Suna and Konoha, my flight time, and the 7 broken ribs I ended up with its strength must be between 70 and 80 tons. Excuse me? Goldilocks can lift at least 80 tons without breaking a sweat. Now, if she pushes herself or gets angry, she can reach 100. Minus 100 tons. Isn't there a limit? I don't think you're the right person to say anything about it. Techniques like the strength of 100 seal only have the ability to reach such levels of strength for a short period of time. How do you know about that technique? Then the dark-haired man pretended to put a zipper over his mouth. One last thing, Sasuke said. How come the nails didn't hurt him? From what I can see, they must have very high penetrating power. You can't harm a fire with a match. It's ridiculous to think that a lightning release of that level would hurt it. Returning to the battle, Zaku immediately abandoned his post to launch his offensive and avoid being scolded later for a poor performance. Wait, Zaku. We need to adjust our strategy, warned Dosu, who, as was obvious, overheard the conversation Team 7 was having on the other side of the arena. Don't worry. That bastard must be using some technique to trick us, his partner replied, then stood beside Naruto and pointed both arms at him. Eat this. Wind Scar Wave, the black-haired man said as he used the cannons on his arms to unleash a high-speed gust of wind that combined a sonic blast with wind-release chakra. This time, Naruto dodged by moving aside and charged at Zaku, delivering a clean right hook. The ninja from Odo then used the conduits implanted in his legs, which allowed him to move at great speed thanks to the same mechanism in his arms. The combination of mechanisms allowed the dark-haired man great maneuverability, which he used to jump and then propel himself over Naruto to deliver a powerful kick to his head. Zaku put enough force into the blow to decapitate his opponent. He would have succeeded under other circumstances, but at that moment he only managed to completely fracture the bones of his right leg. Even with the protective armor he was wearing, his attack on Naruto was the equivalent of crashing into a metal pole at 100 km per hour. Even Naruto felt bad when he saw the shinobi fall in front of him, screaming from his broken limb. Dosu was in complete shock at the fact that his teammates' strategies had been ridiculed without his opponent having made any effort. Then he had a mental breakdown and instead of doing the most sensible thing and surrendering, he prepared to activate his ultrasonic drill against his opponent, hoping to cause him harm. This time his estimates were correct and Naruto had to put his hands to his ears to avoid the squeal caused by the weapon. Sasuke and Sakura were also affected by the sonic attack, but not as much as the purple-haired boy who was near them. What the hell was that attack? Sasuke said. They're ultrasonic waves. Especially effective against people with sensitive senses, said the dark-haired man, annoyed by the shrill sound. Ha! Turns out you're not so tough, brat, Dosu mocked, impressed by the effectiveness of his attack. However, his joy was short-lived as Naruto recovered somewhat and used Shundo to approach the bandaged man. The blonde then grabbed the arm holding the sonic weapon and, without a word, crushed it, irreparably damaging him. Then Uzumaki gave Dosu a small tap with his index finger to the stomach, which sent him flying into a wall. His armor mitigated the impact, but Dosu was still badly damaged by the surprise blow. Damn. That guy isn't normal, Kin said, helping his partner to compose himself. It's a fact, but we can't give up. We have no other option but to use our secret weapon, said the bandaged man. But we could still be within range of the attack. In any case, it's not in our best interest to fail, the man said, pointing his other arm at Naruto. Sparks flew from the joints in the middle of Dosu's forearm and then he literally flew towards the blonde guy, as if he were a rocket. Naruto realized that this wasn't an attack he could dodge or withstand without endangering those present. Therefore, he decided to use one of the abilities he had been told about. Night Thunder. Shinra Tensei, divine push, then Naruto was surrounded by a dome of blue sparks that completely enveloped him. Both Aku and the projectile were pulled by a force toward the blonde man, only to be violently repelled in different directions. The Odo ninja collided with his companions, and the rocket was sent soaring into the sky. Seconds later, a tremendous explosion lit up the stadium sky, leaving many fearful and wondering what would have happened if it had occurred in the arena. Indeed, that projectile was designed for large open areas, not for places like a stadium. "You're an idiot. That thing could have hurt someone," Naruto exclaimed to the Odo ninja, who were completely baffled by their opponent's display of skill. The same would be true for the rest of the spectators of the fight. "It's ridiculous. What the hell are you?" Dosu said. "It's a secret." Naruto then began preparing a small blue sphere in his hands and launched it at his opponents. Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation. The sphere advanced, emitting electrical rays, which caused Dosu to feel himself being pulled by a strange force. The same thing happened to Kin and Zaku, who tried in vain to escape the attack, but the attraction was too strong to resist. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto caused the sphere to rise and pull the shinobi down with it. He then made the technique fly out of the stadium, causing the ninjas to involuntarily leave the match as well. "I don't know whether to feel annoyed that I'm being sidelined again or insignificant because of that display of power," Sakura said. "Yes, in light of the facts, it hurts more today," the Uchiha replied. "I can't blame you for feeling this way, since you were able to see the power of the Diva Path," Night Thunder told them. "How did Naruto get so much power from his father?" "No. That has nothing to do with him. Or at least I don't think so, since his friend isn't supposed to have electromagnetic powers," the boy said, leaving the other two intrigued. Once the match result was decided, Team 7 went to the stands to watch the next match. However, this had become secondary since all the villages, except for Konoha, now had their attention focused on the brat who had defeated Odo's team, one of the favorites to pass, without any trouble. The techniques he used were proof that those eyes he possessed were Kekkei Genkai. The question now was to discover the full extent of the boy's hidden power. "You are truly strong," Sakura Balderdottir told Naruto once he reached a seat in the stands. "That was nothing. I'm sure others like me are just as strong," Uzumaki replied. Sakura didn't answer, which caught the boy's attention. "Is something wrong?" "No. You look uncomfortable. It's just your impression." "Don't worry," she replied, her tone telling the boy she was lying. "Have you spoken to your mother yet?" "Not yet. She's been busy. Are you in a hurry?" "I would like to get to Asgard as soon as possible, but I will endure waiting a little longer." The two young men then proceeded to watch the fight between Odo and Iwa. Kuritsuchi began the fight without any consideration, using Yoten lava rocks to attack Izumi and her companions with burning meteorites. The blonde counterattacked using a Suiton water horn which collapsed the projectiles before they could reach them. Seeing that they had to counterattack fiercely, Taiya activated what she called the cursed seal, which covered her body with a grid pattern and exponentially increased her strength and speed. But that technique, he charged at Akatsuki and struck her with a violent kick. However, the ninja from Iwa was prepared and substituted himself with a mud bushin, which allowed him to trap the girl. Another member of Odo was a boy named Kidomaru, whose main characteristic was having 2 extra pairs of arms, which he used to manipulate a bow that used golden arrows. The projectiles were very resistant, but they were still no match for Dodara's explosive constructs, which also seemed to have a life of their own. Izumi ignored her team's difficulties and focused on Iwa's Jinchuriki. She knew that if she defeated her, her team would have a greater chance of winning. Without much hesitation, the blonde launched a chakra-infused punch at Kuritsuchi, who responded with an explosive blow. The attacks shook the arena, while neither girl gave an inch. "It will be interesting to fight against either of them," Naruto commented, observing the strength of both kunoichi. "You're not planning on going seriously against them, are you?" Sakura Haruno said. "Why wouldn't I?" "That's exactly what I'm saying," said the pink-haired woman's counterpart. "Just because we're women doesn't mean we don't deserve a fair fight." "I agree, but..." Regardless of Haruno's thoughts, the battle in the arena continued with great intensity. At least until a sudden tremor shook the place. It wasn't like the kind caused by a powerful blow. It was something deep inside the earth, somewhere no one could perceive it. The arena floor shook violently, and out of nowhere emerged a creature 4 meters tall and at least 6 meters long. It was a winged reptile with completely black skin, which looked extremely angry, exhaling so violently that it seemed to be spewing smoke. Its hammer-like tail and 2 sharp horns were apparently its greatest weapons, but in any case, no one expected the beast to make a move before fleeing the stadium. "Are you serious? Another dragon?" Sasuke said. "That's not a dragon, it's a flying wyvern," the purple-haired man pointed out. "To be specific, it's a black Diablos." "Excuse me? Is that thing female?" Sasuke said. Dude, that's the most realistic representation of a woman on her period, the boy said with a certain seriousness, while receiving hard looks from the Sakuras who felt good about the comment. However, Sasuke understood the reference very well, as the long scream emitted by the Black Diablos almost made him deaf, just like when he tried to argue with his sister during her period. "Ha. So those are the famous dragons," said A as he took off his coat. "I've seen scarier things in my own backyard." "Brother, do you plan to fight them?" said Killer B. "Of course. All the other Kage have proven to be whiners, and I'm going to show them how problems should be handled," the Raikage said, enveloping himself in a dense layer of lightning release chakra. It was the famous lightning release. Lightning of the sun, which the third Raikage had developed. As the genin in the arena left the side on the examiner's orders, A entered the place to face the horned creature. "Elbow, elbow," shouted the proud man as he launched himself with an elbow. The blow never came because it was unexpectedly intercepted by another devil who came out of nowhere and protected his apparent partner. Bad Diablo's was different. First, it was sand-colored, and a purple aura surrounded it, giving it a much more threatening appearance. "Oh," said Night Thunder, looking intently at the beast. "What's going on?" Sasuke asked. "Problems. This is the first time I've seen a monster develop the collar of Iris." "Not us. We've already seen a dragon with those characteristics," Sakura explained. "Please give me details." Naruto was going to intervene in the fight, but first he wanted to see the power of a Kage like A. Unfortunately for him, the boy was somewhat disappointed. It was true that the Raikage possessed a deadly ninjutsu such as the Raiten no Yoroi, but this was stopped by the tough hide of Diablos, who did not flinch when he received a punch from the Raikage. The Black Diablos launched a swift charge at the dark-skinned man, who executed a lightning-fast dodge and evaded completely. The wyvern then burrowed into the sand and vanished from the sight of those present. Seconds later the creature violently emerged from beneath A, who managed to move aside before being pierced. "Do you seriously think you can win with such cheap tricks? I am the fourth Raikage. Don't underestimate me." It seemed that the three contenders were very evenly matched and that none could defeat the other, so it was very surprising when a sphere of purple energy suddenly fell on A, engulfing him in a dark purple explosion. "Brother?" B exclaimed, worried about his brother's condition. As the smoke cleared, the ninja still present in the stadium saw the Raikage lying completely unconscious on the ground. The culprit was a third creature that descended upon the arena. It was smaller than the devils, but no less intimidating, for it was a purple color bordering on black and shrouded in a similar mist. This was a dragon, for it was quadrupedal and had a pair of wings on its back that covered it like a cloak. "What is that thing?" Haruno asked. "It's a Gore Magala and the carrier of the collar of Iris," said the purple-haired man, who didn't look happy at all after hearing about Team 7's confrontation with the Kashalade aura. "You know a lot about this. Do you have any kind of responsibility regarding this?" Sakura Belderdaughter asked. "Not at all. It's just that I have many years of experience facing monsters like them, although I must say those look much stronger." "It doesn't matter. We must finish them off here before they get out and wreak havoc in the village," said Naruto. "As you wish. I suggest you focus on the horned ones. Sasuke can easily handle the Gore Magala himself. They're extremely weak to fire." "I'm sorry, but I can do such a thing," said the Uchiha with some annoyance. "Why?" "A well-measured and swift fireball. Flammage die Gore Magala. There's no way to miss." "I'm having problems with that element." "What? How can an Uchiha have problems with Kaiten?" "It's not something we should discuss right now. Deal with him yourself if you know him too," Naruto said. "Huh? Who said I was going to fight?" said the dark-haired man, sitting down and making a bag of chips appear. "I'll stay here and watch the show." The Uzumaki then asked no more questions, he just gave the boy a yank and threw him into the arena in the middle of the trio of monsters. "Hey. What's your problem?" the dark-haired man exclaimed, standing up. "So far, you're the only one who's managed to withstand one of my blows. I want to see if it was real and not a trick," said the blonde man. "What kind of excuse is that?" Meanwhile, in the stands, the Kage and Shinobi who had remained in the stadium watched the scene with bated breath. Even though it was dangerous to stay, they weren't going to miss the opportunity to see those creatures in action. "Why should I have to refrain from fighting?" Kuritsuchi exclaimed. "First of all, this is a matter for Suna. Second, it's wiser to assess our enemy's abilities without interfering with our own," Enoki said. "Shouldn't we go after Raikage-sama?" Samui asked her Jounin. "We have to wait. If we make a bad move, those horns are going to impale us," said Killer B. "Father, what will we do?" Kazumi asked Orochimaru. "Observe, as is obvious," said the Sannin. "Azaki-sama, we await your order to attack," said a Jounin from Suna to Rasa. "Don't make any moves for now. You saw what happened to the Raikage and it's best if we focus on making sure those things don't leave the stadium." What are you planning, Naruto? This isn't the time to be playing around, Hiruzen said. No idea. They haven't told me much about last night's incident, Asuma replied. And where did this one come from? Roared the Black Diablos to the other two. No idea, but it smells like Indra. Although it's somewhat putrid, I'd say, Gormagala replied. What does it matter? Let's just defeat him so we can fight Asura, the devil exclaimed. I agree. Let's crush that dwarf, said his partner. Great. And they keep talking. It's a fact that my psychosis has worsened in recent years, said the purple-haired man, very stressed. The first to attack was the Black Diablos, who charged towards the boy, who teleported away and was left hanging in the air. I've always hated sand battles, so I'll finish this quickly, the boy said as he began to gather a swirl of snow in his hand, which then solidified into a kind of crystal. Hyoten. Polar cold. He said, launching an ice star at the creature below him. The Black Diablos was instantly frozen, and without needing another blow, she collapsed into a mound of snow with a black orb on top. The attack caused a powerful blast of cold that enveloped the stadium, making many shiver. The exceptions were Naruto, Sakura Daughter, and of course, the Mizukage. What the hell? Why can that brat use such a Kekkei Genkai? Mei exclaimed. Instead of being amazed, Naruto just focused on carefully studying the changes in the dark-haired man's chakra. You bastard. How dare you? The devil exclaimed. Manners aren't my strong suit, the boy said. The brown creature then buried itself in the ground and disappeared from everyone's sight. You'll need more than that if you want to. Then the boy had to stop his talk and dodge the Gormagala's breath attacks, which were fired in a burst towards him. Pain. Fireball Siege said, Night Thunder as he took a breath and exhaled a rapid succession of fiery spheres. The Gore's virulent charges exploded violently on the sand, engulfing him in smoke. Visibility was 0, which worked against the purple-haired man, who was then nearly caught off guard by the Diablos, which burst from the ground with a jump charge. Hamui, he said as he disappeared in a whirlwind to evade the creature's onslaught. Hey. Stop fighting so cowardly. Naruto complained, since he was annoyed by opponents who used the hit-and-run style. What do you mean, cowardly? Do you want me to end up like a kebab on those horns? The boy said as he dodged more shots from Gore. Then, to the bewilderment of the observers, the Diablos collapsed and fell defeated to the ground. Why did he fall? I didn't hit him at any point, Sasuke said, confused. The same thing is happening as with Kashalade Aura, said Naruto, who then saw the creature enveloped in purple mist. After this mist burst, the devil rose, now a deep purple. I think I should have ended this battle much faster, said Night Thunder, watching as the horned creature launched a much more violent charge than before. Hyoten. Phalanx shrapnel. The boy shouted, firing a rapid succession of small ice projectiles from his hands. These horns bounced off the devil's hide and did nothing to stop his advance, which ended with a powerful charge at the boy. He managed to avoid being impaled directly, but was still caught in the space between the horns and then slammed against a stadium wall. The onslaught was enough to make the place tremble, demonstrating the strength of the creature, which did not strike a single blow, as it took care to smash its prey several times against the rock. That guy must be mushed by now, said Sakura Haruno, not wanting to see how the boy had turned out. I don't think so, Naruto replied. The sudden and brutal cut to one of his horns forced the devil to retreat. The culprit was the dark-skinned man who made his katana appear and led a counterattack that allowed him to escape from his prison. So it seems you have tamed that force, imitator, said the creature. It took years, but I can say that I have succeeded, said the boy, holding his weapon, which had taken on a metallic red color. The devil slammed his headbutt at the boy, which was blocked by a slash from the dark-skinned man's katana. Then the beast turned its sword and struck him with its hammer-like tail. The attack was blocked again, but this time it managed to force Night Thunder back due to the force exerted. The devil then took advantage and launched another charge against his seemingly vulnerable opponent. I'll finish you off once and for all. It tore you. First song, sword style. First song, he said before disappearing and unleashing a multitude of cuts upon the Diablos, which released electrical sparks. The Diablo's purple covering then disappeared and it fell lamenting to the ground in its original sand color. So your apex form is vulnerable to hockey. I'll make a note of that. Hyoten. Polar cold. He said, launching a star just like the previous one and defeating his opponent. You're meddling in matters that don't concern you, imitator, retorted the remaining monster. It's certainly not my fight, but what does it matter? I enjoy fighting, the purple-haired man replied. Then let's see what you think of this, said the Gormagala as it took flight and let out a terrifying roar. It didn't seem to be the type he used to intimidate. It seemed more like a call. I don't have a good feeling about this, Naruto said, noticing Sasuke and Sakura enveloped in a purple aura. Hey. What's wrong with you two? His companions did not respond and suddenly rushed onto the sand while activating their weapons. They weren't the only ones affected by the attack, as the Reikage himself awoke shrouded in the same purple mist. The three of them displayed no emotion on their faces and exuded the same pressure that Diablos had exerted. "OF, can this get any worse?" said the purple-haired boy, looking at the apparent zombies. Moments later, Menma and Natsumi arrived at the arena bearing the same characteristics as the others. "Naruto, give me a hand please," said the boy, biting his tongue for being so talkative. The blonde man didn't hesitate twice and went to the arena to solve the mess that had been created. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Unless you have an advanced healing factor, I want everyone out of this place this instant. Night Thunder exclaimed while engaged in a sword fight with Killer Bee and Samui, who were both affected by the same cholera virus that Gormagala used to control a dangerous number of ninjas. The pair had entered the arena to see what was happening to their leader and ended up receiving the Black Dragon's breath attack, turning themselves into zombies. The others present decided not to contradict the boy and immediately left the place, not wanting to see more than one cage controlled by the creature. "Hey, Grapehead. What's all this?" said Naruto, restraining the Reikage and Menma, who were the most dangerous of the controlled shinobi. "What the hell did you call me?" "I'm not going to call you Night Thunder. It sounds completely ridiculous," the blonde man questioned. "Grrrrrrr." The dark-haired man exclaimed as he dodged the sword dance performed by the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. "Honestly, I don't know what's wrong with them. The Gormagala produces an agent called the cholera virus, which makes other monsters very aggressive and somewhat stronger. It's supposed to only weaken the human immune system, but it seems our opponent can do more with it. We don't care what it is. Tell us how to stop it," said Sakura Balderdaughter, who was looking after Sasuke, Sakura, and Itsumi. The boy in the group had enough coordination to shoot his ice arrows at the armored girl, who used her sword to get rid of the projectiles. She immediately used her Byakugan to perform a Kaiten to unbalance the pink-haired girl, so that the other Sakura could then hit her with an icy punch. Elder Daughter managed to escape thanks to an intense flash of light that emanated from her sword, allowing her to retreat. "Earth release. Pillar clash," said the girl, stomping her foot on the ground, causing 3 pillars of earth to erupt from beneath her opponents. Haruno and Natsumi were struck, but Sasuke managed to anticipate the attack and use the pillar to propel himself into the air. There he fired his projectiles at Elder Daughter, who shielded herself with her arm. "Speak now, Lakasan. I can easily defeat these people, but I would hurt them unnecessarily," said the girl in armor. "I haven't bought into your theory yet, so I'd rather you didn't call me that," said the purple-haired man. "If you can communicate with those dragons, it's because you possess the All-Tongue. That's an unmistakable sign that you have some Asgardian blood. Now speak." "I don't like you," the purple-haired man questioned with a sigh. "Like I said, I have no idea how to break them of their condition. Usually, you just kill the host and that's it, but I don't think you want that to be the case." "Obviously," said Naruto. "Why don't we just defeat that dragon and be done with it? He must be controlling them somehow, so it might work." "Then we've just been wasting our time," Naruto said, summoning his sword and launching a wave of ice balls towards Ain Menma. To his surprise, both opponents dodged his projectiles and managed to strike him. Namikaze with a Rasengan and the Reikage with a Raiten-infused punch. Naruto was able to withstand the burst of chakra caused by the Rasengan, but A's blow was enough to send him flying. "Damn. That hurt, but how?" said the blonde man. When Night Thunder saw that his opponents were coating their weapons with a black metallic layer, he understood what the answer was. "The virus is giving them the ability to use Haki." "Haki?" Sakura and Naruto asked. "It's a skill based on the use of a person's willpower. Generally speaking, it allows the user to strengthen their physical techniques and detect the presence of other living beings." "That sounds like something great," said the blonde man. "It's a pain in the ass to learn, but it's worth it." "So you're telling us they can hurt us?" said Balderdaughter. Yes. I'm afraid they can get through our defenses." Luckily for the young people, they didn't have to find out. Menma and Natsumi were being looked after by someone and she obviously didn't stay still when she saw the young people leave the room as if they were sleepwalking. "The jutsu? Diamond chain trap," Kushina said as she made prisons made of chains appear, which trapped all the zombified ninja. "Good call, Mom. We needed to stop them," Naruto said to the Reteed. "I appreciate your words, but if it's not too much trouble, could you explain to me what on earth is all this?" the woman said, agitated. "Your brothers have started acting very strangely and they shouldn't be subjected to the stress of a battle just yet. It's a very long story. I need an explanation." The Redeed then looked at the fact that she was holding her son's classmates, even though she was standing right next to him. "This why are there 2 Sakuras? It's complicated." When the Reikage and Killer Bee freed themselves from their restraints, the woman understood that it was not the time to speak. However, she was not attacked by the pair, as a pair of skeletal black hands seized the Kumo ninja once more. The Susanoo will stop these two, but I won't be able to do so for long without hurting them, said the purple-haired man. I'll try something. Keep us covered, said the girl in armor. Okay, said Naruto, then turned to face the Gore Magala that was still flying over the field. A barrage of virus spheres greeted the blonde boy as he approached the dark dragon. When he was just a few meters away, the Gore exhaled its virulent breath, which the boy dodged by leaping and spinning over the creature. Sorry, Sasuke, but I wanted to learn this technique. Fire release. Dragon release. Said the Uzumaki, exhaling a powerful fiery projectile at the Gore. The mist that covered the beast was highly flammable, making it extremely weak to fire. Like a comet in flames, the Gore Magala fell to the ground, groaning from the burns. It's nothing personal, but you can't use my teammates and brothers like puppets, Naruto said. Forgive me if my tactic has offended you, but my task is precisely to prevent you from always depending on your allies. That's your flaw, Asura, said Gore, regaining his composure. And my mission is to incite you to fight with your own power, said the beast as it began to glow. This is a joke, right? Said Night Thunder watching the scene. The Gore Magala was then enveloped in a blinding light and by the time their sight returned, they saw that the beast had increased in size and taken on a color between white and gold. Now its wings were fully spread and a pair of horns adorned its head. What just happened to that dragon? Kushina asked. You could say I've evolved. Now I'm a Shigeru Magala, a F-Elder Dragon, the purple-haired man replied. What does that mean? Then the sky turned black and the sand began to be covered with spotlights of lilac light. Now he can do things like that. Let's get out of here. Said the boy, transporting everyone except Naruto and Shigeru to his dimension. You've gotten stronger, but that doesn't change anything. Fire release. Fire dragon. The boy said, exhaling fiery blasts at his opponent. The Shigeru Magala responded by stomping his foot, raising rock spikes in front of him, allowing him to shield himself from Naruto's jutsu. He then executed a charge towards Naruto. The boy tried to avoid him, but one of the dragon's mines surprised him and engulfed him in a severe explosion. Not bad, but he'll need more than that to beat me, Naruto said, then summoned a new weapon. It was a warhammer made of bone, which was basically a huge ivory spine attached to a metal-wrapped rod, 1 meter high. That was the weapon he had obtained thanks to the orb of the Otobatarasu, and its power lay in its massive weight, which was approximately half a ton. The Shigeru Magala was undeterred and unleashed a series of explosions upon the blonde, who used the same tactic as his opponent to defend himself. A hammer blow raised a column of sand that protected him from the blast. As the construct collapsed, the boy swung his hammer at his opponent with enough force to knock him back. He then twirled the weapon a few times and struck the ground, sending sand spikes flying beneath the dragon and seriously injuring it. After a cry of anger, the dragon rose into the air and roared loudly, filling the battlefield with explosions. The Kakuo Shundo pulled Uzumaki out of the area and placed him near his opponent. There, he struck the dragon with a hammer, sending it crashing to the ground while simultaneously launching a Kaiten. Great fireball technique. He knew it wasn't a very powerful technique, but the size of the flames was ideal for him to then use a Photon, violent wind palm to create a fiery whirlwind. Before it dissipated, Naruto prepared to end the encounter with a falling kick on the head of the Shigeru Magala, managing to break its horns and causing it to sink into the ground, completely defeated. Finally, it all ended. The next day. The elimination of the cholera virus carrier and Sakura Belderotter's excellent healing work helped those affected by the Shigeru Magala to recover without serious aftereffects. The twins would have to spend an extra period under observation due to the sudden event. Sakura and Sasuke felt bad about the trouble caused, but undoubtedly the most dismayed by the situation was the Raikage, who requested a meeting with all the Kage and some of the Konoha shinobi. Is this really necessary? Said Naruto, who was annoyed by the cancellation of the Chunin exams. In the end, he found the event amusing, but the idea of having to go through all the tests again bothered him. That's right, brat. A said, slamming his fist on the table. Needless to say, he was wrapped in bandages from all the wounds he'd sustained. You and the Hokage need to explain to us how you defeated that creature. The Suna scouts already told us about the outcome of the battle, and in my opinion, your abilities are completely unbecoming of a genin. I train a lot, that's all I'll tell you. Don't joke with me, brat. Calm down, Raikage, Hiruzen said. It's true we need to inform you of certain facts, but you won't achieve anything if you maintain this attitude. I'm waiting for answers too, Inoki said. Specifically, I have to ask, why was that boy seen with an Akatsuki member? Aren't those AIM's elite forces? Rasa said, surprised to hear that name. I don't know who they're referring to, Naruto replied. That individual who collaborated with you in the battle. That black outfit with red clouds is the defining characteristic of that group, that Tsuchikage explained. Oh. You mean the grape head. He didn't say anything about belonging to a group. Don't come at me with that lie, A retorted. Your alliance with a ninja from a foreign village and the troop that infiltrated Suna last night are sufficient proof to believe that Konoha had planned a plot against us, A said. To begin with, the shinobi who entered Suna without permission are a problem for our village that has already been resolved and therefore is not of your concern, Hiruzen replied authoritatively. As for the Akatsuki member, I have no knowledge of him. I, too, hope to learn what his role is in this matter. I can answer that, a voice called out, alerting the cage and their bodyguards. It was none other than the purple-haired boy in question, who had arrived with a plate of food in his hands. I hope you don't mind if I eat while we talk. I heard you sell shawarmas here and I was seriously dying for one, the young man said, taking a bite of the sandwich. Wow, these are better than New York-style shawarmas, he said, enjoying the meal, which made those present look at him strangely, though A only became more enraged by the newcomer's audacity. Who are you, brat, and what are you doing here? Said the Raikage. My name is Night Thunder, and I came because I was a bit bored. I figured a cage meeting would be an entertaining place. Do you seriously think this is the time to joke around? Inoki warned him. Tell me, what is your relationship with Akatsuki and AIM? I have no connection to any village. This is just an outfit I'm wearing because I think it goes with my name. It's hard to make a decent costume here, so I have to make do with this. Do you seriously think we'll swallow that? I don't expect anything. I'm just passing through. It's hard to believe, considering you have such extensive knowledge about the creatures that attacked us, Hiruzen said. That's true. However, I have nothing to do with them. In fact, I'd like to stay as far away from them as possible. We share the same thought. I would like my village to be free of those creatures and I would like you to help me achieve that. I suppose I could help. Someone like you did me a favor years ago and I never had the chance to repay you. What do you want? To begin with, explain to us in detail what those creatures are. It doesn't have to be specific. Those monsters can be compared to a type of beast that everyone in this room should know very well. Everyone in the place remained silent, pondering the answer, and it was that Tsuchikage who was the first to internalize it. Are you saying those things are Bijuu? Inoki said, surprised. Not completely, but they do share some of their essence. They are chakra constructs with great free will. What are you saying? Shibuki protested. 2 of my ninjas perished after being devoured by one of those beasts. To that we must add that another one attacked the livestock of my village, said Rasa. The fact that their nature is not the same as that of other animals does not mean that they do not share behaviors. In fact, their most striking characteristic is their resemblance to humans. I don't think we should discuss that right now, although it does lead us to wonder what their objective is on the Shinobi continent, Inoki said. I'm glad you brought that up, Shorty, A interrupted. Those creatures seem very interested in Uzumaki and his companions. We witnessed them completely ignoring the onlookers. Is there a reason for that? That's not something I should answer. I will, Naruto said, feeling he shouldn't hide anything. The creatures have stated on several occasions that they have no other target than me and my teammates, the blonde boy said, much to the displeasure of Sakura and Sasuke, who suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention in the room. Do you understand what this means, brat? You're publicly declaring that they are a risk to the ninja continent. You're essentially allowing us to execute them for our own safety, the Raikage declared menacingly. It's funny you say that. If that were the case, I could also say you're a threat to the world, Naruto said, undeterred. After all, you're one of the shinobi who participated most in the Third Shinobi World War. Your village was responsible for most of the destruction in smaller towns in your stupid quest to gather Kekkei Genkai. You even had the nerve to execute an entire island just because they were afraid of you, Naruto said in a rather loud and intimidating tone. Oh, so you're going to bring up the Uzumaki extermination. Well, I have nothing to hide. My village and I don't regret our actions in the slightest. You have no idea how much satisfaction I felt when my father ordered the extermination of your damned clan, A said mockingly. Say that again, said Uzumaki, cracking his knuckles. You heard me. Your clan was a danger, and this situation is proof of that, A said as he covered himself with a rattan cloak. You two, calm down. Don't make a ridiculous fight, demanded the Hokage. Shut up already, A told him. I'll finish this once and for all. First I'll finish this brat, then his family, and every Uzumaki who's still breathing. Seconds later, the room gained a beautiful skylight in the shape of the Raikage. A's bodyguard, Derry, lived up to his name and was slow to understand what had happened. Just moments ago, his boss had been preparing to fight and now only the Uzumaki was striking a pose as if he'd just thrown a punch. It seemed impossible to him that anyone could have outpaced the Raikage. The Noki understood that the young man's strength was quite great and decided not to make any decisions about the situation since his village was also involved in the incident with the Uzumaki. Orochimaru, too, remained silent, realizing with a certain terror that someone had surpassed his former partner and even his daughter in strength. Not to mention the fact that this person was vastly superior in speed. "I suppose it would be best if we just talked about it," Rasa said, frightened. "I need you to give us a solution to this situation. My village won't withstand the onslaught of these things. We'll leave as soon as possible, and that will prevent Suna from becoming a target for other large creatures," Naruto said. "If what this guy says is true, someone must be controlling the monsters, and I have to stop him." "And what will we do?" the Mizukage asked. "My nation is also in no condition to withstand any kind of fighting, but I don't like leaving everything in the hands of brats, especially now that we know those creatures are pseudo-biju. That's precisely why I don't plan to give you any more information about the monsters. It's best if no one gets their hands on their power, and that means I'll keep this to myself," said the purple-haired man, holding a grey orb. "Wait a minute," Inoki said, checking his pockets. "How come?" "I am skilled in the art of theft." "Grrr. When would you finally find the origin of the beasts?" said the Tsuchikage, somewhat annoyed. "Right now. I want us to resolve this incident as soon as possible," Naruto said, leaving the room. His teammates followed him, as they had things to discuss with him. "Aren't you going to say anything about it, Hiruzen?" Rasa asked. "I don't think it will do any good," said the Hokage. At the entrance to Team 11's room. "That was irresponsible, Naruto. You can't burden us with your problems," Haruno protested. "Why? It's something that affects all three of us." "You didn't even ask us for our opinion," Sasuke questioned. "It's not right for us to hide the truth, but don't worry. You won't be coming with me." "Excuse me?" Sasuke and Sakura said at the same time. "You heard it. I made the comment at the meeting because regardless of what those dragons do, they'll come after them, and it would be bad if the cage thought they'd been lied to," Naruto explained. "I suppose you're right, but why did you decide to leave us out?" Haruno asked. "To begin with, it bothers me that they hid from me the fact that they had that cholera virus." "Why do you say that?" "I only have to compare their energy levels from when we came to Suna with those of yesterday to realize that they were already infected. We didn't know anything was wrong, and we didn't think it was appropriate to talk to you about it. I have to admit that I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it anyway, but I still would have liked them to have told me." "But you haven't told us much either," Sasuke said. "That's correct, and I'm sorry. I simply thought they were things you wouldn't understand or be able to handle. What happened yesterday makes it clear I wasn't wrong. That was circumstantial. Your brothers were also affected." "Yes, but it's best if we avoid a situation where things could go very wrong." "That sounds good to me, but," Sakura said. "No buts, now if you'll excuse me I have to talk to my mother," said the blonde man in a somewhat stern voice. Sasuke and Sakura then decided to go to their own room, somewhat dejected. Their teammate hadn't explicitly used those words, but they had been told they were weak. That much was clear now that the boy had found people with the same qualities as him. Naruto felt bad about his attitude, but he had to trust that he was doing the right thing. He feared for the safety of his teammates. The Uzumaki then proceeded to the room where his mother and brothers were waiting for him, who were still unconscious in their beds. Kushina quickly got up and went over to him to give him a tight hug. "I'm glad to see you're okay, darling. I was so scared seeing how everyone was in the village." "I'm fine. That thing couldn't defeat me in the end. I hate that you expose yourself to dangers like that. But didn't you want me to become a shinobi?" "No shinobi should have to face those monstrosities. At least facing those things makes me not regret becoming a ninja." "You're still on about that, aren't you?" the smiling Reed said, though she then sighed in resignation and looked intently at her son. "Honey, I need to talk to you about something important." "Okay. Something tells me you know what I'm going to talk about, right? I suppose it's about my father." "That's right," she said with a sigh. "You see, Naruto, I've lied to you all these years. Minato Namikaze isn't your biological father, and I can't say he was your adoptive father either, because he only did something that harmed our family," she said, sounding somewhat angry. "So who is it?" "Well, it's difficult to say, since he was different," Kushina said, blushing slightly. "His name was Odinson at the time, though he said he would soon take the name Thor. Our encounter was rather strange, as I found him unconscious on a stormy night. As a Kunoichi, I should have reported it and turned him over to Konoha, but a part of me felt it wasn't right to do so. Because I can't tell him I found him too handsome to leave him with someone else," Kushina thought, a little embarrassed. "I just thought it wasn't the right thing to do," she said to deflect the awkward question. "He was very grateful for my kindness and commented on how much he admired the kindness of humans and things like that. At first, everything he said seemed strange to me, but as I got to know him, I realized he was special in an inexplicable way." "You mean his powers, right?" "That's right. Being from a clan like the Uzumaki, I understand that some people have very particular abilities, but his seemed unreal. Like you, he had unparalleled strength and a certain control over the weather. These were things that clearly didn't go unnoticed, so I told him to leave the village to avoid unnecessary confrontations, she said, laughing as she recalled how Fugaku Uchiha had almost been crushed for being a busybody. He would have done the world a great favor. It was a shame he had avoided it. Besides, he had to find a way to return home. But didn't you like him? Yes, I did, but it wasn't immediate between us, she replied. Actually, it was, he corrected himself mentally. We met several times when I was on a mission, and we started getting along very well. Did you love him? That's right, after several months of knowing him, I came to the conclusion that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him, but then what I feared most happened. He abandoned you? No, she said scoldingly. I refused to believe he would do such a thing. Odinson must have had a good reason to disappear the way he did. Even if that were the case, I should have found a way to get back to you. Especially if you say I'm your son, Naruto said sternly. I'm still waiting for his return. If he hasn't come back, it's probably because he's incapable of it. I trust that you'll meet him someday. But if you care for him so much, why did you marry Minato? I didn't want you to grow up without a father, even if you weren't his son. Your abilities would have been more or less explained by that false lineage. Besides, I thought it would be good for you to have a brother or sister. It's a shame that it didn't turn out well in the end. Unfortunately, that's the truth. The night I gave birth to your siblings, everything fell apart. Your delivery didn't pose any problems with the seal containing the Kyuubi, but for them it was quite complicated. So much so that the security measures were much greater. So what went wrong that night? It's certainly time you learned the details, the Redeed said, her expression turning serious. The truth is, Menma and Natsume's delivery went smoothly, but the Kyuubi didn't escape on its own. An unknown individual, aware of the seal's weakness, seized the opportunity to unleash the beast. It managed to breach all the defenses of the facility and killed the guards and doctors present. Who was it? I don't know for sure. He was a masked man with an advanced space-time jutsu. What? He could appear out of nowhere in a strange whirlpool, and if my memory serves me right, I think I saw his Sharingan, the woman said, looking thoughtful. Just to be clear, I have nothing to do with what you're talking about, said a voice from one of the pieces of furniture in the room, surprising the Uzumaki family. What are you doing here? Naruto said, looking at Night Thunder with annoyance. What can I say? One of my weaknesses is that I'm very curious, and I wanted to see how this conversation would go, said the purple-haired boy. This boy again? I appreciate his help in restraining the Raikage and his companion, but I'd like to know who he is, Kushina asked her son. Let's just say he's an acquaintance, and I think you should know that he was the one who attacked Menma and Natsumi. I see, replied the Redeed, flashing a wide smile. Seconds later. Stop, stoop, shouted the purple-haired boy as he was being choked by Kushina's chains, who had him pinned to the ground under one foot. I wanted to see you, you filthy bastard. Scum of piece of son of Kushina said as her hair waved in 9 strands. Watch your language, ma'am, said the victim, as the chains tightened further around his neck. Do you think I'll forgive you after what you did to my babies? She said, tightening her grip. Technically, I saved them from a terrible fate. So, if I should. Naruto watched the scene and didn't quite know what to do, since he obviously agreed with his mother, even though the boy had a good point. Mom? The Redeed heard, drawing her attention to Natsume's bed, where the young woman was getting up. She immediately let go of the dark-haired boy and ran to her daughter. What a stroke of luck, said the almost hanged man, catching his breath. Natsumi, darling. How are you feeling? The mother asked, hugging her daughter. My head hurts a little. Where am I? After a few questions, it was concluded that the young Redeed had a kind of selective amnesia, as many of her memories had disappeared. It was clear that the removal of Hiyashi's cursed seal was the cause of the situation. Furthermore, the absence of the Kyuubi was becoming noticeable, as his eyes had returned to the pearly color characteristic of the Byakugan, and the markings on his cheeks were no longer as prominent. Namikaze was joined by her brother, Menma, who, on the contrary, had a rather agitated awakening where he would remember his humiliating defeat. The now completely blonde boy didn't take the fact that his Biju was no longer sealed inside him very well. However, Kushina wouldn't allow a tantrum over such a trivial matter and restrained him with her chains. She had much to correct in her son. Naruto was relieved by what had happened, as it meant the news he had to give his mother wouldn't be so devastating. Night Thunder had already explained that the only place where they could resolve the issue with the monsters was Yuzu, and that it might take some time. The Uzumaki woman was impressed that her son would go to those ruins and felt sad that he would be gone for so long, but in the end, she let him go without complaint. She knew that her son was also searching for information about his father, and she couldn't stop him. With this, Naruto and Night Thunder prepared to leave the room, but not before the Redeed issued a death threat against the latter in case anything happened to her son. The pair would use Kamui teleportation for their journey, although they first made an unexpected and strange stop for the blonde. The reason was that he ran into FK, Carrie, and, strangely enough, Kuritsuchi, who were waiting for him in a secluded spot in Suna. The reason was that Jimei had convinced some of his siblings to give the blonde boy some chakra. FK agreed to help because she had become friends with Team 7. Carrie collaborated because she felt she owed Naruto one for saving her in the desert. Inoki's granddaughter, on the other hand, was a tough nut to crack since she had no reason to participate, but her Biju reminded her that using her powers came at a price, and therefore she had to agree to his request. With this, Naruto received a sample of the chakra of Madatabi, Son Goku, and Chimei. The first three even took the time to tell the boy their names. It wasn't an action that drastically increased the boy's chakra reserves, since the seals containing the Biju limited their ability to share their chakra. But it was more than enough for Naruto to gain the ability to use the advanced version of the Nyabi's Kaiten, the Yanbi's Yoten, and the Nanabi's scale manipulation. In use. A journey that lasted no more than a minute took the young people to a ruined landscape where dozens of destroyed houses and buildings lay scattered about. The red swirl visible on some of the walls was a sign that they were in the right place. Naruto gazed at the place with a touch of sadness. His mother remembered little of his home village, but she told him that Yuzu was a spectacular place, unparalleled in the shinobi world. Had it not been destroyed, it would have been centuries ahead of the other villages. His attention was also drawn to the powers he had gained. He didn't really want to accept them, but the Biju had asked him to. It felt strange, since he had always shunned ninjutsu, and now he'd had to resort to it. I know you'll find those powers strange, but believe me, you get used to them, the purple-haired man told him. Explain something to me. If you have this idea of releasing the Biju, why didn't you do it with the rest that were in Suna? Or more importantly, why do you have the chakra of 4 of them within you? I didn't release them because my plan has 2 stages. The first is finding a way to release the Biju without endangering their host's life, which, as you saw, worked, the boy said, earning a death glare from the blonde. Don't worry, next time I'll consult you before acting, the boy said, swallowing nervously. Getting back to what I was saying, the second stage of my plan involves granting the Biju an ability that allows them to avoid Fuinjutsu and other techniques that can seal them away. Like what? I can give you the example of Mokuton, which is an element that can subjugate them due to the yang power from which it originates. I've developed a remedy for it, but the problem remains that they can be sealed. Since I can't share my ability, I have to find another way. What skill? I can mimic other people's chakra and copy some of their Kekkei Genkai. I can also somehow nullify other people's seals, but I don't fully understand how it works yet. It's easy. If you can truly copy other people's chakra, it's not too difficult to undo their seals. Fuinjutsu was basically based on creating locks that couldn't be deciphered by others, but if you possess the chakra of the lock's creator, it's as if you always have the key. I assumed it was something like that. However, I have to say that it is too powerful a skill to not have some disadvantage. You're right. First, my Fuinjutsu is useless. My seals are also affected by the ability and dissipate as soon as I manage to form them. Second, it's a passive ability. I can't control what I absorb, and that sometimes has unpleasant results, the boy said, placing his hands on his arms. Third, and most importantly, the power has unpredictable effects on beings composed entirely of chakra, like the Biju. Are you saying it can absorb Biju? Not exactly. I only copy part of their chakra signature, but with it comes part of their consciousness. So those who were in the room that night were. That's right, here's Shukaku, said the purple-haired man, summoning a small sand tanuki. Chimei, then a green larva appeared. Jayuki, he said, introducing the bull octopus. And Kurama, although he doesn't want to show his face for anyone present on the island. Kurama is the name of the Kyuubi, right? Correct. And why does this Chimei look so different from the one I saw in Fu? Naruto asked, causing the aforementioned to be enveloped in a shadowy aura. The thing is, they don't have much chakra on their own, which is why they're small. Their physical age also plays a role in how they look. And can a form like Kari and Menmas be possible? They told me about Biju mode, but I've only been able to progress with Shukaku's transformation. Although, to be honest, I haven't paid much attention to it since the place I went into was small and the Tanuki's form is too bulky. Hey. What am I listening to? Shukaku protested. You have to accept it. You're a bit chubby, Jayuki said. I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't even have feet. Shukaku said, starting to fight with his brother. Now imagine that every day inside your head, said the purple-haired man, a hand to his temples. We'd better keep going. There are people waiting for us. Wait. Isn't that just Sakura Balder daughter? Naruto said, intrigued, before examining the island with his senses and finding a huge mass of chakra. Did you notice? He wants to talk to you. I'll wait with Sakura at the temple in the north of the island, said the purple-haired man before disappearing. Naruto, on the other hand, headed south, where he found an orange fox at least 50 meters long on the shore of the beach. So you've finally arrived, kid. You took quite a while, said the Kyuubi. I'm sorry. What are you doing here? It turns out this is a good place to hide. It can't be long before Konoha decides to reclaim its Biju. And don't you think that being so exposed will make someone notice you? Just look at this place. Yuzu is surrounded by a natural shield of whirlpools so powerful that even chakra sensors can't detect anything inside the island. Besides, everyone avoids going near the place. Whatever you say. Why did you want me to come? For the same reason my brothers summoned you and entrusted you with their powers. You remind us of someone. Because? To begin with, you have his eyes and so far you have proven to be someone different from all humans. To be honest, I'm not really fully human. That would explain why you don't have a soul corrupted by evil. I try to make my actions as just as my thoughts. That sounds good to me. That's why I plan to share my power with you. Oh really? Yes, but I won't do it as easily as the others, said the gigantic fox, getting up. First, you must prove that you are worthy of it, he said, assuming a fighting stance. Good. I've been waiting for this, said the blonde, launching himself at the powerful Kurama. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. In the ruins of the Uzumaki temple. A young man with purple hair and a young woman with pink hair sat facing each other as the place rumbled with explosions that could be heard in the distance. The man was looking through a book and sipping from a cup of coffee while the woman stared at him intently. Those two have a lack of respect. I know these are ruins, but that doesn't mean they should tear everything down, said the dark-haired man. You may be able to act chatty with Thorson, but with me I'd prefer you avoid all conversation. You're misjudging me, Sakura. I'm not who you think I am. You're not fooling me. My father strongly warned me about the possibility of your existence, and now that I see you, I don't know what's stopping me from ridding the world of you. You know very well that I can help you, Naruto, that's why you're hesitating. Nothing good can come from allying with Loki's offspring. I accept that this being could be my progenitor, but he is not my father and he has no influence over me. I act on my own. All the children of that serpent are the same, my father told me. They exist only to harm Asgard. In the ruins of Yuzu. Naruto and the fox had already been engaged in their intense battle for several minutes, during which Kurama swung his tails and raised massive debris towards his opponent. The boy jumped into the air and bounced off it with his Kakuo Shundo to get closer to the fox's face and punch it, causing the beast to back away. The orange creature then unleashed a sonic roar of a Biju, launching the Uzumaki through a building with a sonic blast. It then began to gather red and blue bubbles around its mouth, which it used to launch a powerful Bijudama. Naruto reacted in time to make a great leap that took him out of range of the powerful chakra discharge explosion. Then the boy began to form a spinning sphere of chakra in his hands, into which he infused lightning. He then threw it like a spear. Lightning release. Evasive Rasengan, he said as the technique traveled at full speed towards Kurama, who tried to push it away with his claws. To his surprise, the Rasengan changed course mid-air, making a zigzag pattern that ended right in his face with a severe electrical explosion. Kurama was surprised by that version of the Rasengan, since the twins had only made progress with that technique thanks to their chakra. He was astonished by the speed at which Naruto had improved the technique. High release. Fox's burning surge, said the Kyuubi, inflating its mouth and then exhaling a massive burst of flames. Water release. Water barrier, Naruto shouted, using one of the techniques his mother had taught him, unleashing a colossal wall of water that would withstand the fire the fox had thrown at him. With the flames pushed aside, the boy kicked the ground hard, raising stone pillars. He then struck them, hurling them at his opponent. Earth release. Jenga cannon. Kurama protected himself with his tails and fired several smaller Bijudama into the sky. Let's see how these work, said Naruto, taking out a pair of short ceramic swords, one white and one black, which were made with devil orbs. The Uzumaki spun around, wielding both weapons and deflecting several projectiles that exploded nearby. The swords weren't elementally inlaid, but they were durable enough to withstand the Biju's attacks. The beast then used one of its massive claws to attack Naruto, who blocked with his swords. He then performed a Kakuo Shundo to close the distance to the fox while spinning around, delivering a massive slash to the Biju. Not bad, kid. Let's see how you defend yourself now. The Kyuubi exploded in a cloud of smoke and gave way to three smaller replicas of itself, each with three tails. Two foxes lunged at Naruto, using their claws to try and catch him. The blonde boy dodged the furious attacks aimed at him, responding with punches and kicks. The Kuramas then moved away from the boy and he watched as the third fox spun around, unleashing a powerful tornado that targeted him. Pain. Firestream said the other two foxes to release a jet of flames that would join with the tornado, creating a vortex of fire. I have something better than that. Earth release. Fruit and Flower Mountain. Naruto said, striking the ground, causing the island to tremble. A pillar of lava erupted directly beneath the Kyuubi's attack, nullifying the tornado. The Uzumaki thanked the enormous gorilla and the other Biju for also sharing some of their knowledge of their techniques with him. "Heh. Don't get too cocky just because you're using a technique from my younger brothers," said one of the Kyuubi before the three of them began firing reduced-sized Bijudama at the boy. Naruto moved at great speed towards one of the foxes to lift it up and throw it with another of his replicas, causing both of them to cancel their attack, then he went for the third one and repeated the process. But the three of them in the same place, the Uzumaki inhaled a large amount of air and then exhaled a cloud of shiny scales against the foxes. Secret art. Scale dust bombardment, he said, then used his swords to create sparks that unleashed a powerful explosion in the ruins. As the smoke cleared, Naruto and the fox had rejoined. He looked somewhat exhausted, a sign that the blonde's attacks were giving him trouble. Kurama decided to end this once and for all and began charging another tailed beast ball, only this time he would swallow it before launching the furious orb of chakra. The blonde boy switched weapons and held his hammer, which he used to intercept the technique. He had to exert a great effort to withstand the intense pressure of the tailed beast ball, and in the end, he managed to return it to Kurama, forcing him to experience his own attack. Without wasting a moment, the boy coated his right arm in Raiden and jumped with Shundo to reach the fox's face at maximum speed, with a blow that finally knocked the fox down against the now more demolished village of Yuzu. Naruto then jumped through the rubble until he reached Kurama's chest to check on your condition. "I have to admit it, kid. You're very strong," the orange fox told him. "I say the same about you. Also, let me tell you that you passed my test." Proof. "Look, kid. Something I detest is when those who face me use restraint techniques to gain an advantage. You never once used your Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, you only used your strength. I prefer to fight that way. If I were to use those kinds of techniques, it would only be to prevent someone from getting hurt. I'll respect that. But here's the thing. I want to know what you think about being my partner, kid." "What? You mean I should be your Jinchuriki?" "No. That would mean it would be sealed within you. What I propose is simpler. I will grant you a significant portion of my chakra and a fraction of my soul, allowing us to maintain communication and enabling you to regenerate your chakra once it's depleted. My true body will remain free and I will accompany you wherever you go." If you put it that way, it doesn't sound so bad. But what's the reason for the request? "Our father always wanted my siblings and me to be together. Unfortunately, that's very difficult because of the conditions of this world and the fact that we Biju don't get along very well with each other. I have certainly witnessed how they tend to fight among themselves. However, you managed to get 3 Biju to agree on something. I believe you are the closest to achieving our father's goal and I want to witness it. About that, do the Biju have a father? Did you think we came from nowhere? Of course we have one. Our father is Hagoromo Otsutsuki, better known as the Sage of Six Paths. I've read that story many times. I didn't think they were related. Humans hate us so much that in none of the versions of their history do they imagine that he is our creator. I think it's very hypocritical to treat them as destroyers when they are only used as weapons. You understand our situation perfectly. Just because we're different from others doesn't mean we're a danger. Don't worry, I don't think you're a bad person. And regarding your proposal, I agree, let's be partners." "Thanks, kid," said the fox, raising one of its claws and bumping fists with the Uzumaki. Then the great Biju collapsed in a light that slowly began to enter the boy. Finally, Naruto would fall to the ground, feeling his chakra reserves reach the sky, and he would see how the Kyuubi had grown to the size of a tiger. "By the way, can I call you Kurama?" said the blonde man. "Of course, that's my name. I would have preferred you to ask me first, but I'm glad you know now." With this, Naruto and Kurama headed north of Yuzu to a temple that had been indicated to them. "Are you finished yet?" asked Night Thunder. "Yes. What's next?" "Because it doesn't seem like there's much to do around here," Naruto said. "This is just the gateway to our real goal, which is the Spira dimension." "Heard. I still don't know all the details of exactly what Spira is, but that's where I had my first real encounter with monsters. Something must be happening there for monsters to appear in this dimension." "And how do you know about that place?" "Elementary, Naruto. That's how I was able to access this universe." "And what about me?" "I don't see how this will get us to Asgard," said Baldurdotter. "The seal that binds this world to Spira is incredibly powerful. If it was able to send me far from where I belonged, I suspect it can also take us to a place like Asgard. We just need someone experienced with Fuinjutsu, like Naruto, to manipulate it. Isn't the jutsu you use to teleport yourself enough? My Kamui isn't strong enough to travel to other universes. I only have access to the pocket dimension it grants me. I have no problem with that. Anyway, I'm curious to go to the place where the dragons come from, said Naruto. We'll see what you say after you see all of its inhabitants, said the purple-haired man, heading towards a stone gate at the back of the place. Okay. If there's no other option, I'll go to that spire, but I must say I still don't trust this guy, Thorson, Sakura said, pointing at the dark-haired man. Sakura, I'd prefer you call me Naruto. Besides, I'd prefer to keep the Uzumaki name. I accept that Thor is my father, but that doesn't change the fact that I've never met him. Why would I take his name as my surname? That's how the Nordic naming system works, said the purple-haired man. I'll assume it's something like the custom of taking the father's surname from the most prestigious clan. More or less. But that clear, I'd like you to clarify a few things. To begin with, what is the relationship between us? Let's keep it simple. We're cousins. Cousins? My father Balder is Thor's half-brother, and this liar is the son of Loki, who is our parents' adoptive brother, Sakura explained. You'll find that divine family trees are very tangled, added the purple-haired man. So what's all the fuss about this Loki? He is one of the worst scum to ever walk the 9 kingdoms. The trickster and god of evil, the girl said. You must have practiced that a lot, said Lokasen, giving sarcastic applause for the performance. So what? Naruto said without much interest. Don't you wonder how our parents ended up lost across dimensions in the first place? It was all because of that snake's tricks, Sakura said. I don't see why the complaints. Their lives would have been much more boring if he hadn't done that, since they inexplicably would have been born anyway. I still don't understand how that's possible, said the purple-haired boy, feigning thoughtfulness. Anyway, we can't trust him. You saw how ruthlessly he attacked your brothers, the girl said, looking at Naruto. I'm still annoyed about it, but their intervention was helpful nonetheless. The idea of removing their Jinchuriki status hadn't crossed my mind, and it turned out to be the best way to get them to change their attitudes. Thank you, said the other boy. Therefore, I propose that we fight again. That way I will determine its nature. Huh? Why? Only in this way can two warriors truly know one another. You haven't bothered to give your real name, so I'll let your fists do the talking. Ugh. Is this really necessary? Yes. And I'm telling you right now, don't use your teleportation technique to attack cowardly. It will be a direct fight, and I expect you to be serious this time. What makes you think I wasn't serious last time? Intuition. Okay. Let's mistreat poor Yuzu even more, said the purple-haired man, leaving the temple. The two young people would return to the place where a fight had recently taken place, this time Sakura and Kurama would be spectators. Think what you want, said the purple-haired man as his Sharingan changed shape. Now it was a set of triangular blades whose tips bent counterclockwise. I said you couldn't use Kamui. My eyes have more than one trick up their sleeve, the boy said as his eyes turned blue, and he was covered with a black layer of chakra, which materialized into a loose samurai armor made of bones. Susanoo no Yoroi, Susanoo armor, the Lokasen said, conjuring a chakra sword and a pair of bat wings on his back, giving him a demonic appearance. Now let's dance. Naruto charged at his opponent, using his ice sword to intercept him in a clash that shook the area. The two young men were evenly matched, but Naruto destroyed the purple-haired boy's sword, at which point Naruto flapped his wings to create a whirlwind and pushed the blonde boy away. Then the purple-haired one took flight and directed his offensive from the sky. Hyoten. Winter migration, said the Sharingan user, launching a rain of ice birds from his hands. Fire release. Fire rad infestation, Naruto replied, launching a barrage of blue fireballs. The clash of both techniques created a thick layer of fog that covered the area, obscuring all visibility. Night Thunder sharpened his senses, searching for his opponent, but it would be difficult because the latter was very aware of his speed. The Katsu, single bone, Naruto suddenly exclaimed to the Sharingan user, throwing a powerful punch to his stomach that caused one side of the Susanoo armor to crack, then sending its user flying into the ruins of a building. I have to seriously wonder how you know techniques like that, said the purple-haired boy, feeling the pain of the powerful blow he had received. But rest assured, Hakuta is a two-person game, said the boy, taking flight with his own Kakuo Shundo, which left an electric trail in its wake. You can use it too, said Naruto, watching his rival approach. It would be a crime if I hadn't tried to learn it on my own, the purple-haired man said to the Uzumaki. Ryokan, Royal Thunder Fist, he announced before unleashing a rapid succession of high-speed blows against the blonde. Due to the effects of the purple-haired boy's armor, Naruto noticed that his opponent's punches were much harder than he expected, so he grabbed both of his hands to force his opponent to the ground. The dark-haired boy then used that grip to his advantage to throw Naruto aside. Before the blonde man could recover, the Susanoo no Yoroi user landed a powerful punch on the Uzumaki, sending him crashing into a building. "You're not just using that armor, are you?" Naruto said as he stood up. "I sense you're using a transformation technique." "Wow, you don't miss a thing," said the other boy, undoing the aforementioned technique to reveal a metallic red cape draped over his arms. "That explains why your punches are so strong." "Yes. This is Bishoku Haki. Let me show you an example of its effectiveness," said the dark-haired man, then used Shundo to stand in front of Naruto. "Akatsu," he said, delivering the same punch he had received to the blonde man. Naruto held his ground thanks to the fact that this time he was aware of the type of blow he was receiving, although he could not avoid the pain caused by the technique. "I should have guessed that it's risky to use my techniques against a Sharingan user." "You're right. Thanks to him I can do things like this," the boy said, as his right hand lit up with a massive screeching lightning. "Is that a Chidori?" "That's how it is. That won't affect me." "Don't be so sure," said the dark-haired man as the blue chakra of the Chidori took on a purple hue. "Kuzo Chidori flutter," he said, taking flight to strike Naruto. "Rasengan," said Naruto, forming a sphere of chakra that collided with his opponent's technique. The blonde's attack was strong, but in the end it was consumed by the enemy's Chidori, which then hit Naruto with a severe shock. "What? How? It's true that you have resistance to electricity and to some extent to Raiden, but you are vulnerable to things like Senjutsu." "Senjutsu? You know about it?" Naruto said, remembering some things his godfather had mentioned. "Enough to apply it to some techniques," the dark-haired man said, forming hand seals. "Hyoten. Ice Dragon," he said, unleashing a construct of purple ice. The Uzumaki then drew his twin swords and struck the beast's head, shattering it into pieces. "Raiden. Electric Assassin," Naruto exclaimed, using his weapons as conduits for a pair of lightning bolts. Night Thunder then raised his hands and absorbed the lightning, much to Naruto's surprise. Without another word, the purple-haired boy unleashed a fire release. Fireball siege against his opponent, who then used a water release. Water barrier to defend himself. Naruto then used a quick blast of wind release. Air blast to unbalance the user of the Susanoo no Yoroi and make him vulnerable to the next attack. "Kuramaki Phantom," said Naruto, throwing a supersonic punch at the purple-haired boy who was completely unable to defend himself against such an attack. This time, the Susanoo no Yoroi was completely destroyed and its user could barely stand. He even spat blood, indicating that he had sustained significant damage. "Dude, how the hell did you learn that attack?" the purple-haired man said, placing a hand on his chest. "It's a complicated matter to explain," Naruto replied. "Then I'd like to hear about him," said the other boy as he performed some hand seals. "Now I know I have to use a more elaborate arsenal," said the boy as his eyes turned red. "Susanoo," he said, forming a 5-meter-tall black skeletal being. "Buzokoka. Susanoo Hammer." The ethereal being then reinforced both arms with Busoshoku Haki and violently slammed them into the ground, completely crushing the surrounding area. The blonde man jumped and then positioned himself on one of the blocks of earth that were thrown into the air, from where he saw how the area had suffered great damage from that attack. "Prepare to be amazed," Naruto said, thinking how cool it would be to have a technique like that. The blonde boy then took a breath and executed the Yoten. Lava rocks against his opponent. The fiery projectiles were deflected by Susanoo with one of its arms. The construct then tried to grab Naruto, who summoned his hammer to push it away and then struck it, hoping to break it. The arm was sore, but it held up well enough to later be the means by which Night Thunder unleashed a massive Chidori against Naruto. The Uzumaki then did the same and performed the same jutsu to counter the other. Kakashi had finally explained the principles of those techniques to him, and with the Kyuubi's chakra in his body, he could perform them with great ease. After all, the Rasengan was more difficult to execute. The Susanoo then dissipated and its user stepped back to prepare for his next technique. "Dokuten. Aerial repression," he said, launching a lilac-colored bubble at the ground near Naruto. The bubble then exploded, enveloping the area in a cloud of gas. The blonde man wasn't worried at first, but then he began to feel suffocated. As if the air in his lungs wanted to escape. Instinctively, he clapped his hands loudly and dispersed all the gas around him. What kind of poison was that? Something simple. It was just carbon dioxide. "That. I have some resistance to poisons, and I have to assume you probably have even better. That's why I figured that was the best attack I could use against you." "I see. You're telling me that despite our great resistance, we breathe like everyone else." "That's right. I've always known I'm not ordinary and I've made sure to take advantage of my potential. However, I also know I have weaknesses to watch out for. That's certainly something a warrior must consider. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that using poisons to achieve victory is dirty. Well, too bad for you. I'm still hurting from your last hit and I'd rather not take another one, said the purple-haired boy before executing Dokuten. Aerial repression against Naruto again, only this time he created a greater number of poisonous balloons, which he scattered around the area. Don't think you'll beat me with this, said Naruto, trying to disperse the gas with another clap. However, this time the gas was much denser and harder to remove. So much so that it was covering an area of 500 square meters. Hahaha. What do you think? With this technique I could defeat a squad of shinobi without any problems, he said. I'll say it again. This technique is really messy, Naruto said, coughing as he tried to use a wind release jutsu to dissipate the gas. The lack of oxygen made the task very difficult. Well, Sakura has already stated that that's the kind of thing someone like me would do. I assume you use that jutsu and then escape with Kamui. Yes. Otherwise I would drown too. But I see that you handle the environment very well. Oh right. Cough I should. Cough get out of here. Cough. You know you can't use Kamui. Otherwise, I'll consider this battle won, Naruto said, trying to stay on his feet. I hate you, the dark-haired man said, extending his arms to the sides. Shinra Tensei, he said, forming an invisible force that reverberated throughout the area and dispersed the gas present, clearing the space from the young men's fight. Naruto felt that wave trying to push him away without hesitation, but he managed to resist. Cough, cough. Mokuten. Jungle birth, said the dark-haired man, causing a multitude of all kinds of trees to quickly begin to level the oxygen in the area. I was already finding it strange that you knew about my Jujutsu's abilities, said Naruto, watching as his opponent's eyes turned lilac with a ringed pattern. My Jujutsu and yours have their differences, but I suspect they share the same foundation. Besides, I had a hunch about your abilities because I've seen those eyes on a friend's girlfriend. I'd like you to introduce her. That's not possible. We didn't part on good terms last time, and I don't think he wants you around. His girlfriend might reconsider her decision after seeing you. Oh well, Naruto said, then looked closely at the trees. So this is wood release. The element the first Hokage mastered. Interesting. It took me a long time to learn how to use it, and I still have details to polish to handle it 100% of the time. Then all that's needed is to combine earth and water. It's not just that. You have to apply a large amount of yang chakra or you'll just get a mud jutsu. Understood. I should try it. Ha. Good luck with that. It took me months to find the right proportion for that chakra. At the top of the ruins of a building. How long will those two take? I wanted Thorson to teach that rat a lesson, but this is taking too long, Sakura said, watching the battle. I can't tell you, but it seems to me that those two are quite excited about that fight, Kurama replied. I don't see the humor in it. They're both fighting an opponent who's on their level. Naruto might have a significant advantage in raw power, but the other has enough variety and techniques to keep up, according to what my brothers tell me about him. And what do you think of Lakasen? I'm sure he's not trustworthy. It's true I can see darkness in him, but I don't think it's very convenient for someone to be completely pure. It's necessary to have people willing to get rid of others to make worthwhile changes. I'm sure Naruto won't hesitate to eliminate a genuine threat. I can agree with you on that. I just think we should prevent any more fights between those two. I can't imagine what would happen in a populated area. Just because they're children of gods doesn't mean they should forget about everything around them. My father preferred to avoid mortal affairs. However, Thor and Loki are another story. It would be boring if I had to accompany a mere spectator. I'd rather wait a minute. Did Naruto just start using wood release? Kurama said as he saw a wooden dragon in the distance with Naruto inside it. It seems so. Lakasen just made another one, but out of ice. I think it's my turn to ask how long this fight is going to last. It can't be long, right? Several hours later. Naruto and Night Thunder had long since devolved their fight into a simple kinjutsu duel, devoid of any special techniques. It was just simple sword strikes, each waiting for the other to succumb to exhaustion. That's enough, said Sakura, appearing between Thorson and Lakasen, who looked extremely exhausted. I can continue, they both said before falling to the ground. Then, Sakura said, rolling her eyes. Shinji Shihoin, the purple-haired man said. Huh? Naruto exclaimed. That's my name. I don't think there's any point in hiding it any longer. And it's a pleasure, Shinji. Now let's go to that place you keep talking about. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Naruto might not care, but I feel the need to ask you something very important, Kurama said in a calm tone. How on earth did you get the Rinnegan? The fox exclaimed, now agitated, demanding an answer from Shinji. And how did he start using wood release? He added, pointing at Naruto. The second thing is simple. Hashirama Senju is Naruto's great-grandfather on his mother's side, so he carries at least a bit of his Kekkei Genkai in his blood. Since he has good control over earth release and water release, I only need to see my version to intuitively combine both elements. As for my eyes. I bet you stole them, Sakura said. It turns out that's not the case. This problem started a couple of years ago, after what did you guys say? The boy said, speaking into his shoulder. This boy's Sharingan began to merge with the remnants of Hashirama's chakra in his body, causing his Jujutsu to begin to change, Jayuki said, appearing on the boy's shoulder. That sounds really vague, Naruto commented. It's not like I'm particularly interested. I'm aware it's powerful, but I prefer to keep it deactivated because I dislike how much chakra it consumes. If you're not a Senju, an Uchiha or an Uzumaki, it's very obvious that Jujutsu will drain a lot of your chakra, the fox added. My mother has some connection to the Uchiha clan, and in any case, my family possesses considerable strength. I have a question. Why are you so sure that Loki is your father? I mean, I've seen that you have decent strength and control over electricity. Although I don't entirely like the idea, you could very well be my brother. First of all, that would be too bizarre. Second, I can't picture my mother with someone like Thor. Their elements complement each other, but their tastes. Let's just say they're quite different. Finally, if that were the case, I would have known who my father was long ago. In my world, gods tend to acknowledge their children around age 13, and that applies to all pantheons. And what are the clues that make you accept my theory? Sakura asked. I'll be honest. I admit that my behavior is sometimes not very appropriate, I tend to lie quite a bit and I really enjoy seeing other people's conflicts. I'm speechless, said the pink-haired girl with a seriously face. Of course, my biggest clue is my biology. I look similar to you, but I'm not actually a human Asgardian hybrid. I'd be something else, wouldn't I? Yes. Loki is not an Asgardian. He is an ice giant with Asgardian characteristics, a product of the magic of Odin, the All-Father. And who is that? Said Naruto. Our grandfather. I'm really going to need you to explain everything you can about Asgard. It must be a very strange place for them to consider people like him giants, said Naruto, pointing at Shinji, whose height looked ridiculous next to his and Sakura's. Please excuse me for having trouble with how old I look. I have to emphasize that I am 24 years old and I am sure I am older than you. As if I cared, the girl said sternly. Damn. Do I really have to accept that he has more experience than us? I'm barely 18, the girl thought. Wow. It's a good thing I had accelerated growth, I would have hated being so short, thought Naruto, who was currently 16 years old. Good. We're here, said the purple-haired man, entering a room inside the village ruins. On the ground lay a kind of engraving of enormous proportions, whose design not only included kanji characters, but also countless figures and symbols whose meaning was not at all clear. Naruto imagined it was a seal, but nothing his mother had taught him resembled what he saw. This is a teleportation seal, Shinji said. One that far surpasses others like the flying thunder god technique in power. You don't need to say it for us to realize it, Sakura stated. How does it work? I have an idea. This thing is supposed to be activated by a special machine located on the island, but I haven't found any trace of it in this world. Therefore, I don't know how to activate it. So how did you get here? It was already activated when I found it. And how do you plan for us to use it? Naruto asked. I suppose it must work like any other seal. You apply chakra and that's it. You have a very bad understanding of how Fuinjutsu works. After my skill improved, I lost all interest in the subject. Hours and hours of calligraphy practice wasted, Shinji said lamentingly. Either way, I should try. If this thing is in Uzumaki, it should react to my chakra, the blonde said, crouching down and forming a hand seal, then charging it with his chakra. This caused a white light to illuminate the engraving, covering half of it. It seems incomplete. You need to add something else. Then collaborate and contribute your chakra. It's a bad idea, but whatever, said the purple-haired boy, putting his hands in a seal. This time, a black light appeared on the engraving, filling some areas that initially seemed empty and incomplete. Then Sakura and Kurama saw a vortex form in the middle of the room and the door to my nightmares opens again, Shinji declared with a sigh. Is it that dangerous? Asked Balderdottir skeptically. Not really. But it still has a big psychological impact on me, since there are things there that I never want to encounter again. To be safe, you go first, she said, approaching the boy and, before he could say anything, pushing him into the doorway. Let's go, said Naruto as he headed towards the portal, followed by Sakura and Kurama. Undetermined time later. Perhaps the thunderous journey that the portal provided Naruto would not have been so bad if it had not sent him to the bottom of some underwater ruins where he almost drowned. Upon surfacing, he found himself inside a lagoon within what appeared to be a tropical rainforest, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the Yuzu they had left behind, confirming the dimensional travel. Using his sensory abilities, he pinpointed the location of the expedition members and learned that no one else was nearby. Sakura and Shinji ended up in the middle of the jungle, while Kurama appeared on a mountaintop. It was there that they all gathered to begin planning their next move. I have some news. It seems our trip will encounter a slight setback, Shinji said, carefully observing his surroundings. What's wrong? Did one of your tricks backfire? Sakura said mockingly. You have a serious problem, miss, the boy retorted, much to Balderdotter's annoyance. 1. The journey went perfectly, and we should be thankful we weren't as scattered as I feared might happen. 2. My Kamui isn't working as it should, and I won't be able to use it to teleport us. As usual, she whispered the last part. I don't see the problem. I want to explore this place on my own. Do you know why we came here? Yes, but I've been thinking I should train my skills a bit more. Recent events have indicated to me that my strength isn't enough. That's debatable, but… The thing is, I want to master things like that Yuzushoku haki you use. Huh? Why do you want such a thing? Why would you want to make a fist that's as strong as steel even harder? I like to master all kinds of techniques. To begin with, how did you learn it? Then the purple-haired boy made a face of tragedy. It was to survive. That. Shinji summoned a sack with his Kamui, one that reached his waist. He then turned it over and released a huge array of golden orbs with black veins. Here's the answer to why I didn't accept one of Diablo's orbs. I already have enough of those things to equip an army. And what kind of monster are these? A freak of nature called Rajang. He's a horned gorilla on steroids who can shoot lightning bolts with sniper-like accuracy, hurl boulders like pillows, and launch himself like a cannonball. I don't see what's dangerous about that guy. Those things have a Saiyan complex and can coat their fists in Bishoku haki. I had the misfortune of falling into one of their nests and I almost didn't make it. Looks like it wasn't so bad. You gained a good skill. And after that I ended up somewhere else where I had an unforgettable night, the boy said with a mischievous grin. But I won't talk about it. I'd rather you save yourself the trouble. I'd rather know what Bishoku haki is. In that case, you must first understand what haki is. This is one of the names given to the manifestation of an individual's physical energy. Haki arises not only from physical training, but also from mental training, as it is the manifestation of a being's will, their desire to live or kill, as the case may be. I see. But you said that's what those affected by the cholera virus were using? Sakura said. That virus puts its carriers under a lot of stress. So much so that it raises their physical energy to unhealthy levels, Shinji explained. I'm glad I wasn't infected by that virus. I would have hated getting this ability without any effort, Naruto said. So, how do you get it? Mine was just from repetition. Your best option is to find some Rajang and fight them until you get the hang of it. Isn't there a faster way? I don't want to delay my trip to Asgard too much. Why the rush? It's not like Asgard is going to move from Oklahoma. The last time I saw a news report about Asgard, it said it was in Oklahoma, USA. That's ridiculous. Believe me when I tell you that many crazy things happen in that place. Let's focus on where we are. This place gives me a bad feeling, Kurama remarked. You're right. We must find whoever is controlling the monsters and stop them, said Naruto. I agree. I'm not so stressed about the lack of transportation, but I would like us to find a settlement where we can get some supplies. Then let's get out of here, said Naruto, looking at the horizon. It was clear the place they were on was an island, but the boy guessed they couldn't be far from a mainland. So he jumped into the air and executed the Koku Shundo to run eastward. Let's hope he's going in the right direction, Shinji said, watching as the Uzumaki quickly disappeared over the horizon. Okay, now the purple-haired boy didn't finish speaking because he noticed an object approaching at high speed from the west. What the heck? Why are you here? Said Naruto, arriving back at the point where he had started. I can ask you the same thing. Once again Naruto launched himself into the air to leave the island, only achieving the same result. A space loop. Shinji said, confused. Maybe we have to do something to get out of this place. Oh no. Definitely not. Don't tell me this place has one of those stupid illogical tests. Shinji said, quite stressed. Do you know what we have to do to leave this place? The blonde man asked. As if it mattered. Said the dark-haired man, sitting down on the floor. I'm not moving from here. Huh? Said the blonde boy, surprised by the boy's attitude. Excuse him. He's having one of his tantrums, Jayuki said. There must be something fishy going on here, Sakura said, puzzled by Lakusen's attitude. I suppose I have no other option then but to explain what this place is all about, said a female voice that put those present on guard. Don't worry. I'm not your enemy, said a translucent woman who appeared before the young people. Aside from the fact that she resembled a ghost, the woman who appeared before the demigods was notable for her skin, almost as white as snow, which made her long red hair shine even more brightly. Her eyes were also red and had a distinctive spiral pattern, much like Naruto's. Her clothing consisted of a long white robe that draped to the floor. The woman didn't appear to be older than 40. Although she had a mature appearance, she showed no noticeable wrinkles. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Tsukuha Otsutsuki," the woman said with a bow. "Boo," said everyone present, tilting their heads to the side as they had no idea who was speaking to them. "Don't be cruel. I may not be as famous, but I'm just as important as my husband," the redhead said, annoyed. "Are you saying that she's related to Father Kurama?" said, surprised by the revelation. "You're correct. I am the wife of Hagoromo Otsutsuki." "So she's his mother?" Shinji asked, referring to the Biju. "Not entirely, since I wasn't involved in its creation. I'll explain everything so you understand." And so Naruto and the others received a masterclass in the history of the ninja world. The story began with the tale of how his mother-in-law Kagaya Otsutsuki had consumed the Shinju's chakra fruit to establish world peace. He explained how her children, Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki, were born and then detailed how the pseudo-goddess was corrupted by the immense power she received from the fruit. Kagaya ended up merging with the Senju to subjugate humanity and became an apocalyptic beast called the Juubi. Kagaya's children, seeing that she would bring about the end of civilization, fought against her with the firm goal of stopping her and putting an end to her plans. In the end, her power was too great for them to defeat, so they could only remove the 10 tails from her and seal it within what is now known as the moon. Hagoromo sealed the Juubi inside his body to prevent it from wreaking havoc on the world, and his brother secluded himself on the moon to guard his mother's prison. As a side effect of the Shinju's disappearance, humans gained the ability to use chakra, although at first they could not use it at will. It was Hagoromo who taught them ninjutsu so they could control such power and live in harmony. Unfortunately, humanity ended up turning this art into a weapon, ninjutsu, which only caused the world to be engulfed in all kinds of conflicts. He did not witness such a thing because by then his life was already drawing to a close. His last actions were to divide the 10 tails into the well-known tailed beasts and to reveal who his heir would be, for although Hagoromo dedicated his life to helping people, he also made sure to have a lineage. He had 2 sons, Indra and Asura, whose skill and power were only overshadowed by the great rivalry and almost contempt that the 2 brothers had for each other. They each had a very clear ideal. Indra believed that individual power was the only thing that mattered. On the other hand, Asura believed that power resided in the bonds created between people. Therefore, each received gifts according to their ideals. Indra, being the eldest, received his father's eyes and spiritual power. Asura, on the other hand, only received his life force and physical power. When asked what role Tsukuhime played in the matter, she explained that while the Sharingan and Rinnegan came from a Jujutsu developed by Kagaya, the Mangekyo power was her responsibility. With the exception of Tsukiyomi, most of the Sharingan techniques were due to the powers over reality that she possessed. These abilities were exploited by Indra. Asura, however, manifested his powers in a different way. He managed to create a type of Fuinjutsu that allowed him to do almost anything. This ability would eventually be inherited by the Uzumaki clan. Despite Indra having a clear advantage, Hagoromo ultimately chose Asura as his successor. This greatly angered his brother and led him to launch an intense campaign against Asura. Their rivalry was so strong that their spirits passed on their ideals and powers to their heirs, although this meant that the distinctive enmity between brothers existed between them. The successors were none other than the Senju and the Uchiha. Tsukuhime explained that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had each possessed the spirits of Asura and Indra, respectively. This was the reason why these legendary clans had a history of titanic battles. It was then that Naruto understood why the monsters referred to him as Asura and Sasuke as Indra. They were the current transmigrants of their spirits. Once the young people were able to process the most complicated part of the story, Tsukuhime proceeded to explain what the world they were in was like. Since she was bothered and saddened by all the fights her children had, the redhead built a dimension where they would be forced to collaborate in order to deal with the test she devised. And the best thing was to combine things from various video games. Shinji said, looking inquisitively at Tsukuhime while tapping the ground with his shoes. "Wasn't it fun?" the redhead said, laughing nervously. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "It would be very complicated to explain, but the truth is that this crazy woman made me do the water temple with enemies from Dark Souls." "Dark Souls? Do you know how insane it was to get out of that pit of death?" Shinji said, quite annoyed. "I don't think it was that bad. I went in there with my chakra at its lowest and wearing only my underwear. I only survived because I managed to activate the Rinnegan. Otherwise, Smo would have continued to turn me into mush. I wanted each place to be a challenge for my children. Something that would even allow them to become stronger, but what? In the end, it was too much for them, and they abandoned him, the woman said, a bead of sweat forming on her temple. Shinji then spontaneously burst into flames. Leaving aside whatever the matter concerning the liar may be, we want to inform you that we have come to address the problem of the monsters attacking the ninja continent, as we have been informed that this is their place of origin, Sakura said. I'm aware of that. I regret to say that I am indirectly responsible for this situation. In my quest to make this world a challenge, I developed seals that allowed creatures to grow stronger over time. Do you mean that monsters are not living beings? Not exactly. They are chakra constructs like the Bijuu, but their structure is much more biologically precise despite lacking a soul. Good. That keeps me from feeling guilty about defeating all the monsters I've faced, Naruto said. That was my idea when I created them. They are basically sentient seals with prescribed orders. I doubt that. Those things were anything but predictable, Shinji added. As I mentioned before, the creatures were made to grow stronger over time. This resulted in them becoming too powerful for this world to contain entirely. I had hoped that some of my children's transmigrants would come to this world and balance the load, but no one appeared, Tsukahime said in a dejected tone. And doesn't he have any control over this world? Sakura asked. I had it when I created it, but since becoming a spirit, my power has diminished considerably. My most significant action in recent years was sending chakra to Naruto so he could unlock the abilities necessary to access this world. Which is it? Let's start with Kagura's mind's eye. That's in Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai that allows its user to detect chakra from great distances. Because your human part is technically 100% Uzumaki, you were able to unlock it, but I'm allowing you to access the true power of that Kekkei Genkai, which is the source of my abilities. Wait a minute. Are you talking about my dreams? Said Naruto. That's correct. My detection abilities border on premonition. I can see what's happening in every corner of this world and see through dimensions beyond this one, the woman explained to the blonde man. And I must clarify that even if something is fiction in your world, it doesn't mean it isn't reality in others, the Redeed said, looking at Shinji. Tolerate that possibility. That explains a lot. And how did I get this Jujutsu? Naruto asked. That was a little idea my husband had before he died. He didn't want anyone to awaken the Rinnegan again, the ninjutsu he possessed, so he arranged things so that it could only be unlocked with the combined chakra of his two sons, the woman said. What happened to you was that the chakra I gave you adapted to resemble Indra's, and when it combined with Asura's, it created that variation of the Rinnegan. If that's the case, shouldn't Sasuke also awaken the Jujutsu? Don't take this the wrong way, but I've always thought my son Asura has been more restrained than Indra. I chose to give the chakra only to you and not to your friend. Furthermore, I didn't really plan for that Jujutsu to appear in you so quickly. It was supposed to take years. They're pretty clear now, although I'm still a little amazed, said the purple-haired man. You can say that again. His biology turned out to be quite unpredictable and prone to altering Kekkei Genkai. Getting back to the main topic. How do we end the monster plague on the shinobi continent? Said Sakura, who felt somewhat out of place since she didn't possess any kind of Jujutsu. The solution is simple. Their mere presence makes the world work for what it was created for. They must complete the tests I prepared for my children. This will gradually alleviate all the tension this dimension is under. Piece of cake, said Naruto. But your abilities, I hope so. In any case, I suggest you take this opportunity to train. I'm afraid to say that your future holds many dangers and you need to hone your strength as much as possible. We'll take that into account. I know this whole problem is probably due to my irresponsibility, so I earnestly ask you to help me solve it. Count on us, Sakura and Naruto said. The test that awaits you on this island is on the north coast. Once you complete it, I'll tell you a couple of things you should know before you depart for another destination. With that, the trio set off for the designated location, followed by Kurama. You don't need to hide anymore, said the Redeed. As astute as ever, said an old man who appeared. His appearance was even stranger than Tsukahime's, as the man had two horns on his forehead flanking a third red eye. The characteristic Rinnegan was visible in his eyes. So it only took a few visits for you to deign to show your face, Hagoromo. You'll understand that your guests are anything but ordinary. Is anything normal for us? As far as I know, you've never liked what's normal. Life would be boring if it were like that. It's ironic coming from someone who died a long time ago. What can I say? I just want to know if you have ulterior motives with those young men. One of my brother's daughters has woken up. Something that wasn't supposed to happen. I've noticed. It turns out to be very convenient that our children's reincarnations ended up with her. I hope Indra can handle it while they prepare. I hope you don't mind that I've awakened Naruto's powers. He is one of the few who deserve it and can deal with it without creating a nightmare. It doesn't happen in all dimensions, I can assure you. You know that I believe we shouldn't interfere in dimensions outside our own. It's our failing to watch worlds burn because of our inaction. Considering that young people don't belong to just one world, I don't see the problem with solving a few problems. Besides, I've heard many versions of you that have been quite liberal on the subject. Your arguments are convincing, but only time will tell if you are right. You'll see. Leaving aside the argument between the spirit couple, in a small clearing, one could see an interesting fight unfolding. The battalion of Swift Velocidrome was what Naruto and Sakura found when they arrived at the place Tsukahime had indicated to them. It wouldn't have been such a problematic battle were it not for the fact that the creatures could become invisible and difficult to detect, making them extremely difficult to counterattack. The demigods used quick sword attacks to deal with the sharp-clawed fang-toothed blue raptors. It took hours for the young people to defeat all the Velocidrome because once they were reduced to 5, the creatures scattered across the island, making it difficult to find them. You could have helped, Naruto said to Shinji, who was lying in a makeshift hammock. And prevent you from having a chance to develop Kenbun-shoku haki, that would have been very wrong of me. Just repeat the process a few times, and you'll notice how the sixth sense that allows you to use this haki begins to awaken. It's not like you've developed your own, Tsukahime said, appearing near the young people. It's hard to hear other people's voices when there are already too many voices in my head, the purple-haired man pointed out. Now what? The blonde man asked the woman. First, I'd like to explain in detail how your Jujutsu works. The Mangekyo Rinnegan is an alternate version of the Rinnegan that has a range of abilities similar to its counterpart but whose functioning can be very different. I already had an idea of what your skills were, but I'd like to hear your version. Let us begin with the Naraka path. Under normal circumstances, this allows you to summon the King of Hell, but in your case, you'll be able to summon a cannon statue that will multiply the power of your techniques. Next is the Preta path, which will allow you to absorb and use your enemy's Kai-based techniques. Then we have the Animal path, which gives you the ability to transform parts of your body into those of all kinds of animals. That's a lot to take in for something so simple, Naruto interrupted. Humans consider the Rinnegan to be divine eyes. You can expect nothing less from it. You also have access to the human path, which will allow you something we could call astral travel, with which you can make your soul leave your body and freely travel to any plane you wish. With prior training, of course, the Redeed pointed out. She already has considerable experience with the Asura path. It allows you to modify and create weapons from scratch according to your preferences. The orbs left behind by monsters are, in a way, blueprints left to give clues about how that ability could be used. I must say, he took quite a few liberties. The weapons you get with those orbs would be worth a lot in my world, Shinji said. Hagoromo had a very particular repertoire of weapons. His heirs could not have second-rate swords. That reminds me how bad I feel about losing the Kusanagi sword. Did you get the Kusanagi sword? The weapon of choice of that psychopathic snake? Sakura questioned. Yes, the boy said, lamenting. Even I think you made a mistake, Tsukahime pointed out. Anyway, the last power you have access to, Naruto, is the Diva path. It allows you to attract and repel metallic objects through electromagnetic forces. It might seem somewhat limited, but you two have to consider something, she said, looking at Shinji and Naruto. Your abilities can vary because you aren't human. Don't be surprised if you can do things other Rinnegan users can't. Only your imagination will limit your reach. I still think it's too much power, Naruto said. I'm glad you see it that way. It's true that because of our powers we consider ourselves completely superior to others, but the truth is we shouldn't abuse them. Great power. It carries a great responsibility. I don't know why I had a feeling you were going to end up saying that, Shinji interrupted, his tone mocking. And you had to ruin it. Tsukahime said, annoyed. Logan said that the head of the net was annoying because he kept saying that phrase to everything that moved. Well, it sounds good to me, Naruto commented. I, on the other hand, have listened enough. Since they found a better guide, I don't think my presence is necessary. Now, where do I find a way out? This, said the spirit, appearing nervous. I don't like your silence. This dimension is somewhat out of sync with the real world. You'll have to wait a while to get out of here. Oh no. No, 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 no. I've had enough of this damned place to endure another season here. I'm only keeping these two company because I want to go home. They can certainly help you with that, but if you cooperate in cleaning up this world, I can help you completely master Kamui. That's a very tempting offer. I just hope I don't have to see another undead soldier around here. Don't worry. Unlike my counterparts, I limited the creatures present in this world. I'm counting on it. Either way, I'm leaving. I don't mean to offend you, but I have a feeling that if I stay with you, I'll become your punching bag, the purple-haired boy said, looking at Naruto and Sakura. Then he gathered some sand on a rock and climbed into the makeshift vehicle. "See you," he said, before flying off and disappearing into the horizon. And Hirai was thinking this encounter would make that boy a bit more sociable. It's lucky that at least the Biju are keeping him company. I think it's better for him to be alone. That way he won't be able to hurt anyone, Sakura said. I disagree. Loneliness only causes people to lose their connection with the world, and that's why they later feel no qualms about trying to harm it. I know your father isn't exactly someone you can trust, but in his monstrous twilight years, he had some goodness in him. Wait a minute. Is Loki dead? Said Balderdottir in surprise. Death has a very ambiguous meaning for the gods, especially the death of lies. I can't give you many details, as I myself don't know them. However, I must say that in the end it's not something you should worry about, because I'd better not tell you. It's something you have to see for yourselves. It's not right to say something like that and then remain silent, Kurama said. I'll just add that they could meet with the person who should really be part of their team. We're not a team. Sakura said, annoyed by the comment. I'm sorry for what happened to you, but please don't say any more. If you wish. The blonde man and the Redeed decided to spend the night on that island since they had decided to leave the following morning. The problem of not having access to supplies for their stay was solved by Tsukahime, who, unbeknownst to the young people, received help from Hagoromo to transport things from the real world to the one they were in. The sage also made the effort to return the beasts that were still roaming free in the shinobi world to the Tsukahime dimension, again without the knowledge of Naruto and the others. It might have seemed that the couple wanted to keep the young people, but the truth lay in Tsukahime's words. They needed to train, especially Naruto, since his strength would only increase with time, and even knowing what he had inherited from them, he couldn't control his Asgardian side. He had to force himself to master it so as not to harm those he knew. At dawn, the young people left the island. Since Sakura had mastery over the earth release ultralight rock jutsu, they were able to travel comfortably to the place where they would begin their training and the mission entrusted to them by Tsukahime. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The couple of days were enough for Naruto to come to the conclusion that he really needed that stay in Tsukahime's dimension. Not so much for the training. It was the chance to unleash his full power without fear of hurting anyone and to experience the kind of adventures he'd always wanted to try. Technically, he could consider them mere illusions due to their origin, but he didn't attach much importance to it as he felt it was a prelude to something bigger. His mastery of Mokuton was his priority in the early days because in that way he could create fruit trees and obtain the necessary material to build the dwelling that he and his companions would use during their stay in that world. Their settlement was located on the shores of a freshwater lake a few kilometers from the coast. Naruto's hunches were right and they were able to acquire a vast continental area to the east of the island that welcomed them. The young people thought they would be condemned to a somewhat solitary existence, but Tsukahime managed to bring them some supplies to make their stay more comfortable. Sakura was very grateful because although she wanted to be with her family, she couldn't bear to be out in the open for so long without cleaning supplies. The young people found it strange that she could provide them with such things, given that she had no control over the world she herself had created, but they let it go because it wasn't very significant. The next area Naruto focused on improving was Fuinjutsu, as it allowed him to provide his home with basic services like water, electricity, and cooking. It was a given that he had to take care of those things if he was going to be there for an extended period. After settling in safely, the Uzumaki began to confront the creatures of that dimension. The first to appear were a pair of dragons, one green and one red. Well, they posed no problem, seeing how the Rathian and the Rathalos operated in almost perfect synchronicity made him wonder if he and Sakura could do the same. In other words, Sakura was one of the few people he could call an equal and he was interested in fighting alongside her. However, that didn't seem possible since she tended to act somewhat distant towards him. At first it was clear that the girl was very bothered by Shinji, but now that it was just the two of them, Naruto realized that the girl was actually also uncomfortable with his presence. With anyone else, he would have cared little about the situation since he was used to that kind of treatment, but this time it bothered him a little. It didn't seem to be because he was now Kurama's partner since she spoke normally with the fox. It was specifically with him. He had noticed it in some of the looks she gave him on occasion, looks that were filled with melancholy and a certain sadness. To make matters worse, Balderdottir avoided making any comments about her past and it was difficult to determine what was bothering him. Naruto almost felt that the only reason she was by his side was because he had a good chance of taking her to his beloved home. He hoped to help her as much as he could, but he also hoped to establish a better relationship with his family. It was strange to think that Sakura was technically his cousin since Balder was his father's brother, but at that point there was little he could question, especially when he was in a completely unknown world, alien to his own. Days, weeks, and months passed like a breeze, and Naruto dedicated himself more and more to his training, hoping to refine his skills. He felt somewhat ridiculed when one day the armored girl informed him that his style had many holes and was imperfect. Naruto was annoyed by the comment because his style had been taught by his mother, who in turn had learned it from the Anbu Uchiha. Sakura explained that she had been trained by her father, received lessons from Sayajeko, and had even dueled all the swordsmen of the mist, so she surpassed her in the area of Kinjutsu. If Uzumaki didn't care much about proving the girl wrong, he wasn't going to miss the opportunity to argue that he was stronger and test the pink-haired girl's strength. In a battle of pure Kinjutsu, Thorson felt the same ground he had felt in Suna. Sakura's technique with her white glowing sword was flawless. She had no trouble at all deflecting her opponent's attacks and countering with ferocious thrusts that left him completely defenseless. The girl explained that his defeat had many reasons, and one of them was his poor choice of weapons. Naruto's basic sword was a Viking sword, one that by nature was meant to be used with one hand and therefore unsuitable for someone whose style relied on brute force. The boy understood this quickly. He had held the weapon with both hands several times and was annoyed that the handle wasn't long enough for a better grip. He had also noticed that the weapon's light weight meant his cuts lacked the force he wanted. With all this in mind, the blond man sought to put the path of Asura into practice, with which he was able to summon a claymore-style sword that measured 1.50 meters. However, the weight of the weapon was still too light, as he could only create it with iron. One of the challenges facing Uzumaki was learning how to alter the properties of weapons created using the Mangekyo Rinnegan. Only then could he create a sword perfectly suited to his needs. Sakura nevertheless lent him her help by assisting him in his Kinjutsu training, as she also wanted to refine her skills further. Naruto considered this a victory, since up until that moment the pink-haired girl had remained on the sidelines of his activities. In fact, that wasn't all elder daughter helped him with. Having a better understanding of his origins, she was in a position to explain how the powers he inherited from his father worked. It wasn't necessary to elaborate on his super strength, but it was essential that he understand how to control thunder. The first factor Naruto had to consider was that his control encompassed all aspects of the weather. Wind, clouds, rain, hail, and of course, lightning. Controlling them was a matter where his will was paramount. His emotions and mental state affected his ability to control the skies, so he had to learn to manage them properly. It was an arduous and tortuous task, as the dimension had an unpredictable climate, but eventually Naruto learned to summon moderate rain and lightning with relative ease. Thorson only had to keep in mind that it was much easier to control the pre-existing weather than to change it from scratch. In other words, summoning lightning under a clear sky was a very difficult task. The reason Sakura elder daughter had so much experience in this area was because she was the daughter of the god of light. She didn't have as much trouble controlling her power as Naruto did, since she only needed to gather ambient light and then use it as she saw fit. Her abilities ranged from firing beams of light at extremely high temperatures to reflecting it completely, making herself invisible. Naruto's solution for properly studying all the elements was to view them through ninjutsu, as it was easier to use chakra to shape them, rather than relying solely on his willpower. His plan was to create techniques that didn't require hand seals. With wind release, the task wasn't too difficult since he could create hurricane force current simply by breathing, and because it was present everywhere, it didn't require much chakra to draw upon. His encounter with another Kushalade aura led the boy to learn how to create cyclones like his own and also gave him the idea of how to float. His next favorite was lightning release. This ability was strangely limited because although he had no trouble generating electricity, he didn't have the ability to retain large reserves of it. Sakura's response to this was somewhat vague, but she explained that while control over lightning was a power unique to Thor and Odin, both needed an object that would allow them to channel that force, and for this, one could not resort to just any second-rate weapon. This training was reinforced by a fight against a reptilian-looking wolf species called Zyniger, whose attack style was enough for the boy to get several ideas for his own attacks. Water release was a complicated matter. He could use jutsu with ease, but he couldn't control the raw element. Unless his intention was to create rain, it was best to stick to Kushina's teachings. At least his fight with a powerful Amatsuchi reminded him that a simple jet of water could wreak havoc. His control over earth release was fairly balanced. He didn't understand how this element entered the atmosphere, but the truth was he had to be careful. It was one thing to raise and hurl pillars of rock, but the ability to create earthquakes was dangerous. He couldn't even think about using it in battle if he wanted his surroundings to remain standing. While he didn't encounter any creatures that deliberately used that element, the Urigan gave him a clue as to how to use earthquakes to his advantage. His access to fire release seemed to be solely due to the effects of the Mangekyo Rinnegan, as it was the only element that required genuine effort to use. The chakra of Son Goku and Matatabi aided his control, but it was as if his body rejected its use. The elder daughter explained the reasons. The Asgardians had two sworn enemies, the Ice Giants and the Fire Demons, the latter being the most dangerous and incompatible with the powers of Naruto and Sakura's race. This made the Asgardians very averse to fire. In any case, Naruto learned a few things from his confrontation with the dragon Lanastra, who used fire with greater efficiency than any Uchiha. Time passed and the young people were able to build a relatively better relationship, which could be evidenced by the fact that Sakura began to tell Uzumaki about the stories that her father Balder told her, which were her source of knowledge about Asgard and the other 9 worlds. It was a somewhat amusing topic, since a story that included the description of a rainbow bridge, the Bifrost, seemed destined to be for girls. However, as Sakura recounted all the battles Balder had fought alongside Thor, Naruto had no choice but to accept that it was quite the opposite. The boy also understood Sakura's distrust of Shinji. After all, Loki had attacked Asgard numerous times in order to gain control or destroy it. All the offspring of the god of lies were dangerous, starting with the great wolf Fenrir, who was destined to kill Odin, and then there was the colossal serpent Jormungandr, which was so large that it encircled Midgard, whose purpose was to kill Thor. Naruto didn't quite understand this part. Why did they both have such senseless fates? It was ridiculous to think that such powerful beings could have their stories written in such a tragic way. Sakura didn't particularly like that part either, since her father would also be a victim of the series of events that would result in Ragnarok, Twilight of the Gods. Naruto finally realized that the girl's eagerness to get home included a desire to prevent the tragedy. She didn't want another tragic fate for her loved ones. That revelation led Naruto to ask new questions, but Balder daughter refused to talk about the matter, maintaining a new secrecy that led her to distance herself from Naruto. But that step back, the blonde returned to the training he had with the Kekkei Genkai at his disposal. The animal path proved to be quite challenging, as he had to imagine how transforming parts of his body into those of other animals could benefit him. The most obvious thing for him was developing gills to breathe underwater or transforming his hands into the claws of whatever came to mind to reinforce the techniques he devised. Naruto finally managed to stabilize his visions with Tsukuyomi's guidance so that he could choose when to experience them. He had no control over where he could see, but now he could see it with perfect clarity. His mastery of the Diva path was great because it interacted directly with his electrical power. This meant he wasn't limited to simply repelling and attracting metals. He could levitate and magnetically charge them. This ability combined perfectly with the diamond chains and the weapons of the Asura path, which had a 60-second lifespan if separated from his hands. More than enough time if what he summoned were shuriken or other projectiles. By the time a year had passed since his arrival in Tsukuyomi's dimension, the Uzumaki had already covered a good portion of the continent. Each ecosystem presented a challenger powerful monster to contend with, but none were as infamous as the Deviljo, which were found almost everywhere. The brute wyvern possessed the dreaded ability to nullify his elemental control with a draconic breath, which surprisingly only affected him for a short time. Since Naruto enjoyed confronting his opponents with his strength, he didn't mind it. But after 10 encounters, he began to grow weary. He found it incredibly frustrating that the creature was so numerous and so adaptable. Something similar happened with one of its biggest rivals, Rajang, which also had a large presence on the continent. At first, it was easy to face, as its lightning attacks and strength paled in comparison to the Uzumaki. However, when the beast changed its fur to gold, things became completely different, especially when the change was permanent. The creature's power was completely different from that of other monsters, not only because of its transformation, but also because it had incredibly sharp reflexes and its blows could actually hurt him. That's when Naruto began to realize what Haki was. The process was somewhat complicated because she had to understand how the energies present in her body worked. Tsukuyomi did her the favor of giving her a sort of summary based on the different places she had observed. There were many types of energy, but in principle, it had to begin with yang, or physical energy, and yin, or spiritual energy. It existed in all worlds without exception, though it manifested with different names and in varying proportions. Chakra was considered the energy that represented balance, as it was formed by equal proportions of yin and yang energy. When yang predominated in the combination, the energy was called Kai, and when yin predominated, it was said to have formed Reishi or mana. This last point shouldn't worry him much, since his interest was in Kai, which was the area to which Haki belonged. The use of yin was not exempt, but it occurred to a very small extent, given that in the use of Kenbun Shoku Haki, ambition with observation attributes, it sought to find the life force that exists in each being, in order to predict their intentions. Yuzushoku Haki armament Haki was associated with yin, as it was understood that one will could overcome another if it was stronger. This Haki had a factor that had to be taken into account. Physical energy was limited, so its use could be restricted depending on the user. Finally, there was Hashoku Haki, Conqueror's Haki, which consisted of intimidating others through the user's will. This ability was extremely rare because while it was easy to frighten others by demonstrating power, Hashoku had the capacity to knock enemies unconscious. It should not be confused with the simple killer instinct, which was a skill of a spiritual nature, since the sensation of death it causes could be a mere illusion that does not show the true strength of the user. Given the origin of the creatures from the Tsukahime dimension, it was difficult to prove whether Naruto was a user of the latter Haki, so he only focused his attention on the first two, intending to match his golden-furred opponents. After a long winning streak against those beasts, the Rajang then decided to show its final card. Naruto had already faced several Raijin at the same time, but on this occasion, two of them performed a strange dance that resulted in them combining into a single being. One of them had spiky fur that seemed to form a vest around its torso. It was at that moment that Naruto began to wonder about Tsukahime's mental state because that thing was simply monstrous. The clash of Rajang and Naruto's blows literally shook the landscape where they stood, which was the foothills of a mountain. The lightning might not have caused that much damage to the Thorson, but the creature found a way to overcome that factor by combining its attacks with chakra, making the electric beam it could emit from its mouth capable of injuring it. It was necessary for Naruto to go all out in their encounter and use the best jutsu he had learned, such as Wind Release, Hurricane Wave, and a larger and more powerful version of Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm, a technique that could sweep away forests if the blonde-haired boy so desired. Therefore, his opponent had to resort to lifting a boulder of epic proportions to block the attack, which completely shattered the rock. Pain. Lion Grill was the boy's next technique, which consisted of firing several blue flame projectiles in order to surround the opponent with a cage that sought to trap him and melt him with a dome of fire. The Rajang launched a counterattack, charging like an electric cannonball that not only broke its confinement but also launched itself at the boy with the intention of demolishing him. The precise blow from Naruto was able to deflect it, then he prepared his next jutsu, which consisted of turning his hand into the claws of a tiger with the animal path and then doing the lightning release. Divine Destruction, which unleashed 4 electric pillars that, thanks to the sharpness of the claws and the nature of the chakra, had the ability to slice through everything in their path. The Uzumaki watched as his opponent was injured by the attack, but this wasn't enough to stop him and prevent him from launching another offensive. The Rajang raised its claws and began generating a massive sphere of electrical energy, which, when it reached a diameter of 5 meters, was hurled at the blonde-haired boy. To avoid an unpleasant surprise, Naruto left the impact zone, which was at least 20 meters wide and was completely vaporized by that technique. The opening left by the use of that attack was used by the boy to approach and perform the Buzo Koka. Konoha Whirlpool, 2 consecutive kicks that had enough force to break one of the creature's horns, which raised its fury to 1,000,000. The fused Rajang displayed the ability to use Shundo, just like Naruto, surrounding him with it while simultaneously creating copies of itself. The following move was a barrage of Haki-infused punches that struck the Uzumaki from all directions. Following the same pattern, the Rajang launched itself into the sky along with its replicas, falling like a meteor shower. Naruto countered by using the Naraka path to summon an ethereal cannon statue and then using Buzu Koka. Awaken, which consisted of a barrage of punches from the statue's 20 arms that followed the user's movements. This would be enough to halt the Rajang's repulsive attacks, which it reacted to quickly avoid being hit by. Back on the ground, the primate lifted another boulder and hurled it at its opponent. Naruto, without losing the use of the Naraka path, performed the Tsutenhu, air range cannon, a punch to the air that sent a vacuum wave against his target, which, due to the effect of all the arms behind the blonde, caused the rock to be pierced like cheese, and the attack reached the Rajang, which was pushed against the mountain behind him. Once recovered from the blow, the primate let out a loud roar and then unleashed a powerful electrical discharge against the Uzumaki, who protected himself from the attack by using Yoten. Obsidian Pillars, a jutsu that relied somewhat on his control over lava to summon rocks from the bowels of the earth, providing a much greater defense than that offered by Doten techniques. With the jutsu holding off the Rajang's attack, Naruto climbed one of the pillars while creating a clone to help him stabilize his next technique. Once at the top, the blonde-haired man launched a Yoten Rasen Shuriken, which struck the primate head-on, its electric roar still unfinished. This variation of the Rasengan was powerful enough to defeat the enemy, who had proven too strong. After recovering, Naruto asked Tsukahime why the creatures could do things that seemed unnatural to him. She explained that she had given them a certain evolutionary factor that would allow them to learn from their opponents in order to pose a true challenge for her children. At that moment, Naruto was grateful that his mother was somewhat overprotective and didn't have such outlandish ideas. Another year passed, and Uzumaki learned how to use chakra and Haki simultaneously. Not all techniques could benefit from this combination, such as the Rasengan, which, not being entirely physical, was impossible to imbue with Haki. However, he had several techniques that could benefit from the combination. Something noteworthy was the fact that he decided to put his imagination to the test to develop and master new elemental combinations, alternative to Yoten and Mokuton, because he felt that he should exploit his elemental control to the fullest. The first ones were those most related to the weather, such as Rantan, storm element, and Hyoten, ice element. It was impossible for her not to gain control over Rantan, given that it allowed her to manipulate lightning with the fluidity of water. She also had great control over Hyoten, much to Sakura's surprise, since its mixed element nature meant she had no problems with its affinity. The Geigner magnetic element was completely useless given its dominance over the Diva path, but it was informative to know that the natures after its formation were Raten and Doten, the former being the predominant element. Practice led him to learn that in each combined element there was one that was dominant over the other, meaning that a single combination could produce several results. One example was wind release, Ton, and fire release, Kaiten, which, when combined, created Shakuten, burning release, where fire was the most powerful element. If wind release was stronger, the result was Bakuten, explosion release. He found it amusing to gain control over Odoten, sound release, when he hadn't seen anyone from the village of Odo have any real control over it. The combination of a powerful Pton, wind release, with Raten, lightning release, unleashed its full power, allowing Uzumaki to transform sound into a lethal weapon. He also managed to replicate Sakura's power by obtaining Koten, light release, through the combination of Kaiten and Raten. The incident concerning the fate of their acquaintances was now in the past, and there wasn't as much tension between the young people, aside from the natural tension that arose when only two people inhabited a vast and desolate world. Kurama was also there, but since the fox had been locked up for so long, he tended to take advantage of the safety of the world to enjoy his freedom and was mostly away from the couple. Likewise, Tsukahime wasn't someone with whom one could have a conversation that didn't become awkward. Her constant comments about what had happened in other dimensions made silence a better companion. In the end, each young person had their own home, which Naruto understood because he knew Sakura needed her privacy, but it was ridiculous that every time they received a supply of provisions and some container of ramen or tomato sauce slipped in, she would completely isolate herself in her home. Naruto wasn't a psychologist, but it was quite obvious that the girl was hiding a serious problem, and even though it wasn't in his nature to be nosy, he had to find out what it was. Kurama helped him distract her and lead her to a distant location, a moment the blonde man used to sneak into Balderdotter's house. She had decent skill with Fuinjutsu, but the blonde man surpassed her and could easily modify the seals protecting the place. Once there, Naruto hesitated about what to look for. For starters, Sakura hadn't carried any luggage when she arrived in Suna, so it was difficult to know if she was hiding something. Besides, he didn't want to search the place for clues that might indicate what was bothering her. "Look in the dresser next to her bed," Tsukahime said, causing him to flinch slightly. He was somewhat used to the Riteid's sudden appearances, but they were still annoying. The Uzumaki asked why she was there and helping him when she knew that spying was wrong. The woman just laughed and told him that when you were a ninja, a divine being, or a telepath, the concept of privacy had no meaning whatsoever. Naruto could not object to such a thing because he himself had spied on too many people due to his ability, and he did not really regret what he had learned from it. Once the blonde man entered the room and reached the indicated location, he found a small leather bag that appeared to contain valuables. It was reasonable to assume the girl had kept it sealed, as he had never seen the bag on his armor. Carefully, she opened the bag and examined its contents, finding many curious things. First, a Konoha ninja headband in its usual dark blue color, which was to be expected since the girl didn't seem to be from another village. Her fighting style matched that seen in the Land of Fire. It was difficult to decipher the meaning of the orange pigtails, though it was reasonable to assume they belonged to one of Sakura's friends, since I didn't think Sakura herself would have worn them. Likewise, it was puzzling why the girl was keeping the lid from an instant ramen container. Another ninja headband appeared, but unlike the other, this one was on a white cloth stained with drops of blood, and a large tear ran through the Konoha symbol. Naruto knew this meant it belonged to a ninja who had abandoned his village and become a rogue. Now he wondered which of the headbands belonged to Balderdottir. The next object sent shivers down his spine. A small orange book titled Seem Paradise gave him a very bad feeling. Seeing that its spine was marked as belonging to Nanashi Haddock was enough to make him dismiss the object and avoid thinking about it for the rest of his life. The next item was a picture frame containing a photo of 4 women, 3 of them young, around 13 years old, and 1 older. A blonde girl stood out, dressed in a hideous orange jumpsuit. The Uzumaki was quite firm in his belief that orange was a condemnable color, since he himself refused to use an ultra-heavy orange dye that Tsukahime had prepared for him at the beginning of his stay in her dimension for his training, and only agreed to use it when he was able to change its color to dark blue. Also in the photo was a girl who bore a strong resemblance to Satsuna, Sasuke's sister, who even dressed very similarly to her, with the detail that her ninja headband was white, which revealed that she was the owner of the bloody headband. Beside her stood Sakura, who, unlike her counterpart from her world, had a much stronger expression, which was exactly what one would expect from Balder daughter. Although she wasn't wearing her armor at that point, she did wear a purple blouse paired with a long skirt of the same color. Finally, the girls were accompanied by a woman with white hair styled in a V shape, one of whose eyes was covered by her ninja headband. This situation was to be expected. Even though you're Thorson, you're very similar to her, came a voice from behind Naruto. Sakura. This isn't what you think, Naruto said, embarrassed at being discovered by the pink-haired girl who had stealthily slipped into the room. There's no need to deny it. I knew you'd eventually find out, Sakura said, her expression downcast. I know what I've done is impolite, but I feel that something is eating you up inside, Sakura, and I want to help you. It's too late for that, there's nothing you can do. If you talk to me about it, maybe we can find a solution. I don't believe it. You can't go on like this your whole life, child. I can sense negative feelings, and that sadness you carry will do you a lot of harm if you don't do something to remedy it, said Kurama, speaking from behind the pink-haired girl. I thought you were going to distract her, Naruto said to the fox. I did, but only up to a point. My true intention was to bring about this meeting. If you hadn't started it, I would have, the fox explained. Is talking really that important? Sakura asked. It's only if you want it, but I think I've already given you a lot of my trust and I'd like it to be mutual, Naruto replied. You're right. I've interfered a lot in your life for my own reasons and it's only fair that you know why, she said, sighing heavily. I have to tell you, it was my Team 7. Chapter 20. I don't quite know how to describe my childhood, Belladonna began. When my mother, Kiyoshi Haruno, died, so did any other family I had in Konoha. Therefore, my entire upbringing fell to my father, Balder. He was wise, so he was aware that my being different could make me a target for those who seek power. My earliest memories are of me wielding a sword, where I also learned to. I don't mean to sound rude, but when I asked her to talk about her life, it was because I was particularly interested in seeing if we could uncover anything about the masked man who attacked Konoha. I didn't expect her to go into so much detail, Kurama said mentally to Naruto. You could have been more specific. Now we must show respect and listen to him, the blonde man told the fox. Well, let me tell you, for someone who wanted to keep his secret for so long, he's quite the smooth talker. Kurama was right. The girl seemed to be thoroughly enjoying telling her long and somewhat strange story. Naruto listened to Sakura's life story while comparing it to his own. They were very similar and yet very different. Both sons of a mortal mother and an immortal father, but each was raised by a different figure. Where one fought for anonymity, the other suffered because everyone knew who he really was. One trained out of necessity, the other for pleasure. It was somewhat strange to hear that Sakura had graduated before him from the ninja academy, but not as strange as hearing that almost everyone he knew was of the opposite hex. Tsukihime had already told them about how parallel universes worked. How some worlds were mirrors of others with subtle differences and others were simply unique. However, hearing that people like Hiruzen, Tsunade, his classmates, and even his mother were different from what he knew was disturbing. Honestly, I'm not surprised that your counterpart was a girl, and possibly mine too, but there's one thing that intrigues me, Kurama said. That. If all the men in that world are women and vice versa, shouldn't Sakura be a boy? Perhaps I shouldn't have brought that up. I suppose it's because he didn't have the father he would have had under normal circumstances. Balder was outside of what could have been the history of that universe. So why does it look so much like its counterpart here? I don't know. I'm supposed to be paying attention to their story. Besides, Toa and Hyson seem to be the same in that world. True. But you piqued my curiosity. Why doesn't it seem strange to you that there's an Naruto? Do you remember when we talked about having two skills? Yes. They are the detection of negative emotions and the other one that we recently discovered. Fine. The truth is I can use others, but you won't find them to your liking, so it's best if you forget this conversation. It was impossible to see Kurama as the monster everyone else thought he was in moments like that. Naruto had learned that despite the tough closed-off facade the fox might put on, he was actually quite open with his opinions and didn't mind letting others know he was annoyed. Returning to Sakura's story, Naruto couldn't help but feel some pity upon hearing that on the mission she had in Nami, her team was unable to prevent a bridge builder from being killed by a rogue Kunoichi from Kiri, and that she also died along with her companion, whose name was Haku. Through Sakura's descriptions, the Uzumaki concluded that those people were the girl from Kiri's team and the Mizukage's bodyguard, neither of whom seemed like bad people to him. It was sad to think that for some to live, others had to die. I keep telling myself they were bad people, but I can't help thinking that from then on everything went downhill, Sakura said, somewhat distressed, pulling the blonde man out of his thoughts. Why do you say that? Naruto asked. That fight was far from fair. Even though my opponents were a Jounin and a Kekkei Janaki user, they were no match for me. I'm not saying this out of egotism, but because I lost my temper in that battle and turned into a beast. You're being hard on yourself. Even I admit I've gone too far sometimes when fighting bandits. It's not what you think. It was like they were someone else on that mission. At first, I was able to control the battle I had against Momoshiki, but as I managed to wound her, my mind began to demand more and more violence. Haku intervened in the battle, but he died swiftly at my hand. I can't say I was furious about the client's death, but the fury still coursed intensely through my body. Before I knew it, I was massacring some bandits who were besieging the village, without being able to hear my companions' pleas to stop, the girl said, looking displeased with the memory. It sounds like I fell under a genjutsu, Naruto said thoughtfully. How did you stop? My sensei managed to knock me out and prevent me from causing a major incident with Nami. Fortunately, I wasn't reprimanded for my behavior, since I had managed to defeat a squad of bandits and a swordswoman from the Mist Village, but I was still interrogated in Konoha to find out what had happened. I didn't know what to tell them, but they didn't seem to care much anyway, since they now knew they had a very powerful warrior. It wasn't something I felt good about, because far from making a name for myself, it strained my relationships with my team. The girl sighed, and unexpectedly, Naruto provided her with a cup of tea using a shadow clone technique. While the blonde generally avoided using clones in favor of fair combat, he didn't hesitate to use them for this kind of situation. After thanking them for the gesture, the girl began to explain the lives of her teammates, Naruto Uzumaki and Satsuki Uchiha. The first, much like Naruto himself, was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Beelzebub quickly discovered this fact due to the great eloquence of the inhabitants of Konoha, and because it was quite obvious when the Uzumaki's birthdate was linked to the Kyuubi event. Rebellious, scandalous, attentive, friendly, persevering and spontaneous was how the girl in armor could describe her blonde friend who, despite having lived abandoned all her life, always had a smile to offer. Satsuki, on the other hand, was cold, silent, arrogant, and sometimes pedantic. Although she couldn't be blamed, the Uchiha clan massacre had affected her deeply, to the point that her sole obsession was gaining power to exact revenge. That's strange. In my world that didn't happen, although it almost did if Yugaku and Hiashi had done something to seriously harm my brothers. I must say, I envy your life. I wish I had a sister or brother and that massacre hadn't happened. That way, Satsuki wouldn't have become obsessed with me after the mission in the Land of Waves. Because of the power I possessed, I should clarify. I understand, said Naruto, although he didn't really understand what the girl meant. But what really hurt me the most that time was Naruko's look. I could see how she had developed a certain fear and disappointment towards me. The nickname they gave me didn't help. It couldn't have been that bad. She became known as the Bloody Sakura. I don't know, kid. I think we should start thinking about running away, Kyuubi commented, somewhat shocked by the nickname, which partly explained the color of the young woman's current clothes. Naruto just sighed as Sakura explained how she constantly demonstrated the extent of her abilities, as happened in the Chunin exam that her team took shortly after returning to the village. It's not like it was a bad thing, but it did cause Satsuki's lust for power to increase disproportionately. In the Forest of Death, her team faced Hibiko, a rogue kunoichi, who proved a formidable opponent for the young Balder daughter, who at that time relied solely on Kenjutsu. The enemy kunoichi's superior ninjutsu skills led to her defeat, with Satsuki suffering the most severe blow as she received the Sanin's cursed seal. Naruto assumed that this woman was Orochimaru's counterpart and was worried when he heard that she had orchestrated an attack on Konoha, which resulted in the death of the third Hokage's counterpart. Now he understood why there was so much fuss about that guy. He found it somewhat annoying that someone similar to Tsunade would become the next Hokage, but he calmed down when he remembered that she didn't necessarily have to be the same kind of person as in his world. Once again, Sakura lamented her ferocity, as on that occasion she nearly killed Shukaku's Jinchuriki, which she felt was the final breaking point for her team. This was because Naruto no longer trusted her, and Satsuki desired power at any cost. This meant that she readily accepted Hibiko's proposal, which led Satsuki to desert Konoha. The Hokage ordered a mission to stop her, but unfortunately, it ended in utter failure. The Uchiha not only managed to escape, but ended up killing who could be considered her best friend. Satsuki killed Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, quickly grasping the implication, to which the girl responded with a sad nod. But how? I find that hard to believe. Naruto was skilled, but she lacked the common sense to realize that her so-called friend was mired in darkness. But where were you? Those idiots in Konoha didn't notify me about the mission because they thought I might ruin it. When I found out, I rushed there, but I arrived too late, Sakura said furiously. I'm sorry. The worst part is that I couldn't do anything against that daughter of the pink-haired woman said, even more annoyed. And she was complaining that the other guy had bad language, Kurama remarked. Why? Naruto asked. As soon as Satsuki finished her work, she acquired a new power. The Mangekyo Sharingan, as I researched and was able to verify in your battle. With it, the Uchiha enveloped me in black flames that prevented me from hunting her down. They may not have caused me much harm, but feeling the sun constantly burning your skin is not pleasant at all. You can say that again. I also tried Amaterasu in my fight against Shinji. Only the intervention of the Sannin who had trained Naruto was able to mitigate the effects, which otherwise would have lasted for days. However, the damage was done, and I had lost a friend while simultaneously gaining a very clear objective. Revenge, Naruto said seriously. I prefer to call it justice. I didn't intend to follow Satsuki's path, but I wasn't going to let her get away with it. I trained as much as I could in Konoha with the village's various teachers, including the 5th Hokage, since they too wanted the woman who murdered the 4th Hokage's daughter to pay for her crimes. Together, we wiped out Hibiko's empire, but we discovered, to our great disappointment, that the Uchiha wasn't with the Sannin, the young woman said, pausing. The damned woman literally vanished off the face of the earth. We searched and searched, but we simply never found her. Strange. It was. Akatsuki's interference didn't help our work much. They were searching for the Jinchuriki and their Bijuu to create a weapon of immeasurable power. I'd say they almost won, since they captured the vast majority of the Bijuu, but with their key piece dead, their plans stalled, waiting for Kurama to be resurrected. The unexpected alliance of the ninja nations managed to recover the Bijuu and destroy Akatsuki before they could achieve their goals. After that event, an agreement was signed stipulating that no nation would ever again use the Bijuu as weapons, and they would be set free on the condition that they would not attack humans. Surprising. How did you get them to agree? I'm not saying I wouldn't accept such an agreement, but I can't deny that we Bijuu can be somewhat resentful, said Kurama. I was the one who instigated everything and convinced them that more fighting would lead to nothing. My status as a demigoddess was eventually revealed, and I was even considered one of the strongest Kunoichi in my world. Yes, you have done a lot with your life. Perhaps so, but ultimately I haven't yet achieved my goal, which is to seek justice for Naruto. Before I was transported to your world, I embarked on a pilgrimage, searching for anything that would allow me to find Satsuki. I gave up on traditional methods, but then I realized I had forgotten a foolproof way to reach her. I can appeal to Heimdall, who sees all, or Odin, who knows all, to find my target. It was around that time that I encountered the old woman who brought me to your world, who told me that if I sought out Thor's son, I could achieve my goal. I didn't really know who Thorson was, so I decided to go to some very intriguing places. It was fortunate that the Chunin exams turned out to be a good place to look. Don't take this the wrong way, but your goal is very different from what you told me, said Naruto. I hope you understand. The reason I agreed to wait all this time is because I believe that, given the existence of other worlds, there's a strong possibility that Satsuki has escaped to one of them. Naruto sighed and considered what he should answer. He had absolutely no experience in these kinds of matters, and any opinion he gave would be extremely subjective. He should agree with the girl and help her with her mission. Okay. I'll help you, because I think it's the right thing to do. But I'd like you to answer a few things, the blonde man said seriously. That seems fair to me. After the invasion of Odo and Suna, did you go berserk again? No, to my relief. I still don't understand why, but he didn't give in even when I faced extremely tough battles like the one I had against Pain. Don't you think you could have been controlled? Kurama said. It's ridiculous. Why would anyone care if I murdered my enemies? I don't know. Didn't you face a masked guy? Are you referring to Tobio Uchiha? That bastard was responsible for almost everything. Not only did she cause the Kyuubi's escape during Naruto's birth, but she also created tragedies like the Uchiha massacre, the Kiri civil war, the corruption of Akatsuki, among other things. Please give me an idea of what his counterpart would be in my world. I fear that it remains in danger because of his presence, said Naruto. She was my sensei Nanashi Haddock's partner. She was believed to be dead, but her deception was discovered when she reclaimed the Sharingan he had given her on her supposed deathbed. I know who you're talking about, but now I have my doubts. Obito Uchiha was Kakashi's teammate and a student of the 4th Hokage, but he died on a mission in the 3rd Shinobi World War. The same was said of Tobium. The thing is, in the end, his body was recovered. I know it's not difficult to fake a death, but in my case, one wasn't found. I understand your point. I hate it when you answer one question and a whole bunch more come up, said the fox with a mixture of satisfaction and annoyance at finally getting the information he wanted. Then we should find a way to get to Asgard, Naruto said, getting up from his seat. We've spent a lot of time here, and I think it's time to take action. I believe it, Sakura said, nodding. Fine, I won't stop you. You have a path to follow, and I've already taken up too much of your time, Tsukahime said, appearing on the scene. She really needs to learn to respect privacy, Sakura commented, somewhat annoyed. I'm sorry. And what will happen to this place? There must still be many monsters left, Naruto asked. They've already done a good job releasing the pressure that had built up in this world. By now, normal people could handle the new creatures that are being created. You plan to give this place access to the shinobi world? I don't find it convenient. There are certain civilizations that tend to live in harmony with beings like those found here, and I plan to grant them access to this dimension as another realm they can reach. I've noticed that different versions of myself found the solution there to the problem that arose here in the first place. That's a good idea. There are many truly beautiful places on the continent and people would appreciate them. I just hope he doesn't decide to start a war. Don't worry. There will still be creatures so strong that everyone will have to work together to defeat them. The last thing they'll want is to kill each other. That worries me more, Naruto thought. And how do you plan to send us to Asgard? Sakura asked. I can't take you there. My range of action doesn't extend to a universe like that. I can barely see it. So what will we do? I don't have a space-time ninjutsu to transport us. Don't they remember how they came here? Days later. Naruto, Sakura and Kurama waited before a seal similar to the one that had sent him to the Tsukahime dimension. The engraving was no longer so unfamiliar to him and he was able to modify it slightly. In recent days, the young people had packed their things for the journey. Now 18 years old, Naruto had reached a height of 2.10 meters and possessed a physique comparable to that of the fourth Raikage, with the difference that his muscles weren't as disproportionate. Even so, it had to be said that they were responsible for his nearly 200 kilograms of weight. His blonde hair reached his shoulders and it was noteworthy that he now had some facial hair, light stubble that enhanced his masculine appearance. Over time, Naruto had gained enough control over his Jujutsu to be able to activate and deactivate it at will, making his eyes return to the electric sapphires they once were. The fox suggested he wear a mask, otherwise it wouldn't be the rain that would soak the girls. Naruto ignored the comment, not understanding what he meant. His outfit consisted of dark blue trousers and a sleeveless shirt of the same color. A series of silver plates covered part of the clothing, making it look almost like armor. Her attire included 2 metal wristbands with red spirals engraved on them, which she used to hold her seals. Finally, she carried a rustic-looking broadsword on her back. She had access to many weapons, but she preferred to carry this sword in that manner. Sakura didn't undergo any significant changes, as her growth had slowed down some time ago. Her height was similar to Naruto's, being only a few centimeters shorter. The only change worth mentioning was that she cut her hair to just below her ears. Kurama told Naruto that this must mean that the girl was very serious about her mission. It took me a while to find the person you're looking for, Sakura. But I finally found him, Tsukahime said to the armored girl. Were you able to look for her all this time? Sakura said, somewhat uncomfortable with the possible answer. No. I've told you that I know and have seen many things, but I'm not omniscient. Usually, my visions come randomly, regardless of whether they're from the past, present, or future. If I want to see something specific, I need a clear clue or an important object to help me locate it, the Redeed said, holding the headband that had belonged to the Uchiha. I see it. Now the information I've obtained is worrying. Not only is there something sinister surrounding that girl that has kept her hidden, but I fear they're in another version of this dimension. What? Is another Tsukahime helping him? I find that unlikely. The doors to this place aren't always very well guarded, so it's not hard to imagine he managed to get in on his own. Alright, we'll find out when we go in, Belderdada replied, signaling Naruto to activate the portal. Following the Redeed's instructions, the boy modified the symbols relevant to the coordinates. With this, the vortex that would take them to another dimension appeared. Take care, Tsukiyomi said. Don't worry. I intend to return, Naruto said, then left, with Kurama following him. Thank you for your help, Sakura said as she stepped into the portal before it closed. I trust they will return safely. The young Uzumaki must pay attention to his world, Hagoromo said, making his appearance. I'll choose not to spy. I know they'll achieve their goal. It's not that I like what Sakura is after, but I also don't like those who corrupt the way to evolve the Sharingan, the Redeed replied. It's a very unstable ninjutsu. Given all this, how would you undertake the reconstruction of your world, in which I will surely have to intervene? I must bring strong warriors who will finish clearing it a little more. Don't you think that the young people who left should have continued their work a little longer? Not at all. The truly dangerous things have already been overcome. Tsukahime. You're a maniac. Why the hell can a Lao Shanlong shoot atomic breath? A desperate person yelled from afar. The wise man just sighed as his wife apologized. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Weeks after the Chunin exams, Kushina could breathe a sigh of relief. She had her children back, and against all odds, her life hadn't descended into the complete chaos she once feared it would, given the lies and circumstances surrounding her. I don't mean to imply it was easy, because while Natsumi received no punishment for being under the Hyuga seal, Menma was at risk of being executed, just like Fugaku and Hiashi. He was only spared because it was his own family who prevented the incident from escalating. Of course, this meant the boy was now on probation until he proved he was loyal to the village and wouldn't commit another act of treason. The boy wasn't very grateful for the decision, as it also meant his chakra was temporarily sealed, which was incredibly frustrating for him, since he was no longer a Jinchuriki and now felt like just another civilian. The older Uzumaki woman understood his attitude somewhat and made sure to use it to her advantage. Kushina thought the best way to win the boy over was by training him the way she had originally intended. Menma reluctantly agreed to train Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu with his mother and sister, given that he didn't need much chakra to perform in those areas. Besides, it would help him with his new goal, one that perfectly aligned with the Uchiha heritage he still retained. While the Uzumaki clan had fared well in the incident, the same could not be said of the other clans. In the case of the Hyuga clan, they were forced to completely abandon the use of the cursed seal due to the great danger it posed if it were used to control others. This action succeeded in ending the division between branches, and Hisashi Hyuga, Hiashi's twin brother, was tasked with taking the reins of the clan and restoring the honor lost due to the shameful situation his brother had created. On the other hand, Itachi Uchiha took his father's place as clan leader. Despite his young age, many placed their trust in him, and he possessed enough skill to be considered the strongest Uchiha. One of the first things the young man requested was that the Uchiha district be dissolved and that clan members be allowed greater freedom regarding their residence. There would still be a meeting place for everyone, but Itachi felt it wasn't safe for a clan to be so isolated from the village it served. The Uchiha supported his proposals, eager for change and also motivated by the repairs the place needed after the object that had destroyed a large portion of the compound had fallen. Few believed the theory that a person had caused it all, since obviously a normal person would have died from the impact. The current Hokage knew very well that this person could have survived such things, but it was best not to even think about it. Jiraiya already had too many things on his plate to focus on just one matter. Hiruzen finally decided it was time to pass on the Hokage hat and deemed the Toad-san the best candidate. The white-haired man hesitated, but his wife suggested he accept. She and their daughter moved to Konoha so Jiraiya wouldn't have to worry about them. That brought the old man some relief, but it didn't stop him from feeling pressured by things like Kumo demanding Naruto's head for the harm done to his Reikage. Of course, his threats were rather empty, since they didn't have the support of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The man considered it utter folly to attack a village that contained shinobi like that boy. Other villages kept an eye on Konoha, which seemed to be the cradle of the monster affair, although their attention eventually lost momentum as no new sightings had been reported. But without a doubt, the most stressful thing was the paperwork that came with the position. Jiraiya couldn't understand how Hiruzen had put up with that job for so long. The Sannin at least had Yamato's help, who was working in the office as retribution for not having foreseen the situation with Natsumi and Menma. That, however, only highlighted how arduous it was to be a Hokage. Months later. That day, Kushina was explaining the details of her latest mission to the 5th Hokage. She had become the substitute sensei for Team 11, which, despite no longer fulfilling its original purpose, was now producing good results and had helped improve the reputation of its Uzumaki members. This was because the woman thought it appropriate for the twins to take her last name so that they would stop representing someone who had only caused harm in their lives. Since there was no council to protest his decision, Jiraiya gave his approval for the Uzumaki to be more numerous in the village. Then another jounin entered the room. It was Asuma, who, unlike a few months ago, looked much more presentable, sporting a spiky hairstyle and a neater beard. The redhead present knew the reason for this, but she wasn't going to keep bringing up the relationship he'd started with Kurenai, which had forced him to be more organized. "Good day, Hokage-sama. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important," said Sarutobi. "Don't worry, I was just finishing up," said Uzumaki. "What's going on? Did Team 7 have a problem with their mission?" Jiraiya asked. "I don't know if I should call it a problem, but it's something we should pay attention to," Asuma said, leaving those present confused. With Naruto's departure, Team 7 was left with a vacancy which was filled by Shizuka, Jiraiya's daughter, who looked quite similar to her mother, but with white hair. Therefore, the white-haired girl waited with Sasuke and Sakura at Training Field 11, where the latter was very nervous about the apparent mess she had gotten herself into. Everything had gone relatively well after the Chunin exams, as she and Sasuke could now demonstrate their abilities without being overshadowed. In fact, they both decided to stop using the weapons Naruto had given them to solidify that point. At least the special ones, since the Uchiha dedicated himself to training with the rapier he had been given. However, on their last mission, they had, to put it mildly, gotten quite a scare at the hands of the pink-haired woman. They had to deal with some rogue ninjas who were attacking trade caravans, and so they found themselves caught in a fight. They weren't particularly strong opponents, but the genin went all out. So when one of them attacked with a Kaiten jutsu, Haruno responded with a simple Suiton cannon shot. The problem arose when the girl's resulting attack was equivalent to a Suiton Great Waterfall, which nearly trapped everyone present in a river. There was no logical explanation for why a genin would make such a mistake, and Asuma felt it necessary for experts to give their opinion on the matter. I don't know what to say. I've heard some more powerful versions of the primary elemental natures, but never about Suiton, said Jiraiya, who was already with Team 7 after having heard Asuma's explanation. Is that a bad thing? Sakura asked. There are very few Kekkei Genkai that have negative effects on their users, at least not directly. I don't think you should worry, Kushina said. But it's still a good idea to investigate it thoroughly. Please perform the Suiton Jutsu. Water Dragon Missile, Jiraiya said. What? But that's very complicated and we don't have a water source nearby, Haruno protested. That's the idea. Please proceed. The girl then agreed and stepped back from the spectators to begin performing the long, sweeping hand seals of the technique. To everyone's surprise, a large amount of water began to flow near her, taking the shape of an enormous dragon. She then directed the dragon toward the field, causing an explosion of water that drenched everyone present. This is incredible, the only person who had such mastery of Suiton was him. Kushina said, impressed. Second Hokage, Tabarama Senju, Jiraiya finished saying. Are you saying Sakura is related to him? Said Sarutobi. It's impossible. My parents are Kizashi and Mabuki Haruno, just ordinary civilians. They have no connection to any shinobi clan, the girl replied. Which is true. A descendant of the Senju couldn't go unnoticed so easily, Jiraiya said. In fact, it is possible, Kushina thought, thinking of her ancestors. Then there's something else at stake, the Hokage mused. I suggest keeping the matter secret until she can control her ability. But I'm already busy with my training with Tsunade, Sakura said. You'll have to put that aside for now. It's more important that you train in that skill you seem to be developing. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. But I don't think I'm the right person to train Sakura, Asuma said. My specialty is chakra flow and wind release. I'm not very good at the former and I don't know anything about the latter. I'll keep that in mind. That's why I hope you don't mind taking Sakura as your apprentice, Kushina. What? Sakura and Kushina exclaimed. You're the best Suiton user in the village. There's no one more ideal than you. Yamato could do it, said the Uzumaki. I have decided to reinstate him as an Anbu. He is much more efficient in that role. I've heard that Kakashi has knowledge of many jutsu. He must know enough about water release, Sakura said. Not the one necessary for what we want. If there's no other option, the Reed sighed. But. Sakura said, disagreeing with the decision. Don't worry, my training won't be too hard. I'll be waiting for you at 7 in the morning at my house. That's not what bothers me, the young woman thought. Good. I want to be notified of any developments, Jiraiya said to the rest of Team 7 before leaving and returning to his office. Now I suggest you all rest. We should have taken some time to hone your skills for the next Chunin exam, which will be held in the village, Asuma said. So soon? Shizuka said. But the last one cancelled, another one is needed as soon as possible. I'll give you more details later, the Jounin said as he left. Things were already too quiet on our team, but it's better this way. It was all getting boring without Sasuke started, prompting Haruno to give him a sharp glare, silencing him. Well, I'd better go. I have an appointment to keep, the boy said, sounding a little nervous. Don't even mention it, his partner replied. You're very tense, Sakura. I shouldn't stress you out so much about it, Shizuka told her. How can you expect me not to? A Kekkei Genkai doesn't appear overnight and it's not something I wished would happen to me, Sakura said, sounding annoyed. Relax. After all, what's bothering you is something else. I don't know what you're talking about, said the girl, blushing and starting to walk towards the village. Oh, come on. In the short time we've been colleagues, I've learned a lot from you and I know there's something that's bothering you, the white-haired girl said, following her. It's no big deal. Then I don't think you'll mind if we go to a beauty salon and, among other things, fix your hair. What's wrong with my hair? The girl said nervously, picking it up. It's just that I've noticed you have a very long one. I let it grow on purpose. You don't have to worry about it, said the girl with glasses. Is there a particular reason? You ask a lot of questions, you know. It's just a healthy curiosity I inherited from my father. From what Tsunade told me, Jiraiya's isn't healthy at all, the pink-haired girl thought. But seriously, why does it bother you so much that dad made Kushina your sensei? It's not something you would understand. I don't think it's anything worse than your sense of fashion, the girl said, pointing to Sakura's bland outfit, which contrasted sharply with Shizuka's traditional red and white kunoichi attire from Nadeshiko village. Why is everyone against my clothes? Because you pay very little attention to your appearance and you're only studying or reading books. I can't say anything about that. After all, I wear glasses because I ruin my eyes from reading so much at night. And can't Tsunade-san do something about it? Medical ninjutsu has its limits, the pink-haired woman said sternly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to go home. I'm very tired. As you wish, but I'd like you to come to my house sometime. I'm writing a story and I'd like to hear your opinion. What kind of history? Haruno asked, somewhat fearfully. It's a surprise. But believe me, you like it. Papa said he's very proud of me, the white-haired girl said with a smile. Although I later heard him tell Kisuke that he was somewhat disturbed, I didn't quite understand why. In my story, there's only love. I'll think about it, Sakura said, separating from her companion and heading home. Once inside the modest home, the girl took off her shoes and announced her arrival. Mibuki's voice was then heard, indicating to Sakura that she was in the kitchen. There, her mother asked the kunoichi how her last mission had gone. Sakura said there was nothing new to report. She didn't want to worry her parents by revealing that she could use water release techniques more easily than the academy's techniques. She knew she shouldn't lie to them, but considering she was already hiding something from her superiors, she had no qualms about doing so. The thing was, she hadn't needed any chakra to perform those water release techniques. It sounded impossible, but the truth was, Sakura preferred not to say so they wouldn't start exploiting her like they usually did with shinobi geniuses. After her mother told her that dinner was a little while away, the girl went up to her room and collapsed onto her bed. She felt like her head was going to explode from all the emotions trying to surface in her thoughts. After the Naruto incident, she couldn't help but wonder if she, too, might be some kind of demigoddess or something like that. Of course, she also found such an idea utterly ridiculous. Sakura was 100% certain that her parents were Kizashi and Mibuki. The girl changed her clothes into something more comfortable and inwardly thanked those horrible stains that appeared on her arms for disappearing. After the Chunin exams, she and the others affected by the dragon mist were examined by Tsunade, who found a virus-like presence in all of them. The curious thing was that it wasn't in their bloodstream, but rather in their chakra system. Strangely, it didn't cause any harm to their bodies. Rather, it seemed to benefit them. Sakura retained the ability to harden her skin, and Menma eventually gained it as well. Sasuke's senses continued to sharpen, while Natsumi became the best detector in the village. Unfortunately for the Konoha shinobi, the virus wasn't contagious and couldn't be transmitted to others. This was a major disappointment for them, as otherwise they would have possessed a powerful weapon. Of course, none of that was of interest to him. His thoughts were focused on something else, on a person to be specific. Even though he was responsible for many of her dilemmas, Sakura couldn't help but wonder what had become of Naruto. From the beginning, she had seen him as a thoughtless and troublesome boy, but over time she began to see him differently. Now she realized that his annoying impulsiveness was actually courage to face everything. His willingness to get into trouble was his intention to help those in need. He was, essentially, a blue knight. Haruno considered those thoughts foolish and childish, but given Uzumaki's background, it was difficult to ignore them. So much so that not only her mind fell prey to their influence, but also her heart. It was ridiculous for the young woman to think she had fallen in love with Naruto, but since she hadn't been able to get the boy out of her mind in the months since his departure, she had to accept the facts. She missed him. This led her to another issue that was stressing her out. Was she perhaps envious of the Sakura Naruto had left with? It was a matter beyond anything that could be discussed with someone she trusted, like Shizuka, with whom she had developed a friendship. How could she feel envy toward someone who was practically her exact double? It was clear there were differences between them, but it was obvious to Sakura that Naruto was completely captivated by that boulder. Something, without her needing to explain her situation. Her instincts told her so. She couldn't say for sure if it was because of the long hair, her armor, or simply the powerful demeanor of the mysterious pink-haired girl. But the girl's mind began to think of efficient ways to counterattack. It wasn't that she wanted to become a copy of that girl. Haruno wanted to be herself, but she had to admit that she needed to change if she wanted to measure up to that self-imposed rival. If that meant enduring Naruto's constant reminders of what the Uzumakas would be, she would take the risk. The next day. Kushina waited nervously for Sakura. It wasn't that she had anything against the young woman, but seeing her was a constant reminder that her beloved son was far away. She hoped Sakura wouldn't mind the company of the Team 11 members, since she was hosting them in her own home. Sakura arrived at the agreed-upon place at the agreed-upon time where she observed Setsuna and Menma annoyed as they were forced to listen to Natsumi's story. Then we went to a ramen restaurant where he ordered an extra large bowl of ramen just for me, said the Byakugan girl, all excited. We already understand that quite well, Natsumi, the black-haired Uchiha said irritably. You don't need to repeat 100 times how your date with Sasuke went to let us know you enjoyed it, said the Uzumaki with a Sharingan, even more annoyed. They're annoyed because they're jealous of me, Natsumi said, sticking her tongue out at them. Sakura chuckled a little, finding it hard to imagine that the once fearsome twins could now be acting so childishly. They didn't look much different, but something told her they were still just as strong. It's good that you're here, Sakura-chan. Are you ready for our training? Kushina asked the pink-haired girl. That's right, said the girl as she was led to the backyard of the place. In a distant place, beyond the reach of anyone's senses, a figure with a completely red cloak was covered in flames. Shiva is as beautiful as expected. Of course, she still needs to mature a little, the being commented. So it's time for you to come with us, Ifrit, said another figure wearing a green cloak covered in electrical sparks. Not yet, Aldrimic. He may learn a lot from that woman and thus become stronger than he is. Whatever you say. I can't wait to take over this world. That's right. What our father couldn't achieve, we will, and no one can stop us, Ifrit said, laughing. Now we'd better leave. We have to find our other brothers, Aldrimic said as he took flight. Yes. For everyone who awakens, our reign is closer. Chapter 22. Nages and Elements. Chapter 22. We've already made several trips, but I still can't get used to this, Sakura said as she finished passing through the vortex of the seal and fell onto a floor made of stone. Yes. They're quite hectic, Naruto replied, stretching to overcome the tension caused by being transported from one dimension to another. Childishness. This is nothing compared to the feeling of being sealed away, Kurama told the young people, though he too felt terrible about the journey. Where are we? Sakura asked, generating an orb of light to illuminate their surroundings, allowing the boys to see that they were in a large stone hall with an ancient and deteriorated appearance. It's one of those temples Tsukahime created. I don't understand why she has to have so many for a single purpose, Naruto said. She really went to a lot of trouble creating her dimension. Remember that this place was not created by the Tsukahime you know, but by another one, said the fox. We don't need to know why. The best thing is that we find who we're looking for as soon as possible, the girl said sternly, starting to walk down a hallway. Naruto then looked at him with some concern. I already knew that Sakura was a person who was direct with her goals, like meeting her father, but seeing her so eager to eliminate Satsuki was worrying. I hope you're ready to look for her, Sakura said as she approached the exit of the room. Huh? The blonde boy exclaimed, snapping out of his thoughts. If this world is as big as the other one, I'll need your sensory skills to find Satsuki. Of course. I imagine that girl must have a chakra like Sasuke and Satsuna's. I should be able to find her in the blink of an eye, the boy said, opening a stone gate that led them outside. The two young people and the fox were speechless at the sight of their surroundings. It wasn't an endless desert or a craggy mountain. It was a vast village unlike anything they had ever seen. Their astonishment stemmed from the enormous buildings that easily towered over the Hokage's mountain. This wasn't just a simple village. It was a full-fledged city. They were actually in an area that could be defined as a slum, which was evident since the inhabitants present wore clothes that looked deteriorated and dirty, but that did not prevent them from realizing that they were in a very different place from the world they knew and the shinobi continent. I think my estimate might be a little off, Naruto said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the number of people he could sense in the area. It'll take me a while to find Satsuki. I understand, there are many signs that can be confusing. So we'll have to get our information the traditional way, Sakura said. Taking care that Kurama transformed into a dog so as not to attract attention, something he didn't like at all, the group set out to explore the town. Their first stop was the more modern part of the city, since Naruto felt that the place where they ended up wasn't entirely safe. He wasn't entirely wrong, because even though that neighborhood housed humble people, there were also people there who hunted any unsuspecting person who appeared to have some money, and young people with their clothing seemed like the perfect targets. On several occasions, men approached them offering tours of the area or products they claimed were incredibly rare, but given the Uzumaki's ability to sense negative emotions, it was easy to tell they were con artists and should be ignored. They weren't robbed at all, as the swords they had on display were a powerful deterrent. The good thing about all of this was that they discovered Arcadus was the name of that enormous village. Its inhabitants possessed the average chakra of any civilian on the shinobi continent, just enough to survive. However, after a while, a couple of signatures appeared that put Naruto on alert. We must leave this place, the boy warned. What's happening? Sakura asked. I recognize a couple of signatures that look very familiar to me, and I don't think we should cross paths with them. You're saying there are other people from the shinobi continent here? The girl asked, and the blonde boy nodded. Shouldn't we see if they know anything about Satsuki? I find it difficult. Anyway, let's hurry, said Naruto. Once the group retraced their steps and returned to the temple located in the old town of Arcadis. Why was it so important that we go out? Sakura asked, looking at Naruto, who seemed somewhat agitated. It turns out I found a chakra very similar to Sasuke's. What? Then what are we doing here? It must be Satsuki, Sakura said angrily. Not so fast. I also felt a resemblance to you, well, more like to the other Sakura I know. You've got to be kidding me. I may not have had anyone to practice my sensory skills on in recent years, but I'm very sure of what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm exaggerating, but it seems to me that we should avoid them and anyone we know. I agree. I don't think they should encounter people like themselves. We already know things that shouldn't be known by humans. But if that pair is here, it's likely they'll run into a version of you or me, Kurama remarked. That would be a problem. I know that Bijuu can be detected from miles away. I don't like to be subterfuge, since I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but we'll have to make an exception, Naruto said, then sat down in the lotus position. First, we need to get our bearings geographically so we're not groping in the dark. What are you going to do? Use the human path, he said as he enveloped himself in chakra. Unseen by Sakura, but not by Kurama, part of the Uzumaki's soul left his body and rose into the air. It was a translucent electric blue that emitted a certain glow due to the boy's demigod status. This was astral projection, a technique that allowed him to access any place undetected unless he encountered a supernatural being like the Kyuubi. In this form, Naruto rose above Arcadis and surveyed his surroundings, the most striking feature being a meadow very close to the old town. A quick trip across the area led him to a port town, much smaller than the city and therefore a better place to go. Asuma had taught him that ports were the best sources of information due to the constant flow of people passing through them. I know where we need to go, Naruto said once he returned to his body. Okay. This room seems to have another exit and maybe it will lead us out of the city, Sakura replied. I agree. I also sensed a Hyuga and if we take flight, we might attract its attention, Naruto said, then put some chakra into his hands and used his fingers to make a seal on one of the walls of the room. What's that? It's a locator stamp. It's in case we have trouble finding this place on the way back. I'm still amazed that you do things like that. Naruto would never have thought of something like that. I'm sure he must have had his qualities. I wish I'd had the chance to show them to the world, Sakura said sadly. But moving on, I want to ask something, and I hope for an answer. That? How often do you use that astral travel? The girl said with a somewhat accusatory tone. Not much. Just enough to train it and increase the distance and time I can use it without getting exhausted. And where did you send it? Usually to caves and valleys to check potential spots where I could be ambushed. That's all. What else would it be good for? Sakura then stared intently at Naruto, searching for any sign that he was lying, but the blonde boy was honest. He was simply training his support skills so as not to neglect them. His focus was on his attack abilities. The pink-haired girl then went into the cave without saying anything else, leaving Uzumaki somewhat confused. What's wrong with him? The boy asked, puzzled. Aki, understanding this whole thing about multiple universes is child's play compared to understanding women, the fox commented with a smile, then followed Sakura. The Uzumaki groaned, still not understanding what the problem was with the technique he was using. He knew it was an excellent form of espionage, possibly the best there was, but with only the two of them, there wasn't much to see. However, seeing a glimmer in the distance, he told himself he should hurry and see if anything bad was happening ahead. After advancing down a long corridor, she came upon a disconcerting scene. Some burly creatures with blue skin were fighting Sakura, who was parrying their blows with her sword. The strange thing about these beings was that they were completely headless. Where their necks should have been, there was a kind of trap that encased their deformed bodies. What are these things? Said Kurama as he lunged at one of the creatures to attack it with his claws. I don't know. They appeared suddenly, and I must say they're quite strong, the girl said, then slashed at the creatures, who were also carrying enormous axes. Then we'll give them a fight, said Naruto, drawing his claymore sword to deal with the enemies. As Sakura mentioned, the mysterious creatures were strong enough to withstand the attacks from the young people and the Bijuu. It was clear they couldn't use their full strength in the fight, as that could cause the place to collapse on top of them. However, a couple of blows were enough to make the beasts disappear into a dark mist. They're like the other monsters, Naruto said, seeing that the things weren't living beings. I think they're worse, Kurama said as he saw more creatures appearing out of nowhere. Then, to the group's astonishment, an icy aura enveloped one of the enemies, and the blonde man was struck by a piece of ice that formed around him, which, to his surprise, caused him some damage. Moments later he threw his weapon and pierced the blue creature, eliminating it. What was that? Said Sakura, who was shooting beams of light at her enemies. I don't know, but it didn't feel like chakra, Naruto said, watching as his opponents began charging their attacks. Move aside. Lightning release. Pursuing fangs. The boy declared, channeling a powerful barrage of shards into his sword, which were released by the weapon's movement. Striking through the beams, the decapitated ones immediately disappeared from the room, leaving only Naruto and his friends. That was easy, the boy said, and moments later a dozen of the same creatures appeared, only this time they were green. Oh. In the old town of Arcadis. Hey, did you see those two weirdos go into Sachin cave? One of the locals said to the person next to him. Yes, but I have the impression that one of them was Miss Haruno. Really? It's strange to see him interested in that place infested with Wendigos and strikers. It's not so much if you take into account that his friend spends all his time training in the prairies. That doesn't stop them from being deranged. They say these things are endless and they never stop attacking you. They are pure exaggerations. In the cave, 2 hours later. A huge stone door closed and the young demigods along with Kyuubi fell to the ground, seeking a small rest from all the commotion they had just been through. I didn't mean to be rude after all the help Tsukahime gave us, but I can no longer hide the fact that I'm seriously wondering if she's right in the head, Sakura said, breathing a sigh of relief after the waves of enemies that had been attacking them. I know. After taking down so many of those things, I can say they're very different from the monsters we've fought, Naruto said, catching his breath. Now I understand why father never spoke to me and my brothers about her, said the fox. Let's move on. We've already wasted too much time. If we encounter more enemies, we'll simply continue on, said the bewildered otter, approaching the stone door on the other side of the space. That's fine for now, said the boy, who, under other circumstances, would be upset about fleeing a battle. He then saw that the girl was having trouble with the door. Now what? I can't open it, the girl said, trying to lift it. Let me see, said Uzumaki, approaching the object. Upon touching it, the door began to glow, displaying a symbol in the shape of a moon. It seems only transmigrants can pass through here. That won't stop me from going in, the girl said. I didn't say I wouldn't let them in, Naruto said, then opened the door and let his companions in. Now the three of them were in a rectangular room of gigantic dimensions. In it lay a huge engraving on the floor. One different from the seals they had brought him and which bore a certain resemblance to a summoning seal. Something tells me we won't be alone for long. Naruto's words were followed by the glow of the engraving, which caused the atmosphere to feel quite heavy and the space to begin to distort. Be alert, the boy said as the others took up battle positions. Then an intense shriek invaded the room, causing the three of them to cover their ears because of the sensitivity of their senses. Watch out. He warned when he realized that a patch of darkness had appeared above their heads. The three stepped back, then watched as an enormous creature emerged from the place and slammed its fist into the ground, raising a massive mass of shadows that nearly engulfed them. Slowly, the creature shed its covering until it was completely visible. But the basic structure of any flying wyvern, the beast was covered in a thick layer of sharp orange glowing spikes. Its tail was flared and massive in appearance. Its primary means of attack must have been the enormous horn on its face, where its pointed ears stood out. So once again Indra decides to show his face, roared the wyvern, staring intently at Naruto as he stood up. I'm afraid you're mistaken, the boy replied. Sir and Indra in the same body. That's impossible. It isn't. Now, we don't need to fight. We'll just leave and let you be. Not so fast. My job is to guard this room and I can't let you pass. Whether you're Indra or not, said the creature, letting out another shriek. Why do you always have to get involved in so many fights? Sakura said, looking annoyed. I don't know, the blonde man replied, watching as his opponent was enveloped in a layer of darkness. The Miraginasu, will take care of putting an end to you, impostor, exclaimed the beast as he launched himself at the blonde man in what seemed like a drill of darkness. Naruto shielded himself with his weapon and stood firm to withstand the onslaught from the being that unleashed a wave of cold shadows that engulfed the boy before causing him to lose his balance and be thrown into the air. There, she recovered and performed a Kakuo Shundo to distance herself from the powerful enemy. Sakura didn't wait long before unleashing a powerful blow, a crescent of light against the Miraginasu. However, the creature buried itself in the shadows before being struck. The girl then proceeded to plant her weapon in the ground and, with a light tap, transformed it into a kind of sonar. That thing isn't anywhere, the girl declared, then retrieved her weapon. You're wrong. I'm everywhere, the wyvern declared as it appeared beside the girl and connected a horn thrust against the pink-haired girl. Sakura's armor and dense skin took the impact, but Kurama's intervention was necessary, assuming a size of 5 meters to ram the creature so that the girl would not suffer serious damage from the darkness. "I bid you are not welcome," said Muraganasu as he took out the fox and then hit him with a sphere of darkness that pinned Kurama against a wall with no possibility of moving. "Damn it. This must be a gravity attack," said the fox, trying to get away. "Sutenhu," Naruto exclaimed, launching a vacuum wave at his enemy, who shuddered slightly from the blow. "It's a fact that we can't take this fight lightly," the boy explained. "I wasn't planning on attacking him gently," the girl said, firing a beam of light at her opponent, who vanished before it could be hit. "His darkness is a kind of combination of dragon breath and the ice element. It's a shame for him, since now I know what I should use," Naruto declared, making his greatsword vanish and replacing it with a morning star mace. Then Muraganasu appeared, ready to engage the boy again. "Koten. Dawn Clash," he exclaimed, using a shundo to strike his opponent with his weapon, which instantly transformed into something resembling a star. The wyvern roared from the intense damage it had sustained, which also caused Kurama's confinement to dissipate. Without wasting any time, Kurama began charging a tailed beast ball, which he then fired at the spiky creature, resulting in an explosion that shook the room tremendously. Surprisingly, the Muraganasu survived the attack and got up somewhat convalescent to show that it still intended to fight. "Is that all?" growled the creature. "Wow. You guys never cease to amaze me," said Naruto, observing his opponent's resilience. The Muraganasu then launched a black sphere into the air, causing all the light in the room to be absorbed, leaving it completely dark. Sakura tried to illuminate the place again, but her ability was easily overcome. "Fine. If you want to play rough, that's what you'll get," said the girl, already annoyed by her opponent's constant dodges. "Earth. Stone forest," she said, slamming her fist into the ground, causing the room to shake as hundreds of rock pillars erupted from the floor. Kurama and Naruto were unaffected, as they were within a perimeter created by the pink-haired girl around them. In that dark room absolutely nothing could be seen, although it was clear to its visitors that the entire room was covered by the pillars that the girl created. "Now he only has one place to attack," the girl said. "I see it another way. Now you have nowhere to run," said Muraganasu confidently as he created a pool of shadows to escape through. "We don't need it," the two boys declared, gauging the perfect moment to strike a powerful blow at the wyvern that was emerging from the ground. This inadvertently caused a large and disconcerting tremor in the city above. When all the dust that had settled from the entire place had settled, those present stood up happy to be able to see beyond their own noses. "That was risky," Kurama commented. "This kind of place is very well constructed," Sakura explained. "Besides, I don't think Tsukaham would have made a weak place to contain a creature like that." "The good thing is that your idea worked," Naruto congratulated him. "It was obvious she would. Now let's get out of here," she said, and the others nodded in agreement. "Just wait a moment," Naruto said as he picked up the dark orb left behind by the Muraganasu. "I lost interest in these things a long time ago, but the element it was using caught my attention. It has some resemblance to Mighten, dark element, but I don't remember it having all those effects. That's why I think it's special," the boy said, putting the object away. With that, the group approached and opened the door that had been revealed after the confrontation. There they received the bitter news that the cave was far from over and that there were still a couple of challenges to overcome before achieving the objective for which they had visited that dimension. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.